Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hello, everybody. It's me, Kiz Kringle. I'm back, ready to rock, ready to get this going. Thanks for coming in, everybody. I appreciate y'all coming in and hanging out. I hope you're having a good start to your holiday season. I am having a rough up and down. Man, I don't know what it is. It's like all of a sudden I started to do this charity stream, and it's just like real life has to be as difficult as possible. Oh, I was feeling so sick, everybody. I tried to lay down after the stream. I laid down for 3 or 4 hours. Then I couldn't sleep, and I was just laying there, which I hate that. And then I got up, I did some stuff, and then the servers came up for Throne and Liberty. I thought, okay, I'll go in and figure out what this whole runes thing is so I can help my team and figure out what all the changes are. So I got all wrapped up in that, and I did that for a while. Then I said, okay, I'm going to lay down. And then I swear to God, everybody, it's like everyone gets notified the second I lay down. So I lay down, my wife calls me. Hey, I'm going to get something to eat. Okay, yeah, go ahead, grab you something. All right, fine. I go back to sleep. She brings me some food. Okay, now I'm up, I eat some food. Okay, I go back to sleep. I go back to sleep. I'll ring. Oh, hold on. It's my stupid credit card company asking me why they're so dumb and explain their job and how to do their job to them. So then I got to spend another 20 minutes of my life telling them how to do their job. And not to block mission critical things like my cell phones from my children and from my family. So I had to lean into them a little bit. And I said, okay, finally time to lay down, go to sleep. So I lay down, go to sleep. Then my stomach is massively upset. I can't sleep now from whatever food that I had. I don't even remember what it was now. Yeah, I'll remember here in a bit. And then now I can't sleep. So then I'm just laying there. And then finally, about, I'd say 2 hours ago, I was finally able to lay down. Normally I'd send out a message to you guys. I think you guys know what's going on with my medical conditions. And so I finally doze off. And then my alarm does not go off because I set the alarm. And it does not go off, or it went off and I didn't hear it. So I wake up and I look at the time and I was like, okay, I guess we're doing a late start to the stream. So I just said, well, you know, everybody knows what the issues are here. Who's ever been in my stream for more than 1 minute knows that I have a lot of bad medical conditions that make doing what I do, which is be very consistent across the same days, you know, for a whole week. exceedingly difficult, everybody. It is incredibly hard. Now, again, put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Look at you guys already did. Look at you guys be amazing. We're going to play, speaking of amazing, we're going to play this amazing game. This amazing game. There we go. I love the delay. Satisfactory. We've got it up and running. I can tell you already in the upper right-hand corner. Oh, over here. Upper right-hand corner, we got some good news. We're going to check that out. We're going to play some Satisfactory today and a little bit of Fallout London. Of course, part of the global super stream event, Fallout for Hope, for the amazing charity, everybody, St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. We're making our way, everybody. But I want to try to get a donation in today. Now, again, if you do donate $15 or more, I'm going to put you in the mega build, but if you do donate, I still haven't got that up yet. If you donate $5 or anything below $15, we're going to give you some love in the chat. We're going to appreciate you. We're going to call you out. So remember, any donation does help as well. I need to go ahead and get my screen up here so I can see the donations via Tiltify. Over here. There we go. Let's get this up here. And again, trying to get in the holiday season, but it ain't easy. It ain't easy, everybody. It ain't easy for sure. Because, man, geez, like everything has to hit at the same time. And I'm just trying to, get up every day and do as much as I can. And again, thanks to all the awesome people who have already donated to St. Jude's. Remember, everybody, every penny goes right to them through Tiltify. I have nothing to do with the actual donation part itself, but you can actually choose what you want to do, how you want to donate your donations as well, toward a party, toward their chemotherapy, whatever you want to do. And this, again, is for children with cancer, everybody. You can donate very specifically if you want to, or you can just donate in general, and feel free to leave me a message or a comment in there as well. I do appreciate everybody who has donated, and I'm going to call you out every single stream, just so you know. Every single stream, when I come in, everybody who's donated, I'm going to call you out. Appreciate you, as you should be appreciated every single time. And again, thank you, That's Mr. On You, for starting us off for $250 for the kids. Kennedy, Dio, Notorious DDK with a massive $1,000 for St. Jude's. Thank you so much for that donation. Of course, Insfer, we love Insfer up in here, $150 donation as well. We got Coda Bear Gaming, IW Swift, I think that is, or ISFT. I'm so bad. I can't. I'm so bad with names. I don't do it on purpose. And of course, Kiji coming in with the love, and Tolman Gamgee coming in with a $100 donation as well. So far, we are up to $16.75 on day 5. We got a long way to go, everybody. I'm getting up every day and saying, no, it's for the kids. Come on, Kismet. Rally, bro. Rally. No matter how much real life is like giving you the 1-2 punch and trying to give you an uppercut, just keep dodging. Keep dodging. Get up. Bring the full love. Bring the full energy to the stream. Let's get some funds raised for charity. And, of course, unlock giveaways for all of you. I got tons of giveaways to do, too. I got a whole list of them that I'm going to have to play catch up on for the next, 19 days, everybody. We'll have to do a whole bunch of giveaways each day to get those going. So we'll get to it. Again, I'm just trying to ride this roller coaster of IRL at the same time, show some love, bring some positivity, and, of course, entertainment to your day as well. So, again, big love to Fallout for Hope and everybody who is raising funds for St. Jude's right now. Big love to them. Again, celebrating a 5-year anniversary. So, big love to Chad over there and his crew. And, of course, all of the Fallout peeps out there. We're going to play some Fallout London later. I'm actually really enjoying it. I think it's really great. It's awesome, everybody. Awesome to get in the Fallout universe and have a brand new story to tell. Pretty well written so far. I'm really digging the thing. We just finally learned how to take all of our stuff and consolidate it down. We did that yesterday. We got that going on. So I don't know how long this stream is going to go, everybody, but we're going to try. We're going to try to get back into the cycle. Now, I don't have anything on my stream for Friday, but we are streaming every single day. I always try to leave Friday open as a bonus day, so I can just, choose whatever I feel like playing. Maybe I might play with my team. We might play some other stuff that I have in the works, and so on, everybody. We've got some other stuff we might be playing, and we'll see how it works out. because sometimes it's up in the air, even though I plan for this month, usually 6 months in advance, everybody. It takes a while to get everything together and all the giveaways and work with companies like the amazing people over there at Bethesda Gear and so many others, everybody. So many other awesome people who come in and say, Kismet, I love your stream. Here's a random game code to give away for the kids. If you have some from like Humble Bundle, or you have some extra codes and things that you want to give away, maybe you have an extra code because you bought something and you already have it, but you have now an extra code for it. That would be awesome, everybody. Remember, I just give it straight away here in the stream, so you can go ahead and contact me on Discord, discord.gg/Kismet, or even easier, you can just follow the links right there and it'll pop up in the chat. And again, it goes across most of the platforms there. And you just go over to Discord and go that way. There's also a Discord link down below. You can also just type !Discord in the Twitch chat, and it will do it. Now, I'd love to have all these commands on every single platform, because I am streaming to 6 different platforms at the same time. I'm streaming, of course, live to Twitch, twitch.tv/Kismet. I'm a partner over here. I know, right? Almost 55 years old, and I'm a Twitch partner, everybody. That was not easy. It was not easy, especially when you're sick and disabled. It's like having pneumonia every single day, everybody. And trying to become a partner at the same time. So very amazing. You know, I'm always, in the moment, I'm not always as amazed when I was young, how these amazing things, working with like the top companies in the world, doing all this graphic design, doing all this stuff, not bragging, just saying that I was doing these amazing things. But in the moment, I didn't realize how amazing they were, because I was young and I didn't know that everybody didn't have these amazing opportunities and wasn't doing that stuff from like 20 years old. Normally that's like when you're 30 or 40 or you've been established in your career. But very early on, because I had the power of the computer and I had the knowledge of design and printing and publishing and all of that stuff, because I absolutely was obsessed with it. I loved it. It's what I wanted to do. And I had already, by the time I became, it was in my 20s, I had already been in the computer since I was like, 6, 7 years old. I've been, of course, playing games since I was like 3 or 4 years old. And of course, been in technology for all that time. Plus, since I was about 8, I started getting into design and really enjoyed design and architecture and all of that kind of stuff, studying 3D as well, 3D animation, 3D building, building architecture and stuff like an ArchiCAD and all of that. And just loved all of that. So by the time I was 20, everybody already had 10, 15 years worth of experience in a lot of those things. So when the two things started to merge, right at the perfect time, everybody, when graphic design merged with computers and we started getting design programs like Quark Express, a program you probably never heard of called Lightspeed. Of course, we also got Adobe InDesign, and a whole bunch of other programs that you never heard of that were all on the high end, on the pre-press end, by Cytex and Chromacom, which those things in the back, everybody, like, it's like Photoshop is today. Those things cost like $250,000 to have that machine that did the photo retouching. But they had it since the 70s, so they've been able to do it for a long time. And I'm just so lucky. But nowadays, everybody, at my age, in my 50s, I appreciate every moment. I appreciate the moment right now where we're on day 5 and we've already gone more than halfway. In fact, you can hear me. I get a little emotional, everybody. I get a little emotional how these amazing things keep happening. And now to recognize it in the moment is even better, everybody. It's even better to... see, I'm telling you, I'm older, everybody. I get more choked up over this stuff. But it's just so amazing every year, the how wonderful my community is, how wonderful those moments are, if you appreciate them at the time. You're not going to appreciate them when you're young because you don't know any different. But when you're older, those things don't happen all that often. Like when I'm in playing my team and they're working together and we overcome, like, great example is we were playing Throne and Liberty on Wednesday. And we were playing that one where you do the sheep. And you got to transfer the sheep. Not one person died in that last run, and we were under the pressure too because the server was going to kick off. So we're under pressure. We did it, and everybody survived. And that means that we did it better and better, and we got better at it, and everybody worked so well together that everybody survived at the end. And that's how life is. That was a moment. That was an amazing moment, and you should cherish that moment when it comes along, for sure. I highly recommend everybody getting in the moment and not always thinking about, in the future, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that and that, because you also miss out in the moment to cherish as well. And I was always that way. Oh, I'm going to, in 5 years, I'm going to be the boss or whatever. Guess what? I was the boss within 6 months. I was the boss within 6 months, and I was the boss everywhere I worked. I'm still the boss. I'm the boss of me anyway. Doing this, of course, this, you know, this is a company of one, everybody. Just me doing the thing. And of course, my awesome mods who come in and watch the chat. I've always been the boss everywhere I've worked. It's like I automatically get, because I'm so into it. I'm so into, okay, come on, let's do the best we can do. All right, everybody, what you need, tell me what you need. My job is to facilitate your greatness. You tell me what you need to do your job better, right? Do you need this? You're not getting enough help? Do you need information on this job? Oh, they didn't bring all the stuff in? Well, guess what? Their job moves to the back of the line until they bring their stuff in, because we need to get the ones that are already here and have all their stuff. Let's start on that first. And I must have turned that into 500% efficiency everywhere. Everywhere I went, everybody, the efficiency went right up the whoop, because I got everybody on board. I wasn't just telling them what to do. I said, look, my job is to be part of the team. I'm here to help you guys. I'm not here to tell you what to do. You guys are good at what you do. You're some of the best in the world. I'm going to let you do what you do best. My job is to say, hey, what you need. You tell me, I'll make it happen. That's it. There doesn't need to be more than that. Now, wouldn't it be awesome to walk into your boss tomorrow and that boss says that to you, that I've got your back, you say what you need, and I got you. Right? See, that's the kind of boss I like to be. And we used to play games after stream or after work. And then we would also, sometimes if everything was running, we just go to the movies. I'd take everybody out to the movies, or we go get a pizza or whatever. We take an extended lunch while everything's running. Because as long as you get everything done, I don't care. But as long as everything gets done that needs to be done, it doesn't matter how it happens. You don't have to sit there and, just sit there and watch the machines run. So again, that was one of my favorite things to do, everybody, is to really treat people well. And not everybody appreciates it, but I appreciate it. And see, the thing that it doesn't matter if everybody else doesn't know, you know. Right? Like if you steal something, you know you stole it, and you can't ever take that back. So I don't steal anything, but I never steal anything. This way, I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to ever think about it. I don't steal, I don't lie, I don't cheat. Not because I'm better than everybody else, and I say, oh, well, you noobs, I'm way better than you. That kind of stuff. No. I choose to be that way. For me, too. Because you got to do some stuff for you as well, everybody. You got to make yourself feel good about you. Oh, I did something good today. And I'm telling you, one of the best things to do is to fill up that emptiness inside, is to help others, is to show them some love today. And that's what we're going to do. I'm telling you, it really does help inside there, because you don't want to walk away with that darkness inside, everybody. You don't want to build that up in there, because it just tears you down, whether you notice it or not. I've seen it happen just time and time again. You go down that side road, everybody. You go down that dark road that leads you to not feeling so good about yourself, and you don't even know what's happening. You don't even know what's happening, and you're not feeling so good. Because I've done that, but I've been the smart aleck kid who just tore everybody down. Hey, what's coming up with them pants, bro? Flood's coming in, that kind of thing. Just tearing other people down, try to make myself feel better, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. It just stains your soul, everybody. We'll get deep now here in the stream, everybody. It just stains your soul in there. I'd say lift those people up. Say, hey, brother, what's up? Come on over here and play some Foursquare with me. Let's have some fun. I'm going to destroy you, but let's have some fun while we're doing it. I was the king of Foursquare, everybody. Just so you know. Not only am I the gaming tycoon, but I'm the king of Foursquare. I don't mess around either. I used to have a medical bracelet. And I forget what for. I forget what it was, but one of those little metal bracelets. So instead of hitting it on my hand all the time, which hurts, I would put the little thing backwards, and I had a little in, and I would use it, boom, to knock that thing and knock people out. I just sit in A all the time. I'm not really familiar with Foursquare, but it's A, B, C, D. You start in D and you try to work your way up to A. Be hanging out in A all day long. There you go, everybody. Little Kismet background there to show you how competitive I am. But I wouldn't be where I am today if I didn't have good friends who came to me and said, Kismet, you'd be a great guy if you weren't such an a-hole. I'm not kidding. A good friend of mine told me that. And I love this guy. He was like a brother to me. He was like a mentor. Brilliant guy. And went on to be a millionaire, by the way. Incredibly amazing stuff. Now, I'm not going to call him up and say, hey, send me some money, because that's not cool, bro. That's not what a friend does. A friend just is there when you need help, when you're in the struggle, whatever it is. and you need somebody to be there for you. So that's what a true friend is. True friend's not asking you for money. Not asking for money, not trying to use you, not trying to, manipulate you into doing stuff for them. I have some people like that in my life, everybody. I try to, keep them out, though, who just want to tear me down all the time, who want to manipulate me into doing stuff for them. Right? Sadly, my older brother's like that. And some family members are like that. They don't care how I'm doing. They just want something. And they'll manipulate you and do whatever. It took me a long time to recognize that people do that, everybody. Because, they're family. You think, they're always thinking out your best interest, right? They're not. They're not. They're only thinking of themselves. And what they do is they manipulate you by telling you, oh, you're not doing enough for me. You're not doing this. They're like in a pity party all the time. Like you should be doing stuff for them. Like you're obligated to do stuff for them. You ain't obligated to do squat. You don't owe anybody anything. And I know I don't, because I helped a lot of people along the way. And I went way out of my way. I mean, massively out of my way to help people. And then when I didn't have any money left, guess what happened to them? They were gone, everybody. They were gone. They don't call me up. They don't say how I'm doing. They're very gone. They're called fair weather friends, everybody. So watch out for those people who just want to use you as well. I just love it that you're here, everybody. And I don't care who you are, where you come from. I don't care if you're tall, skinny, if you come from a certain country. I don't care if you're male, female, anywhere in between. Doesn't matter to me. All I care about is how you treat people and how you treat animals, everybody. There's something wrong with people who are mean to dogs and cats and animals in general. I don't know what the heck that's all about, everybody, but if I see that, that's a huge red flag. So be kind to animals, because like dogs just want to love on you. That's it. That's all they care about. They just want to chill, have a good time, and, be fed, that kind of thing, and be loved on. That's why I've had so many dogs over the years, everybody. I like cats, too. Cats are super cute. But some cats are just like, yeah, whatever, human. They're very indifferent, but some cats are just so cute and fluffy and lovable. So big love to the cat lovers out there, too. I'm not dissing on cats. I love cats as well. I love all type of animals, bunnies and hamsters and whatever else. What do they call those other things? Guinea pigs. All of those kind of animals. I got my daughter this fish, right? Because she had got one of those, got it from the carnival goldfish, and it died. So I went and had this crazy idea of getting her this fish. Well, I have now gotten the stink eye from my wife from all these years, because I got the fish, and the fish lived for 10 years. And it lived in the kitchen. So it was in the center island of the kitchen, and my daughter, who, is a kid, so, she was I think she was 7 or 8 at the time, my oldest daughter. She never took care of the fish. So guess who took care of the fish? My wife, who also took care of the dog that we got from my daughter so she could learn to be responsible, the Sparkle dog. And she never took care of that dog either. So it really fell on my wife's thing. So I get the stink eye for that every single time for that fish. But, she loved that fish. And she would look at it every day and bring her a little bit of joy. So to me, it was totally worth it. To my wife, she grumbled about it a bit, but she understands. Sometimes, your daughter's got you right around their finger, everybody. They got you. I like my other daughter, my oldest twin, by 1 minute. Or actually, no, she's the youngest twin. She's the youngest twin by 1 minute is what I meant to say. She wanted this cat, everybody. And I swear to God, I would have got her that cat if I had the money. I didn't have enough money at that moment. But if I had the money, I would have got her that cat, and she would have absolutely loved it. I forget what the name of that cat was, too. It was in the pet store. We were wandering around the pet store, and my daughter just absolutely fell in love with this cat. I said, I'd get it for you if I had the money. I just absolutely would. Because, those cats are expensive, right? It's like $400 or $500 to get a cat in a pet store. So... but I'm sure someone else came along and gave it a good home. So there you go. All right. So that should start us off, everybody. Man, I got way off on a tangent, but that's a standard Kismet streamer. I go right off on a tangent, try to bring some love, try to bring some positivity into the world. So go out there and be awesome this holiday season. And you know what? It'll start being contagious, everybody. That's right. Other people want to be awesome. And then maybe we could just do it year round. We could just treat people a little nicer year round. Wouldn't that be amazing? I think that would be amazing, everybody. But let's get in here. Let's play some Satisfactory. Wait, I haven't said hello to everybody in the chat. I almost forgot. So I want to play some Satisfactory. I want to get into it. But let's say hello here first. Wombat coming in, showing some love. I saw somebody else earlier in the chat too. I was starting up. Hold on, let me go back. Jonkers in the chat. Oh, Box Kicker, my money's on overslept. Well, kind of. Like I was feeling sick, and so I had to lay down, and then I overslept. So you're partially right there. You're 50% right on that one. But again, I'm really pushing myself, everybody. I've been doing some really, really long streams. Probably, I'm streaming the most I've ever streamed ever in 10 years. Because I'm really trying to push myself to, work on my health and also to be stronger here on the stream and do more and that kind of stuff. So I try to do as much as I can, and then when I realize it's too far, then I just say, oh, wait a minute, Kismet, you're going to be out for a few days if you don't just go a little easier and take this extra time to rest up before the stream. So let's not make it a whole, server will restart in 10 minutes. All right. All right, we're talking too much in the chat. Now I gotta do the restart. Joker's coming in with a 1. K-Man Mox, I Am Death coming in saying hi, hello. Thanks for the ones in the chat there, Paul, and I Am Death and Wombat. Rotisserie G coming in and saying hi. Hello, Rotisserie G. We got Jonkers with the 1s and Hair Luna. Wow, that's a lot of 1s. That's like a 6-7 times combo. So let's go ahead and give you guys a bunch of kiss caps. We're working on those retweets, everybody. Go ahead and follow that link up there. Hit that like button. Hit that retweet button. We're 1 retweet away. You could be the hero of the stream and unlock that 5th retweet, which I'm going to quadruple that up and just shower you guys with a bunch of kiss caps so you guys have a high chance of these giveaways. And I got a ton of giveaways coming up. I really got to get that organized, everybody. I had it all ready to go, and then I wanted to change a bunch of things and add a bunch of giveaways. So I don't want to put it out until I have the full list. So maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow when I'm not doing a bunch of stuff during the day. But I am going to do a bonus stream at night because, again, we're streaming every single day for St. Jude. So there you go. Thanks for hanging out, Jonkers. Gorix and Jonkers. There we go. Got a little ahead of myself. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Yes, 1 more retweet and then kids cats. Oh, and then we got it. Oh, there we go. Come on, everybody. Let's shower. Right now, you're just watching the kids caps come down, raining down into your pockets. Be overburdened with kids caps. Just like me, I'm overburdened in games within, an hour, 2 hours, sometimes within 5 minutes. Took me about 2 hours in Fallout London, though. But then again, I was taking my time. I could have probably done it. I could have got overburdened easily within 30 minutes. Hey, Jago. Everybody show Jago some love. Right now, he's struggling a little bit with some family issues. I'm not going to say what they are, but make sure to show some love in the chat, everybody, for Jago having a rough time this holiday season. You know we love Jago here. Longtime member of the guild, everybody. I just want to send out some love to you and your family, Jago. So please show some love to Jago in the chat, everybody. Remember, it does make a difference. That when you send that out to the universe, when you send that love someone's way, it makes a difference to them, and it makes a difference to all the people that receive that love. So please show some love for Jago in the chat, please. And Tab coming in and showing some love as well. Thanks for all that love. Hello, welcome. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Foggy coming in. What's up, Foggy? I spent way too much time on Throne and Liberty today, but then I couldn't sleep anyway, so I figured out how the runes work. We had the spear, and I got the spear as a drop on my other character. I figured out a whole bunch of stuff, which we'll go over on Saturday when we go to raid with my team. Now, God, I hope I remember. I have an alarm set for it, but we'll see what happens. Yes, every Saturday at 6. All right. So I will try to be here on Saturday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time so that we can try to do Queen Bellendir. And actually, my team got a drop last time, but I feel a little bad for TM because TM, I asked him, I said, hey, can you lithograph that? And he's like, yeah, I can lithograph it. He went and did it, and then he found out he couldn't lithograph it. I feel bad for him, bro, because that's a pretty rare drop from Queen Bellendir. But you know what? We'll just go back and grind it every Saturday until he gets it back again. How about that? Yeah, that's what Kismet does. I'll kill as many times. I'm not going to get any drops. I can tell you that now. I'm going to get 0 drops, everybody. My RNG is the worst. And so these runes, there's a lot of RNG, and they have different levels, and then they have different colors, and then they have different sub-colors of the thing, and then you can combine the runes. It's like going down the rabbit. Every time they add a system to this game, it is like going down a rabbit hole, everybody. It is so deep, but it's so amazing how many systems and how deep those systems are. And once you understand them, it's a powerful thing. Now, I got massively nerfed because when I went in and I was playing, I could see that I was taking like at least 50% more damage. How do I know? Because I normally go in when I'm doing my dailies, right? Those are like my gold standards. So I go in, try to do them every day because I get a bunch of loot from it, and then it gets my dailies done. So I just try to jump in, do my little daily roster in the daily thing, so I get my little star coins or I get the battle pass done. And that's what you do in an MMO. You just pop in, take 15, 20 minutes, get it done, and out you go. And I have 2 characters, so I do the 2 characters as well. So normally what I do is I jump on my main character, I get the quests, I run over, I grab about 20 mobs, and then bam, I blast them and they all die. And I rarely have to heal. But after the update, I went in and I grabbed a bunch of mobs and I started blasting them like I normally did. And they were taking actually a little bit more damage, I noticed, but I was taking a lot more damage. I was taking a massive amount of damage. So instead of me not having to heal through all of that battle, I had to heal myself like 3 times. And that's a huge difference. And that's because you're supposed to make that up with those runes and add those runes to make your character more powerful. Now, one of the things, if I had known, everybody, I would have told my team not to collect their weekly thing, because then they would have got a bunch of runes from it. And we got to run a bunch of dungeons so we can get a big package of runes every time. But on my other character, I did have the ability to, because I didn't get the weekly on him, I forgot. And I went and got the big pack of runes, and then I went and looked at it and just figured out how all the runes work on there as well. And we'll go over all of that. We'll go over all of that on Saturday if you're struggling with it or whatever. And of course, my team is gonna know all about it by then. They already knew most about it when I was talking to them today. So we'll talk all about that on Saturday. But I'm just giving you a quick overview of all of that. Yes, look at all that love for you in the chat there, Jago. Big love from everybody on the team and me directly. Again, I hope everything works out for you, brother. And again, everybody, there's that link in the chat. Hit that link in the chat, everybody. Donate to St. Jude's right now. Now's the chance. Click that link. Go in there. Show some love to St. Jude's for the kids right now. Show some love. My alerts still don't work. I don't know what's going on with that again. I work very hard on that stuff, everybody, and then it like works when I test it, and then when I get live on stream, broken. Again, I don't make the alerts, everybody. I just set them up, and then they're supposed to be working because when I tested it, it worked. But more stuff for me to do, everybody. More stuff for Kismet to fix, other than telling my credit card company how to do their job. Hopefully I don't have a problem with them anymore, so I don't have to think about it. I got other things to do. I'm trying to raise some funds for charity, trying to give out some loot. Let's go do it. All right, let's play some games, everybody. Let's have some fun. Now's a great time, everybody, to start up that Kismet love train. You're welcome to give out some love in the chat as well. If you want to give them some gifted subs, if you want to do your Twitch Prime or any of that stuff, now's a great time to get that Kismet love train going. We unlock enough subs today. We'll go ahead and do a dance party. We'll do some fireworks. We'll have some fun. You can also donate to the stream in the form of bits or direct donations. Remember, everything goes right back into the stream as well. And of course, you can use that Tiltify link to go directly to St. Jude's. Know that my donation thing does not go directly to St. Jude's, so I'm just letting you know. Make sure to use the Tiltify link. That goes directly to them, all right? It goes right through Tiltify, right to St. Jude's. Does not go to me in any way. It goes directly to them. All right, let's go ahead and get going. Now, we're standing up here on the top. We can see we've got a bunch of what I call horizontal factories here, where it's all just kind of flattened out. Same thing over here. Looking good, looking good. We've got our space elevator, and up there in the upper right corner, oh, I did move it just perfect. We can see that we have our versatile frameworks all done. And look, we have a backlog again of our beams because this totally finished out. I can see that it did. Yes, look at this. We probably have a whole box of it over here, too. Ah, look at all that. Nice. So we have our 2,500 done because you know what we did? We set up a bunch of stuff. We set it. And we forget it. We let it run for a couple days. So like 30, 60, I don't know how many hours. Just add up all the hours, I guess. 24 hours at least, but probably around 30 plus hours that this has been running, producing resources because, of course, the awesome people over at G-Portal who provide me with the mega server that we're on right now. And again, let me give them a shout out again, everybody. I really appreciate them. Every time, 60 seconds. All right. Oh, that's me bad typing. All right, I got to get out now because it's going to automatically restart the server at 12 midnight. Hold on. Let me try to get this thing right. I typed right that time. There we go. G-Portal. There we go. Oh, and it already came up right before I typed it too. That was weird timing. That was like magical timing. I was talking about it and it just auto put it in the chat for me. But you get 10% off of your G-Portal server. It only costs a couple bucks a month, and you can use the ultimate power. Time. The time to let it run 24/7. Same thing if you want to get a Minecraft server, you want to get a farming simulator, you want to get Valheim, you want to get Satisfactory, of course, and just so many other games. All the games you could possibly think of that are server-based or over there that you can go ahead and set up like this. You can have it set up in minutes, everybody. You go over there, use my code, get 10% off, set that server up, and boom, start your Satisfactory game right then, or Minecraft or whatever you want. They have massive servers over there, everybody. I've seen a ton of stuff as well. Lots of free stuff on Prime Gaming. Oh, yes. Oh, and yes, there was a whole bunch of stuff on... I meant to say that at the top of the stream. I think, who was it who said that under... What did they say that under? Did they say it under general or game suggestions? I think it was game suggestions. Keegan's the one that said... Star Wars Saga and Bus Simulator right now for free. And normally I throw this stuff in the on the Discord under game deals. If I see free game deals or reduced game deals, stuff like that, I'll throw it in there. One of my biggest suggestions, everybody, Humble Bundle is incredibly great deal. You pay it for like a year, and then you get like, you pay like $100 a year, and then it's like you get like $500 or $800 worth of games. Everybody, you get a massive amount of games for cheap, everybody. And some of those are big games too. Right here, everybody. Ooh, Path of Exile 2. I think that's going to be one of the greatest games like that. I've been bummed out on Diablo, everybody, because I love the original Diablo, and I never played Diablo 2, which is one of those ones I want to go back and play. I have it shrink wrapped in my garage from when it released. I have 2 copies of it. I bought one for me and one for my girlfriend at the time. Or I think it maybe was my wife. I don't know. I can't remember the date in which Diablo 2 came out. But I bought 2 copies, but I was so busy that I never got to play it, and I never got around to playing it. So somewhere I have 2 copies. I should like auction those off on eBay or something. 2 shrink rack original copies with the original materials in the box for Diablo 2. Maybe raffle it off for charity or something. I don't know, or raffle it off for my kids' college tuition. But right here, everybody, on the Epic Game Store, and they're doing what I suggested to them, everybody. I suggested to them to have everybody build up a library on Epic, and they would use Epic more often, just like they do with Steam. The reason why most people use Steam is it was the first out the gate, and it works so incredibly well that they build up their game library on Steam. So why wouldn't they just keep adding their games to where they already have their games on Steam? So if you want to compete with Steam, you've got to have everybody have a huge library, and then it makes them open up the Epic Game Store more often. They play on the Epic Game Store more often, and that's the brilliance of giving these games out, is that, you'll play over there for a while. You'll play Bus Simulator or Star Wars Lego, the Star Wars Saga, and the Skywalker Saga, and that will get you to play that. And then you think, okay, well, this other game's like $10. I'll just buy it on the Epic Game Store. And again, that's a brilliant marketing. Say, again, you give a little bit for free. And then, of course, you got to enjoy that free, and then you're not so purchase adverse when you want to go buy something that's a few bucks on there. And, you might want to buy yourself some Black Myth Wukong, because that is an incredibly great game. Definitely a game of the year. God of War Ragnarok, I think I've played that one, or is that the new one? I don't know. I've played a couple of those. Just for like an hour, because I just don't have enough time. If you look at my library, everybody, look at my library on the Epic Game Store. right? I'm going to show you the ones that I've played. I played this one. I played Update 8. I played Outer Worlds. I played Civilization, Goat Simulator 3. We played a little bit of Dead Island 2. Incredibly great game, everybody. Absolutely love it. I'm not, over here. I'm not usually into like zombie apocalypse games, but that one's super fun. For the King, we played it for like an hour. Ark, we played with the team before. Borderlands 2, we played it for, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours. Grand Theft Auto, I finished the whole entire game, by the way. That was an incredibly great game. Still is today. Wuthering Waves, we played a little bit of that. We've done Game of Thrones board game. I don't think we played that. Haven't played it. Haven't played it. Haven't played it. Haven't got around to it yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. You see it. You can see a thing going here, right? Not yet. Not yet. You can see I added the bus simulator because I want to check it out eventually. Cut the card shark. All these ones. A lot of these also are from Twitch Prime. Chivalry 2. Did we play that? I think we might have. And I got a press version of Dead Island 2, everybody, because I'm a streamer and they sent me a code for the press version. I got to play it before it came out. It's pretty cool. Deathloop, we've got a bunch of stuff in here. Oh, Dragon Age, one of the greatest series of all time, everybody. Inquisition, I have 0 of 69 achievements. That's because I haven't played it yet. Elite Dangerous, that one I have played. I played that one a lot when it first came out, way back in the day with my crew. A lot of fun. I can tell you I played all of these multiple times. Very, very cool. Including some of my favorites of all time Fallouts. Of course, Fallout New Vegas and, of course, Fallout 3, which is in here. I even played Tactics, everybody. That was pretty amazing. Now, I own about 5 copies of those, everybody, of various different, like on a floppy disk or on a CD or whatever when they first came out. And then, of course, own a bunch of digital copies as well. Never played Football Manager. Galactic Civilization looks totally like my type of game. I definitely would love to play that game. Not enough time in the day. This is an incredibly great game, everybody. I highly recommend Frostpunk. It just came out with Frostpunk 2. I highly recommend that one as well. Huge recommend on all of those. And the story just goes on and on here. Look, Kismet, why don't you play enter name of game here? This is why, everybody. This is why. Right here. Oh, there's another great game, Surviving Mars. Oh, you love simulation games and stuff to do with Mars, everybody. Oh, that's such a great game, too. I highly recommend that one. I've played that one through many times. And so on and so forth and so on and so forth. You get the idea. There's just so many games, and that is a good thing, everybody. We're in like a game renaissance. Well, we have so many games to play, we just don't have enough time in the day to play them. And I suggest to claim all of your games, everybody. You never know. One day on a Saturday, it's a rainy day, and you're like, man, I just finished this other game. I don't have any game to play. Just pull up your Steam or pull up your Epic or pull up both or pull up all of them. I also got them on GOG as well and a whole bunch of other platforms. Wherever I see a free game, everybody, remember, saving money is making money. I'm telling you, it is. So saving money on them games when you get a bunch of free games, especially something that's so incredibly good when you get, like a full used to be $60, $70, $80 game, and you get that for free. You should take advantage of that for sure, everybody. Absolutely. So there you go. Epic Game Store, free stuff over there. Also, a ton of killer stuff on Prime. Again, I'll probably put all that stuff up tomorrow. But let me go ahead and pull mine up over here so we can get this going. Ooh, what's this? Secret Level. Celebrate the premiere of Secret Level on Prime Video with free games and special deals. Oh, I'm all about that. But look at this, everybody. Again, I put this in my thing. I just click on free games right there. That's the first thing I do. We got Overcooked. Oh, that's a good game. Ooh, Wall-E. I never played that one. I have played Jurassic Park Evolution. Great game. Outer Worlds. See, I'll claim them anyway, even though I already have them. I might have them on another platform because they might include the DLCs or they might be a new version or an alternate version of that thing. Like, look, Elite Dangerous. I already have Elite Dangerous, but I'll get it anyway. Get them all, everybody. You're paying for it. Remember, you're paying to have Twitch Prime or Amazon Prime, which gets you Twitch Prime, which gets you a bunch of free stuff. So it's like you're paying, but then you're getting all that value back and a whole lot more. This is one of the greatest values going right now. Amazon Prime is incredible. You don't pay any shipping, which, I buy a bunch of big stuff for my kids. Sometimes they need a dresser, or when I first got Twitch Prime is when my kids were little, and I had to buy a double stroller, and it was $70 to ship it. That was like the Cadillac of twin strollers, because I have twins. And so I was going to buy this thing, and it said Amazon Prime. I think it was like $11 a month. And so it's 11 times 12. So it's like $100, but I saved $70 right then. So it just paid for 3/4 of the year of having Amazon Prime. And that's pretty epic, everybody. That means 3/4 of the year, every time I order something, which I order off Amazon all the time, just to make it convenient because I can just order a bunch of stuff up and it always shows up at my door. I've never had it not make it to my door. Now, sometimes, someone's been playing, kick the Kismet box. And I report those when I get like a box that's all destroyed from whoever they're shipping it through. I'm not going to call out any specific companies, but they do play kick the box, everybody. That's like, reminds me of that Ace Ventura thing. I got a package, people, and he's like slamming the package and he's kicking it and he's knocking it around. I just visualize that in my head every time I see a package that shows up and it's all wrecked. Anybody else do that? Put a 1 in the chat. Am I the only one who does that? Whenever you see a package that's all like wrecked from shipping, and you think, what are they doing to these packages? What the heck? So again, Twitch Prime, everybody, absolutely worth it. You get your money back in the first month, everybody. Remember, they do these quite often where you get a bunch of stuff. There's Tomb Raider right there. That's an awesome game. The anniversary version, the original Tomb Raider, I played the heck out of that game when it first came out too. Kerbal Space Program, which I already collected. That's a really great game. If you love space stuff, everybody, get that one part of your Twitch Prime. And again, I put all this on my Discord for you guys to check out. This way you can look through and see if there's anything in there that you like. And if there is, boom, jump over to Amazon Prime, or actually called Prime Gaming, that you can jump over and grab all that stuff. So highly recommend all of that as well. So feel free to check that out. Again, that was perfect timing, though, because we could let the server reset while we were hooking you guys up with free stuff. So go get some free stuff right now, everybody. Again, I try to put that in there, and I don't have that much time to put everything in there. There's a lot of things. But if you do see a deal like that, just let me know. Go into my general chat and say, Kismet, there's a deal over here that people probably love, and then I'll go track you down the thing. Usually on Fridays or Mondays, I'll track down those deals, and of course, I give you credit. If you come in and say, hey, Kismet, I saw this deal on the thing, like Rotisserie G said, there's lots of Prime stuff this week. Now, I was going to do it anyway on Friday, because I usually do. On Fridays is where I do a whole bunch of stuff for the week. I start to work on my schedule for next week. I start to work on, free games. If I see some awesome stuff over at Humble Bundle for cheap or wherever else we can find it, I put that in there. If I see giveaways, like somebody's giving away a computer or something epic like that, I'll try to retweet that on my Twitter or x.com. I try to do all of that stuff on Friday for your guys' benefit. It doesn't benefit me at all. I mean, you can go and do it, and maybe one of those might be an affiliate link, but it's like 0.01 of a penny, everybody. Like, it's not really worth my time to do it. If it was like, see, if you're like business mind, everybody, this job is not what you should be doing. You should be a bag boy, or whatever they call it now. They don't even call it bag boy anymore, a box boy at a department store. You should be cleaning toilets. You should be doing anything other than streaming if you're going to be doing it for money, because only the very limited, the top 0.01% are going to make a decent amount of money that they could survive on. I do it because it's something I can do, and if I get really ill or I don't feel well, like today, I just say, hey, I'll be in later, and I can't get fired because I'm the boss. So if I don't show up to work, I can just say, oh, I understand, you didn't feel well. All right, well, feel better and come back tomorrow, because I know I'm not trying to fake it. Oh, I'm feeling bad today. Oh, man, I really can't come into work. You can't fake it when it's just you, everybody. That's for sure. You know if you're feeling well or not. Again, I'm the boss and the employee. But my job is to bring joy, everybody, not to make some product or produce some product or sell you something or anything like that. That's not my job. I never have thought of that my job. Sometimes people call them influencers. I think that's completely incorrect. Content creator is better, but I think entertainer is what I do. I try to bring you a little bit of entertainment. This is what this is all about, everybody. This is what it is about. It's like watching sports or watching any other type of entertainment that you enjoy, whether you're watching a sitcom or something like that. That's my job. That's, again, you got to stay focused on what your job is. My job and what your focus of your stream is. If you are a streamer, what is your stream all about? What's the goal? What's your big goal? My goal is to bring a little bit more joy and positivity into the world, because there's plenty of the other stuff. and have some fun. And if you see that I'm having some fun, maybe you want to get the game. Awesome. You go get Satisfactory right now on Steam. Guess what? I don't make a dime, and that's okay. That's okay, everybody. You find it for the cheapest price that you can afford, and you go grab it. That doesn't make any difference to me. I'm not here to be the richest person in the graveyard, everybody, because it ain't happening now. Kismet is going to be the poorest person in the graveyard, but I'm going to be rich in here, right here, everybody. That's the best place to be rich, inside there. That's right. Right there is the best place. And I've done some amazing things and had expensive things and blah, blah, blah. And all of that success stuff that you do when you're young. And then you realize nobody cares. And eventually you don't care. You buy a big fancy car. You know what happens in 2 to 3 years? It's just a car. Then you're just driving from A to Z in a really expensive car where you could have bought 2 cars, or you could have bought another car and then bought a cheaper car and then take that money and made it so your kids could go to school and whatnot. I would rather put all my funds toward my children and their success, because I got that many years left there, but I'm in the second half of my life now. And who knows, you don't even know, even in the first half of your life, you don't know if you're living past 20 or 30. I know in my life, everybody, it was sketchy just getting out of my teens. I'm telling you, it's some scary stuff back in the 80s and 90s, everybody. Some scary, just let your kids run wild in the streets. And that's what we did. We didn't know any better. We did a whole bunch of dumb things that today I think, well, man, what was I thinking? What was I thinking as a kid? So there you go. Parcel handed to resident, or no, you fired it through the letterbox at 6 feet clear across the hallway into the living room. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, what they do is they're trying to kick a field goal with your box, which is funny. Because, if you have one of those things that's like the ring doorway, I see a lot of those online where the person comes up and they're like kicking it, or they're just like a TV, right? And they just drop it. And you're like, whoa, bro. Or it's like a computer and they just drop it on the ground. And like, dude, come on. It says fragile on the side. You don't just drop it, especially from 3 feet up. Boom, that thing's going to be broken. Then the person has to call them and tell them, or contact them via the thing and say, look, it came broken and now I got to get another one, and they got to ship another one. And then the same person drops it 3 feet down again. They're like kicking your PlayStation or your Xbox down the road to get it to your house, and they're kicking it up your stairs or whatnot. Man, have some respect for other people's property. That's like your job, man. Your job is to deliver it in good condition to the person who purchased it. I think. I don't know. This is my crazy old school ideas. All right. Now, also what we got going, as you can see over there, is the wonderful Kismets, everybody. One of my favorite events in any game. So we're going to go over here and we're going to get that going on. First thing we're going to do, though, is we're going to fill up this hole, because you just know kids are going to fall right down in there. Absolutely. Let me make sure my game sound is working over here. Yes, I can hear me jumping. All right. So we were doing a bunch of stuff. We were unlocking a lot of various tiers, and we were kind of letting it backlog for the last couple days. And right now we need to do railway signaling. Now, I bet you we have a whole lot of this left over now that we let it run for a few days, because, again, we're using the power of time, the ultimate power. Both in life and in game. If you can get more time out of the day, you can be more multitasking, do more things in a day, as I try to do. Like when I'm playing Throne and Liberty every day, I'm uploading videos, I'm doing a whole bunch of other stuff. I'm also writing down notes, doing like 5-6 different things at the same time, multitasking to get the most out of each and every day, because it's just me. If it's just you, everybody, then you've got to be the everything person, right? You got to be the accountant, you got to be the graphic designer, you got to be the production manager who says, hey, graphic designer, hurry up, get that stuff done. you gotta be the everything person. Again, you gotta wear your different hats to get that production done, or get done whatever you're trying to get done. Now, one of the things we really want to work on is our computers. We want to get those going, and even if they're running slowly, we can at least get those going a bit here. Let's go see if we have any more of these pipes over here. I would think they're massively backlogged by now. Let's go see over this way. I think we need to turn that up just a little bit. Always balancing. I don't know what it is between various games. Oh, and by the way, this worked. Is this biofuel still running? Wow, this biofuel has been running for days, everybody. It's been running for days. Wow, it still has a whole bunch more in there. Wow, you got to think that's been running for like 30 hours. That's how much biofuel I have in there. And it's feeding it across all 15 of these. And that biofuel has been keeping that power going. But like I said, everybody, oh, no connection. Why is that one just sitting out there by itself? That's weird. Right over here, you can see that the actual consumption went way down. That's because some of the stuff backlogged, and thus it is using a lot less power. We also added our battery power, which basically adds a regulator. So if you do tip above your power limits and then come back down, it'll use the batteries, then come back down, and then charge it back up. And we used that on our previous playthrough to basically do it with like 50, 60,000 power, and we finished the entire game with no alternate recipe. By the way, the ultimate efficiency run. If you want to be super efficient in the game, watch that playthrough. Remember, all my playthroughs, all my streams in their entirety, except for a few of them I lost that got corrupted. But wasn't my fault. Blame OBS for that. Now I don't have that problem because I use MKV format. So if it does crash or anything, whatever, I still get my video. So I highly recommend MKV format for all of you streamers who are recording your streams, whatnot. I also record it directly to YouTube now because now Twitch lets partners stream also on other platforms. So make sure to be doing all of that as well. And I appreciate you all coming in and hanging out. Okay, so we got that. We got those beams. Now we need these computers. We're getting close on those retweets, everybody. Here we go. Come on, go over there, show some love. Hit that like button, hit that retweet button. It does help a lot here in the stream. And of course, it earns you guys Kismets to use for them giveaways. All right, so we got railway signaling is our next big thing. And then we have engineering where we get our better pipes, and then especially our blueprints. So we're almost done with tier 6 already. We did our industrial manufacturing because we need our manufacturer to do our computers and our heavy modular frames. So I'd say we get a little bit of that going. What we really need to do is to get more power. Now, at this point, our power is going to become very critical in what we do. We need to massively scale up our power. So we started with some biofuel, which you guys just saw over this way. You saw that biofuel there, and that's 15 biofuel. That keeps everything going. So if you take 30 production times 15, so 30 times 15 of them, 30 megawatts per each. It's 450 megawatts right there, just in biofuel. Then what we did is we went and we created our coal power underneath here, which is cool because we just brought our coal over. And later on, we came back and we combined these lines when we had faster lines. But you can see we have our coal plant, and that's an additional 900 power there, right? Now our next goal is to do way more power than that, right? Now we could double up on our coal plants, but what we really want to do is keep upping what's known as the megajoules, or the amount of energy that's being produced by that type of production, right? Now I never really need more than like 12 of the coal plants, everybody, because by the time I get 12 of those going, I should be right about the point in which I'm ready to do my oil power. Right? And that's one of the things you want to unlock very quickly, because what will happen is you'll run out of power, which we had the problem why we had to start our biofuel over there. So in tier 5, what happens is we can do our jetpack, we get our oil processing going, then we're able to do our plastics and our rubber. Then we get our faster belts, which I'm very excited about using those, which actually I'll probably skip over and do the level 5s when we get into the next phase. But then we got our fluid packaging as well that we can do. Don't need this quite yet. I could use it for oil. I could use it for water. I'm not going to bother. I could use it also for heavy oil residue, which I've never done and don't need to. But I need that packaging later on. I can also use it for packaged fuel, so I could use the fuel for me, and also we could use the fuel for other things like vehicles and so on. And then the really powerful thing right here is your fuel power generator. And this is when I say you really need to overclock. You need to overclock every single one of those oil nodes, everybody, and watch how much power we're going to do today. Because today our highest priority is oil power. And we're going to go to it big time. Now, we're going to need a train to go and pick up our oil and bring it back to us. Now, we don't need to actually have it go bring the water this time like we did last time because we're not going inland in the forest. We're actually right by the water. So we're going to bring the power to the water or the oil to the water as opposed to bringing the water to the oil, right? Or the oil and the water to my base. So the smarter thing to do is to have one of those elements where you're at and then bring the other element to you. It's much more efficient. And then you can just have the train just picking up the oil instead of having to pick up multiple things. So again, we're going to be way more efficient in this particular playthrough. But another thing we want to do is check our advent calendar over here because we have gone a few more days. So what we want to do, and this is one of my favorite things, everybody, Merry Fixmas. It's an event they put on every single year. They've really upgraded it this year, of course, for release. I absolutely love it, as always. But now we're on day 5. Now, last time when we did this, everybody, time clicked over to the next day, which it just did today. So now we clicked over into day 6. So now we can do not only day 5, but we can do day 6 as well here on the stream, which is pretty cool. So I see 5 right here. Let's click on that, see what we get. Oh, we get some tickets. Now, I noticed that some of these are randomized because also I have a local playthrough. This is on the server I'm playing now. But I also have a local playthrough, and that local playthrough gave me different things than I have in this playthrough. So that's cool. I like it when it's like that. All right, we got to find number 6. Now, I see 16. I see 7, 14, 15, 17, 24. There's 8. Now, of course, when I'm looking for that later, I won't be able to find it. 12, 9, 25, 20 in the hand. We already did 4. 19 right there. Don't tell me. Let me figure it out. No backseat gaming. 23, 21, 9. Oh, you are a sneaky 6, aren't you? I feel like the numbers get smaller and smaller the higher the numbers get. I love doing these things, everybody. Again, I just think it's fascinating. There's 13. There's 14. I just think it's fascinating how your brain doesn't see it. And it's probably crazy obvious, too. Oh, right there. Ah, basic Fixmet skins.
Obviously, these Fixmet decorations do not increase efficiency. In fact, they are a downgrade on every level. They can be found in the customizer.
Okay, well, we got some stuff in the customizer. There we go. And that's number 6. It was hard to see, everybody, because it looked like the shine of the edge of his helmet. But eventually I saw it there, and it's so obvious now. Again, your brain just cannot see it. And then all of a sudden, oh, there it is. Right there on his helmet. Duh. Now remember, don't backseat game, everybody, or I will permaban you from my channel. Remember, any thing where you say, hey, do this, Kismet, or click that, or do that. Now, I do give you the first one for free, but don't spoil anything. Again, part of the fun is trying to figure it out as we go along. I appreciate you, though. Don't think I don't appreciate you coming in and having my back in the channel. But again, don't take away my fun by backseat gaming. If I want you to tell me, I'll say, hey, chat, tell me the thing. Right? I will ask you to tell me as opposed to not. So there we go. So we found it right there on his helmet. Easy peasy. Now, I don't think we can do number 7, which I did see number 7 right here. Yeah, we can't do 7 yet. I always check it anyway. Because last time we checked it and I realized, oh, wait, it's like the next day. All right, so we got some tickets out of there. And then we got some customizer stuff. Let's go look in the customizer. Basic Fixmet skins is what we got. What does that mean? Fixmet skins. Skins for what? Oh, okay. Give you different colors. Oh, whoa, Trippy. No, we taking that off. Oh, no. No, no. Vertigo, everybody. Vertigo. No, no, no. Reset skin. No, 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 no. I like the side part, but no, not the bottom. Absolutely not. But there you go. Each your own. Just make sure your belts are real down. You don't have to watch that bottom part of it. That's gonna make me dizzy. That's gonna make me dizzy. All right, what else we got? Can we do the power poles? No. Okay, so it's just belts. That's just belts. How would you know that was belts, though? Can be. Oh, it says it right there. Can be applied to conveyor belts and pipelines for a Merry Fixmas look. Oh, let's go try some pipelines. Let's go see what that looks like. Hopefully, it doesn't have that moving stripe thing. Some people are very sensitive to moving stuff. I am. Right there. Ah, okay. I like the pipes. Pipes are good. All right, let's customize all the pipes here. Look like candy canes. I love it. Yeah, that part's good. And we're going to consolidate this down, by the way, to just be one line run when we get our harder pipe. I like that. Okay, this I don't like, though. Because that's moving, and that makes me dizzy. It sucks being me, everybody. Again, I have a lot of medical conditions that make that more difficult. But, again, if you like it, you go ahead and put it on there and enjoy it. All right, back up here we go. There we go. Yes, Amazon parcel, yes. Warden, what's up? Oh, what's that Backseat Gaming? Took you ever to find it? Yes, well, I found it eventually, luckily on my own before I saw you tell me in the chat. Do you got drops falling from the sky? Mine stopped for some reason. I did have it last time on Wednesday. I didn't see whether they were going today, but it doesn't really matter because I got an ever so slightly amount of presents running right over here. And I mean, when I say slightly, I mean a whole crazy lot. Oh, right over here. Look at this. I've got like 16 of these running. You can see I've got them backlogged over here, and I really can't do anything else with them because I have double backlog, 2 boxes high on the server here of everything. So, yeah, so now we have 2 boxes of this and another one up there, and we've got those, and we've got the candy canes, and we've got the ribbons, and, oh, this one's still going over here. This one's still trying to churn them out on the actual snow. And again, eventually, oh, we got a whole box full of it up there. And then over here, of course, 2 boxes of the red ones and 2 boxes of the blue ones. Because, again, we have the power of time. We have the server, and the server can run 24/7. That's why I highly recommend getting yourself a G-Portal server. Even if you're playing solo like I am, I'm not playing with anybody else in this particular playthrough. Sometimes I do, though. Sometimes I invite everybody in. We all play together. But in this particular playthrough, we're doing a mega playthrough. We might do that after this playthrough, where I open up the server and everybody can jump on and play together and do all of that fun stuff. And I've already played through the 1.0 version. I've also played through the game 50 times, everybody. So this isn't my first time playing. I played it since it first came out. I knew it within 5 minutes, one of my favorite games of all time. I've been gaming for 50 years. That's right. Now you know somebody's been gaming for half a century. Absolutely. Since way back in the day, my first gaming console was the first gaming console, the Magnavox Odyssey in the early 70s. And, of course, Atari and Commodore and Apple and PC and even supercomputers like Cray supercomputers and Silicon graphics machines and giant prepress machines that cost $250,000 and all that kind of stuff. It wasn't my $250,000, but somebody else who said, hey, young kid, go play with all these expensive toys. And I was like, I'm down. You got my attention. Count me in for that. That sounds super fun. I'm all about it, for sure. So let's go ahead and just let this rock and roll over here. And we got our dimensional depot. That was the other thing we got right at the end. We unlocked our dimensional depot, so we can throw our tickets in there. Did we already max these presents? No, we did not. How about concrete's maxed? See, I just drag it in there to see if it's maxed. I think all of this stuff should be pretty maxed in there. Because we set this up to put a bunch of this stuff in there while we were AFK. And you can see it all went in there. As well. Let's go see. Let's see how it did over here. We were running all of our excess stuff. This is the excess stuff in these 3 boxes here. Oh, yeah, it ran it all. See, we balanced it, so it did 100 of this and 100 of that, just full stacks of each thing. And it all ran in the dimensional depot until I got to barrel nuts, which it ran out. But again, that's a great way to do that. So if you have a certain amount, like reanimated Sam, which we have probably a ton of that over on the other side, we can take that and just manually put it in a box, and just as much would fill that up. So in this case, it would be, we would want to put 48 in there. But know what we really want to do? We want to take the 2 out and take a full stack of pale berries and put that 50 in there, and then let all 50 run back in again. Same thing with sand fluctuators. We would take the 7 out. We'd do 100. We do 50 of the hog remains. You get the general idea. But now you can see that we're getting a bit of the stuff, like steel beams right there. That's a great example of stuff that we can go ahead and grab, which I probably have some in these boxes now that I think about it. Right over here, because I'm using some of the steel beams while I'm going. And we can just take those steel beams and just throw them in there and then let them fill up. And then anything that can't go in there will automatically go into our inventory. Now, eventually, I will have this for every single resource, but we got to go collect our Mercer spheres and do all of that stuff. First, we got to get some manufacturers going. Let's get those going. And before we get our manufacturers going, we need to go and we need to do our oil power, right? So we're going to put our oil power down there. Now, we need to get our train going. Now, we set up a little area over this way. I'll show you a little trick, by the way. If you are trying to run a little faster and you have the jetpack, you slide, then you jump. And you can see that I'm going way faster. That's old school, everybody. That's old school there, before we had hypertubes and all that kind of stuff. And before we even had trains in this game, you slide and you jump. And then, boom, it gives you that running acceleration. You can jump along there. You can also use your belts to your advantage. So if you got some belts running in this direction, say this belt right here, you start running and then you jump. And see, you get that momentum. You can even turn that momentum sideways. And take you off to the side. Know that you will run out of your fuel as well. That's why you need to upgrade that fuel eventually as well. But you can see right here, we've got this coming through already. We have it going and grabbing our plastic and our rubber and bringing it over here for us to use. And that allowed us to do all those upgrades. And we can see the train sitting right over there. And in a minute, it's going to try to come back this way. And then we can get on it. Or we can just hop a new train and put it on there and see what happens. Oh, yeah, here it goes. Now this, if you notice, this isn't as far as last time, if you were watching last time, and that's because we moved to my favorite place in the game, and that is right here. Now, the first time we played through 1.0, we did it wherever we landed in the forest area. That's where we built our base, and then we worked from there. But in here, we started right here along the coast, everybody. They're in a massive, looks like a little bunny sideways, I think, because again, I'm an artist. So that's what I see. But there's a spot right here on the map that has just nothing but pure nodes right here. So you're going to start with 3 iron pure nodes, 1 copper pure node, and then you're going to start with also with a limestone pure node, and then a bunch more pure nodes nearby that you can go and grab and bring up along with coal, caterium, and of course quartz and sulfur. We still got to get our sulfur run over here. We got a quartz run over here. We got to work on that too. But now we want to jump on the train. Now, sometimes I jump in the train, but most of the time, I just like to get on the train and do my thing over here. And it was dropping off. It's called the oil drop-off, but it's actually not dropping off oil yet because we got to get over here and we got to get this oil set up so that we can go ahead and get it going. Now, also what we need to do is run around and get some more of our little slug friends. Right here, we've got 1 right now. Now, when you're running around and you have the ability to do the dimensional depot in your inventory, I suggest to unlock it as fast as possible. Because every little thing that you have that's not in there, you can just go ahead and drag and put it down there into the part down below. Now, the other thing is if your inventory is full, you can also use these as temporary inventory slots. Even if the dimensional depot is full, it pulls it out of your inventory, and then you can put them here just to carry them around, and then when you get somewhere, you can take them out of your inventory. That's what I do. I use it also as extra inventory slots. Also, what I can do is just put stuff in there that I know that I'm going to use up in a minute. Great example is I know I'm going to use up a bunch of these steel beams. And by the way, I'm putting steel beams in right now, but I can double up that steel beam by putting one in that box back there and then putting one in also in my inventory. Oh, hold on. Yep. Well, let's whip back again. All right, go do your thing, brother. All right, and so we got these on load, and you can see that these suckers are very, very full. I love to see it. So we're going to need to hunt some more of those down, but let's go look and see how our oil power is doing. Now, always look out when you come in because the stuff could respawn and be right here, which does happen. Now, we just started with some basics, everybody. We started with some stuff. We had to turn this one off because we didn't have enough power or enough stuff. We had to go back, get some more, come back. But we can go ahead and turn that one off if we need to, but we don't need to because we got a lot of plastic now. We don't even need it on. So we've got 2 for plastic, 1 for rubber, and then 1 to process all of that extra resources, the heavy oil residue. It goes into petroleum coke, and that petroleum coke goes into this box, and that box then goes into the awesome sink. Now, you can recycle it back in if you want to, but it's producing a lot of tickets for me, and I would rather just get rid of the byproduct because it takes less work, and of course, it uses your most valuable asset when you're spending a lot of time reincorporating it into your setup. It's easier just to get rid of it. You can always make more of it. You got plenty of nodes. It's not like you're going to run out of nodes, everybody. I find that, again, I got all the way through the whole game. I probably used 20 nodes out of 100 or 150 or how many ever nodes they have in the game. I mean, maybe 20. Max. And that, again, was on 50 to 60,000 power. And we got all the way through the entire game. I used blueprinting to make it super efficient. I even overdid it a little bit. So if I do have excess, it'll burn up that excess. And I'm going to do a bit more of that in this playthrough, but on a mega scale, about a huge, huge scale. We're going to tap every node. We're going to do everything. We're going to do every process in the game. We're going all out on this playthrough. Not just to be super efficient to get to the end of the game and finish the game like we did, but in this time, we're doing massive scale up of everything. So this is the first one I always do, and you can see right here that we got a bit of a fluid buffer there in the front. As well as you can see, we haven't overclocked it yet. Now there is no Mark II, Mark III, Mark IV of the oil extractors. It is what it is. So in this case, it's 240. So the only way to extract more crude oil from here is to overclock it. And I will absolutely do that with this, but we actually need a summer sloop to be very efficient with our overclocking, which I'll talk about later, not only in production, but in replication of our power shards. And we'll show you that here in just a bit. Now, also, right out here, which we haven't even tapped into yet, we just ping it. You can actually see them from here, right there. A bunch of oil nodes over there that we can go and we can collect as well. So we need the power so we can do our manufacturers so we can produce more power, which I think is awesome. We already have our train set up and everything, so we're all good on all of that. Also, by the way, if you notice, I have my train elevated. And the reason why I have my train elevated is that fluids flow really great downhill. Not so much upwards, because you have a head lift when you're going upwards. But if you bring it up to that level, and then you run it to your base, and then I run it down, I now have a positive head lift or a positive flow. Nature and gravity is pulling that down, because the fluid pulls the other fluid, just like water, oil, the same way. It'll pull the other molecules along with it, or the other oil with it, down into my my power plant. I'm gonna put my other power plant right next to my my coal power plant. Have them all together. Have your power where you're at, so you don't have to run out there to fix it every time, except for your nuclear power. Nuclear power, not so much. You'll find out when we get to that. Again, when we get to that, you'll find out why not to put that right next to your primary base, everybody. That's not good. No, don't do that. So there you go. Yeah, I don't know. It stopped doing it apparently for me today too. I don't know. They did a patch today, so they might have accidentally turned it off. So we'll probably get a patch tomorrow that turns it back on again. Atari 2600 and the VIC-20 and the Commodore. Yes, I had the Commodore 64 myself and the VIC-20 and the Atari and also the Timex Sinclair, the really old version of computing there as well. One of the very first computers way back in the day. One of my favorite things, taking the tape. If you remember back in those days on the Commodore, you put your cassette tape in there, and then you'd fast forward to the point in which you wanted to load your game, like Snakebite or something like that, and then you'd load it up, and you'd be a little tiny little snake, and then you eat the apple, and you get a little longer, and a little longer, and then you try not to run into your own tail, and you try to go around to get the apple, but not try to hit yourself at the same time. Very, very fun. You know, I probably still have that in the box, by the way. I still have my Commodore 64 cassette tape somewhere. In one of my, what I call nostalgic boxes. So I don't keep all that stuff, everybody. It's just too much junk to keep. But I keep some nostalgic things. So every now and again when I'm, going through the garage or whatever, I look in there and go, oh, yeah, that old tape. Oh, Diablo 2 still shrink wrap, which I've never played. Let me put that back in there. Those kind of nostalgia boxes. But I have, in my life, everybody, I have owned a lot of stuff, and I'm sure you guys have too. And the thing that I found is the most rewarding is to get rid of that stuff, is to really reduce down what you own, everybody. When you reduce down what you own, it becomes less of a burden. And that's what I've been doing now for 20 years, everybody. Just getting rid of everything and keeping the bare minimum amount of stuff that I need, that I want to have around. And if I don't want to have around, out it goes. Sometimes I'll buy something for like 20 bucks, and I'll say, do I really need this thing? No, and I'll give it away to somebody else. I'll like it for a little bit, and then I'll just get rid of it. Because, again, I don't really need it. Somebody else would get more use out of it. I give it to them instead. Or I give it to my wife or whatever, who enjoys pack ratting stuff. You think I'm not really a pack rat in real life, everybody, just in game. Not anymore anyway. I don't keep that stuff. I don't have storage units where I keep a ton of crap. I got a shed like out in the backyard, but that's for like the lawnmower, everybody. I don't keep my lawnmower in my office. I keep that out in the shed, you know what I mean? Keep that stuff out where it belongs. But other than that, I don't really, I don't collect stuff anymore. If I get some collectibles, they send it to me, like Bethesda Gear sends me tons of cool stuff. I just give it away to you guys because I know you're going to get much more enjoyment out of it than me because I really don't have any place to put it. And I could make a whole thing like some people do. They have like a whole thing of, all sorts of goodies and games and stuff in the background. I could have made a huge one of those, everybody. I could have made one that's so big you couldn't even see it. It'd be off the side of the screen back in the day. But I got rid of all that stuff. I don't keep nostalgia stuff pretty much anymore. I just keep a little bit of things that I think are, have like personal value to me. Great example, Ultima 4, everybody. I have the original Ultima 4, my favorite game of all time, because it is the grandfather of all games that are RPG. So you want to know why we got Fallout? Because of Ultima 4. You want to know why we got Elder Scrolls? Ultima 4. You want to got Starfield? Ultima 4. You want to know why we got all the campaigns and all the games you've ever played that have quests? World of Warcraft. I can make a giant list of every RPG that ever was. And you can go all the way back and trace it all the way back to Ultima and Ultima 4, which it began that whole quest system where it's called Quest of the Avatar, where you go and you do a quest and you talk to the NPC and you do all of that stuff. Starting way back in the 70s and 80s, everybody, way back when Ultima came out. So big love to my buddy, my pal, who I don't really know in real life, Richard Garriott, aka the mighty Lord British. So big love to him, who is also an astronaut. He got to go to the space station, everybody. I'm double jealous. One, that he's an awesome, amazing game developer, and then he got to go to space, everybody. I'll be the first one to Mars, everybody. Elon Musk calls me up, says, hey, Kismet, you want to be the first streamer on Mars? I'm like, sign me up, brother. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. It'd be kind of tough with the chat, though, because it'd be like a 20-minute lag in the chat. But hey, first streamer on Mars, everybody, I'm down. I'm not kidding either. I'm not kidding. If he called up and said, Kismet, you going on the first one with everybody? I said, I'm there. I'm going. Let's go. Let's do it. It'd probably be scary. Probably be a whole bunch of things. Probably better to survive, maybe die. But you could sit here and say, oh, I wish I did. I wish I could. But then if you did, maybe you become a legend. You become a legend. The first person on Mars who's streaming. I would totally give you guys updates. What's going on with the Mars colony? How's everything going? Okay, we got the whole habitat built. Okay, I got my whole like office built now. I'm over here, and then I can, maybe we can have a window. I don't know if you can have a window in your space station on Mars and to start with. Maybe later when we, figure out the mechanics of it. But I say, look out the window. This is not simulated, everybody. This is really Mars right there. This is not a simulation. This is not a game. This is not a green screen. This is really Mars right there behind me. That would be amazing. There you go. I would do it in a second, everybody. I wouldn't even think twice. He handed down his TRS 80. Yes, with the cassette drive. There you go. Internet and CompuServe. Yes. Yes, I played a lot of games on CompuServe, but they used to have what they call them MUDs now. But on CompuServe, what you would do is you would have so many minutes and then it would kick you off. So you're in there playing adventure. So you would go and you would write it down so you could get it done as quick as possible. I'm like having flashbacks right now. So you would write it down and say, okay, north, north, east, east, south, south, east, south, west, north, thing. Okay, give the bird do the thing with the bird. Okay, now I got to turn left. I got to go north, north, north. And so you would map it out. And I mapped it all out, how to get to where I needed to go, what the quests were. And then all of a sudden you would take too long and boom, it would kick kick you off and say, too bad that's all you get for today. And then the next person would log on, and then they would be going north, north, south, south, west, west, east, east. I just think of how many people did that back in those days, everybody. And again, the CompuServe was one of the very first ones as well out there. And that's exactly what I would do. I would exactly do that. And then I actually finished the game. I finished Adventure, and it wasn't easy because you had to just hit it just perfect to get to the end and do the end thing before CompuServe would kick you off. I finished it. I sure did. Absolutely. And again, it was all text-based. They're called MUDs now, but they're text-based adventures. So, and the name of that game was Adventure. So there you go, way back in the day. Old school, everybody. Kismet is old school. I'm as old school gets. I'm the OG, the original gamer from back in the day. I've been gaming for 50 years. Very proud of it. Very proud of it. I've always been a gamer, everybody. People go, you're a gamer? Way back in the day. And I said, one day it's going to be the #1 entertainment in the world. I'm telling you now. I'm telling you, people love gaming. Gaming is so incredibly fun. It's much more of an interactive adventure versus just watching TV, watch the same old sitcom. You've seen 5,000 times in just different iteration because they just take the same scripts and remake them with the same characters that they got now. And then, okay, we're making a new sitcom. Oh, wait, it's just like the old one. It's usually the same situations that the old one did, but it just has different characters in it. I swear, man, I watch TV and I just go, start to doze off. Now, of course, there is a few exceptions. Of course, watching the Hallmark Channel makes me doze off because those scripts are like the same every single time. Girl's in trouble. Girl goes do the thing. Oh, and okay, here's this guy. Oh, he's a sweet, wonderful guy. They can't hook up for whatever reason, insert of reason why they can't fall in love because she doesn't like him, he doesn't like her, or something happened along the way. And then magically they fall in love and everything's great and everything's wonderful by the end. My wife watches the Hallmark Channel. Big love to her. I mean, hey, dude, like what you like, everybody. If you like the Hallmark Channel, you go right ahead. You go ahead and watch it. My kids watch it too. They're like, it's like moths to a flame, everybody. Every time with that. See, it doesn't have that much effect on me. I just like, yeah, okay, whatever. The same story over and over again. But sometimes I watch it with them just to, be sitting around with the family. And whatnot, but it's really not my thing. But there are some exceptions like Big Bang Theory, incredibly great series, and a whole bunch of other series that my wife likes. That I do watch with her, and we watch the whole thing together. I never skip ahead or watch ahead. Another great series, everybody, that I turned you guys on called Julia, about Julia Child. Oh my gosh, that is so incredibly good. I was so shocked. My wife, my daughter's watching a little bit too, but my wife said, hey, let's try the one about Julia Child. So we were watching that, and man, we got all involved in it. We watched the whole entire series, everybody. It was really, really good. Highly recommend it. I forget where it's at. It might be on Apple TV. Let me go look it up for you guys. Julia Child series streaming. Okay, let me find out where that is. Because that was really, really good, everybody. Oh, it's on Prime Video. Well, there you go. You can use your Amazon Prime and go check it out. Yeah, it's on Prime Video. So big love to them, by the way. And big love to that actress because that actress is beautiful. And she really does. Because I actually used to watch Julia Child when I was a kid. My parents would be watching it. And I just loved her whole energy, her positivity, her enjoyment of what she loved to do, everybody. I didn't understand any of it. I'm a terrible cook. I didn't cook anything that she made. But I just loved her. And that's something, everybody. It's kind of like Bob Ross, everybody. When you transcend the thing that you're doing, when you are the entertainment, when you are the thing, the reason why people are there, not just because of whatever game I'm playing or whatever it is. That's how I try to be, everybody. You're here because of my community and because of the awesome people in the chat. You might be here for me if you are awesome. If you're here for the game, that's also awesome too. But it's really about that community of awesome people that come in and just have a good time here in the stream. That's what I'm all about. Just try to have a good time every single time. Let's see. Enjoy the show Halt and Catch Fire. If you've never seen it, a fictionalized of consumer tech emerging in the 80s. Halt and Catch Fire. Oh, okay. I'll write that down. Hold on. Halt and Catch Fire. Now, these are the things I watch when I'm not feeling well, by the way. When I'm laying in the bed and I'm too dizzy to get up and do anything, I'm like watching a little bit of a series as well. So that's typically what I'm doing when I'm not feeling well, is watching those. So I highly recommend Julia on Amazon Prime. If you are inclined for that, good to watch with the spouse as well. I think that's you can win some husband points there, guys, or whoever. I don't judge. Whoever you love is up to you. Everybody, it's not up to me, and I'm not here to tell you who to love or how to enjoy your life. There's nothing worse than people telling you how you should live your life. You know what? Go take care of your own business. Don't be telling me how to live my life. Don't be telling me what I should be doing when you need to get your stuff together on your end. I hate it when people tell other people what to do. You should do this and you should click that, you should do that. I'm just giving you suggestions. Your choices are all yours, everybody. Don't take away people's choices. Don't say, oh, you shouldn't be dancing, you shouldn't be singing, you shouldn't be whatever. Let them do it. If they enjoy it, if they love it, I don't care how good they are at it. If they enjoy it, everybody, if it brings them joy, that's the most important thing. I'm a terrible singer and a terrible dancer. Do I still do it anyway? Absolutely. You know why? Because I want to teach my kids to just go out and live life, to enjoy things, to bring a little joy in the world. And see, if I go to the father-daughter dance, and I see fathers do it all the time, but I don't dance. I'm here with my kids. My wife made me come. Now, I get out there and I dance, and I'm the worst dancer on the dance floor. Absolutely. But I still go out and do it because it makes a difference to them. They remember the time in which their daddy went out there and danced with them at the father-daughter dance. And I've done every single father-daughter dance, and I went out there and danced. I even did the hokey pokey, but I did not put my head in and take it out because then I would have fell down because I was dizzy. But I do put my arm in, I put my leg in, but I don't put my head in and shake it all about because kids are going to be falling down because of my vertigo. That would be not good. That would be embarrassing for my kids. Now, I always like to tease my kids that I'm going to do embarrassing things to embarrass them, but I don't actually do it. I say, oh, I'm going to go to your school and say, hey, Allison, here I am, everybody. Hey, everybody, all of you, here I am. That kind of thing, and, embarrass my kids, I don't do that kind of thing, I pretend like I'm going to. I said, yeah, I'll go to school and see if I'll ask for aardvark. I said, Aardvark here? Yeah, that's the nickname for my kid. We call her Aardvark and whatnot. I always tease them with that, but I never do that, everybody. Again, because I remember being a kid, and I don't want to be embarrassed by my parents, and I don't want to embarrass my kids as well. Though it is funny to think about. Especially all those times they give you, they gave you attitude. Say, I got all the dirt on you, child. You better look out. Your parents got all the dirt on you, but you better look out. Don't be messing with your parents. They remember when you were a baby, they were changing your diapers, everybody. They were changing your diapers. Remember, every time that you spilt something, every time you burnt the rug, you set the rug on fire, whatever it is that you did along the way, they know all of that stuff. They got all the goods on you. So look out. So look out for your parents. So look out for all of that along the way. Yeah, and again, everybody, call up your parents during the holiday season. Unless they're too annoying and you just can't stand them. And they just kind of dragging you down all the time. You should still call them anyway if you can. But again, if they're restrained or whatever, don't torture yourself. But, you can make a gesture. I try to make the gesture all the time with my brother and things like that. I'll say hello to him. I'll say that kind of thing. But, he's a bit of a scumbag. He's a bit of a thief and a liar and a whatever. My parents don't like that. They don't like the fact that I see him for who he is, for what he does, his actions. They don't like that. Oh, don't say that about your brother. Well, you got blinders on? You're not watching this? You're not watching what he's doing? Now, I don't even hang around with him anymore, everybody. I love my brother. He's my brother. I love him to the day I die. But you can't hang around people that are thieves and liars and who will manipulate you and try to steal your stuff and put your family in danger as well. So watch out for those people in your life, everybody. They're going to try to, finagle you. They're going to try to work, try to pull the wool over your eyes because that's what they do. That's what they try to do. They try to do things that are pretty shady. I don't like to be around people who are shady like that, who try to manipulate you, who say, oh, you're a terrible person, oh, you're not doing this, whatever. That's how they manipulate you. They try to bring you down so you feel bad, so you do stuff for them. And it took me so long to catch on to that, everybody. It took me way too long. I should have caught on to that way earlier in my life. Of all the people who are trying to manipulate me, because I'm a nice guy. So everybody tries to manipulate the nice guy. And when you stop doing nice things for them, all of a sudden they get mad. Oh, wait, you're supposed to do these nice things. You're supposed to do all this stuff for me. No, I'm not supposed to do anything for you. I've done a lot of things for you, and guess what you've done for me? Diddly squat in return. It's called a one-way relationship, everybody, where you do a lot of things for that one person, and that person does nothing back for you, or they do nothing but complain and be the victim all the time, and oh, woe is me, I'm so sad, look at me. The constant victim, who is always a victim of life. They're not responsible for it. Nothing they did caused that to happen. It was always something else, right? And I have a little bit of that in my life where I'm like, I log on stream and everything's not working. But you know what I do? I just fix it and go on. That's it. I don't blame everybody else under the universe. I don't say, oh, it's because the planets weren't aligned or whatever. I just get on and say, okay, why is my sound not working? Okay, oh, it was that thing. I got to reset that. Okay, that's better. Okay, that's working now. Okay, back to it. Again, you can spend all your time being the victim, everybody, or you can get up and just go for it. Go for it, everybody. Again, you only get so much time. This much time, you get the journey in between, and then you get the start and you get the end. That's it. That's all you get. Enjoy that journey in between, for sure. I'm the uncle that does go to the school. Yes, yuckers. Well, see, you're an uncle, so you can go and embarrass them all the time. Family are ball busters. Yes, product of 4 firemen. Oh, I grew up with a lot of ball busters. Absolutely. We were very harsh with each other in my day, everybody. There weren't no snowflakes in those days, everybody. If you were doing something stupid, your friend's going to call you out in the second you did it. You screwed up. You did that thing. Now, of course, I don't like to do that because it really makes people feel terrible. They already feel terrible when they screw up as it is. But if it's coming from a loving place, right? If you know somebody and if they're in that kind of circle and it's okay, and that's how they grew up and that's what they're used to, and they do it to you and you do it to them, and it's kind of a joke. It's not intended to be mean. If you're being mean-spirited, it's different. And that's what's so wrong about a lot of the toxic stuff in gaming as well, is they don't understand context, everybody. They don't understand the reason why all the people did that ball busting and they would rib on people and say, oh yeah, you messed up, blah, 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 is because they have a relationship with the other person. And the two people have it understood that they're not trying to be mean to each other. And so people don't understand the context of that, and that now they just do it and they don't understand that they're actually being an a-hole. There's a difference between ball busting somebody and kidding around with somebody, and and also satire. If you guys don't know what satire is, look it up and learn about it, because a lot of people don't understand satire anymore either. And the difference between that and then being just an a-hole, just being mean and saying, you suck, go kill yourself, and all that kind of terrible things that people say. And then homophobic slurs and racial slurs and all that kind of crap. Again, that stuff should never be done at all. Especially, you can use any word to harm somebody. So if you're using a word intentionally to try to bring someone down, you're an a-hole. It's you. It ain't nobody else. It's you. Just so you know. Again, I've gone down that road. It's a dead-end road. It's a road with nobody likes you and nobody wants to be around you and nobody wants to listen to you. And the great thing about freedom of speech is you can say whatever you want. Absolutely. Say whatever you want. And everybody else gets to ignore you. So again, that's the freedom of speech, everybody. You get to say it. We don't have to listen. It's as simple as that. There you go. And again, if it's like brothers and sisters and friends, then it's different. Father, 2 brothers and myself, girlfriends would go crazy with the unfiltered talk at our table. Yeah, some people can't handle that unfiltered talk. We only mess with the ones we like. Exactly. It's definitely a skill, and you have to understand the context. You can take it too far and become hurtful to somebody when you're doing that. And the other person has to have a sense of humor, too. The other person does not have a sense of humor. It's not going to go over well. In my day, they will punch you in the throat, or they will stab you or shoot you. If you disrespect the wrong people, you're going to die. This ain't no snowflake days back in my days, everybody. I ran around with the delinquents because I didn't want them to kill me. That was the true thing. Again, I mean, I get in a lot of fights. I get in a lot of problems. When there's a fight at school, the teachers didn't come out to break it up. They said, oh, yeah, boys being boys. People out there getting stabbed, getting punched out, getting black eyes, getting knocked down, getting kicked by 5 different people at the same time. I can tell you, I've taken on 5 people at the same time. It hurts bad. It hurts really bad. I just pick one of them, and I beat the heck out of that one, and then the other 4 beat me up. And then they have a little bit of respect, and they leave me alone in the future because they know I'm going to pick somebody different next time. That's how you survived in my day. It wasn't like all, rainbows and things. And we drank out of the hose, everybody. You got kicked out. You said, go outside and play. You get thirsty. You drink out of the hose, everybody. Who knows what was in that water? Still alive today, though, so I guess it wasn't that bad. I'm still alive. We learned to survive like feral animals in my day, that's for sure. Yes, there you go. Suck it up, Buttercup, was a rule back in the day. Yes, ours was walk it off. You'll be fine. Go walk it off. Like you could cut your whole arm open, everybody. You'll be fine. Put some Band-Aids on it, put some stuff on it, wash it real good, get the dirt out. You'll be fine. Go ahead. No run to the doctor. No none of that. No stitches. No none of that. You'll be fine. I got so many scars, everybody. I can show you. Look right there. I got cut right there. I forget from what. I've got iron burns from ironing my shirts when I got older. I've got cuts all over my hands and on the back of my hands, the front of my hands, on my arms, on my legs. I have a bump right here where I thought I was Mr. Motocross, and I went off and I went face first right in the cement. Oh yeah, I got a lot of life scars as you do it, a lot of adventure scars, I guess is a better way to put it, of all the crazy things. Yeah, rub dirt on it; it'll be fine. Dirt adds to the ingredients, it adds to the minerals of your body, and it'll be fine. You think we're joking, everybody? We ain't joking. That's a real deal. You'll be fine. You'll be okay. It's because your parents didn't want to pay to take you to the doctor. That's why, everybody. Not because they cared about your well-being. They didn't want to take you to the doctor. Now, of course, my parents took me to the doctor many times when I did dumb things. It's not their fault the kids are doing dumb things, by the way, when your parents are, trying to survive. My parents were very poor when I was little, and then they got a little better job and progression as I got older. But they were by no way even close to upper middle class. They were like they were low income, and then maybe low middle class, and maybe toward the end of their life, middle class. But now the whole middle class is going away. Now you got the crazy, super rich who are like, see, like this is the whole everybody in the world. They got like these people who own all of the money more than everybody down below. Just these top 1% up here own more money than everybody else in the world. Billions of people. So there's 1% of people who have more money than billions of people. I know, crazy, right? Crazy. That's what's been happening over the last 50 years in my lifetime. All that's been consolidated down. Companies have been consolidated down. It's these super corporations and so on and so forth, becoming these gigantic monopolies, even though they don't consider them monopolies anymore, but they got no competition, so I consider that to be a monopoly myself. But it ain't my job to clean that up, everybody. My job is to bring you a little joy and positivity into your day. I don't get too much into politics and all of that. It's like a dog chasing its tail. There was a time in which we actually worked together, by the way, in the world. Imagine what we could do if we'd stop bickering with each other over senseless crap and just trying to be right all the time. I feel like that's one of the worst things you can do in your relationships. Man, we're getting really on sidetrack. One of the worst things you can do in your relationship, everybody, I'm going to give you a huge tip as someone who's been married for 30 years, is try to be right all the time. So you're arguing with your spouse, she's wrong, or he's wrong, or whoever's wrong, your kids are wrong, or whatever. You have to decide whether it's worth your time to be right. My job is not to argue with my wife and to be right. My job is to solve problems. And so my wife comes to me and says, hey, the tire is flat. Now, I could go off on my wife and say, how could you get the flat tire? Now I got to pay this money to get this thing and blah, 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 and then, be right that she was wrong and she made a mistake or whatever it is. Or I could say, okay, what do we need to do? And she's like, well, where do you want to take it to get the tire fixed? Oh, this place over here is pretty good. They're great at putting a tire in. We could probably get one discount on it, whatever. I can use my AAA card, get a discount. Let's go do that. Okay, let's go do it. When do you want to do it? Let's go do it right now. We go get it done, problem solved, move on to the next thing, right? Being right is a waste of time. It absolutely is. Now, the same thing in politics, in religion, in whatever. If you sit there and somebody is so close-minded and they just want to tell you how wrong you are all the time, you say, you know what? You're right. and I don't want to talk to you anymore. Bye. And then you walk away because you don't have to listen. They can talk all they want. They have the freedom of speech, and you have the freedom to not listen. Now, of course, if people could come to an understanding and work together, that is a powerful thing. You see it all the time when we're playing games together, everybody. We're playing games and those people come together. My team, when I'm playing 7 Days to Die or we're doing Throne and Liberty, you just saw it just a couple days ago. We're doing Throne and Liberty. We're doing the hard one where we're doing all these mechanics at the same time. We're moving the sheep around, doing all that, and everybody survived until the end. That's pretty amazing. That's a lot of great teamwork working together. And if the whole world did that, imagine where we'd be now. We'd be living on other planets. We'd be going to other universes by now, everybody. We'd be teleporting around by now. If we could just stop all the stupidity that is trying to be right all the time. That is humans' biggest failing, is that they want to be right instead of saying, look, I have this idea, you have this idea. How can we take both ideas and make it into an even better idea? That's what you do in graphic design, by the way. It's one of the greatest things, everybody, collaboration with amazing people who are great at what they do, and you try to bring your A game, they're trying to bring their A game, you bring all of it together, and you don't have the egos involved, you don't have to be right, you don't have to be the person who is the person who says, oh, my idea is better than everybody else's idea, and you take those ideas and you combine it together, and it makes something even better. Right? It's like planting a seed and watching it grow and becoming something amazing. It really is. And that's what I hope for one day in your guys' generation, because it ain't going to happen in mine. I'm not going to be around much longer, everybody, so it's just passed to you guys. You guys are going to have to make that happen, because the great thing is, one of these days, all of these politicians are going to be gone. They're all going to be gone, and not because someone hopefully does anything crazy. Don't do anything crazy, people. Don't do anything crazy. I mean, just because nature has a way, right? Nature takes care of business, if you know what I mean. We all have the same destination. And so all this stupidity that's going on right now will eventually pass, and then the next generation will come in, and then they decide, do they want to still do the same stupid stuff that the people before them are doing, like being homophobic and racial and doing all of that dumb crap? Or do they want to move on from that? Are they tired of all of that crap? All of them just worrying about themselves and not worrying about the people who are paying their salary, right? The political people. We're paying for them right now. Every time you go to work and you pay taxes, guess what? You're paying for their salary. They work for you. Their job is to do something for you, but they ain't doing that. You know what they're doing? They're up there acting like little middle schoolers and complaining and bitching and going back and forth and say, oh, you suck, no, you suck, no, you suck, no, you suck. And that's what they're doing. And you're paying them to do that. It's the stupidest thing ever. But it is okay to disagree with somebody else. But it's not okay to go in and act like an a-hole and act like you're so self-righteous and you say, oh, I'm so smart and you're so dumb and I'm going to call you a name and I'm going to pull your hair like you're pulling somebody's hair in high school or in middle school because you don't get your way. Ridiculous, everybody, ridiculous. And it's like watching a freak show. For me, that's what I think of it as. You know, life is like a freak show. You know who said that? It just dawned on me. George Carlin, everybody. It says life is like a freak show. You might as well enjoy the show. You're at the circus. Enjoy the show, everybody. That's what I do. I just enjoy the show. I don't get involved in it. I think it's stupid. Again, like a dog chasing its tail. When people are closed-minded, they don't want to work together. They don't want to, they don't actually want to fix anything. Because if they fix something, then they got to do their job. They got to show up for work. Yeah, they got to show up for work. They got to work with people that they may not like, and then they get something done and they make it better. And that's what happens in that kind of bureaucracy, is that people don't want to lose their position. They want to keep making that free money because they think it's free money. It's not free money. It's us working really, really hard. I worked for a lot of years, everybody. I paid a lot of taxes. In fact, I was in the very high tax bracket. So they sucked 50% of my entire check. So I worked for 6 months to pay taxes. That's what I did because I was in a very high tax bracket. So I paid a lot of money into taxes. Absolutely. And that sucks. But do I want to sit there and play, tiddlywinks with these middle schoolers? Not at all. I don't want to sit and do that crap. They're all liars, everybody. That's their job. Their job is to lie and manipulate you. What you want to do is look at what somebody's job is. How do they do their job? What does a lawyer do? A lawyer bends the law to help their client. Right? They bend the law in their direction, and they try to find these little loopholes, and same thing with tax people and whatnot, to bend it to their will, and they'll get like the criminals off. They'll get the criminals who stole and lied and cheated and did all that stuff because, you know why? Because they make money. They make money doing that. And so you got some of these ambulance chasers and all of those kind of things. Now, remember, everybody, there's also some really amazing people out there. Don't think everybody's the same way, because that's just not true. But that's the truth of that. The truth of that is all of them are liars. That's what a lot of people don't see. Oh, my side's not liars. All the other side are liars. And then the other side says, no, these guys are liars. They don't know what they're talking about. And then, no, these guys do. These guys are liars. And then you guys, they got you just fighting each other. It's kind of like PlayStation versus Xbox. Oh, no, PlayStation's way better. No, Xbox is way better. Oh, no, you suck. I suck. Oh, everybody sucks because mine's better than yours. Oh, man. And they want you to do that. You know why? Because you're not watching the fact that they're charging you way too much for those games. They're not charging you. They're charging you way too much for those games. They're charging you way too much for that console. They're out there trying to do slimy business practices where they're nickel and diming you in every single game with that microtransactions and all of that. See, they don't want you to see that. They want you to like, look over here, this little magic trick while I'm screwing you over here. That's the truth of that. And if you don't want to know that, well, hey, keep your heads buried in the sand, everybody. Me, I just think it's freak show. Freak show, it's a clown fest of a whole bunch of people who could be doing something amazing. And that's the thing, everybody. I don't want to see them fail. I don't want to see all of that going on while a whole bunch of, everyday people are suffering, or just barely getting by, because everything's like cost 5 to 10 times as much now. And those people are suffering every single day. They got medical issues. They've got food issues. They've got, transport issues. They're trying to get their kids to go through school. Their schools are dangerous, all that kind of stuff. They're trying to improve the lives of the next generation. Meanwhile, a bunch of people, all they care about is making money. They don't care about you, everybody. They really don't. These corporations don't care about you. These politicians don't care about you. Even your doctors don't care about you. You know why? Because they're just bringing them in one at a time and trying to make that money to pay off their student loans. At least most of them don't. Now, there are amazing people out there, everybody. Remember, amazing people in the fire department and the police department and whatnot. There's amazing people in all professions, but you also have to have the reality of what their job is, right? What they do for a living. What do they do, not what they say, right? What are they doing today, right now? What are those politicians doing? What are the police doing? What are the fire people doing? Fire people standing guard, everybody. They're running into a fire right now. That's scary. That's some scary stuff to save some people's lives. That's amazing. I find firefighters to be incredibly, incredibly amazing, everybody. Incredibly crazy. That's crazy, everybody. I don't know. I'm trying to get out of the fire. I'm not running in there and putting my life on the line to save someone else. And that should be very much cherished, everybody. Especially firefighters, people who stand a post, people in the military. We're standing a post right now in a dangerous area so we can sit here and talk on stream. Right now. Millions of them. Standing around right now, standing a post for the rest of us. They're helping the people who can't stand a post, everybody. The people who are older, who are disabled, who are having a rough time in life, or like me, have bad medical conditions and things like that. They're out there standing a post for the rest of us so we can have the freedom to talk about all this stuff. And I greatly appreciate all my military peeps. I know there's a lot of you in my channel as well. My family's a military family. My wife's is really a military family, like 4 or 5 generations back, which is crazy, everybody. Every single generation went into the military as well. I've never been in the military. My parents told me very frankly and very plainly, we went in the military, so you don't have to, so do something with yourself. Do something with your life because we've earned it for you, so go out and do it. And I've done it. I've gone out and done a lot of amazing things and also given back a lot as well. So there you go. God made dirt, so dirt don't hurt. Exactly. There you go, Jonkers. That's exactly the truth. That's right. That dirt should be fine. Yes, it should be fine. So there we go. So sorry, Kismet got off on a tangent. Sometimes I do get up on my little podium and I talk a little bit about the real deal, because sometimes you don't get it straight, everybody. People just lie to you and they try to manipulate you and they tell you all this bull crap. And so Kismet just tells it to you straight. I got no filter. I don't answer to nobody. I just tell you like it is. And if you disagree, that's perfectly fine. That's okay. If you disagree, it's okay to disagree with someone and you can still like them. I know it's crazy. It's like everybody's gone crazy. It's like, oh, you disagree with me? Oh, you're a terrible person. No, that's not true. It's okay if someone disagrees with you. It's okay, as long as they're not an a-hole, right? If they just say it and they say with respect and kindness and say, look, hey, I disagree with that. And you're like, well, hey, that's your opinion, my opinion. And then you can go on with life. And I like a lot of people who I disagree with. Absolutely. And they challenge my ideas, and I challenge their ideas in a respectful way. I know it's crazy. All right? My friends are like that, everybody. They'll call me out on it, and I'll call them out on it. And I'll say, nah, no, I don't think so. I'm not into that. And they're like, no, this is great. I was like, no, that's not my thing. And they're like, well, if it's not your thing, oh, well. Again, that's when you have a relationship built on respect. If you don't have respect at the very base of what you're doing, then I don't care. I don't want to listen to it. I don't want to know anything about it. If you don't put respect as the number one thing before you start going on and on about whatever your opinions are, because I always start with respect. I always start with respect of other people's opinions and what they want to say. You go ahead and say it. I'll listen to it. And if I'm not into it, I'll say, nope, no thank you. And then you can do the same thing if I say something. I know, it's called respect. It's amazing. It's amazing out there. It's hard to find. You'll find a lot of it in my chat, though. You'll find a lot of that in my chat for sure. A lot of love, a lot of respect up in here for hanging out and showing some love. And again, I don't get involved in any of that, everybody. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous that the fact that they've got a job and they're not doing their job. Their job is to help the everyday person. Not themselves, not the big corporations, not all of these people who are already super wealthy. Their job is to manage the day-to-day of the big issues, the issues of people not getting enough food and who are homeless and who are not, being protected and have safety issues and have medical issues and all of these things. This is their job, to do the big solves, the solves that individuals can't do, right? That only larger entities can do. Make things safe for the public, those kind of things. That's their job. And if they're not doing it, they should be fired, and they should get more people in there who really want to do that job, who want to do that job to the benefit of everyone, not just of themselves. So see it with real clear eyes, everybody. See the life, how it is, and not how they paint the picture for you. You know what? You want to take the picture and move it off to the side and look behind the scenes, like pull the curtain behind the Wizard of Oz, everybody. See who's really running the show, for sure. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist or whatnot. We did land on the moon, everybody. That's confirmed, everybody. And why would you fake that in the first place, everybody? That's dumb. We do have a round planet. I've seen the pictures from space. Have I been to space? No. But I hear that if you do go to space, it'll change the way you see the entire world. That's one of the most amazing revelations in your life that I wish everybody could do it. Wouldn't that be amazing if everybody in the world could go and see our tiny little planet from space? How it would change their perspective on their entire existence? I think it would be amazing. I'd love to do it. I'm 55 years old, so my time's running out. But I don't know, if Elon Musk hurries the heck up on these missions, maybe the cost of it can get down to where an average schmo like me, or maybe I'll win a lottery or something and get to go to Mars before I pass on. And hopefully some of you who are crazy like me will come and join me. We'll go and we'll have a good time. We'll party. We'll actually show respect for each other while we're there too, right? And we'll build something amazing. That's what I'd like to see in my day. And then my kids will go to Mars like we go to the store, right? There was a time in which it was difficult to go to the store, but you had to walk 5, 10, 20 miles to the store, and then you had to walk back. And then, of course, they had carriages, and then they had cars, and now you could practically, get in a car and go there at 100 miles an hour and be there like 2 minutes. Watch out. You might get a ticket, though. You might get a ticket. So watch out for that. But again, I think that that's how it'll be in the future. It'll be like my kids go to Mars like we go to the store. Or we just go down to the local, restaurant or whatever. It'll be like that. It'll be no big deal. Oh, yeah, what's the big deal? Yeah, oh, yeah, we always do that. Because their kids' generation will not know anything different. Just like right now with cell phones. They don't know any different. They don't know what it's like to use a payphone. They don't know what it's like to be driving down the freeway and get a flat tire, and then you have to keep going until you see the payphone, and then you pull over by the payphone, because I've done it, and get out of the car and hope you have enough change in your car, because you always leave a little extra change in your car. That's why older people do that, by the way, but they keep change in there for whatever reason. So they might need a payphone back in the day. But you get out, and here's cars going by. And you're hoping not someone who's drunk or been doing something stupid like their makeup or eating food rams into the back of your car while you're trying to make a call on the side of the freeway. Saying, hey, AAA, my car broke down. I'm just past this exit on the freeway. I need you to come get me. And then you have to stay on in that spot with all these cars going by at full speed, hopefully not at nighttime, because then the drunk drivers go right toward your lights, which is super scary. I've watched way too many videos of police officers. They're out and they're talking to the person, and some random car comes from nowhere, and dude jumps over the barrier. It hits that car, slides along the barrier, and dude just made it over the barrier in time. Whoa, that's crazy, everybody, crazy. People are drunk driving, or they're driving too fast and they skid out and they go flying across the thing. People making bad choices that other people have to clean up. I feel bad for the police, everybody. That's their job. They clean up people's bad choices, if you think about it. The bulk of what's going on is just people making bad choices, and then they call the police because somebody's making a bad choice. They're being a jerk. They're threatening people. They're doing terrible things. And that's their job all day. I'm sure it just wears them down, everybody. And they just look at human beings like, what is wrong with human beings? Why are they always doing all of this dumb stuff to each other in life? And again, hopefully my kids' time, that won't be a thing. That won't be a thing. People will work together. It'll be like Star Trek, everybody, where we fly around the universe and discover new things. Of course, there's always some sort of fight with some other civilization, though. That's probably not good. But sometimes we meet good civilizations, and those civilizations want to work together to make everything better. That would be good as well. But again, I won't be around for that, everybody. I'm barely made it to as far as I've made it now. I won't be around for all that cool stuff, but I did get to see the Dick Tracy watches where you could actually talk to somebody on the phone like a radio watch, like the Dick Tracy comic book from way back when I was a kid. It actually was before my time, everybody. It was like in the 50s and 60s. But they still had it going when I was a kid. So I used to read it all the time in the Sunday comics all the time about Dick Tracy and all of his different adventures that he was having, and he would use his radio watch, which is a real thing now. I lived long enough to see that. I lived long enough to watch the rocket take off, which is the size of an 11-story building, and then come back and they captured it. Oh, man, that's a big middle finger to everybody who told them that was impossible. I just love those moments, everybody, when people are always trying to tell you how impossible crap is, and you persevere anyway, and you just say, yeah, screw you. You don't know what you're talking about. It's impossible for you, but not for me. And that's what I say to all of you. It's impossible to all those people who keep saying it's impossible, but not for you. You can do it. You absolutely get out there and make it happen. If this old man can become a partner on Twitch, everybody, and on YouTube at 45 years old while being disabled at the same time, basically having like a pneumonia every single day, basically because of my vertigo and all of that, and I could do something amazing, like raise funds for charity, like I'm doing right now. You can do anything. And I feel like the people who are the most amazing I've met in my lifetime, everybody. Again, I'm getting really off topic here, but I'm trying to do a little inspiring moment here on the stream. Is the people who have no money in their pocket, but they still take time to help others. Those are the most inspiring people. If you're like Bill Gates and you're taking money out of other people's pockets, if you don't know about Bill Gates' story and Microsoft's story about basically how they stole most of their stuff allegedly, basically screwed over all the people because it's just business. They screwed over so many people along the way, like the original DOS they bought from someone else for like $10,000 and then sold it for millions to IBM, and basically screwed over that original person by buying it for $10,000 and selling it for millions, basically royally screwed that guy over. So he's basically taking that money out of someone else's pocket, and then he gives it away to charity. Well, we don't care about that. Why? Because he basically took it from somebody else, and so he doesn't care about that money. That money's not his hard-earned money, and that's money he took from somebody else. I'm just using that as an example, everybody. There's thousands of other examples of very wealthy people who basically screwed over other people to get that money, and then they have that money, and then they give it away, and it's like a big thing. It ain't that big of a thing, everybody. When you take money from somebody else, and then you give it away, it's like if you hand me $20 and I give that $20 away, that ain't as much as I spend the time making that $20, and sometimes maybe I got a job way back in the day that's only $6.50 per hour. Like when I was a kid, it was like, I think it was like $5.50 an hour, and you work for 4 hours to make that $20, and then you take that $20 and you give that $20 away. Oh, that means a world of difference right there, everybody. That's a world of difference when it's you earned it for 4 hours. That's 4 hours of your life that you gave that $20 away, which I've done many times, by the way. People come up to me and they're, hey, I ran out of gas or whatever. I was like, here you go, $20. There you go. Go get yourself some gas. No problem. And I've done it many times when I was being successful, everybody. Again, it's like giving back to people who are struggling. And I never asked him what it was for. I never asked him what it was. It was just in a moment that I kind of felt the vibe. Now, if I felt like vibe, they're just going to go use it for drugs or alcohol or whatever. Then I'd be like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. You seem kind of sketch. Where's your car at? Where are you buying this gas from? In fact, bring your car over here. I'll fill the gas up for you. Right? If you're trying to pull a scam on me, that's different because I can usually tell. I got a vibe on people usually. And if I feel like the vibe's good, I just like, here's $20. There you go. There you go. You don't have to thank me. You don't have to let me know. You don't have to pay me back. Just go ahead and do your thing and do whatnot. But again, if you earn that $20 and then you give it away, it means something. And that's why it means so much to me, everybody, when people donate to the stream, because that's your hard-earned money. You spent some time doing that, and it's going to a great cause, to St. Jude's. And I think that's amazing. Some child is going to be able to get out of the hospital and not spend the rest of their childhood in the hospital. This holiday season, you can make that happen right now. You can make that happen. That's amazing. That you can save not only their childhood, everybody, you can also help them in their childhood, but for the whole rest of their life. The whole rest of their life, they're not having to deal with cancer all the time. They're not going to deal with those constant issues of having to go in and have chemotherapy and have all of that, those issues that really children should not be burdened by that, everybody. That is a huge burden. I mean, if you're in your 70s and 80s and you lived a great life and then, cancer comes along, it still sucks. But it's for children, everybody. Man, I mean, I had a great childhood, if I think about it. I mean, I ran wild in the streets. I did a lot of crazy things. It was scary. There was no supervision and whatnot. Overall, I had a great childhood because I had comic books, I had Legos, I had friends, I had Dungeons and Dragons we played, and other board games. We played like Risk and, Monopoly, and we did all of those things. We rode our bikes around. We jumped off ramps that we made. We had paper fights. We had, we used to throw fruit at each other too. I don't know what we were thinking. Like somebody had an apple tree. We had a peach tree. Somebody else had a pear tree. And I don't know, somebody thought of it one day. We started throwing fruit at each other. I don't know, I was dumb. But, that's kids for you. They do dumb things. Shooting off fireworks, doing all of those crazy things. So overall, it was a great experience. But there were a lot of scary moments along the way, especially when you got no one to back you up when you're young and your parents aren't around. That's really scary. So that's why you got to have your friends to back you up. In my day, because they're the only ones who are going to be there when someone pulls a knife on you or someone does something crazy. And you're like, nah, I got these guys to back me up. I wouldn't do that. I would just take your knife and you just walk down the road or you're going to be in trouble. And I've done that many times. And they turn around and they walk down the road. And sometimes they didn't walk down the road, by the way. Sometimes they thought they were big stuff. And I had to fight for my life, and I'm still here. So you know who won. That's an easy way to know who won, everybody. And again, I just tell it to you straight, everybody. I don't make stuff up. I don't lie. I don't cheat. I don't steal. I just tell it to you straight because I lived it. And one thing my dad used to tell me all the time, that the truth is stranger than fiction. You will tell somebody exactly what happened, step by step, or thing, they won't believe you. But somebody who's a liar come up, tell you all this bull crap, like my brother, will tell you all this bull crap, and people fall for it every single time. I don't know what the heck is wrong with people, everybody. They have no measure of what's right or wrong, or who's lying and who's not lying. I can spot a liar from 100 miles away, everybody. I'm a trained lie detector. I can see them when they come up and they'll say, blah, 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 and you're like, that doesn't match up. There's something not right there. Hold on. My instincts are telling me this person is not telling me the truth, right? It's a very much an instinct thing. Trust your instincts, everybody, unless you got bad instincts. Me, I got pretty good instincts. I can tell when people are trying to use me, who are trying to manipulate me, who are liars. And sometimes people are really good at it and they get by. And I say, no, I caught you. I caught you. You're a liar. And once you're a liar in my book, you're always a liar, everybody, because that's now your reputation if you're a liar. So that's why I don't do that. I like to be a person of integrity who people can go to and say, Kismet always tells it to me straight. And that's it. Whether it's going to be something nice or whether it's going to be something that you might not want to hear, I'll tell it to you straight, and you can make your own choices. That's how I am. And I like people who are like that. Put a 1 in the chat if you're like that, chat. Sorry, I'm going on and on there, and I'm not really doing anything in Satisfactory. Put a 1 in the chat if you prefer people to just tell it to you straight. To be honest. Not mean, not hurtful with the information, but just tell it to you straight without droning on and sugarcoating it and going around in circles. They just say, look, it's got a flat tire. We got to go fix the flat tire. Okay, let's go fix the flat tire. Who just want him to get to the point and then move on, like I just did. There we go. I got to the point eventually, and then move on back to the game. Okay, so we got to get our oil overclocked. So that was the whole point of coming all the way out here. Now, we got to go find some of our little slug friends here. We're going to get that going. Sorry, did I make you all doze off? Anybody put a 1 in the chat, just to make sure that my chat is not dead now. Now I'm worried my chat is dead. No, my chat's not updating. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me there, chat. Oh, God. Did I say all of that and my microphone's not working? It's happened. Wouldn't be the first time. Get it! Whoa, big boy, big boy, big boy. Do I have my gun? I do. Whoa. This gun has no bullets. We're gonna have to go old school. He got me. I'm gonna die. Come here. God, it's hard to keep track of where he's at. Oh, got him. Ooh, that was close, too. That was close. Nobody in the chat? Did I go offline? Come on, there's got to be somebody in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat, somebody. Oh, by the way, Polypop reward. There you go. There's nobody in the chat. Did you guys all doze off? All right, TM, thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, I get worried that my thing's not working. So I'm sitting here just chatting on to myself. I don't just talk so I can hear myself, everybody. I like to interact with people and talk. It's called being social. I know it's like a crazy thing nowadays. Most people are inside watching that same series over and over again and not being social with peeps. If there was no chat, by the way, I wouldn't do this at all. The chat is my favorite thing. You guys are my favorite thing. More than even playing the game. Is interacting with you guys and talking with you guys and just, you know, shooting it, as we used to say it back in the day. Shooting this stuff. Sometimes you stop to see how long you notice. Yes, sometimes I get on a roll. Now, to me, only a few seconds went by, but for you guys, it might have been 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. We got to think that on my end, my passage of time is accelerated versus that. Like the other day, everybody, when I laid down for 5 minutes and it was like an hour. For me, it felt like a few seconds went by. I literally went like this, and I woke up, and it was an hour later. That's how exhausted I was from just streaming 15 hours and 20 hours and 14 hours and 13 hours and 12 hours and 15 hours and 12 hours. Again, everybody, imagine working that much. I do more streaming than I actually did work back in the day. Though I did work a lot, though. I worked like 30 years worth of work in my 20s. I mean, I worked 12, 15, 16, 18 hours a day. I'd work 27 hours a day if there was more hours in the day. Absolutely. Ooh, I see a guy over that way. Let's go try to hunt him down. I don't know why I got this out, because that don't work. Ooh, is there a Mercer Sphere? Ooh, there's a Mercer Sphere this way, too. Oh, it's over here. Now, when you get ready, when you get close to a Mercer Sphere, expect there to be a baddie, yep. Okay, we're going to use our line of sight, and we're going to jump. Oh, we didn't heal. Not good, not good. Let's run away, because we're going to die. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get down here again. We're going to get our stuff in our hand. We're going to hide over here and hope he doesn't jump down on us. Oh, I hear him. Oh! Got a free hit on me. Bastard. I don't even know what's going on. Just swinging it. All right. He's always so dramatic. Look at him. Stop being so dramatic. Just lay down and take a nap. All right. Mercer Sphere over here. Let's go. Oh, another one. There's a couple of them. Oh, those ones we got good. There's another one because you can see the little things here. Oh, there's two more over there. Well, let's get our Mercer Sphere here. Use this for a thing. Again, we're getting out. We're going for an adventure. Now that we had a little chat. Kismet told it to you straight about all of that. You know what I care about, everybody, is how people treat each other. That's all that matters in life, everybody. That's all you're going to answer for at the end of your life. How did you treat people? Did you treat them like crap? Did you act like an arrogant a-hole like I used to when I was young? Did you do that? Did you make up for it in the rest of your life? Did you go around and treat people with respect? Did you care about other people? That's all that matters. All that other stuff is just BS. All the money and all the fame and all the things that you buy along the way don't mean diddly. Nobody cares. Everybody's too wrapped up in their own stuff. Again, I just tell it to you straight, everybody. Not everybody will. Everybody's going to sugarcoat it and make it, oh, yeah, no, oh, it's an amazing thing and the stuff and the thing. Nope. Not true. Not true. Nobody cares about your fancy car, your fancy house. Now, if it makes you feel good and makes you happy, more power to you, everybody. Again, it's your money. You do what you want with it. You earned it. That's for sure. I bet you did. I bet you earned it. And you took a while to earn it. That's really important. That's an important part of that. But it really doesn't matter in the end, everybody. You won't wish you worked more at the end of your life. A good friend told me that. Because I used to work all the time. And I just lived for it. But I had a lot of fun doing it, though. It's what I love to do. So there's a big difference when you love to do it as opposed to when you're doing it just to, pay the bills. But that was a good advice, everybody. Again, because I used to work all the time. And he says, on your deathbed, you won't say, man, I sure wish I worked more. I sure wish I paid more taxes. I sure wish I was meaner to people in my life. You won't look back and say that, everybody. What you'll look back and say is, man, I sure wish I treated people better. And I wish they treated me better as well. That's another real important one along the way. I wish I'd work less and spend more time with my kids and my family. I wish I had done this. I wish I had done that. When your clock runs down, and it runs down for everyone. Mine's been running down for a while. I just keep, putting some more sand in there to keep the hourglass from running out. Just by pure force of will. Just by saying, no, not time to go gently into the night tonight. I'm going to, keep on going as much as I can. Get another day every day. That's how I've lived my life for 10 years, everybody. Just try to get one more day. Today is that one more day. And then tomorrow, I'll try to get one more and just keep on keeping on every day. And every day is going to be a struggle. Every day is going to be difficult. Sometimes I'll be late for the stream. Sometimes I'll be on time. Sometimes I'll be early, like yesterday. Sometimes I will have to not stream because I got to take care of IRL stuff. Or, again, my medical conditions will have problems. Or someone will need my help. Or my wife will get another flat tire or whatever. Or my kids will, their car will break down or whatever. They need, this money for whatever it is they need it for. And we'll have to find a way to get it. Me and my wife. We'll have to, go through the change drawer and get out our change and... try to put enough change together to get that $30 for them to, get that thing that they need for school, like books or whatever. Like one of my daughters right now, she's got a problem with her calculator. She's going to take her SATs, so I got to get that fixed. Oh God, I got to get that done tomorrow. Speaking of things, I got a high priority because she's using her sister's calculator, and her sister needs her calculator for her SATs. So if I have to go buy a new calculator, that's what I will do. But those calculators are like $200-300, everybody. So I don't know where I'm going to get that money from. But, you do what you do. I never ask for personal stuff on the stream, everybody. Everything in the stream is to go back into the stream in the form of giveaways and everything. Or I do like once a year here for charity. But I never say, hey, everybody donate so I can pay my rent this time. Or, hey, everybody donate so I can get my daughter a new calculator or something like that. I feel like there should be a good separation between those two things. And that's for me, everybody. If somebody else wants to do it because this is what they want to do and they, they go, hey, everybody, I'm trying to be a streamer and, donate so I can pay my rent this month. That's their choice. For me, I'm of the old school generation, everybody. That doesn't feel right to me. I have like a conscience, a little Jiminy Cricket that says it's okay to raise funds for things that's like entertainment that's for you guys, right? Some sort of entertainment, some sort of emotes or, for charity or for whatever it is, something that is for you or for other people. But I've never made a dime on this stream. Never. I put everything back into it in one way or another, back into it and done that. Because it is the reason why I'm still alive today. Because I do it because I love to do it, not because I'm ever going to be famous or rich from it, everybody. It's not going to happen. It is not going to happen. I can tell you already. After 10 years of doing this, I don't have blue haired. I'm not a fancy, ranked #1 gamer or whatever. And I'm perfectly okay with that. I would rather have a small community of amazing people like all of you than have a giant toxic community where they're all just treating each other terribly. We don't mess around in my stream, everybody. You start treating people poorly, you're out. That's it. I'm not your papa. Well, I think I hear something. I heard them talking. That means there's a Mercer sphere nearby. Oh, yeah. Right over there. You got aggro on somebody. Right there. I couldn't even see him. He's in the bushes. A lot of you little suckers over here. Another one. Another one. Over this way. Surprise, sucker! Oh, there's another one. Oh, lucky that tree was there. A tree took a hit for me there. Thank you, tree. Oh, what the heck? Something hit me. Nom, 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 nom. You can see my health getting low. Keep your health high in this game, everybody. Out of nowhere, you can get like 2-shot from those big mobs. So look out. Mercer sphere, yay! I'm not even looking for the Mercer spheres, but I'm looking for the little glowy guys. But so far, no luck. No moss. Now later on, this is going to be like 1,000 times easier, by the way, to run around and grab all this loot. But I'll grab it while I'm here. Again, looking for my little glowy, wormy guys. I see a lizard doggo. What's up, my little buddy? See any of these worms around here somewhere? Again, I'm just wandering now. I can try to find some of these so I can overclock these things. Oh, we got to get our summer sloop on too. Any summer sloops around here? Nope. 0 summer sloops. Okay. That's a bummer. What about our little Mercer sphere? Power slug that way. Probably up there where that stuff is. I don't have my bombs. I get my bombs going. Probably. Oh, that way. This way, huh? Maybe up on this edge here. Maybe we could jump across to here. Use our jetpack. See, I always forget I have my jetpack. Like I could just be using. Oh, hello. Oh yeah, merch sphere. Bob and weave, left and right, left and right. Get him while he's looking away. Smoke him. Getcha. Oh, I bet you there's some little scary spiders in there. Let's get this. Man, I'm finding a lot of Mercer spheres. Not looking for them. Again, this is Kismet's law of gaming, but we're not looking for it. Tons of them. I'm not even looking for those.
Play for us.
Oh, there's a guy down there. See, whenever I see mobs, it tells me there's something nearby that I might be looking for. Power slugs this way. Again, probably way up on the top there. Funny thing is, usually when I'm running around, I'm seeing like an absolute ton of these power slugs. But now that I'm looking for them, I'm finding 0. It's actually kind of funny how well that turns out. Oh, yeah, here's this cave over here. All right, let's mark this cave on the map. Here's what I do with caves, everybody. I just mark it with one of these little cave things. And this is definitely going to be some spideys in here. Maybe we can find a summer sloop. All right, Spidey! Another one over there. Remember, you can use your verticality on them. Remember, you got your jetpack. Yeah, one of my little buddies here. Come here, little buddy. Really could use a summer sloop. Oh, a bunch of Marsilia in here as well. A bunch of little mushrooms. Get all this. Why am I pressing the button over and over? I can just hold it down. Hold down them buttons. Get all of it. Again, one of the things I suggest, in case you do die, is just to do this, everybody. Start taking this stuff, clearing out your inventory while you're going. And you're like, well, Kismet, I should let it stack up. Nah, don't let it stack up. Put your stuff in there straight away. Your most valuable stuff is what I put in there first. Like your, let me move my big head out of the way. Mercer spheres first, I would say. And then your slugs, and then all the rest of this stuff in there. And it doesn't matter how long it takes, because it can run while you're doing other things. Collecting more Marsilia here. And listening for spiders. We had a guy in there. I don't see. I try to listen for that noise. There's a noise that the Mercer spheres and the summer sloops make when you get close to them. I'm always listening for that. So if you hear me get quiet, that's what I'm doing. Oh, there's one right there. Okay, and this is where the other side of that thing is. Now, sometimes it likes to erase my my markers, which really sucks, everybody. It really sucks when that happens. It's usually when you get when your game crashes. All right, here's another one of our buddies. All right, come on, summer sloop. Really, man, just not lucking out on these summer sloops. Man, very unlucky. Oh, wait, we got a hit. Oh, over here where Fred's at. Fred, why didn't you tell me? You should have came over and got me. Told me there was a summer sloop out here somewhere. Oh, I can see it. It's up there on the top. Watch this move. We're going to go around, try not to hit one of these things. I bet you there's a spot around the back right there. We get on this rock. Then we use our jetpack to go here. Ooh, barely. We get our weapon at the ready. We know there's going to be somebody up here. Then jetpack over. Really? Nobody here? All right. Well, it's mine now. Yes. Mission accomplished. Put that in there. Again, this is a great way to keep your inventory nice and clear. You just keep running that stuff in there. I also like to put the one stuff up in the front because that clears that quickly. The stuff with the least amount I put in the front usually because, again, it'll get through that faster. And sometimes that'll work, and that's okay. So awesome. Summer sloop. Mercer sphere. Man, okay. We're just, again, we're on a big adventure today, everybody. I could have been talking while I was doing the adventures. Can you scan for slugs? Yes, you can. Right here. Now, often your power slugs, by the way, are going to be up in some peculiar place, like way up there. It's going to be way up. I can tell you already. It's going to be way up on the top of one of these. Because I can tell how far away it is. So most likely it's going to be up there. But in theory, if we are lucky and we do this just right, we might be able to get on the side and then jetpack to the top. So let's give it a go. Might be underneath too. You never know. But usually they're way up here. Okay, so you jetpack to the side here. You try to cling onto the side. Oh, it's not letting me stop. There we go. Then we got a long way to go. So we're just going to jetpack it and hope we can make it to the top. Okay, yes. Okay, that's another tough one here. We can go that ledge, or we can try to see if this is a ledge here. And again, I can just tell by where the bar is. If the bar is going up while you're going up, then you know you're getting closer to it. Now, it might be funny. We get all the way to the top here. It's not there, and it's actually over that way because it is still further away. But here we go. Jetpack. You jump first, then you use your jetpack. Oh, that's not going to make it. Not going to make it, and then we'll come down and potentially take some damage. But we can also use this. Just use our ladder and climb up there, because that's way easier, everybody. That's why I love the ladder, but I like the ladder very early in the game. And you got to think I have the jetpack, so once I get to the top, and I like to overbuild so that I'm way up on top. In case there is some mobs, yeah, see, I can get up on top and I can kind of float across and hope those don't activate, but they're going to. Just try to float over. If I get too close to them, they're going to activate, but I can try to come down right in between them and grab it. Take a hit. Did I get it? I did. And then run away. And then just leave a little bit of my jetpack to protect me on the way down. And GG's. Now the purple one, too. So again, the jetpack really is helpful. Later on, when you get the hover pack, forget about it. You can just go anywhere and everywhere. And you're all good. We're just running around randomly. It's not like I... Oh, there's another Mercer Sphere right there. Let's go take care of this. I really should get my ammo out of the... Awesome safe. Out of the Dimensional Depot. Again, if you get those fast enough, the little bugs don't come out. Oh, this is awesome. I try to get the ones that are the easier ones to find. They're just out in the open. Oh, Ada's got something to say.
Simple melody into the effigy, yet we hear no harmony. It covers the temple in bones and organs and limbs, yet ignores our bleeding wounds. Scripture is needed. Consume.
A familiar pattern is emerging in your brain. Please assess yourself for signs of concussion. If necessary, a replacement pioneer will be dispatched. Work must continue. Replacement delivery schedule estimate. Error, years.
Uh-oh, there's no one else to replace me. It's an error. I'm the last one, everybody. That's what that just said. I didn't even notice that before. There is no one to replace me. It's gotta be me. It's gotta be me. It's gotta be me. Where's my little slug friends? Oh, I passed him. I see some bacon. Oh, I hear him. He's either underground. I hear him right here. Or he's in the ground. There are some of these that are actually in the ground. If you can't find it within a certain amount of time, everybody, I give it a, like, 20 seconds. If I can't find it, I move on. But sometimes it's just difficult to find those. Because they're underground, you have to go and find the entrance underground and all of that. And sometimes it's like over here. And then you find a cave entrance, you go underneath there, or it's up on top and you got to blast your way through. Usually that's why I like to bring my novelist with me. But right now we're just absolutely wandering with no like set goal other than to get that summer sloop. But we're out here, we're doing it. We might as well get it going. Again, there's another one that's showing me that the Mercer Sphere is right there. So I'm over the top of it, but it's probably underground in some cave. That I gotta find my way to. And usually it's down here at the ground level. Just tapping my space bar. Whoa. One of those guys. Really should be using the verticality of my jetpack. Oh, down there I see somebody. And let your jetpack recharge. Ah, there it is. Probably Mercer Sphere in here too. Yeah, underneath this bridge. Bring it. Vertical. Oh, you little punk. Actually hit me. Again, going vertical is your friend. All right, slug hiding under here. Gotcha. And where was that Mercer Sphere? This way. Get this sulfur too. I just pick up these nodes so I don't see them. And we're going to pick up every node. We're going to potentially cut down or blow up every single tree. We're going to do everything, everywhere, with everything. That's what we're going to do in this playthrough. Oh, I can swim and pick up ore. I never knew that. We just learned that. Cool. Cool. Up we go. Yeah, I don't see any entrance over there. There's definitely an entrance around somewhere. And that's less of a cave, more than a, it's more of an overhang there. Again, it could be on the top where we have to jump down in there. There's like a hole somewhere. We have to jump down into there. It's good to use your jetpack to get up a little higher to give you a little overview. And sometimes it's like way over there, like way on the other side, and you come all the way through like we did on that other one. We just went under there. Is this guy try to get me? I don't need to kill every one of those. Those actually respawn too. Oh well, let's move on. Really looking for summer sloops. And now we're starting to really get into our verticality using our jetpack. Let's really use it to our advantage. This way. And these oh, I can see it down there. These Mercer spheres are going to be so useful. And again, I didn't even set out to do the Mercer spheres, but if I can sneak around and grab them. Yeah, that one's in the ground. Uh-oh, here we go. Get the gun, get the gun. Oh, God. I missed. Okay, that was fail. God is way too slow for these. Taking the hits. What you want to do is hit these from far away, like that, so you get a free shot in on them before they start to spawn those bees or whatever they are. Same thing with this guy. Get a shot on him, whoop, and then you line aside him while you're reloading. Wait for him to shoot. Shoot at him. All right. We get a better gun later, everybody. The other gun's really fun, especially if you have the hover pack with it. You're going to be unstoppable. I can make better rebar, too. That would really help me for this right now, too. Okay. Oh, another Mercer sphere. It's seeing that one back there that we couldn't really find. Summer sloop. Little power slug. This way. Summer sloop? No. Power slugs. Now, the funny thing is, I rarely ever use that thing. In like 50 playthroughs, I might have used it 3 times out of all the times that I've played. And 2 out of the 3 times was the last playthrough and this playthrough. That tells you, which is pretty cool. Is everything snowy? It does sometimes snow. It does sometimes snow in here for Fixmas. It's pretty awesome. They actually had a thing where you could generate snow one of the Fixmas years. I don't know if they're going to bring that back this year. But we got to wait till like day 8 before we get our next thing for Fixmas. But we can unlock a few things along the way like we did today. Some random stuff that we did unlock. So it tells me that's probably up there. So we got to find like a landing spot, like say right up here. We can land on, recharge our jetpack. Now here's another great idea. You run, you slide, then you jump, and that's to give you some momentum to get up a little higher. Oh, this already went up here. I could just walk up. What's this? Power slugs that way. Summer sloop. No, back this way. Oh, way back this way. Okay. Okay, getting stronger. I love when you're looking for stuff, everybody, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, duh, it's right there. Oh, but it's going to be up there. No, I passed it. Oh, I think that's underground too. See, when you run and then all of a sudden it goes down to 0, that means it's underneath you usually. It's not right here where you're at. There's probably some sort of cave or something underneath here. Let's hang out on the side. Yeah, it looks like there's a cave right there. All right, let's go down into the desert area. Okay. This doesn't seem spooky or deadly or anything to me. What do you guys think? Do you think anything's going to go horribly wrong at this moment? You just know it's gonna, you know it's gonna happen. All right, let's put some more of our Mercer spheres, our bacon, our purple guy. And I got some of my ammo out of there too. Let's keep this stuff going. Again, I feel like this is one of the greatest things in the game, everybody, that they added, a dimensional depot. You can just keep putting your stuff safely away. And that other stuff, you can always come back for that stuff later. I definitely get your swing weapon out and get ready to run out of there. So scatty. What is this? Oh, pick up these. Get that, use my chainsaw on these other ones. One of the things I like to do too is also put my chainsaw and cars and stuff and make extra of them and put them in the dimensional depot. And the same thing with the fuel for them. So you can just pull out your chainsaw, use your chainsaw, and put it back in the dimensional depot so it didn't take up your hand slot. Most of the time you're not using it. Okay, I gotta pay attention here. I hear something. This is way too closed in. I don't like it. We went past whatever it was. I can hear it right about here. It's probably on the other side of this wall. In here splunking. Oh yeah, something in here. It warns you of hazards. Oh jeez. Takes my breath away every time. All right, dead end. I hear it, but I don't see it. Oh, that's so scary every time. Lord spiders. My wife does not like spiders. She would not like this part. She would not be into this part at all. All right. We can get that stuff, but we're not going to worry about it. We're going to go over here. Grab the easy stuff. Oh, big boy spider. Get some cheap shots in. He can't jump to us. Oh god, I hit the thing. He can't jump to us because he's behind that thing. Let's use it to our advantage. Oh man, I would have hit him 5 times while he was attacking me. Just hold down E and run your cursor over those. Easy stuff. Alright, this is... Oh, summer sloop in here! Oh, that was a jackpot, everybody. Totally worth the scariness. That's cool. Alright, what do you think, everybody? It might be time to get the heck out of here? Or more of these scary spiders show up? Yeah, let's get out of here. That's a really far in cave. See, like I said, everybody, these things are way in here. Oh, I just turned myself around. These things are way in here, and it's really spooky. I should probably get all of this while I'm in here. Chainsaw. Let's get our chainsaw out. And instead of our gun, we'll have our chainsaw. Chainsaw can't be used as a weapon, by the way. It's not actually a weapon. It's just for collecting resources. So we're here. And we might as well clear all this out, because this will AoE all of these. And so if there's a bunch that I can't see, you'll see it'll get those as well. So it's good to leave like one of these like this and then AoE the area. And you'll see I actually get quite a few of them sometimes on the side there. Again, I'll just roll over everything to see if there's anything I can grab. And since I'm probably not going to come in this cave again, because it's one, too darn scary, but number 2 is I already got the summer sloop. But I have noticed that they do, after a long period of time, especially if you're on a server and you reset the server, that they do sometimes reset. and show back up again. All right, that's a dead end there. And that was to the left of where we originally came in, which was right here. Again, I got the mapping this out of my head as we go. And then, again, that's where we came in. And this is a dead end, too. Oh, boy. This way. I left some of this loot to help me find my way back out again. We'll see if it actually works. If I'm looting, I'm going in the right direction. Nope, that's that dead end. And then again, we came in from around the right here. There's this way. Leads back down here. Let's get all of this. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, that was lucky. That was lucky he got stuck. Okay, we haven't gone in here. Because there was a mob in there. This is a little side area that we didn't go to. Spooky caves. Again, just get one of them. It's going to AoE. Make sure you stay on it. Anything else that's nearby. Okay, let's see where this goes. Feel like there's multiple ways in there. There's some loot that we didn't collect. I use the loot like breadcrumbs to find my way out. That's why I leave some of those big ones. Oh, that worked perfectly. Look at that. Awesome. That's why I left those big ones. I didn't cut them out on the way in. Okay, so that I found my way out using my loot technique. Okay, and then we'll put... If we ever need to go under there again, we know that there's a cave there. And then now we don't need our chainsaw. Put it back in the dimensional depot. Put our summer sloop in there. All this other random stuff. Definitely put our summer sloop as number 1. Put that in there. We'll put a bunch of... and again, sometimes I do it in order, and sometimes I just throw it in there and let it rock. Okay. Mercer Sphere. This way. All right, now, instead of just looking for summer sloops, now that we found our summer sloops, now we found 2, which are going to be very useful. We're just going to look for whatever we can find, just going on a big adventure now. Our factory's pretty much done for now. Oh, yeah, I hear it. Again, sounds like it's underneath us. We got to find a cave entrance. And using that jetpack to slide around the sides. Have some more of those. Just looking. Sometimes very hard to find. Because again, sometimes it's not right here. It's like way off in the distance. There's some mobs. Oh, there's some spideys right there. Oh, that's a dead giveaway. That's a big Spidey too. Oh, we don't have our thing. We don't have our gun. That's a 2 big Spideys. Run! I was trying to get my gun out. I don't got my gun on there. Oh, okay, okay. Lots of mobs trying to get us. I'm gonna get my gun going. Line of sight. These Spideys can jump, so look out. No, wait for you to come down and try to get you. So use your terrain to your advantage. All right, Spideys, you want to try this? Little bullet drop time. A little higher. Nope. Yeah, he's a little too far. All right, let's go. Whoa, you almost got me. Whoa, that was close. Very close, everybody. All right, we got them Spideys. Now, what were those Spideys guarding? What were all of those mobs guarding over here? It makes me think there's something over here. Are they guarding the node? No, it's not a node. They were right here. Let's find out. Barrel nut, mushrooms, pale berries, power slug. Way over that way. Summer sloops. Mercer spheres. Why were they over here, or were they chasing me from before? See, that's kind of giving me an idea that there's a cave entrance somewhere, and they came out of that cave. Down here somewhere. Oh, somebody's here. Yeah, more Spideys over there. Little Spideys this time. Whoa, the other one's right there. It just disappeared. All of a sudden showed up over there. Missed him. Nope. Where'd he go? Whoa, there he was. You are an elusive little sucker, aren't you? Let's wait till I get my hover pack. Got him. Definitely pick up your loot. It'll disappear. Where'd I get that other guy? Where'd I get that other guy at? Definitely a lot of Spideys around here. I don't know, I lost track of them. Guarding the copper? They're definitely guarding something. I don't know what it is. And I don't know where that other guy went. Get him up here. There he is. I think that's him. Yep. All right. That immersive sphere in the water. Says it's this way. It's not even close to where they're at. And I can hear it. Hear it, can't see it. All right, we're not going to spend too much time doing that. You can do that for an hour, but I never find it. Because it's underwater or above water or hiding somewhere. In some cave somewhere. Power slug this way. Oh, the yellow power slug. That's what it is. Somebody nearby. Using that verticality on him. Another one. Missed me. And you really want to know how many shots each of these mobs take, too. Like those spiders take sometimes like 5 shots. What are you guarding out here? Maybe he's just blocking to get to that. Man, we're on a grand adventure today, aren't we? That's so great about this game, everybody. You can play this game like me 50 times and it surprises you every time. Mercer sphere is over there. Let's run away from where we were going that way. Oh, we already went up to the top of that one. We've been that way. Also a great time just to grab random loot while you're running around. While you're running to grab all these barrels and different plants and stuff. Perfect time for that. Fred's like, Kismet, there's some over here. What's up, Fred? Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, we got a Mercer sphere from over there. So we're going a little bit in a circle. So let's go back this way. Oh, we got some potential drops. I wonder if there's some computers over here. See, I got the first hit on them. It's 3 of them. think I hit this one first. Missed him. Missed him again. Hit this guy first. This guy or that guy? I can't remember. Turn around on this guy. Got him. Get that loot. You turn that into medical stuff later. I'm always picking all this stuff up. But see, the other cool thing too is I could put all this stuff. Keep that. Put all this stuff in the dimensional depot. And keep clearing out your inventory. Again, it just multitasking while you're doing other things. Multitasking without you even asking. All right, let's see if we luck out. Get ourselves some computers here. And what I do is I go around, I loot everything to see if there's any like higher level stuff that I might be doing that's higher than what I'm doing. And each zone has tougher and tougher areas. Like the harder it is to get there, usually, not always, the better the loot. Now inside this drop pod here, I need to use some rotors, which I just found, which is awesome, and open that door, and it'll give me this hard drive. And these are our alternate recipes. That is going to tell us all about it.
Damaged hard drive successfully acquired. All pioneers are contractually obliged to preserve and secure any recovered hard drives for analysis in the MAM, which may result in benefits to the Fix-It mission. Speculation as to why there are crashed freighters in your Fix-It designated zone is discouraged as specified in your contract.
After a while, you get less afraid of those guys. Yeah, that's where we just were. It's really difficult not to go in circles in this game sometimes. Oh, I forgot to mark that. Where was it? Back there. All right, we're going to mark all of these too, again, in our mega playthrough here. Let's run back over and mark these. Now, what I do is when I've looted an area to remind myself that I've already been there, you know what? I could also build something. We should just build something. Maybe like a big metal beam or something. Like we click it and we just go vertical, and then we just say that. Yeah, I think I'll do that like that. But also, I like to put it on the map. But sometimes my map gets reset, but that bar is not going to get reset. I do the same thing in Satisfactory, and that tells me from really far away, oh, wait, there's a crashed thing over there. Did I put a beam there? Oh, yeah, okay, I've already looted that. Right? That's the thing that happens, because you go back to the same things over and over again, especially in Subnautica, everybody. I do it all the time. I got tired of doing it, so I said, you know what? I'm just going to build, pretend like I'm going to build this rounded thing for my base, and I'm going to do that wherever I've already looted, and then eventually, it's kind of like checking off different areas. Okay, I've looted over here, I looted there, and it leads me to new areas for me to loot. I find it very, very useful, for sure. Now, again, this Mercer Sphere is hiding somewhere underneath that thing. I guess we could try to find it, but I'm not going to. I'm going to go back this way. Because Fred says, over this way, Kismet. All right, Fred. Thanks for having my back, buddy. You happen to see any summer sloops over here, would you? Any summer sloops? There's some power slugs. Back that way. Oh. Another one that's underground. No, I just went the wrong way. Oh, right there. Yeah, poison. Grab it quick. Oh, I can't grab it. I'll blow the thing up. Maybe I can jump down in there. Nope. Gotta blow the thing up so I can get to that one. I'm just gonna ignore it. Mercer Sphere this way. And I just let the loot guide me, everybody. I just let the loot take me on an adventure, and, you know, it's gonna be different every single time. Because I'm just going wherever it says to go. Oh, there we go. Now, see how this is up on the hill like this? Now, usually there's more than just one of those things. So that's the trick that it tries to pull on you. Oh, see? One down there. Ugh, never get to my thing. My scroll wheel is so funky anymore. I can never get to my thing in time to hit those bees. Go up this way. I got one of them. Yeah, if you shoot fast enough, right when it reloads, you can get it before those little bees come out. You get 2 shots off. Not enough space.
Be appropriate.
Be appropriate. I try to be every day. I see one of our glowy friends over here. Da, 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 charge! Oh, wait, we should have done our slide jump. We should have done our slide jump. Let's see if that works. Run, slide, jump. And that should carry us enough so we can get up over the lip. Oh, God, they're the baddies. I hit none of them. Okay. Low health. Low health. Not good. Eat the thing. What is this? This looks like Caterium. Yeah. Oh, that's a pure node, too. All right, we got a friend up there. You don't got a friend in me. You don't got a friend in me, because you're going to try to shoot me in the face. Because you're a big disgrace. I'll shoot you in the face back. Line of sight for the win. All right, more of our little glowy friends that we need. Not enough space. Come on, let's get this going. Again, this is why I do the ones that are the lowest first. So they're going in there fast. Mercer Sphere, hard drive. We've got extra barrels now. Our inventory is filling up. But again, we can just keep putting it in our dimensional depot, which keeps us from having to stop exploring. It'll just let us keep exploring for a while. Now, eventually, I'm going to get to the point where that'll be it. I'll have to start throwing stuff away because my thing will be full. We don't have our gas stuff. And we don't have our Nobilis. I don't think we have any Nobilis. We got our detonator, but no Nobilis itself. How about sulfur? What would it take to make Nobilis? Nobilis. We're going to need steel pipes, which we have. We're going to need black powder, which we're going to need coal and that. Do we have coal? We didn't put any coal in there. Oh, that's a bummer. Right now, it'd be awesome if we had some coal in. Look, we can put our car in there as well. We can put grass in there. Oh, wait, our car is already full. We could put our guys there. 1 concrete. We don't need to carry that around. Let's switch around the numbers here and let that... Oh, wait, concrete's already full. Let's just trash it. Let's do wood. See how much inventory space I just made? Just by putting it in there. In the dimensional depot. Then we don't have to stop. We can just keep on going. In what we're doing. Over here. I kind of feel like I want to just dive in there, grab it, and just run out of there. But what you want to do is blow up those things around. Didn't used to be able to do that, by the way. You had to use your poison resist stuff, your poison filters. Mercer Sphere. Power slope. Ooh, summer sloop. The summer sloops, I feel, are the more value because there's less of those in the game. Gonna be over here where this poison is. I just feel it. Oh, this is this area. This is actually really cool. Oh, that's one of our little friends. Maybe we can get in between there. Maybe we could grab it and get out of there quick. Yeah, we got it. We got it. If you got just one of them on you, it's different. Grow will. It's different if you got just one, but if you have a whole bunch of those on you, you're going to take more damage quicker. Something keeps moving and causing a shadow. Stop that shadow. It's freaking me out. I think like a dragon's going to swoop down and kill me. All right. Mercer or summer sloop. This way. But try to look for where it is when you're on the high side. Oh, down in there. Down in there, it looks like. I bet you there's gonna be some Spideys. Yep, there they are. Hopefully they're just little spideys. And not big ones. I wouldn't trust it. Whoa, look at them all. Yeah, I see it there. Trying to get him where I can angle him. Over here. Might have got them all. Except for that one. There's too many scary spiders in this game. Let's see why you're looting this. This is when a big spider comes up and gets you. Attacks you. We're taking this summer sloop. We're out of here.
Our blood could fill the effigy veins for a respite song. Scripture becomes harmony, becomes composition. Defile our temple, and the threads will sew the windows open.
Fred!
Pattern analysis continuing. New instruction. Repeat pioneer exposure to alien artifacts. Brain damage compensation packages may be available on successful completion of a special claims form. Our expert Fix-It medical staff are impartial and always open to assess your claim.
I don't know if it's going to help when I get the Dane Bramage. When I get the Dane Bramage, everybody, I can get my Dane Bramage security package. Of course, if I'm the only one left and they can't bring any more pioneers in, I would imagine that they're not there anymore. The lights are on and no one's home. I never noticed that until this playthrough, everybody, where they mention that they're going to bring another pioneer in, but they don't say when they're going to bring them in, which means that I'm probably it. I'm the last one. All right, we're going to try a little trick here. Oh, I forgot to slide. We're going to try a little trick here where we try to coast all the way across to that bridge. Slide and jump. I'll just tap it, tap it, tap it. Oh, God, I'm so good at my job. Look at that. Barely even used that fuel. And fire, rocket, reload really quick. Fire again. Yes, before they summon. Yes. I'm good at my job, everybody. Again, I'm your official Fix-It Corporation trainer, everybody. I'm teaching you how to survive in the wild, how to collect these resources, and how to bring them back and then efficiently build your bases. Of course, we're going to do some mega building in this playthrough. We're going to tap every node. We're going to do every single thing, every single process in the game. We're going to go everywhere and do everything in this particular playthrough, which means this playthrough is probably going to be going on for a while. But that's okay. Again, here we go, everybody. We're going to use our ladder. We're going to use our ladder to our advantage. We're going to go as high as we can. And then we're going to climb up there, and then we're going to go a little higher so we can coast downwards, and in case any mobs are on us, we can see what's up. Oh, yeah, we could shoot this guy from over here. And a little higher to accommodate the thing, and then aim a little lower. Oh, didn't quite get him. Now I got to stand on this thing and try to kill them. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging. Keep swinging. Swinging. Shortening bread. Over here. Oh, God. Out of jetpack. Whoa. Could have killed myself there. I used my jetpack a little too much. That's why I'm collecting these, everybody. So I can use these for food. By the way, you can eat these while you're going up a ladder. In case you didn't know. I just go back to my gun. Reload it while we're waiting, and then jump across. Do. Space bar. Space bar. Just tapping that space bar. Ooh, look down there. I bet you there's some goodies down under there. Look up there. There's a crashed ship. Again, at some point, everybody, this is what you want to do. You want to run around and do some stuff. Oh, I see the Mercer Sphere from here. I can see it on the ground. Just collect a lot of these peeps, especially, again, the summer sloops, the Mercer spheres. But I can totally see where it is from here. And I'm going to go ahead, just jump off, let gravity do its job, and then look for whoever is guarding it, because you know there's somebody out there guarding that Mercer sphere. You know they are. I'm going to go over here first. Make sure there's no one's going to sneak up on me. Oh, right there. I'm going to hunt him down versus him hunting me down. Totally missed him. Whenever it says it aggroed, I always assume there's something else aggroing on me. Look at this beautiful waterfall. Ooh, I bet you there's something behind there. Let's go take a look. I love it when they hide stuff behind waterfalls. Like my favorite thing. Not bad guys, though. But loot. Oh, I had no idea, everybody. I had no idea that was there. But that totally is an entrance. Let's put that right there. All right. I guess we're doing this now. We'll come back to that out there in a minute. Wow, look at this one. This is a big one, too. Means we're going to have big boys. Where can we go? Up there on that side. Go up here in this corner. Oh, yeah, definitely something in here. Use our verticality for our advantage. See, I try to pick a good tactical position. Any more of you little guys in here? I'm sure there is. There's always more. You think you got them all. And more of them show up. Another one of our little glowy friends I found just completely randomly under a waterfall. And again, everybody, we're going to explore every waterfall, every cave. We're going to do it all. We're going to do everything. Every process in the game we're going to do. This is the mega run. This is where we do everything and enjoy the journey. And again, see, just let the loot take you on a journey, everybody. Again, I just used my instincts. My instincts would say, I didn't even remember that there was something under there. I don't remember if I did that last time. But again, just use my instincts. If you got good instincts, use them. If you got bad ones, well, then you know what to do. Trust your logic instead of your instincts. Some people have bad instincts, everybody. They make bad choices off bad instincts. My instincts are good. No, that seems like I'm going to die if I do that, so I'm not going to do that. So sometimes I do it anyway, because sometimes you override your instincts with stupidity. So there you go. It happens to everybody. That was a straight hit there. I didn't even dodge it. Didn't even bother to dodge it. All right, come here. Oh, I'm out of space again. But look at this. Summer sloop. This here is...
This is a shrine to windows and weaving.
Oh, windows and weaving. I love to weave with my windows. That's what I like to do. My favorite thing, in case you guys didn't know. Anything else? Power slugs, no summer sloops. This thing's actually very useful if you utilize it. Again, I'm just going on a random trip around the world, everybody. We can always find our way back. But it's so fun just to get out of the base. Again, this is like day 4 of this playthrough. And it's right about the right time when you have a bunch of resources running. You've got a bunch of stuff going right now. Especially, it would have been good if I started putting my stuff in there for phase 3. But I need power. And to do power, I need the power slugs. And to do the power slugs, I need the summer sloops. And the Mercer spheres are just a bonus. They're just a bonus of what we're doing. Oh, power slug this way. Summer sloop, nope. Mercer sphere, too. I bet you it's up high. Fred's pointing the way. Up here, Fred? Up on top of this? What you saying? All right, let's get our ladder out. Us builders, we build. Brain damage? You mean Dane Bramage? You got the Dane Bramage? It's going around. Apparently, it's going around a lot nowadays. That Dane Bramage. No, that's, it's supposed to be funny because I'm saying it wrong. It means I have brain damage when I say Dane Bramage. I've been saying that since I was young, everybody. It makes, lets you know who's paying attention to you talking. If people are paying attention, then they'll try to correct you like that. That just says, hey, you were paying attention. All right, I'm gonna get up here, jump out, use my jetpack, assess the danger. All right, up there. All right, let's take care of this one first. So aim about there, reload as quick as you can, shoot again before it brings it out. There we go. A little harder when you're at an angle here. We'll use our jetpack to get an angle on it. Ah, come on. Hard to tell at what distance to swing at these things. I got one of them. I got one of them there.
Look through the window and witness the threat.
Okay, now I thought there also was another one? There's another one. I thought there was a power slug here somewhere. Up above, no doubt. Again, I'm always looking for a way of climbing up. Kind of feel like we want to keep going this way. I'm going to keep going this way. Again, use your instincts, everybody. Oh, there's a cave with a whole bunch of stuff in there, but we don't have our explosives, so that's not going to help us. I bet you that's where those power slugs and Mercer spheres are in that cave. But I see a crashed ship over here. Again, we're looking for some computers, so maybe we don't need to make them. Oh, I see some modular frames, so this one is a little bit more advanced. Just not getting it in time. Ah, almost. Oh, we got a bad guy on the left. Take care of these things first. Dang it. It takes me forever to get that out. See, by the time I get that going, get on the line of sight side. I don't see any computers, but nice. Oh, I got some rotors and stuff. Again, keep feeding this stuff in. Should be constantly feeding that into the thing. Like this. Again, a lot of this stuff we don't need. Rods and stuff. We can always throw this stuff away. Plates and whatnot if we have too much of that. Reload our weapon. I hear other animals. All right, I see some barrels. Again, this is one of my favorite things in any game, everybody, is the exploration part. All right, let's see what we got in this drop pod. Oh, we just need our fuel. Awesome. Used our biofuel there. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to use our bar. We're going to click it. We're going to put it like this. And then we're going to mark it on the map. But in just in case we lose our map marker, we'll also have our beam that tells us we've already looted it. What do we got back here? Oh, there's a little glowy friend. Bye-bye. He's going to slide off the side. Incredibly slowly. See if he disappears before it goes off the side. Ah, he got stuck on the edge. All right, anticlimactic there. Oh well. Get our little glowy friend. Wow, look at this shot. Oh, not enough room. More hard drives. More of these. More this. More of those. What about wire? Can we put wire in there? Wire's already done. Right here. This. Yes. More of these barrels. We got plenty. Or actually, we could put the barrels over there to stack them. What else? Anything else in here we haven't stacked? What about motors? So motors, we already have a stack of that. Rotors were good. How about copper ore? Yes, copper ore. How about these? No. Plates are probably full. But those are full. There we go. We made a lot of room, though. Made a good amount of room there. Okay. Almost out of space. That's a good vantage point to look around. Kind of feel like there's something on top of that. Did we already go over there? Kind of feel like we did. More power slugs that way. Mercer sphere that way. Over there. Let's go. Oh, wait. I keep doing that. I keep forgetting to slide. So you run, slide, and then jump. And then that's going to carry you a lot further over this way. Oh, it's down there. Right there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we're going to splat. Oh, and I died. I knew it was coming at some point. I used my jetpack too much. Right mouse button to spawn. All right, we got a long journey to get back. But that's okay because we put a bunch of that stuff in the Dimensional Depot. So we can just pull it from the Dimensional Depot. But I always run back. Again, most of our time today is just exploring. And then what we're going to do is set this up to run for next week. And then we're going to play some Fallout London as well. Now, up there at the top, you can see it says Death Crate. So it basically tells me in what direction. Yeah, if you have brain damage, you can't fill out the forms. That is true. That does make it more difficult. But then again, you can always hire someone to fill out the forms for you. Well, there's my train. Run! No! Come back here, train! No, I missed my train. We'll just run. Use our jetpack. A little bit left in our jetpack. Yeah, it was a bummer. I pushed it just a little too much. You want to wait till you're really close to the ground and then use your jetpack. But I pushed it too much. I can get there just about as fast as the train just by running and sliding and jumping, especially when you're using your jetpack. There we go. You can get like a real good leap going once you have it down like this. This takes some practice. Oh, there's a yellow guy on the right. Okay, now biofuel. Do we have some solid biofuel? We do. All right, so we can use the biofuel for our jetpack. And we can try to go over there and grab that on the way. Now, the interesting thing about dying, everybody, is that actually sometimes is in your favor. Oh, we remember us going in this big old cave over here. It's actually sometimes in your favor to do so. Because then you're going to be looking from different perspectives. Oh, I don't have any ammo. I got to get some more of this ammo. Nope, I'm out of ammo. Okay. Looks like we got to go old school. Again, you don't lose your stuff in your inventory, which I think is cool. Okay, we're going to go over here so we end up on this side so we don't aggro that other one. Kill this as quick as possible. Then we're just going to have to charge this one. What the heck was that? What the heck was that? It started building. Okay. That screwed me up, but whatever. That was another big fail. That whole, where it came up with the thing when I didn't want it to just messed me up and killed me. I might have accidentally tapped the button. I don't know. I was trying to just swing. I don't know why that just happened. And we missed the train again. Whatever. It's going to be one of those days that we were doing so good, too. But we're already at a disadvantage because we didn't heal up. I should have healed up. I thought I'd just run in there and wipe them out, but obviously not happen. Did not happen. I'll slide jump. All you really need is some food and a weapon to make this happen. I'm gonna get that thing now. Now it's a thing. Now I got 2 death crates. It's funny, you don't die for a long time and all of a sudden a bunch of deaths in a row. But that's what happens when you go and explore. Now again, I can wait till later and do this way easier when I have all that other stuff unlocked. But I think it's kind of fun to challenge yourself to do this a bit earlier. Oh, and down we went. Again, I don't have the stuff. Now, where did it put my stuff? Up there. Okay. Okay. Any more solid biofuel? No. Okay. We can make some, though. But we don't have any resources. So, how do we get up there? We could use our dimensional depot to make a ladder. To get up on the ladder and jump across, which is not going to make it. I'm gonna take more damage. Awesome. Try it again. Oh, there's one underneath there too. I just saw it on the left there. Let's get up a little higher. What the heck? Oh, at least it's the one on the side. Gotcha that time. Okay, so we gotta take care of the one on the side. And there might still be one up there at the top. Yeah, there's still one at the top. Let's move this stairwell as well. Okay, we're getting a little better. 2 of them I guess we can do, but 1 of them is too hard. Or 3 of them are too hard. Okay. Bad idea doing it over there. All right, we're learning our lessons, sometimes the hard way. It's okay if you die, everybody. You just run back, grab your stuff. You know, there's really no penalty other than you drop your stuff. Like I say, I don't have my jetpack, so I have to get enough momentum. Okay. Let's try this again, this time without building a splitter. There we go. All right, that was much easier. And some peeps down below. We gotta find our way down. This is better if you backpedal a little bit. Get in there and take care of it. Okay. There's more coming from up there. More barrels. All right, teaching you guys how to survive now. How to overcome challenges. Now, see, I have my jetpack now. I got my fuel from where I died. All right, punks, get over here. I'll get you guys down now. Yeah, there we go. Practice makes perfect. Sometimes you just take the hits so you can get rid of the thing. Seem like I'm hitting it. Turn my light back on. All right. That was a lot. We did a lot there. And again, there's a big cave full of stuff there. But we got to go this way. Oops. Hold on. We'll come back for that another time. We should mark this, though. We should mark this as a cave we need to come back and check out. Over there. Okay, we got to watch our jetpack. By the way, later on you have better fuel. And so I have to get used to the fuel that does less jetpack. And eventually, once we get this going, now I actually could just stop and run back and do that. But it's just like a matter of principle. I'm going to go back and try to find my death crate. It's way out here because, man, we had gone on a big adventure. Oh, we could probably do our vehicle now. Have a little fun with our vehicle if we put it all in there. We sure did. All right, let's have a little fun with our vehicle here. Sometimes I forget. Let's go. Go for a little drive. Try not to hit any of these plants because it will destroy your plants. Excellent Kismet driving as always. Oh, no, 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 dude. Oh. Tagged him. Now, they don't usually attack you when you're in your vehicle, by the way. You can also knock out trees like you saw there. Oh, there's something to blow up right there. But this should get us there just a little faster. You can't go through shallow water. Deep water, you're going to get stuck. You can jump out for a minute, grab the loot, jump back in. I say we go this way and hope that it's shallow. Oh yeah, we get. Oh, right here. You ready to grab it? Oh, it's up on the top. Now we got our gun. Those bugs hit me from above. Let's try to get at least one of them. Nope. I've not got that down. Keep collecting these barrels, everybody. Again, you can also make things that allow you to get to heal up fully up, too. All right, we're on a grand adventure today. Settle in, everybody. We're having some fun. Again, raising funds for charity for St. Jude's. Now's a good time to show some love in the chat there to unlock more giveaways and other fun stuff. Oh, speaking of giveaways, we got to get a giveaway going. Let's do it right now. Let's get this giveaway going. Well, Ada tells us about it.
Waves of the effigies in the shallows passing through the windows, and they're all the same. There is no resonance growth. Sing.
I just called the Fix-It doctors. They told me there is definitely no danger from repeat exposure to these signals. In fact, they said it is good for you. I apologize, but the call dropped suddenly, otherwise they would have told you themselves. The good news is you should run towards these strange and dangerous-looking objects whenever you find them. Doctor's orders.
Okay, I don't believe you, Ada. I don't believe you called anybody, and I certainly don't believe that you should run toward dangerous objects. I don't know what your deal is, girl, but there you go. All right, let's start a random Steam code giveaway right over here. Bam, there we go. Giveaway is underway, everybody. You want to know how to be part of the giveaway? Just exclamation giveaways in the chat. That was one heck of an adventure, everybody. I think we're good. Let's put that Mercer Sphere in there. Let's put all this stuff in there. Like so, our little friend here. A little bit of this stuff. Okay, this is full. Okay, sort that stuff out. And I think that's probably good. That'll hold us over. Thanks for the lurker, love. Appreciate it, Rotisserie G. Okay, now we got to go back to our station here. And we did find the way here, which means that we can find the way back. What's up, Fred? Thanks for watching my stuff for me. He was watching over my stuff while I was making my way back. Whoa, I was trying to turn left there. There we go. Well, okay, get up on two wheels. All right, you got this. You got this. Yeah, there we go. It's not just in the failing, everybody. It's in the succeeding out of a fail. There's that guy again. It's the recovering for the win. I think I don't see you there, Barrels. All right. Head our way back. And then we got some manufacturing to do. Excuse me, Fred. He's fast, though. You see how quickly he gets ahead of me? He's pretty fast with his long legs. Now, you never know if it's shallow until you drive through it, I find. Yeah. Mercer sphere this way. Up on top, maybe. Go back for my car. Stock up on these barrels, everybody. Now, this is what we used to do in the old day before you could make them into medical. What you would do is just use the barrels. And you would see, if you go back and watch everybody's playthroughs from way back when, they're just walking around with a barrel in their hand because you couldn't hide it back in the day. It says right there, random Steam game code. Could be a Steam pack of $200 worth of like a game and a bunch of DLC for it, or a bunch of different games. Could be $100 game, $60 game, could be a $5 game. Again, it's all random. That's why we call it a random Steam game code giveaway. Again, I've had people come in, put one ticket in. Remember, everybody gets a free ticket. If you want to know more about the giveaways, you can go exclamation giveaways in the chat. And that'll tell you how to enter the giveaway, how to check for your loot, how many kiss caps you have, exclamation loot. And remember, everybody gets a free ticket. So you can, everybody can enter. I don't care if you've been here for 5 seconds or you've been here for all 10 years, everybody. That's right, I've been streaming for 10 years, everybody. Very fun. Very fun, very enjoyable. All right, we made it back to our base. And we can't go under that because it's too low. Wow, that was quite the adventure. All right, so we pocketed a lot of stuff. How many Mercer spheres did we pocket? Wow, we got 10 Mercer spheres. That was really good. That was a good run. We got a few deaths in there. Get them out of the way. We got 3 summer sloops. We had already gotten one before that we used for our stuff. We used for our MAM. We got a lot of our Fixmas stuff running. We got 10 power slugs there, the blue ones. How many other ones? We got 1 purple one, and we have 3 yellow ones. All right, awesome. All right, another thing that the barrel doesn't do is it doesn't make that noise, that noise all the time. That's why, another reason why you use the barrels. All right, so let's go ahead and do some zooping right over here, and we're going to do some, what I call offline production. So what we're going to do is we're going to have our ability to take our boxes and put them right here, like so. 3 in a row. Right there. Now, each of these are going to have different little people on them. We're going to make some signs. Oh, we don't have enough quartz crystal. But we can make some quartz crystals simply by putting a crafting bench, going over here and seeing if we put some quartz in there. Look at how smart we think ahead, everybody. We'll put some quartz in there. And got some quartz crystal going. Now, again, one of the cool things about using your Mercer spheres at this point, instead of upgrading your Mercer spheres and making them go faster and making them contain more, is that you just put them on every single resource. And then every single resource is always running in there. So if you just wait, say you run out of plates, right? And you got them running in, you just AFK, go make yourself a sandwich, come back, bam, there you go. Now you got your plates all in the thing. And then what I do is you'll see me start to use 5 actual ones to put in. Instead of upgrading it, I just put 5 of them in there, and then it just goes at 5 times the speed than it would if I had upgraded it. So again, but I'm going to upgrade it all the way in this playthrough just to see what happens as well. But we need some signs. We are going to use some of these signs also in our mega build for charity as well. Again, if you want to be awesome and be a St. Jude hero, you can donate through that Tiltify link directly to St. Jude's through Tiltify and show some love for the kids this year. Let's go ahead and, again, Children with Cancer for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, part of Fallout for Hope. We're going to play a little bit of Fallout London after this, so stick around. It's going to be super fun. We're going to try to get all this going first. Again, I don't have any set time in which I switch over. I do a bunch over here, I get a bunch of stuff running, and then I switch over to the other thing. All right, we're looking for our little slug friends. Are they in here? Okay, this one here. There we go. We got our blue power slug. And then we're looking for our yellow one. And I can just look for slug. I don't know why I always do that. I always like to look through it, and then I realize I can just use the search function. It's old school, everybody. Old school. That's one of the greatest functions in the game. The ability just to search, get the thing you want. All right. Kind of hard to see the yellow one on that background. So I'm going to select the background and monochrome. And we just have like black. Oh, it's already like that. We need to turn the emission off. We turned it down. Glossy, matte. Man, we can't see squat. Okay. We'll just change the color. Here. All right, much better. I like that better. Okay, let's just change the color. Up here. Like this, and like this, and there we go. There we go. Very nice. And then we want to turn our emissions back up here so we can see them slugs. Okay, so now we got our slugs. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and use our constructors. Now, I highly recommend that you set all this up first. You get yourself some summer sloops and whatnot, because it's going to be to your advantage. So we'll do our blue ones first. And so we're going to go over here and we're going to say, hey, we want to automate this process. And we want to, oh, wait, we don't have the ability to do it in here. Oh, right here. Duh. I was like, oh my God, did I not unlock that? I thought I did, and I did right here. So you select your power shard number 1, which is going to be to your blue guys. You can see them down there in the bottom right corner. And so right now it's got no power, but we'll take care of that. And again, you don't need any like smelters or anything like that. You can just go ahead and put down your 3 different things here. And then put down your 3 different types of slugs. Again, the middle one here is going to be yellow. And then this one over here is going to be our little purple guys. And then we're going to go ahead and run this from our storage into here. So anytime that we have them, we can just throw them in the storage and they'll go ahead and start up. And then we'll connect all of these together. And then we'll see if we've got some way of tying it in over here. I'll show you a great little trick, everybody. If you go in and use your power pole, which I don't use all that often, but if you roll over the line right here with your power pole and you click on it, it actually creates another little power pole and automatically connects the poles for you, because this game is awesome, everybody. Incredibly awesome if you need it, just like I needed it right there for setting that up. Now, the first one here in the power shards, what we want to do is we want to unlock this ability right here to basically double the production. So whenever we're doing one power slug, one blue power slug, we can actually make multiple of the power shards. And you can see it says 7.5 per minute, 7.9. So it's 1-to-1 output right now. So what we want to do is run over here to the MAM and see if we can get to that point where we can utilize our summer sloops in there. Our alien technology here. Oh, we got to go and make a bunch of these. It's right here, power amplification. So we've got to get these SAM fluctuators. We've got to make a bunch of those. And the cool thing for us to do right now is to see if we can make ourselves a dimensional depot, which we can. Okay, we got to make a bunch of dimensional depots, as a matter of fact. We'll go ahead and get our car. Actually, no, we'll just... and one of the things I like to do is just deconstruct the car and then have the resources in the dimensional depot or on my character directly, where I can then just rebuild the car wherever I'm at. Much easier than, you know, stopping and running back to your car and doing all that. And we already have a hypertube, which is going to be much faster than me driving across the car. So I can just kind of let this rock and roll. Oh, and my headset is dying. We can let that charge up. Right over here. Let that charge up a bit. Get that going on. As well. And I have to switch the audio. And might be a good time to take a break. How long's it been? Oh my God, there I go again. Forgetting to take my breaks. That was 4 hours, everybody. Felt like this. Felt like time just flew by, because it did. There we go. All right, let's enjoy the ride here on our hypertube. We're going to go over here. Now, we need to bring this SAM ore back. Now, I'm going to be replacing all of this with trains. Right now, I have the Caterium coming back and the copper coming out back, but I will, again, replace it with trains and just take all this out, because you no longer need your hypertubes or your or your lines anymore because you can just automate it with trains. Now, of course, the lines are always efficient because they're always running at max speed. Where your train, you have to have the rhythm of the train, so you have enough trains where it's bringing those resources in. That's vitally important. I think we're going on here. I always like to leave a stop where it stops, and then I go to my Caterium and do all of that. And that's down there, just constantly putting that Caterium into the awesome sink, that quick wire. We're going to scale up that quick wire eventually. We got anything in here? No. Okay, we can take this out now. And then down here we go. And then up here we go. I like to have stops along the way in case I need to stop and do any of that stuff. And this is taking us way back. Now, we actually did a gigantic modular build right over here. It was like way up in the sky. It was awesome in our last playthrough. We actually finished the entire game with only 50,000 to 60,000 gigawatts of power, or 50,000 power. And it was pretty awesome. Incredibly efficient playthrough. And we crushed it. Okay, so what this has been doing over here is extracting that ore. Converting the ore into reanimated SAM and then putting it right into here. Now, instead of running out here every single time, now that we have ourselves a few Mercer spheres, this is going to make this a lot easier. Oh, we need some SAM fluctuators, but just so happens that we were smart enough to leave some benches over here where we can make ourselves some SAM fluctuators right here. Let's see if that's enough for our dimensional depot. Yes, it is. It's also going to use some from the dimensional depot, which I always find funny. And then we can just kind of let that run constantly into the dimensional depot. So as we use it up, we can go ahead and let it run. Now, also what I can do is go ahead and take this out and convert this manually over here. Convert this manually. So what I need is I need reanimated SAM, I need wire, and I need steel pipes. Now, the cool thing is, no matter where I am now, I can grab this reanimated SAM out of here. Now, what I really should be doing is running the raw resource all the way back and then having it nearby my base, so I have to keep coming out here. I will do that eventually, but for right now, we're just going to go ahead and manually make some that we need over here. Convert a bunch of this. Now, the cool thing about converting this, for me converting it, is the fact that I can then put that in the dimensional depot, and I don't need to carry it back. It's also putting a bunch of the other stuff in there. Now, the next process is a manufacturer process, so it needs 3 things to do the manufacturing. So we don't have the power or the little slug friends to do overclocking our extraction of our oil. Though we could just do our oil, have less power, and utilize that. But I always overclock my oil. I overclock my coal nodes. I overclock everything. It is the most useful thing for overclocking. I find it is totally worth the power, because if you overclock that oil, instead of getting this amount, you're going to get this amount. And then the overclocking was only this much extra. So you actually got a lot more out of it, even if you do overclock it. You get more in return because of the overclocking, which you'll see, because I'm going to do that here in just a moment. Okay, so we've got that done. We're going to start putting that in the dimensional depot and let that run while we're running back. And we're going to grab a bunch of this. So just put this in our inventory. Make sure we got full stacks. We're looking good. We could probably put this quartz crystal in there. We could put our, where is it? Right here, back in here. Our fuel there. All of that stuff back in there. We can take a bunch more of this with us. And again, it'll also run into the dimensional depot on its own. Now we don't have to come back here. It's got to be taking care of it earlier. Now later on, taking care of it thing. Now later on, we'll go in and collect a bunch of Mercer spheres. After we put every single resource in there, then we'll start collecting them to actually upgrade the speed and upgrade how much is in there. I feel like it's much more efficient to actually use them for running resources in first than it is to use them for upgrading. Because I did that on my last playthrough. I upgraded. I was like, man, I should have just I should have just done each and every resource. And we're going to be revamping our base. We're getting very close now. We just got to get our manufacturing. We got to get our oil going. Then we can get our manufacturing going. And then from there, we can get our all of our stuff rocking and rolling for our stuff for our next level. Unlock the rest of the items that we need in Tier 6. And then we'll be Tier 7, 8 already. On like day 5. Which is pretty cool. What's up, Crimson Knight? Thanks for coming in. Hey, Kismet, hope you're doing well. My favorite streamer of all time. Well, thank you for those kind words, Crimson Knight. I'm going to go ahead and take that in my inspiring quotes every day. I do appreciate you coming in and saying those kind words. I appreciate that. I'm doing good. How you been doing? Are you enjoying your holiday? Hopefully you're having an amazing holiday season here. I'm just trying to bring a little bit of love, try to raise some funds for St. Jude Children's Hospitals we do every single year. I'm going to try to get that thing working on Friday, everybody. Later today, we're going to try to get that thing going for all of you. So you can see what all the milestones are. You guys probably know it from last year. It's pretty much the same where if you hit certain milestones, we do a bunch of giveaways. And then I'll list all the giveaways and what all the milestones are. And we got a lot of giveaways, a lot of cool stuff coming up, everybody. So if you haven't already done so, hit the follow button. If you want to subscribe, remember, that's not required, but it does give you 3 times a chance to win and 3 times Kiss Caps for lurking in the channel. So you have more Kiss Caps to use on the giveaways, but just lurking in the channel, just chilling out, whether you're subscribed or not, you also earn Kiss Caps that way. So if you can't afford it, that's okay. I know sometimes during the holidays it is pretty tough, or really year-round nowadays. It's pretty tough. But there we go. Okay, so we got that going. Now we need to go over here to the MAM and try to unlock this summer sloop stuff that we need. So we'll go over here. We'll say, okay, alien technology. We need 10 of these things. Now, you can't just have it... I need to clear some stuff from my inventory. You can't just have it in the dimensional depot. You need to actually have it on your character. When you're doing this, so we'll have to go in here. Oh, it's right there. And grab these SAM fluctuators, put it on our inventory. Then we can go to alien technology. Then we can click on this thing, and then we can say start research. There we go. Tell us all about it, Ada.
Potential for harnessing alien energy completed. Fixit has identified 2 development tracks requiring additional research to integrate summer sloops safely and efficiently into Fixit technology.
The loop organ contains scripture, contains instruments to compose symphonies of root and rot and recycling. Shrines to evolution and revolution.
Okay, I like my shrines. All right, what do we need to do now? Add to our to-do list right over here. Actually, we should clear our to-do list. We should get this one in here, to-do list. I feel like this is kind of a waste of my summer sloops, but it does boost your power. I can make power. I don't really need it to boost it. Okay, now I got to use one of my summer sloops here. I need some more SAM fluctuators. So we're going to make some more of those. We need about 100 of them. And again, the whole point of what we're doing is to unlock the ability to overclock our oil so we can make power, so we can make manufacturers. Again, everything has a sequence, everybody, and the more effective you are at that sequence, the more effective you'll be as a factory builder. So we're going to go in and make as many as we can make here, and then just turn right around, because we put a bunch back in the box here. Turn right around over here, and I grab a few more out. Man, I got a lot of these pipes on me right now. I don't need that many. All right, there we go. Scale that down just a little bit, because I would rather have a lot of those on me. So I go over here and make a bunch of these. Over here. Oh, and I need wire. Okay, we got plenty of that laying around somewhere. You need all of this. Now, let's clean this up just a little bit. I think this we could be putting in the dimensional depot right now. Nope, that's full. Okay, well, let's just throw it away then. Don't need it. All right, more wire. Now, I got just a smidge of wire right over here, just a tiny bit. How about a whole entire box full of it? Again, it's always making that stuff, and then what it does is it stops using that power. So it kind of auto-balances the power. because what it does is it fills up that box, it backlogs, and then it turns all the machinery off, which means that it's not using any power. So it automatically balances, it makes stuff when it needs to, and then it turns off. Because I don't need 50 boxes of that right now. All I need is enough for when I need it, and then occasionally for some other process that I'm using. But again, it's very efficient to just make as much as you need versus making, 100,000 power when you don't need 100,000 power. I mean, it's fun, but it's not very efficient. But it's your game. You play it however you want. For me, I still like to be efficient even when I'm mega building. It's like my favorite thing to be crazy efficient. That's why I probably like this game so much, because its mandate is efficiency first. And I'm always efficiency first, above all things. Get that efficiency going. And of course, that's how I got this job at Fix It Corporate, as their official Fix It Corporate trainer. That's right. There you go. Showing you guys how to get her done. Okay, we got to make some computers in here, too. Okay, we need to make also some circuit boards. Oh, we found some circuit boards, I can see, because we have some in there, or we made some to make some computers. I think that's what we did. We made some circuit boards to make some computers. What do we got here? Plastic. Oh, we got a lot of that. Slide under here and do our jump thing. Let's go right over here, everybody. Oh, God, we ran out of jetpack right there. Whoa, that was lucky. That was close. We got to really get our other biofuel going, too, so we're not underestimating our ability to use our jetpack like I keep doing there. That cost me my life earlier, everybody. I was underestimating my jetpack, and I fell to my death. So I'm so used to the other fuel that I use, especially since we just did a playthrough, and now we're doing a mega playthrough. We did an efficient playthrough, and then now we're doing a mega playthrough. I totally underestimated it and fell to my death. But that's going to happen. It's going to happen. But we're making through pretty quick here. We're getting it going on. Now I'll manually make these, because it's going to be way faster for me to make them than for it to make them. And this is going to take a minute. I think this is a good time to get some words on streams and take a break, since I haven't taken a break in 4 hours. Man, I got to really set my timers on my break. I'm doing really bad things. I should be taking a break. All right, get this up and running. Then we go over here while we're waiting for that to run. We refresh. All right, looks good. We get our sound on. Okay, I'm going to let that run. I'm going to let it do all 90 while we're AFK. I'm going to go ahead and mute that and bring up words on stream. Now, again, you guys can't do this in the chat, twitch.tv/Kismet. If you're watching me anywhere else, you have to go over there because it only works on the one chat. Sorry, everybody. I'd love it to work everywhere. It'd be amazing. But you got to go to twitch.tv/Kismet, and you can go ahead and enter the words in there. Remember, if you do it right, it's going to go ahead and lock you like that and say, hey, you got a word right. Good job. But now you got to wait until you get unlocked to do another word. And again, even if you got the word right, if you did the second word, it wouldn't show up. So you might get it right if you're locked. So make sure to try that word again. Or if you see somebody doing a bunch of words and they got one right, steal some of their words and put it in there. So, because again, it's everybody working together as a team. If I see you guys working together as a team, when I come back, I'm going to shower you with a bunch of kiss caps. Don't just make one person do it all, because it's hard to do it by yourself. It takes everybody in the chat. So here we go. And I'll be back in just a bit.
Production amplifier unlocked. Every single manufacturing and smelting building will be backwards compatible with this new technology. These buildings can now have a Summers loop embedded to increase resource output without requiring more input, at the cost of greatly increased power consumption.
Flow cycles within flow cycles make explosions into temples and explosions into temples. The spin sphere of woven windows. Each tiny body contains tinier bodies until the line layers fold into curves, which folds into threads which weave the tapestry. A song of light and leaf and flower, a dance of matter clouds and...
I think they're trying to explain energy to matter conversion theory, but you do not need to understand it to do your job. I'll just mute them for you so you can continue your mission. I, however, will be taking notes. This is fascinating material.
Okay, we'll take notes on that, Ada, while we go to work. All right, over here, we of course set up our different guys here. Now, if you go into the manufacturer, everybody, and this you really want to do this, you can see I can put one of these in here. So, or not manufacturer, the constructor. Now, the constructor uses 1, and then you go to the assembler, uses 2, and then, of course, manufacturer uses 4. And what it does is it doubles the output. So instead of making 7.5 per minute, we are going to make 15 per minute. But what it really does is it doubles up the actual worms that you put in there, so you don't have to collect as many. And you'll see very quickly we will scale this up. Now, it'd be nice to have enough for every single machine. I only have enough for 2. But we'll go ahead and move it over once we do it. So we're going to go ahead and take 10 of these guys out of there. We'll go ahead and take our yellow power slugs out of there. And we'll find our little purple guy in here somewhere. We can just type the word slugs in here. There we go. And again, once you put it in there, then it shows in the listing, by the way. It doesn't show in the listing until you put one of them in the dimensional depot. But see, this one normally makes 5. This one makes, I think, 1 each. And then this is 3 each, I think it is. Something like that. Yeah, so this is 5 per minute. 7.5 per minute, but each one makes a certain amount. Let's go to the bench. Where is our workbench? Over here. Let's go and see what they actually make if you just do one of them. One of them, this one produces 1, this one produces 2, and this one produces 5. There we go. So blue ones are 1, yellow ones are 2, and purple ones are 5. So if we can double that up, that just makes it way easier. So we're going to do the yellow ones and the ones with the summer sloop in there. Now, the cool thing is, if you have a lot of these, you can use these to make power shards to make these go faster if you want. But what I'm going to do is just go ahead and start this up by simply taking these and looking at which one goes in which. This is the blue one, so we're going to go ahead and put the blue ones in here. And then we're going to go ahead and put the yellow ones in here. And that's going to go ahead and produce a bunch of those. Now, while those are being produced, we'll go ahead and also check the output of each of these by putting in our boxes and aligning those to the outputs. There we go. Running those into there. And we'll see how many we end up with. Right, so this should be 10 because we put 10 in, right? This one here should be double because we put, I forget how many in there, like 3 of them in there. But you can see we've already done 6. And that's, again, because it's multiplying it. So it just really does a great job. Now, there's only a finite amount of them, but I'm just going to tell you, everybody, there is a lot of these little slug guys. There are just an absolute ton of them. There's hundreds of them. So it's not like you're really going to run out in any normal playthrough. Now, if you're doing a lot, doing a bunch of mega builds like we're going to do, you definitely are going to need a bunch of them. But that's really going to help. Now, you can see that the yellow ones are done. So we'll go ahead and take this summer sloop. We'll move it over here. Remember, you can move it around wherever. And then I'm just going to put this in the box, though I only have 1, but I could put a whole bunch of them in, and then they'll go through. Now, instead of producing 5, it should produce 10, right? So basically, we're doubling up on each of our productions. So 10 of these became 19 of those, because I think I had an odd number. So why didn't that be? Oh, because the first one, it had to do 1 first before it kicked in the summer sloop. That's why we got 19. I see. And the same thing over here. We have 10 now. And then over here, we've got 5. And then it should have done double. Oh, but it's got to go through twice. So it's got to go through once, and then the next time it will do double. So it's only going to do 5 if you just have 1. But the next time, again, it's got to do 1 at the normal pace, and then it will double up. But we just made 34 of those power shards. That should be enough to hold us over for a minute or 2. So let's go ahead and run back this way toward our power. We're going to do our slide thing where we slide and use our jetpack. And we're ready to work on our oil power out here. It's going to be super fun. Where's our train at? Is it coming back? It's going down. Of course it's going that way. Now, one of the things that we can do, everybody, just to make this go a little faster, is we can put our own train down. And we can ride that train. Now, you got to be careful because the trains do crash into each other. So we've got to stop before that train comes back the other way, get out the train, remove the train. Let's see what happens. Now, trains is one of the fastest vehicles in the game. Hypertubes can go faster. You make a hypertube go. Oh, here we go. All right, we got to stop. We got to get out. We got to deconstruct it before the other train goes by. Because it used to not glide, but now it does. So keep that in mind. And then we'll use our little slide technique. And we're really going to get this going now. And now what we're also going to do is eliminate our production of plastic and all of that because we no longer need that. So what we really need to do is tell the train to stop on the other side. So what I'm going to do, instead of telling it to stop, I'm just going to go ahead and tell it to go to the drop-off, and I'm going to edit the timetable, and I'm going to go ahead and take out the pickup. So it's just going to go to the drop-off now, drop that off, sit over there, and wait for my next commands. So what we want to do is go down here and tap into this. I'm going to go ahead and take this out. We'll take this out over here, like so. And now we can make this a bit easier. We'll just leave it over here until it's done, where we can go ahead and make some dimensional depots. But of course, we can't do dimensional depots because we don't have enough of those things. But we'll make more of those here in a minute. Again, everything relies on this power. It's over here. It all relies on this power to get our dimensional depots really rocking and rolling. But we can just make it manually for now. Now, again, as we use it up that's in the dimensional depot, it'll automatically put more in because it's processing and making them on the other side. Again. So that's going to be awesome. How many we need for 2-dimensional depots here? Let's just go ahead and click 2. We need 20, which we've got. Okay. Now, what we want to do, instead of running all of these resources back back to our base, we're just going to have this perpetually running. We get in the right set here. Perpetually running into that dimensional depot. So it's constantly going to be feeding the plastic in there. And you can see I have a whole box of it. And I'll grab that stuff from up there and I'll bring it down here because we're going to replace what's up there with the oil. So instead of coming over here and fooling around with it over here and running it over here, we're going to take all the oil and we're going to take all the oil and run it back to our base. And then we're going to build out a big old power plant next to our coal plant, which is going to be awesome. But we definitely want to have the dimensional depots running over here just to do this. Now, again, we could take all of this stuff back if we wanted to. I find it's just smarter just to leave it over here and let it run into the dimensional depot. And then it will start to make more. Now, it doesn't need to make any more, so I'm going to actually tell it to stop like that. I'm going to go ahead and remove all of these pipes. We're also very close to getting to our next level pipes. We can also eliminate all of this. Now, one of the things that happens when you eliminate this, you actually eliminate all the oil along with it, which kind of sucks, but you got to do what you got to do. Because now we want to use the big boy Rooney, the giant fluid buffer. Now, what we could have done was made the fluid buffer a little bit further forward, have it all run into the bigger fluid buffer, and then take out the other fluid buffer and all that. It doesn't matter, but it's going to fill up while we're doing a whole bunch of other things. So what we're going to do is just let it run into the backlog of this fluid buffer while we're cleaning up the location here and taking out all of this stuff. So I hit G just to get the pipes. And then again over here, we're going to hit G. We're going to take out any, okay, or not. G, just take out any pipes so we don't accidentally take out the boxes. We can take out this fluid buffer. We no longer need it. And again, all of this other stuff here we don't need. And taking all this out, getting all these sweet resources back again. There we go. That's all we need. Right there. Now, what I'm also going to do is put something here like this, and then we'll go ahead and just run it down from up there down to here. Same thing over here. We'll run it this way. Now, I always do the easy one, which is the one that's right next to each other like this, because it's just so easy to run that line versus trying to run it from the top one to the bottom one and all that. Okay, so now the reason why I did that one up there is because I'm going to take that out and I'm going to bring those resources down here. Now, I don't need the awesome sink anymore, and there's nothing in the awesome sink there. So again, you'll get some of that power back. We don't need any of this other stuff over here. Very nice. Okay, how we doing? We got plenty of room. Now we can downscale everything that we have here, right? The only thing that we really need to connect to power is our extractor here, but we're also going to send it out to other extractors, and we're going to bring all that oil in the same place. I see some barrels over here that we can grab. Anything we can throw in the dimensional depot. Yes, we can throw that in there. We can throw that back in there. Do we have plastic going in there? We probably do from our other thing, but we'll just go ahead and max that out. We can put these in here. We can put these in here, but we don't want to. We're going to use those here in a minute. How about some wire? Yeah, so we can throw some wire in there. Again, we'll just put that in there. Let it run while we're doing other things. Okay, and over here we have some more barrels. We got a whole bunch of stuff we can collect over there we'll get to. And we can take out our... Oh, just leave our ladder in case we lose power. Oops, speaking of, we got to reconnect our power down here to our hyper tube. I'll take that out because no, not necessary anymore. And then run that to the entrance. Then we're going to take this and we're going to run it way over here. Because we're going to run that over that way and get some more oil here in a minute. Okay, now up the hyper tube. Again, this train station is bringing the power here, even though we had already done our big power before we had the train station. But, oh, our train's coming back. I said it not to go here. I turned off your timetable. Wait. Oh, I didn't save the changes. My bad. Okay. Hold on, I gotta go send it back. Yeah, see, it just stopped for a second and then went back because now its destination's over there and it's not gonna stop here and pick this up. I don't want it to stop here and pick this up because it doesn't need to run this back for right now. We're just gonna leave this out here. We already have plenty of it on the other side. We also have to deal with the other side too. If we're gonna deal with this side, we're gonna go ahead and drop all of our resources in there. And then we're going to pull all the resources from in here. I wish there was a button like R where you could just pull it out. You just control left click. You can see that some of this is going to run in here because it's still got the belts connected. Let's take all these belts out. And we no longer need all of this because we're not running that up here anymore. Again, we're not going to have our production over here. That'll just go right in our inventory. There we go. Then we're going to take this. And we're going to run it down to this box down here. This is our thing. And there we go. So that'll just constantly have a backlog of that stuff. And just every time we need some, it'll just run it in there when we use it up. And believe me, that's a lot of rubber there. But I'm not going to be using that anytime soon. Later, in the later game, you use it. But the same thing with that plastic, everybody. I got an absolute massive amount of plastic in there. And I'm going to have even more here in a minute because of all of this. And again, now we don't need those part of the train station, so we're going to take those out. And we're going to revamp how we do our train station here in just a minute. That's why we wanted to stop our train. And then down here, same thing. Put all that in there. And then I'll squeeze some more in the one underneath it right here. There we go. And that's now just going to constantly run that into the dimensional depot. And anytime I use it up, it's just going to keep running it in. Now, it's not going to run it in very quickly. It's going to run it in fairly slow. But it will keep that stuff going. So that's cool. And that is awesome. Oh, and we got to get that out of there. And we're going to go ahead and get everything back out of our box here. Remove our box. Because we're going to have to move back our tracks here. Oop. Or did that drop? I don't know, dropped from before. Okay, so now we're going to need some more room for our oil station here. Now, this is just the sole job. Now, before I had to do in water as well, but I don't need to have it do that anymore because you can see that my base is in the water. At least that's where my power is. All right, very nice. Now, what we wanted to do is come over here and pick up oil. I know, what a surprise, right? You never saw that coming. What we want is the fluid platform. So we want one that is attached here and going this way, which is the one I'm doing right now, which is the one underneath here. And then I have two more, which I'm going to go ahead and run to this side. And, oh, out of wire. Oh, how you do me so wrong. You do me so wrong sometimes. Out of wire. Let's go over here and see if we can make a little bit of wire. We happen to have some copper in the dimensional depot. We'll make some of that while we look and see. Oh, we can make a bunch of wire. We already got a bunch of actual copper ingots already put in there. Again, if I have extra stuff, I just keep throwing in the Dimensional Depot for these moments right here, where I need a little bit of wire, I need a little bit of this. But what we're trying to do is make it where we can just constantly run everything in the Dimensional Depot. Then we don't have to make any more wire. We don't have to do any of that. It's all automated in that process. And again, that's where we're trying to reach today. We're going to keep on at it. Okay, so there we go. So we're going to have 3 different ones, one for each node, right? So one for each node. We have 3 nodes. So I'll show you again. Actually, I think there's 4 nodes. Yes, there's 4 nodes. Sorry, there's 4 nodes. So we need one for each of those nodes. And we need more wire. Fine, well, let's put another bench over here that we could use. How much wire do we need? We need 100. Again, I only make as much as I need. Now, back in my base, I got boxes and boxes and boxes of wire that I could be feeding into a Dimensional Depot right now. But I need some power so I can run my sand ore, so I can convert my sand ore through the manufacturers and then make more of the things that allow me to do more Dimensional Depot. So my highest priority is getting additional power at this point. So that's what I'm going to do. And this power will carry me over really deep into the game. You can see I'm already finishing tier 6, but this will actually carry me into 7, 8, and then I can unlock 9 just with this power I'm about to produce. Now, of course, in 9, you're definitely going to want your nuclear power and, of course, your turbo fuel and all your other fuels that we'll get to later on. All right, we made a bunch of wire there. One more for our 4th one here. I think maybe sometimes I combine this. I think that's why I do that. We'll just keep them separate for this time, just to keep it flowing. Okay, so there we go. And then we're going to go ahead and put back in our track over here. I'm just excited to get to our blueprinting. Our blueprinting is going to be fun. Now, we have our level 4 blueprinter unlocked, but I'm just going to skip that this time. I showed a little bit of that last time, but we're just going to go to our 5x5x5. So those are very, very useful as well. Yeah, look at all those kiss caps you got there. Yeah, 11,000. You got a ton, brother. You got a bunch. Okay, so we fixed this side. Now, the important thing is that this is loading. And by default, it loads. A little fluid moving in there, though there's nothing running in there. Now, what we want to do is we want to take this one and we want to run it right up to here. Now, one of the things that I like to do... Ooh, almost... I forgot to put my biofuel away. Almost fell there. Let's get my biofuel back out again. There we go. What I want to do is to run this up. Now, I've already gone in and unlocked some of my hypertube stuff. We've also unlocked our logistics here. You can see we did our new conveyor belt, new lifter as well. We've got our valve unlocked and our floor holes. This stuff, some of this stuff here, like the floor holes, all of that stuff is in the awesome shop. That's why you want to have your tickets constantly running, so that when you're ready for that, you can just grab it and do that, which is pretty great. So all we have to do is just connect it from underneath right over there. Now, it's going to help us a lot when we do our pipes. And, of course, I can't wait till they add the straight function for the game, for pipes as well. They said they are going to add that, just like we use it on conveyor belts. So what do we want? We want our chainsaw here, so we can get our chainsaw out. We got to put it in our inventory first, and then we can swap it. There we go. And just get this away from my... I hate to take that out, but... we're just going to take this away from my foundations. What? Why are you not going away? Oh, it's not one I can remove. Or am I out of inventory? Nope, I can't remove that one. How dare you. Fine. I'll just take my foundations out and I'll walk away and pout. Say, fine. That's the way you want to be. Okay, it's okay. We'll make it work. So what we want to do is, of course, bring this pipe straight down. Now, of course, if you are close enough to it, you can just bring it straight down like this. Now, I would hit the hologram because you can move it, even pipes with the hologram, and then you can try to line it up. Like, oh, boy, that's really side and back. Maybe back a little bit more. And a little forward or backwards. I guess you're going to have to make a choice on that one. And then this one, a little right. You're going to have to make a choice, but boom, there we go. And then we'll bring this over here. Again, I can't wait till they have that straight function. It'll show up there in your modes. We can see we have the auto 2D, we have the noodle, horizontal, vertical. These are all important for different things, but man, I just can't wait till they add that. Now, another trick that I can do is just go ahead and bring this back nice and straight like this in the meantime while we're waiting for that function. And then we can line it up like this and just go 1, 2 back like that, and then it'll do that nice 90 right there for you. So now you got a good looking 90. You got your stuff running nice. This is probably completely backlogged in there. And now we're going to have even more fun because we're going to go in and we're going to overclock the heck out of it. That's right. Instead of 240, now it's going to produce even more. Now it's producing 600 per minute. Now, the cost of 134 megawatts, again, if we put this back down to 0 or 100%, it's 40 megawatts. But if you go ahead and overclock it to 600, it's going to come at the cost of 134. Now, why is that awesome? Well, it's basically going to cost you about 100 more power to produce 10,000 power. That's definitely worth that extra 100 power, everybody. I'm telling you. And then you don't have to run as many wires and all of that. Now, one of the problems with fluids is when it's going up, everybody. So you want to have your pumps in here. And when in doubt, add another pump, I say. It is very, very effective to make sure that you have lots and lots of pumps going. So I'm going to run this over here, and I'm going to try to tie that into there, but we can't tie it into there. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this one out, and we're going to go ahead and say, you know what, let's go ahead and take our pole. Let's roll it over this. We're going to go ahead and try to put it over here. Oh, or not. And let's go to this one. Really? What's going on? Can we not split these poles? Yes, we can. Okay, there we go. Didn't want to split those other ones, but we'll do what we got to do. Okay, we'll just split it like that. Nah, I don't like it. But you can see you can split the line. Sometimes you don't have a good option. For some reason, not splitting that line, which is the line I wanted to split. But we'll make it nice, because that's awesome. We'll take that one out of there. We'll split this way. We're going to take this one out. It's just easier to take the wire out and redo it. But you can split it if you want. And then just work on the logistics. I thought this was only 3. 1, 2. Oh, there's a 4th one. Oh, going to this. The other one I need to take out. And then that connects to the central power. And then this is going to run that. This is going to run out here, which is going to do all of our pumps. There we go. And so this pump is going to pump this out. And again, you can get better pumps, but you're going to see that the head lift just goes through the roof, everybody. And again, if it's more than 20, it's too much head lift for it to effectively get it up above. And it's going to show you. It's going to show you this little purple circle, and it's or blue circle, and it's going to say, hey, right here is where you should snap that pump in. It lies. Don't believe it, because it's going to be constantly going over that amount. A lot of people swear by it. I don't like it to be over the limit. I like it to be below the limit. So I'll go down just a little bit further down and do it. Now, you'd think they would have got it right from the beginning and just made it at the exact perfect spot, which they kind of do. But I don't like it. As someone who likes to be very efficient, I like to be close to 20, but never hit that head lift amount. So I like to be around 18, 19. So, you know, a couple below. You don't want to be something at red line all the time. I feel like you want to be just below that red line, because in real life, it would wear that machine out too. Also, if you're always at red line all the time, because there's a reason why it has that tolerance, because the engineer that made it knows that that's its breaking point. So because something made it break. So there you go. But now we've got this one up here. Now, if you don't have the jetpack or anything like that, you want to make yourself a ladder or some way of getting up there. But I just use jetpack up, and then we look. Okay, so this one still has the problem of 22 head lift. So it doesn't just quite make it to the top. So again, you can see that there's a snap point up there. I never believe it. I always bring it down just a little bit. Now you can see actually that the motion is going down, which we don't want it to do. We wanted to rotate it. So now it's going upwards, and you can always kind of tell because the thing should be going like downward like this. See, these are going down at an angle and not upwards, not in the direction you're going, but in the direction you're coming from. Very, very important. Again, I just back it up just a little bit. And then again, connect our pump over here. Oh, or we could just totally miss it and put it way over there instead. Whatever you feel like doing there, because I'm just going to redo it. And then we'll connect that top one. And now our head lift of this one should be much better, and it should be putting all this oil into the thing up there right now. Yes, 19.8. Man, that is right on the dot, everybody. That's pretty awesome. Just below that recommended head lift. That's really what you want. Really close like that. I like to have a little bit of tolerance. So up here, I want to get up there and take a look at it. My jetpack's not going to be enough. Later on, we get something that's even more awesome. One of my favorite things. And then we just absolutely will rule the whole entire world. You'll see. We're getting there. We got to get to the next tier to unlock that stuff. But a good idea, everybody, is just to put a ladder in and try to offset it a little bit here so you can actually kind of hang around the side and check your pumps. Not quite enough. A little bit more. Or you can build, levels that you can go into it. But all I need to do is get close and look at that number. If it's below 20, GG's. It's all good. All right, so I needed 3 total pumps to get that up into the thing. Now, the next thing, don't trust it. Don't trust it at all. Now, again, that's going at 600, everybody. 600 in there. We did our first one so far. And so we're going to go up here, and we're going to see if it's actually going into the thing. And it is. It's starting to backlog. So now we have 2 backlogs. We have the big container that's down below, and then we have the one up here. So it always will have some of it that it is processing. Now, one of the things I suggest you do is you always let your pipes fill, whether you're doing water, oil, sulfuric acid, whatever you're doing, let them completely fill first because they work much more efficiently when they are filled. So before you have them come pick this up, let it completely fill all the piping and all the stuff in between, and then it maxes it out. So the second it's ready, it'll just go ahead and run that wherever you need it to go. Okay, so we have the first thing ready. And now what we need is we need ourselves a little bit of a train here to utilize for ourselves. Now, currently, this is what we call a push-pull train. A push-pull train basically goes in 2 directions like this, and so do the stations. The stations face that way, this way, and then the other way, the other way. So you end up with 2 engines going in 2 separate directions so you can drive both ways. So I'm going to go ahead and take this train, and we're going to do this, but on the other side. And then we're going to be able to start to backlog our oil and then channel our oil where we want it to end up. So we got to build all of that on this side, all that infrastructure. We're going to need to take all of our resources out of there because, again, we're not going to be bringing plastic over here. We're going to be producing plastic over here. Now, the most important thing is to stop your train before you run into your other train. That's going to be important. So I'd say we start slowing down about here. Close enough. I'm just going to leave that train there for right now. Oh, wait, no, actually, I got to move this train out. Let's move this train out now. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is going to need to clear out the train as well because this train right now has stuff on the train itself. And so I can go ahead and get the train. And, oh, it's in the unloading stage. So what I'm going to do is try to get it to the train menu, cancel docking. There you go. Oh, I got to turn the automatic part of it off. Let me go ahead and turn off self-driving. I'm going to edit the timetable. I'm going to turn the timetable off. I'm going to get out now, and then that should give me the ability to go in here. Yes, it does. Okay, good. Let's go over here and just make a couple boxes. And just to hold all this random stuff that we have, let's hold all the plastic and all the rubber in case we need it. Now, of course, we're going to be revamping how all of this stuff works when we get to our blueprinting. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and get this going up here. So we're going to stack that. No, it's going to be in the way. This is going to have to go over here where I just stacked those. Again, same thing like we did on the other side. We're going to have these reversed. We're going to put it in the top one, and then it's going to come down to the bottom one. I always like it to be flowing downwards, and if you saw it in my blueprints last time, I usually set up my boxes in two directions, upwards and downwards. So if I'm feeding it in, it'll go in and then up and then down to where I can go ahead and grab it in the front, which I like. So there we go. And we don't have anything on us, so we'll go ahead and take this out. And we'll go ahead and say this one is going to be our rubber there. And we'll go ahead and just make some of these. And again, we can make some signs, but we're just going to make this easy by just putting... We don't need one on that one. Just putting that in there like that. Okay, now we good. And now we're going to go ahead and take all these out. And we're going to try to take all of this out, which we did. And run this to the top box. Oh, we did run that to the top box. Okay, it's still feeding its way down the bottom box. There we go. We'll just fill both of those. That is true, but we already took a break because we were smart. And then over on this side, same thing. We'll just fill the bottom box first this time. There we go. And we'll take all of this out. Now, so you don't want this to keep working because it'll just give you too much stuff that you have to micromanage. And all I'm doing is just trying to put this stuff somewhere where I can then remove all of this. Now, I can't remove the train stations if the train itself is in the train station. Same thing with the tracks. So I'm going to need to just kind of remove all of this, make sure that we did empty all these out so that it doesn't drop those little boxes on the ground, which I absolutely hate. We've got some of them we got to go clean up too. But we need more room here also for our oil drop-off. So we're going to need to move our train just a bit out of here. And I love just ghost riding the train where I just jump out and it just keeps going. I don't even bother to stop the train. I just let it just ghost ride. That's what we used to call that when we were kids, everybody. You ghost ride your bike. You would just jump off your bike and your bike would just keep going. Especially if you're like me, if you're riding your bike with no hands, you would just hop off of it and then the bike would just keep going and then crash and flip over in awesome, spectacular fashion. Back in the day. That's how we used to roll, everybody. Ghost riding your bike. Ghost riding your train is a little bit more dangerous than ghost riding your bike, though I have seen people injure themselves ghost riding their bikes before. Anybody in the chat ever done that? Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever ghost ridden your bike and it wrecked your bike. I never wrecked mine, but there was a few times it was close. I mean, it wrecks on its own because it's just going to start flipping around, but it can be dangerous. Okay, so oil platform, we want all now to come out on this side, and that's because we're going to run all of our stuff down there. There's number 2, and there's number 3. Now, because these are all the same thing, it doesn't really matter which one is connected to the other, but if you're trying to put stuff in a specific spot, keep that in mind, everybody, that, we put our stuff down. Keep that in mind that you're going to very quickly that'll get messed up, where it's like, oh God, what is this? Why is it going into the wrong box? And all of that. Let's get our wire here. This way we don't have to make any more wire. And again, this is why we're bringing it back to our base. So if we ever do need resources, it's right here. Nice and convenient. But again, we're going to be tearing all of this down, rebuilding it in a more of a modular mega style, where we can just very easily build out any factories that we need for any processes that we need. And then also incorporate storage and incorporate the ability to stack them in order. If we need more of that thing, we can just put it behind the one that we just did, and then connect the inputs and then up the inputs so that they're inputting more. And then you add more and you have more inputs and so on and so forth until you reach your max belt speed. And then you make a new row. You make a new row, do your inputs, you're off and running. Easy. Or we can just keep stacking it vertically however we feel like doing it. Vertically is usually better because you got a lot of vertical space. You got a massive amount of vertical space, more than a lot of times than you have horizontal space. But because I'm over here where there is just a massive amount of space and a massive amount of water, this is actually one of the greatest places, again, because you have all the pure nodes, and we haven't even maximized the output of our pure nodes yet. We're just barely scratching the surface on those pure nodes, and we have our quartz over here. We have a bunch of stuff we can be working on, but our number one priority is our fuel, and that's because we got to get our fuel over here so we can up our power, and then we can get all those other processes going until we hit a point, and we are going to, where we run out of power again. That is confirmed, everybody. All right, we got our station here. We're going to go ahead and take this out right over here. There we go. Now, one of the things that we want to do with our station is that we want to turn our station around. Now, normally I have this station and it goes forward and turns around, but on this particular station, we're going to need some room back here to turn, or in front of here to turn. So I'm eventually going to move this out of the way because this is kind of redundant here now. Because I don't necessarily need that there, I can just go ahead and run this power up to here like that. And then, of course, over here, we have more power that we would want to chain across over to there just to run the power, which we can do. But here's a great little trick, everybody. If you don't want to see your lines, you just put them down here and you click on them and you just run them along the edge like this. And again, since I have the jetpack, I can just kind of hang off to the side like this. Or even easier, just make a foundation where you can just lean off, or you can just go for it like that. And then I can run it over here. Again, it doesn't really matter where I run it because I won't be able to, won't have to look at it. And then right under here, and then up here, and then you don't have to look at those lines running across there, and you don't have to have all the little power poles. Putting them in the foundations is an incredibly great way of doing it, I find. Now, what we want to do also is we want to have this going in this direction and then turning around. So we're going to do basically what's known as a circle train, or a routed train, or a multi-train track. And I find that this is the easiest way to do your oil, because you do need multiple trains to do it. Now, the problem is the game is a little funky when you're doing curves, right? It does not like curves most of the time. So when you're trying to do curves, it's saying, hey, this is not the greatest thing. You're kind of messing me up. I don't know what to do with these curves you're trying to do. But what I try to do is try to get it as straight as possible. And then you can just do a curve like that. Now, that's a real wide curve. I can try to make that curve closer, but I don't really need to, everybody. I just need it to go back this way and end up back over there. So we're going to go ahead and fill in these corners now. And we're going to leave a little room in between. Again, you can turn it sharper so you can use less foundations. Now, when I get down here to the end, you're going to see that I do my smaller turns instead of bigger turns like this. So we're going to just run this back this way. Right here. And again, I like to finish it right on there. I like to make sure that it is straight. If it starts doing this kind of weird thing, then there's something in there that you did that made it do that weird thing. We're also out of plates here too because we used them up. But we'll run back, grab some of these, slide, jump. Ram our face into it. All right, let's grab all these resources back, sort that. We got a little bit of plates in there. Let's get some more. Again, that's why we're backlogging all of these resources here so that at any given time that we need them, we can just go ahead and do this. And then what it does, it starts the process up again. See over here? It'll then start running those plates that it's backlogged over there, which is cool. And I always have that because it auto balances my power. It does it for me. I don't need priority switches. I don't need to do any and all of that stuff that you normally will do to balance that power because it auto balances itself. That's one of the most efficient things I do in every single playthrough is that I have it balance the output and only output so much. It doesn't always run everything all the time. And you totally can. You totally can run it 24/7 if you want. But I find that to be highly inefficient because I don't need 500,000 plates right now. And to go produce that power takes your most precious thing, which is time, everybody. It absolutely does. All right, so we're coming into the corner here, and actually we should have stopped a little bit further back. Let's go ahead and do this one again, and we'll just kind of go to here. So we can stop this where we want it to stop. I don't like to do small segments, but I can see I'm coming into the corner here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it and run it along this center line here. So this is going to be 3 wide instead of just 2. And so I'm going to go back by a full thing here, and that's my corner edge. And then I'm going to go back by 2 more right there. And so again, I'll go the same thing on this side. We'll say that this is our corner edge and go up by 2 right to here. This is the most awkward thing because it doesn't let you rotate your railway there. Now, if I add more foundations for some weird reason, if I add more foundations and then I try to do it, it will sometimes rotate in the direction I want it to go. And again, I don't understand why it does that. It is the weirdest thing. Go into hologram mode. Can I rotate it in hologram mode? No. Again, it didn't used to do that. At least I don't remember it doing that. But the way you work around it is you just go and say, okay, I'm 2 in, I'm right here. You try to line it up by the side if it's not going to continuously troll me here. Try to line it up by the side. Yeah, I'm going to have those foundations in there because it's blocking it. All right, there we go. And then you hit that right like that, and then we can go ahead and now run this down here. Now, you do want to have foundations when you put this down, so I'm only going to go, say, right to there. So my segment is nice and straight. The whole point of having this straight is that your train does not slow down. Your train just keeps going at full speed. And now you can see we left a bit of room in here, which we can do a whole bunch of stuff in here for power or storage or whatever we want to do. And just leave yourself some room, everybody. I see way too many people making it so jammed together, and that's a fun thing to do, is to, you know, try to be as efficient with your space as possible, but it's completely unnecessary. You have a ginormous world, everybody. It is absolutely huge. In fact, you could do a factory that's so big it would bring your frames down to 0. You wouldn't even be able to walk through the thing because it would bring your computer, even if you got a really nice one like me, or even if you have one that's $10,000-$20,000 computer, you could bring it to its knees with this game. Absolutely. Without a doubt in my mind, you could do that. Bring it to its knees for sure. I don't care how good of a computer you have. If you build a big enough factory, oh, it's going to bring it to its knees for sure. Some of you will go a lot longer than some of the rest of us, but eventually you could do it. Absolutely. And that's actually one of the cool things about the game, is that you have that that ability to just build out as much as you possibly can before you reach that point of no return, or you're just bringing your frames to 0. Okay, and again, we're just going to run these foundations down the side here. Now, you don't want these trains to be too close because you're going to have a signal problem later on. And my signals are going to be real easy this time. Because my track is not as long as it was before, I can very easily set up some signals that will help us run this back and forth without my trains crashing into each other. That's going to be super useful. Again, we'll get this going. I like to get the track going as well. Again, don't put them too close together is what I'm saying. Watch them trains. Now remember, for every 4 cargo cars, you want to have yourself another engine. And I'll go ahead and change this train so it's not a push-pull train. It's going to be a basically a circle train, or a train that goes in a circle along this route that we're building. Again, all we had to add is one more foundation here. Pretty easy. We probably need to do another one to go into the corner here. And that's why I always go up a bit. Oh, now we're running out of concrete. Always something. We'll run back and get some more. Okay, here's what we can do again. Yes, another train. Get on the train. And run back. And you can see that the train track has power because it allows us to go this way. Now, what happens if your trains crash into each other? Let's find out. That happens. I like how there's a big old delay there. And then that happens. Into the water. So what you're going to have is you're going to have this thing, and you're going to be like, oh, that was dumb. I crashed into my own train. Why did I do that? So you went flying off the side, and some of your stuff got knocked off the thing here. So what you can do is re-rail the train. Just hit E, and then it just instantly fixes your train. Now, you got another train that's, of course, in the middle of that train, which is kind of lagged out a bit here. So I'm going to take this locomotive. If it lets me, there we go. And get this one out of the way. Oh, it's not going to let me. Hold on, I got to deconstruct this other one. There we go. All right, deconstruct that one. And the train is ever so slightly moving. Oh, boy. Here's what we'll do. We'll just take the train out because I don't want to wait for it to re-rail itself. Most of the time, it'll just re-rail itself, and you'll be good. All right. Again, let's get on our train. We got to remake the train anyway. We'll be fine. We need to take all those resources off of the train, which hopefully it did not just make a box. I think it just did. Right there. All right. Now, we don't need all of this. We'll go ahead and get rid of that. Again, dismantle crate right there. More of that into the trash. No more of them crates. I go and I hunt those down, everybody. I hunt those down just to get rid of them. So we have to remove that out of there anyway so that it can put the oil in there instead of the resource. Now let's go ahead and test our little roundabout here. Oh yeah, nice and smooth. There we go. Very nice. Ghost ride it. I don't want to wait for it to do its thing. And we'll just do ourselves a solid here by adding this. There we go. And then we're going to slide and jump. Whee! And run way over here. And constantly run back for more resources. Now, while we were over there, by the way, and I'm going to, again, throw away all this plastic because we got a whole box full of it over there. We can grab some more of this concrete, and I just grab a bunch of it out of there as well. And then on this side, you can see that I'm running the concrete out, and it's running into the dimensional depot, though it's putting it in there very slowly. So, I mean, we're right by here. We might as well just come over here and grab it. We might as well grab it. Okay, so now the train's going to come through. And the train is going in this direction, okay? So we got to think about that this is going in this direction, and when it gets to the other side, we're going to need to flip where the train station is, right? So it can pick it up and run it. Now, this is an easy way of making sure that when it's picking stuff up, it's picking up the correct thing, because the train is always coming into the station at the same direction, as opposed to a push-pull train where it's coming in the direction, it's going like this. It's going in both directions, so it's a lot harder to keep your resources straight when it's going in two directions of push-pull. But if it's just going in one direction, it's much easier because the train cars will always be on the backside like this as you're coming in the station, and it'll always come in the same direction, as you'll see here in a second. So we're going ahead and take this out, and then we're going to go ahead and put in our oil, which again is going to come out of here and go down, and we're going to have all of our power right down there next to the water, which is going to be awesome. Awesome sauces left and right. Okay, so we'll go in here to our transport, our fluid platform, or I could have just used my numbers here, and then 1, 2, and 3 of those. I think we had 4. I think there was 4 of those. Yes, 4 of those. There we go. One of these decided to flip the other way. 2 of these decided to flip the other way just to troll me. Okay. Trolly game, you. I swear sometimes the game's just out to troll you. I mean, I had it going the right way on the first one, and then the other ones it says, nah, we're going to just flip that for you. Okay, so this is the oil drop off here. And that is good to go. Now, I need to match the train to the amount of cars that I have. So you can see I have the train, and I have 4 cars, which is perfect because you need 1 train per 4 cars. So that's all I really need. So on this particular run, we're going to go ahead, take this locomotive out, and just give it some room on a straight track. I like to do it on a nice straight track. Aim it in the direction you want it to go. Vitally important step there. You would think everybody would get that right, but I've seen people do it wrong. And I've done it myself. So there you go. 3 and 4, because I wasn't paying attention. I put it all in the wrong direction. So this is like the perfect train, everybody. Again, it has the maximum amount of things. It's the most efficient train. It has 1 engine and 4 things behind it. So let's go this way and see where we end up over here. Now we need to go get some more concrete so we can build out more foundations to add more of our track. Now let's see what happens. We go flying off the side. Did we not get that guy over there? Oh, he disappeared. I saw that guy was back. He wasn't back. It was just hadn't redrawn it yet. I was like, hey, how'd he do that? How'd he do that, that little sneaky guy? He teleported back over there. Okay, so again, we want to go around the corner here. We want to find where our corner is, which is right here. Now, I would work it from this side, so you're coming down, and then this would be your first one here, and then this would be 1, 2, so it would be right here. Again, it just loves to troll me, everybody. There we go. Actually, it's going in the right direction this time. And just to make this a little easier, we'll just do 1 segment up to there. And then we'll run the rest of that. And then we'll work on this corner. Again, you can see it's 2 back, and then this would be considered the corner edge. And so this is the corner, this is 1 back, this is 1, 2. Oh, see, we did that. We did that again where it's kind of in the way. Now, I could try to back up the train, which you can do. I'm probably going to need to back it way up. And I'm just going to get it up to speed. It actually goes fast in reverse, as you can see. And then let's see. Oh, okay. I didn't need to go back that far. That's good enough. What I need to do is make that a little shorter when it goes into the corner, or a little longer, depending on how you look at it, into that corner to match up over here. So this is 1, and then 1, 2. It doesn't quite make it to the corner, so I'm going to move way back like this, just to make it where I can make this line up here at the end, to where I want it to be that perfect corner turn. Again, there's 1, and then you want your 1, 2 back right there. And then we can go ahead, click on this, and put in our beautiful turn. Nice and smooth curve. It matches pretty much that other curve there. You can see a little bit bulges in the center, and you could fuddle with that, everybody, make that perfect if you want. I don't care. I just want it to do its thing. Right over there. So let's run the rest of our tracks, and then we'll get our train to come over here on its own. And let's go there. Now this whole thing up here, we don't need anymore, so we can go ahead and just take that out. Again, being much more efficient now, taking all of our big power out, because all we need is our train tracks to control that power. Take this out. We'll leave 1 here so we can walk around that corner. Go ahead and put in the rest of our foundations here. We should have 4 over here. Let's just go look, make sure we got it right. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oop, almost fell off the side. Yep, 4 right there. Looks good. Luckily got that jetpack. Slide jump. Just to go a little faster. Slide jump. I'm holding down the shift and then pressing the C key, or holding down the C key for crouch. And that just lets you go. It also helps a lot before you have all of your stuff that makes you go faster. Now at this point, again, this train track needs to go this way now. So I need to go ahead and take this out. And what I'm going to do is reverse the way that the station works at the end. So the station is actually not going to be on this side anymore. And if you want to just save yourself some typing, by the way, you can go in, highlight this, Control-C to copy, and then you can just repaste it when you put it on the other side, because now it needs to be going in this direction, because it's a loop. All right, so again, very important to figure out all those logistics. So train station, look at which way the arrow is facing. The arrow is facing now in, again, the same direction as the other station. It's all facing that direction. There we go. Very nice. We got that in there, and then we can rerun our track and connect our track poorly, apparently. That was not good. Let's try it this way. There we go. And then we'll go to our station and then just paste in what we copied before, and then we don't have to redo that. Easy, easy. And then we're going to have 3 coming in from this side, 1 on that side, and that should be a crazy ton of oil. Now, over here, we have a hyper tube, and we got our power, and we got all of that, which is wonderful and great and everything, but it's got to go. It's got to get out of here. Because we want to go ahead and do our nice arc here from our train station, and I'm going to let it naturally do the arc because I have plenty of room. I can just go ahead and do a natural arc around here. And again, work your way out until it starts to turn yellow, and then try to look for it. Wow, that just lines up beautifully right there. Try to look for where it lines up and is pretty square to the thing. I kind of feel like we could get away with this. And then do this arc first, right? Because this way it does the whole arc. And again, in my previous playthrough, you saw me kind of squeeze the arc even closer by doing half arcs and really squeezing it down. I really feel like it should just do that automatically, everybody. So you have to finagle it into doing it. But whatever. I do what needs to be done. Okay. And then again, we'll have this come back this way, and we're going to try to control the way that this arcs in. I feel like we'll just... Actually, we just go out wide. I feel like just going out a little wide today. Again, I can't have it arcing in like this, and then you kind of go at an angle like that, and then you straighten out the angle. But in this case, we're just going nice and straight. And then we'll just bridge it over to that other one. And let's say here. And then we can just run this one to this one. And it'll automatically figure out the arc and where to match that and how for it to come in and then go around and then go back. Again, that takes a lot of practice, everybody, knowing when and how far and the distances and all of that. But you can see that worked out wonderfully. And I left myself a little room. Everybody, leave yourself a little room to embellish it later or build some cool stuff there. Again, give yourself the fun of embellishing it a bit. Now, all the power is coming down to the station, and I need to now use the station as my power because it's going to run from that station to this station, and we're going to need to use that power down below. So I'm going to just kind of lean off the side here and just run that down there. And we're going to run this backwards over here, like so. And then now we've basically simplified how our power is going. From up here. Let's just run that to there. I forget which one of these I was connecting to. Let's go down here and take a look. It's got to be one of these. That one over there. All right, now all that has power again. It's all good and golden. Let's go ahead and revamp how we're doing this over here. I say we just take that out of there. If we take this one out, yeah, let's take this one out, and we could take this connection out. We could then take this connection, run it down to here, run it up to there. That is much nicer. I like that a lot. All right, very nice. And then we want to go ahead, and I'm just going to use a hypertube right here. So that I end up right here from now on. So we're going to use our stackable. I love this stackable because it puts it up off of the ground, so you're not ending up being... actually, we got to do this reverse because these are two separate. If you notice that this one is turned like this, and you have your one up above, which is on the world grid, and then this one's on the grid of the extractor, which I showed you guys last time, how to perfectly line that up. Look how perfect that's lined up on the foundations, just coming out of there, super sweet. Very, very nice. And of course you can make it even more perfect if you want to, but I try to center it so it's just sitting between two of them so it looks legit as well. So we want to go ahead and go up on top here. So what we're going to do is we're going to use our jetpack to get to here, and then jetpack to get to here, and we might be able to make it up there. Let's see. Here we go. Jump a little bit first. Nope, not going to make it. All right, not going to make it. If you don't think you're going to make it, then what we'll do is we'll revamp all of our ladders here. Like this. I know just what to do here. We'll take out all of this. And we'll get our ladders starting from the top. Work our way down. So this is going to serve multiple purposes here. This allows me to check on my things, as well as allows me to get to the top. It's a little crooked for some reason. I'm definitely going to fix that, or that'll drive me crazy. But we'll put it a bit more over this way anyway. Right over here. So that it snaps better on the side. There we go. All right, that's much better. But it doesn't matter anyway. We're going to put a hypertube back in again. Now, we don't want to do start at the bottom with the hypertube because it won't be aligned to the top part. That's why we want to come to the top part first and then align it up here. And just make it where it's really easy for me to get in right here. And then again, I put it by this thing so I can connect it there. And then I'm just going to run the hypertube down and then jump down because I can just run into one sequence. And where do I feel like I want to end up? Maybe this way. And then I like to put, again, put it down and just hit H. We'll align it just like you would with pipes. Just kind of eyeball how you want it to go. That's probably good enough. And then I'll make it up a little bit so it doesn't accidentally pull me in there, which happens all too often. And it's really annoying when it happens. Then we'll connect that up there. Now that is working, and it's just kind of hanging down there, which I think is kind of cool. Okay, so we got that going. Let's test out our hypertube, see if it works. It sure does. Awesome. And we got our train, we got all that. All right, now we need to see if our train works. So we're going to go in, not to that one. We're going to go over here to our train station. And we're going to say, all right, Mr. Train, we already know the power works. That's for sure. And of course, we took the train out, so now the train is reverted back to its name, train. We're going to edit the timetable. First, we wanted to go ahead and do the pickup. Then we want to do the drop-off. Now, we got a bit of a problem right now is the fact that the drop-off is not accepting oil. And you're like, Kismet, what do you mean it's not accepting oil? Because when you first put your stuff down, everything is set to load. And if you remember, in the moment, the best thing to do... Why is my track doing that? I don't know why it's doing that, and I don't like it. No. No, no, no. I don't know what you're doing, but you're going to trip me up, and I don't trust you. All right, now we just wasted some of our oil, but oh well. I don't like it when it does that because you just come back later and then none of the oil is running. So also I caused it to stop too, everybody. I caused the train to stop. All right, so over here, one. I don't trust it. That's a red flag. But if you ever played the early access version, you know if you see something like that, do yourself a solid and just put them in again. Just to make sure you don't have it duplicated or something. I may still do it. Might be just a texture thing. Yeah, it's just a texture thing. Okay, good. Again, I want to make sure I don't have a double track there or something. Now, don't trust this pipe because it's not going to work. Let's put the pipe in again. So it starts bringing those resources up. Now, again, we had this full, but we got a whole bunch of it down there, so we'll be fine. It'll run it up here. In no time, and eventually it'll fill all of these as well. Okay, back to our train. Now that we put everything back again, it should run. So we're going to tell it to turn on self-driving, and it should automatically go to the next station because it's facing that this way here. So the next station for it is actually where we're at. So we're going to wait for it to come over here. Then we're going to hop on the train. We got to be quick, though, because it's actually going to go to its first station, which is the pickup station, which is right here. And then it's going to go to the other station. Now, we got to get ahead of it when we go the other way so we can tell it to unload as well. But we're going to see which ones that it picks up and grabs and which ones that it doesn't. So let's see which ones it grabs. And it should only grab the ones with stuff in it, basically. All right, there we go. So let's pick it up that first one, and it says, hey, there's nothing in these other ones as well. And I like to just jump on the top of the train. Very fun. instead of getting in the train. Though sometimes better get in the train, because if you hit like a bush or a stick or something, it'll knock you off the train like a tree. I had that in my last playthrough. It would knock me off the top of the train, so I had to be in the train when I was doing it. Yes, you should. If you have multiple trains, you should always be running signals. I'll show you here in a second. We're going to unlock signals. We're going to do the one train to start, and then we're going to do multiple trains. I'm going to show you all about how to do signals and how you can tell what the segments look like and all of that. We're going to do all that here in just a minute. What we got to do first is we got to make sure that the train is working. That's what we're doing. We're testing our abilities here to get the train working on the track. So obviously it worked going that way. It worked going in the station. It worked picking up the oil. But we wanted to drop off the oil. Now the first one here is going to be the drop off. So I can just jump off, click this real quick, and tell it to unload. Now the other ones don't matter because they're not unloading. But this one is. So I'm going to tell that one to unload. And then this one to unload. And this one to unload. And this one. Come on. Oh, I can't do it now. It's doing its thing. Hold on. It's doing its thing right now. So we'll try to jump back on the train before it's done. So once it's lifting it and it's putting it in there, it blocks you from getting into the inventory. Right here. Oh, there we go. And then eventually it'll free it up where you can get back in there. So now we've got those on unload, and now it's loading that oil right over there. So super easy. And then off it goes again. And then we'll go back to the other side and we will work on the rest of the oil. Now my goal is to backlog a bunch of oil first, and get that oil running into there, and then backlog a bunch over here, and then make a bunch of storage for the oil that it's going to go down into the storage using natural gravity to help me out, so I don't need as many pumps, and it's going to go down into the storages, and then from those storages we're then going to run it into our thing. And again, if you think of the verticality there, it really does help you a lot. You don't need as many pumps, you don't have as many issues when you're trying to run your fluids. So again, good to just run your original fluids up, and then when you're ready to use them, run them down, and it really does help a lot. Okay, so we know that that works. Now it's just going to keep doing that over and over and over again at 600 per minute. Which is awesome. Very amazing. Now, there's only one small problem with our 600 per minute, is that our pipes are only 300 for right now, but we're building in expandability later, all right, for when we get our 600 pipes, and we're going to get it in this tier. So very quickly, we're going to start up our oil, we're going to come back, and we're going to say, okay, upgrade, upgrade, and then we're going to be doubling our oil like this. Just like this. So we got to get a little power going. Then we have enough power to our manufacturer. Then we have enough power to unlock our level 6 belts or level 6 pipes. And then we're able to then upgrade our pipes and then double our power again. So very, very quickly. So again, we're thinking in the future right now. But again, this is all so we can do the power. So we got that one rocking and rolling. Now what we need to do, and again, I left some room here to make this nice and easy. What we're going to do is go ahead, again, go in here to our logistics. We're going to get our floor pipe hole, which I should actually have on my number 6 there, and number 7 will be our pipe wall hole. We need to make sure we're watching out. Now remember, these are outputs. They are green. They should be yellow because the other ones are yellow. I don't know why they have different colors, but whatever. And some of them are different colors, but they have that same kind of arrow looking shape where it's kind of like pointing this way. So that's an output, and then the input is the 3 lines right there. So we know that the input is the 3 lines, so we're going to go ahead and put that there, put this here, and so on. And again, our goal is to get this other oil in there. Now notice how that doesn't work. If you go ahead and hit R, it's going to go ahead and switch to 2D. It's going to switch to noodle, and noodle is usually my favorite because you can put that nice and close and it works pretty well. Now, these floor holes are notorious for not working. So if something goes awry and your power goes off, you're not figuring out why, take all these pipes out, put these pipes back in again on the one that is causing a problem. Because sometimes those floor holes do cause a problem, but that was mostly in early access, not as much now, but we'll see. Now, again, this one is not as high as I did before. Before I did them so far up that I needed to put them along a wall. But since we can just bring it straight down and we are in that gap where we can do it all in one pipe, it really makes it nice, everybody. It really eliminates a lot of issues that you might have. So that's why we're doing that here in the mega build. Also what I can do is I can align my things on the world grid right here. Here's what we're going to do, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get a wall, and we're just going to bring this down so we can align this to the world grid. And we're going to have a little bit of fun with our foundations. And let's go up a little bit right here, because then we can just be up just a little bit off the ground in case the mobs do respawn right there. So that looks good. I like to not have them floating if I can get away with it. This is why I'll go ahead and use my bigger one. So it's going to go right into the ground here. And then if you want to transition between your world grid and your off grid, your node grid in this case, or oil node grid, you can go in and utilize. And I'll get into this much deeper later. But you can actually snap this to the edge. You can rotate it once you put it down. So you click it and then you can rotate it like this and adjust the angle of your foundations. But you can also go in and put it into the diagonal mode, which I really like, and I'll show you that right here. Let's go in the diagonal mode. So you can click it, and then you can go at an angle right here, freeform diagonal mode. That's what I consider diagonal mode, like this. And then you can go in and you can match up your foundations to this thing. So you can go in and do this, and then line that up off of this one. Like this and like this. And you're like, Kismet has all these lines in there. But look, you just transitioned from the world grid to an off grid just by using this right here. Pretty cool, I think. And of course, you can also really get fancy now and go in and say, you know what? I also want it to ramp up a little bit up to that level like this. And then just bring another one of these up here. And you can see that we're making it transition. Now, the thing to do is you use the concrete customizer. So you go into customize, you go into materials, and then you unlock your concrete, and you do that, and you won't see all these overlapping lines. Now, I'm the type of person of, why do all of this crap when you could just do it in game? Why not just add it to the game where you could make curves and make a connection between the world grid and an off grid? And I know exactly how to do it. I know exactly how to do it. So if you're wondering, Coffee Stain, I'm watching you, how to do it, it's super easy. You've already got the tool. That's right, you already got the tool. You know what that tool is called? It is called the track tool, right here. Look at this track tool. And you're like, Kismet, no, the track is for train. True. But you can make a track-like foundation tool, because you already have the technology, you know it works, that has a profile. Instead of having the profile of the train track, it has a profile of a foundation. It is a rectangle or a square, if you want it to be square, or it could have beveled corners or rounded corners, all sorts of awesome things you can do. You could change the profile of this tool and make a duplicate of it that is a foundation tool. Then you could take the same thing and you could go in and make rounded tracks. That's right. So say you go like this, and instead of tracks, it is actually a foundation that just goes right over to there like that. And then now you have a curved foundation. You're welcome. I just solved the $6 million question, everybody. I just solved the answer to how to make that work and put it in the game so we don't have to do any more of that crap, because that is lame. I mean, it's awesome that people figured it out. I figured out on my own how to do all of that and make those transitions and whatnot. And you could totally do that, but I would much prefer to see it in the game because I don't like to do it. I don't like to do it. I don't like to have things inside of other things and make it like it's doing the Z clipping and all of that. That's not my jam, everybody. I don't like doing it, but sometimes you do what you got to do. In this case, I'm just going to do this. And that's an even easier transition, everybody, where I can just walk up here, do what I need to do, walk down here, do what I need to do. Easy, easy. Now, the reason why I'm doing this is so that when I'm running my pipes, it will already be connected to the world grid, which is what we're working with right up above. So there you go. And again, if you do this at the right height, like we are right now, you can get away with this perfect, just come right down like this. Now, you know what would be even more amazing? Is if you went and did this instead. So you go ahead and get your walls. Now, I love the gate hole here. Eventually, I'm going to make this into a blueprint. But you got the gate wall here. And so we're going to go ahead and make 2 gate walls, and we're going to make 2 walls on top of there. Because you know what would be awesome is if you could bring that down and have that line itself up, and we can see it's just slightly offset right here. I just put a wall hole in there like this, let's say right there. And then have it automatically come down like this, and then you can go into your vertical and horizontal mode, and now you have your beautiful 90s, everybody. Again, I'm showing you all my best tricks. It is beautiful. I love to see those 90s, and you know what's even better about it? Bam, you can put a pump right there. You can put a pump right there at the beginning of the lift, and it is awesome. And then also you can reach it from down here. That is amazing, everybody. Look at it. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Make a grown man cry. So that one's perfect. Now, actually, I got to move this one over just a little bit. Now, why did I put this down here? So I can go back and forth through here, because we're just going to run a thing like that. And then basically just run this pipe up at the higher level. We'll put a pump at that side. We'll put a pump right here, probably several pumps to get that up there. Now, later, when we get our better pumps, we'll remove these lower end ones, and we'll put in some higher end ones as well. Now, if you do in one spot, now had I moved this over by just one, these two would have lined up to the center. This one, not so much, but I don't really worry about it. But I just try to eyeball it, line it as good as I can, just kind of stand right here. And then just kind of eyeball where I'm at, come down right there. Seems like that's good enough over there. They seem lined up. Okay, good. And next one. Again, I'm not going to be spending all my time over here, but this is to set this up and set it and forget it. Let it run. If it's running smoothly, you'll never have to touch it again, except to upgrade. Looks like this one's here with just a slight to the side. There we go. Let's see how this works out. So right here, again, vertical, horizontal to vertical. So again, if I'm coming down, it will go out that direction, which is how I want it to do. But if I go the other way, it'll actually go the same direction in this particular case. So sometimes it will switch it though. Sometimes it'll go straight up here and then go the other way, depending on how you have your things. Vertical, it always seems to dogleg like that. But I'm going to go in the same direction for each one from the top down, just to be super consistent. And you can see we got just a beautiful line runs there, just beautiful. And we know we're going to put our pumps here, so let's just do that now. I love how it trolls me and just decides to turn it around the other way. I'm telling you, this game tried to troll me. Now, here's even something cooler. We can just go ahead and attach that right there. We can attach this one up here just to make these line runs nice and clean, and then attach them together. And look at that. Oh, all of our power looking awesome. You know, it'd be even more amazing if we actually just went off this center one here. Let's go ahead and run these first. We go off this center one and we decide to, you know what, we want to run that through to the other side so we can run it to our other extractors. So I'm going to go ahead and take this one out if I can. Come on. Sometimes it's a little feisty. There we go. Take that one out, and then we'll go ahead and put in a double wall outlet, which we unlocked from the Awesome Shop. And now even more awesome that we can run it here. And it's going to have 4 connections on this side and 4 connections on the other side, which we're actually not going to use, but that's okay. And now we have the ability to do our line runs. Now, our line runs are only going to run so far, and then you're going to see it's going to turn to red. And we can go about right here, which is about 6 of these foundations. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we know that we want to run this forward about 6. And again, it'd be good to blueprint it, and you'd already have the hole there and you can run it, or you could do the whole thing and just set the thing down, though it would only have to be 4 for right now, but when we unlock our 5th one, it would be 5. And then cool stuff in the future, everybody. I'm not going to spoil it for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we just do it manually so that we know we're going at our max distance right over here. And then we can kind of eyeball where it's at, let's say here, and then here. Now, one of the things that does is make our other ones super easy here. So we'll put one there and put one here, just so we have a little cross area to know exactly where we're going to be doing these ones, right? So one over there, one over there. And again, when you're doing multiple of the same thing, oops, did not mean to zoop that. There we go. When you got it lined up, then it's super easy. And if you're doing the same repetitive thing, it makes it super easy to increase your production speed just by looking at where those are at. And then now we know how all of those are supposed to line up. Doesn't matter which way you do your pipes flow in 2 directions. as well. So again, we're going to have this one, and this one's going to go right over there to that first one. So again, let's count this out. Oh, we're going to need more blocks here. I think we're going to probably turn around that 6. So let's turn our zooping back on. We'll just make a bunch extra. We can always take them out later. Same thing here. And when I'm at the ground level, I like to use these thicker foundations. I just feel like they're more appropriate for the ground level stuff. And again, we're just going to have it go where it perfectly 90 degrees in there. Now, before we do more of this, we want to go ahead and figure out where we want to 90 degrees this at. So we're going to have to go over here and smack around some stuff. Oh, wait, we got some gun action. Oh, got it before it spawned them. Nice. Check for more. Over here. All right, now this one is a normal node, and I'm just going to put all these nodes on their own separate one for now. Later on, I can consolidate them down because I'll have the faster pipes, and some of these are slower than the pure nodes. So basically, it won't even fill up a 600 pipe. It'll be less than 600, but that's okay for now. We don't have the 600 pipes, so it's best to have them separate. And I may just leave them separate anyway. We'll see. We'll see how I feel later on. Not a packager. We need a oil extractor. There we go. Now, on these particular ones, I showed you how to align it to the grid. I don't really think we need to do any of that aligning on the grid, everybody. It's fine. We just want to see approximately where this one's at. We need our thing again, our chainsaw. Get that out of there so we can get these darn trees out of our way. Out the way, tree. Okay, and we can kind of see where we're going here. I just put my back to this, like look in its direction, and then turn around and look in the other direction. We'll say we're going right to this one, so we'll keep this one. And then we'll say, okay, maximum distance is right here for our first line. And this one's going to come across, end up right here. So we want to be a little bit earlier than that one. So again, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this would be 6. Wow, that is absolutely perfect. Awesome. And then I always do, when I'm coming to the end of the line, I will do them one at a time, just to make sure they turn out awesome. And this over to there. And then all I got to do on this one is just run this up to here, right? Super easy. But it never works out that way because it's just a little too far. It's just enough where it's like, nope, too bad, too sad. You tried and failed. He tried and failed? No, he tried and died. Just like in Dune. They tried and failed? No, they tried and died. That's not good when you try and die. Again, we're going to be doing multiple trains here in a bit, but first we got to get our power going so we can afford to run multiple trains. Again, it's all about that power, everybody. Speaking of power, let's run back here, and we are going to run our power down the center one, because I just feel like it. It doesn't matter. I can run it down any of them or all of them. We're going to go ahead and put another double connector right over here. I kind of feel like I want to put this right there. There we go. Move it over just a little bit there. And then we can go ahead, put that there. There we go. And then we know that this one is going to keep going and go to the other oil one over there. So we'll just go ahead, put it right there. Again, we wanted to figure out this one first before we continued on. And we can go ahead and do all this stuff we want to do. Again, looking at that. I do this different every time, right? Sometimes I run it down the center. Sometimes I run it. Oh, and we're out of copper sheets. What a tragedy. What a tragedy it is. But that's okay. We'll go get our copper sheets. We got plenty. Let's go ahead and get this going. Connect this power out to here. Very nice. And then again, we can take this power and make it look real nice by just running it over here. Again, when we're mega building, we're thinking about how it looks on top of if it's functional. And there we go. So we ran the power out here. This should start up and start running across there. Here in a bit. Is it got power? It doesn't seem like it's got power. Did we miss it? Oh, I don't think we connected the in part of it to the power yet. Hold on. Let's do that. We've got to get this over here. And again, one of the cool things I love about this, you can connect it to the ceiling up here if you want. I just want to go ahead and see if we have a connection we can just go straight to. It might be a little far. Nope. Perfect. And there we go. Okay, so that's now going to start up that other oil. And what I'm going to do before it gets too far and gets too started in where it is doing a bunch of the oil, I'm going to go ahead and also overclock the heck out of this one. So this one's going to go from 120 to 300. Like I said, it's not going to be enough because that other one was a pure node. This one is a normal node, so it's going to max out at 300. But totally worth overclocking. Absolutely. You're going to see we're going to have a massive amount of power. Now, see how this kind of goes up at an angle? I'm a big fan, if you are going to mega build everybody, is just to bring this out straight first and then send it up. And the reason why you do that is so that your pump is pretty flat. And that the output of this is pretty flat as well. So we're also going to take this one and we're going to connect that there. And we're going to let this backlog and see what our head lift is. And I bet you it's way over 20. I can guarantee you it's going to be way over 20. It's going to be way over 20. Oh, no, we have our other pumps we already put in over there. So it's actually not going to be over 20. Normally, if I only put the first pump in, it would try to push it up that thing, but we already have the other pump over there, so it's actually going to be about 8. So very nice. Now, the best way to tell whether your head lift is good is to put 2 pumps in, right? And the one you want to see the one that's behind the other one. So you go check that one. Now you know that that one's going to be 8. And then over here, this one's going to be over 20 for sure. And again, look, we have access it from down here. Oh, just barely over 20 though. 22, that was actually pretty good. We just need one more right up here. Now again, do not put it up on this thing. And it snaps there. It's supposed to be where you put it. I don't trust it. It doesn't always work for me. You do what you want to do. You do you. I'm going to do me. And that is to put another pump there and make this go way down to about 14, and that one right there will be 14. Okay, same thing here. We already know what's going to happen, everybody. We already know that this is going to be exactly the same as those over there. So we're going to go ahead and do the same thing. We're going to go ahead and bring this down just a little bit. Again, when in doubt, add more pumps. Same thing over here. Make sure it's going the right direction. Very important. And then run it down to the power. And so that's already going to be set. The second we get the rest of it going, it's already going to be off and running. So there it goes. Now, there is something that I should probably do as a backlog of this. And I've never done it this way. I've done it many other ways where I put the storage before this. But I have a really cool idea that I want to try in this particular playthrough. So let's go and try it out. I love to try new stuff, everybody. So we're going to go up here, and this one is going to be pumping into the first one. So we're going to go to the first one right here, and this is going to go ahead and pump this right in here. But what we can do is actually add an output to this where it is going to hold some of it in the output like this. Now, I can also just have it come up, go into the output, and then or into the storage, and then circle back and go in there. Now that would actually be better than having it come out, because it would go in and then come out into the container. And what it really needs to do is go back in again, which is not really what you want it to do. You want it to go through the fluid buffer so that when this fills, that is starting to act as something that's backing it up, right? So it's actually adding more, so it can keep adding stuff to this level, and then once it takes all of the stuff there, it can just easily put it into the thing. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and offset this, run this back, and then run that back into the input. We'll probably put the input up above, because we're going to go ahead and lift it up a little bit, because we're going to do a double backlog container, and we'll do that here in just a bit. We should have probably hopped our train there, but it doesn't matter now that our train is running, because we can now put the locomotive like this, and it's not going to come back along the same track. It's actually going to end up behind us. So now it actually makes it even easier to use your own train on the same track. And you can also do just a single track and have it go out and stop, and then the other track comes back the other way and whatnot. It'll automatically go out on those switch tracks. You can set up all your signals and all of that. But we can't do any signals yet. You know why? Because we need power. And when we have power, we can make manufacturers. And when we can make manufacturers, we can make some stuff, and then we can unlock those things. And that's why we're doing all of this. Again, this is so fun, everybody. I mean, oh my God, look at that. Another couple hours. Oh no! Damn, it crashed into my train. Oh, I should have stopped it instead of ghost riding it. My bad, my bad. All right, I'm gonna put this one back on the track. I'm gonna take this one out. That was my bad. Sorry, everybody. Sorry, everybody. That was my bad. My bad. Sorry. Sorry. Now it's got to actually load that before I can put it back on the track and get out of that mode. All right, re-rail the train. All right, trail's back. Train's up and going again. That was all me. That was my bad. Sorry. Now, sometimes your train will get a little, especially if it's in the station, everybody, it'll get a little funky. Just give it a minute, and it will try to figure it out. Especially, you got to turn on your self-driving if it does stop, and then it will be like nothing ever happened. Nobody saw anything. Nobody saw anything. Nothing happened there. Nothing to see here, everybody. Okay, we need some copper sheets, and we also need... we need also to put in here a bunch of these. So we're going to need a lot of copper sheets and a lot of plastic. Well, it just so happens that we have a good amount of plastic right here. We'll grab an extra one. Slide, jump. And we'll speed our way right over here where we have a lot of these. And you know what? We'll just grab them all. And what can we put back? Oh, it automatically organized it all. Awesome. And we'll go ahead and we'll just throw these extra ones over there for right now, just to get those out of our inventory. I just love how it accelerates you when you slide like that. You slide and it's like, oh, we're going fast now. We're cranking now. Again, that's what happens when you don't act, when you ghost ride the train and you don't stop the train. Had I stopped the train, we would have been fine. But again, that's what happens if you have too many trains on the track and there's no signals or there's no way of stopping the actual train. Now, I could have just held back on the S and pressed the space bar for the brake. As you can see right down there, the brake is space bar. But I didn't. I just jumped out like I normally do, and I thought I might have been okay, but obviously you saw the end result. Again, we can also test to see how well our trains are running together. Also, the big problem is when they're turning, sometimes they'll get real close to the other trains. Now this I can just ghost ride because the train just left. But I will need to pick up that train. Otherwise, the other train will run into it. Again, we'll see me using signals and all that stuff here. Okay, now we have all of our stuff. Let's go ahead and work on this fuel buffer over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to turn it this way, like this. I think we can get it in here without interfering with the train. I think we could just go back just a little bit, get a little closer to the station. That's going to be perfect. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to take the fuel, we're going to run it in there, then we're going to run it up, and then we're going to run it back so that it actually is flowing downward into the track in case we lose power and we need to get more oil. It would have a little bit of a backlog of oil that's vertically up there where we're not going to run into trouble. So we're just going to run this right to there. Then we're going to go to this side and we're going to run it up from here, and we're definitely going to put a pump in there because then that's not going to work if we don't. Like this, and we'll run our power lines. How do we feel like we'll run our power lines? We'll run it right here in the ground. Like this. And then we can run this across over here. I feel like we'll actually add another connection over here. Just so we'll have enough connections for our other ones, our other pumps. And then we can hide that back under there, and it was like we never even saw it. And that's going to go up, and then it's then going to come down into like that. Now, what it's starting to do is it's starting to, oh, there goes our train. Cool. And again, it's starting to go in, and it's going to start to fill this. Now, the problem is that it may have a problem trying to get that now all the way up here because of the pumps. I find that this is probably the #1 issue, is that if you don't see it filling here, go up and look at the one at the top to see if it's filling that one. Also go down here and look to see, oh, well, our train is here. Go to see if this one is, and it's trying to grab the oil. to see if it's filling up in the actual pickup location. I bet you it's got a thing. Yep, look, it's got a container. And then we look here to see if it fills up. If it's filling up here, then it's working. If it's not filling up here, then it's not working. And again, that's what we want to see. We want to see it filling there. Don't see it filling. I see it going here. I don't really see it going much into here. Let's go see about that head lift. Yes, it's 22, so not enough. So now we have to go a little bit higher, like this, and I knew this was coming up. And again, put that right up on there so that it can get all the way to that other one. And this is why we made separate power connectors over here, and you can see it's going to work out perfect. And then again, it's like every 2 levels of foundations on these pumps. Later on, we'll be able to use the stronger pumps, and those stronger pumps will need less of those. And those can go about double the distance that we're going now. Again, we know we're going to need it in the one. We know we're going to need it in all the other ones. Oh, we're going to need an extra connection here. Oh, here's a great little trick. We can go ahead and grab this on this particular one. And we can go ahead and connect it to the back like this. There we go. Very nice. And we can grab the next one, and we'll get a general idea of putting that way up toward the top. You can also put it up on top as well. But then it's taking up some of my space up there, which I don't want to do. And there we go. Okay, all of those looking good. Back to our hypertube. Okay, now let's go see. Oh, yeah, we can see it's pumping. Now you can tell because those things are opening up. We can see it's really pumping in now. Just check this right here. See if this is starting to fill up. Not quite yet. It's trying to work its way. Oh, here comes the train to get it. Yes, this fluid buffer's filling up. How are we looking up here? Is this going in the right direction? It says it's yellow. It does look like it's going. This has to fill up a little bit before it starts to do it. It's kind of like it's filling up the bottom part of it, and then when it gets up over the part where the actual fluid can flow through, it'll get going. Now, because this is like a lot more than what it can pick up, eventually it'll get to the point where it's fully filled. Now, one of the things I suggest you do is just stop your train. Self-driving. Boom, right there. And so it's going to come to a stop. You'll see it stop way over there. It'll just stop on the track, sit there till we're ready. We'll turn it back on again when we're ready. Let it backlog, everybody. Let it backlog all of this and all of that and all of that in there, right? And then you have 3 containers, and what it will do is cause a fluid balance, right? Like a fluid balancer for you. It'll balance all of those things out once it's full of fluid. But if it's partially full of fluid, your stuff's going on and off, you don't know what's going on, why isn't it working? That's because you didn't let it completely fill first. And that's the same thing with water for like coal and things of that nature. Let that stuff fully fill and then come back to it. And I'm going to do the same thing with all this other stuff over here. Now, I already have a single backlog already on this other side. I'm going to go ahead and leave this one on single because this one's 600, everybody. That's going to be more than enough. It's going to just blast through there like nobody's business. But on these other ones over here, we're going to definitely build a double backlog on this side. And then we're just going to do the same thing again. I know, what a crazy idea. I'm actually going to block the output here because I don't need the output on this one. And we'll see how I like that. Oh, nope, I did not want to switch ones. There we go. I want to hit H. There we go. Nope, okay. Don't hit H then. Am I hitting H? I thought I hit H. H. There we go. H is for hologram. And that allowed me to go over here and see how this is doing this. I actually really like the fact that you have what's known as soft clipping now, where you can get pretty close to this stuff. You can't obviously put it inside other things, but you can see that there's space here that we could do this. This is not clipping or doing anything like that. So we can get that as close as we want. Now, that's a little too close for me. I'm going to go ahead and one forward, so I'm going to be running the pipes out. We'll see how it looks here in a second. I don't like the pipes, so I'll move it forward again. But if we move it too far forward, then we're going to have an issue as well. So let's go ahead and get our pump. It's pumping that up like this. Again, we're going to need a lot of pumps at this stage until we get the better pumps. as well. Okay, so we want to connect this down into here, just to kind of hide it underneath the foundations. And then we'll run it and we'll connect it to this one. Very nice. Okay, and then we're just going to chain these as well. And let's see how we look in here. Okay, out of here, it's a little closer than the other one, and that's okay. And then this one down. And we already put the thing down there, but we don't have any oil for this one yet. When we get the oil for this one, it's going to be awesome. And then we have the last one here, which we're going to, again, do the same thing. We'll hit H. We'll go take a look at how close it is to this. Ooh, too close. And again, the real problem is going to be the output on this one. Well, let's try that. See if I like it. If I don't like it, we could always readjust it. Perfect. Okay, very nice. And then this pump going upwards. And again, this is very repetitive after a while. But this game is like that, very repetitive. Once you have it down, you just keep doing the same thing over and over. And again, I could just blueprint that and then plop that down, plop that down, plop that down, and done that. But when I'm first building it, everybody, I love to do it manually. I love to just go in and make it work and make sure that it is functioning properly. I'm a big fan of doing that the first time, and then eventually you want it to be more efficient where you're not manually doing that on each and every one, because, you know, Fix-It Corporate doesn't like that. It doesn't like it when you're being inefficient. It wants you to be as efficient as possible, for sure, for sure. Okay, so there we go. We can go ahead and close up all of these things so we don't end up falling through there, which you know is going to happen. Okay, so now all we need is the oil. We just need the rest of the oil over here, and we should be ready to rock and roll. I see a baddie over that way. All right, so this one's done. That's number 2 right there. And we're going to run this out like this. And I hate clipping through these trees, so these trees have got to go. I love the fact that it doesn't take out the barrel nuts and a lot of the other stuff that you're looking for. Oh, it's time to throw down. Let's go. Come on, get in some action. I like to run up and get a free shot at... Oh, come on. That was a dead hit. Oh, that was a miss. That was a total miss. Oh, good. He figured out which way I was going there. Look at that. Wow. He anticipated my my side-to-side action there. Very impressive. All right, this is another normal node. So the most it's ever going to be is 300. And I usually combine these two. But again, we'll just do them as separate. It's okay. It's okay for now. We'll combine them later. Or never. One or the other. So we'll aim this in the direction that we want to go toward these kind of foundations. And let's do something like that. Yeah, I don't need to make foundations for it and go through all of that. Actually, I don't need to run that power because I'm going to run this instead. And again, you can see that I'm doing it a whole different way than I normally do it. This is when I'm making it fancy, everybody. I could just run it along the foundations or even along the ground. It'd be just as fine, get just as much oil. But this is when we start building a little fancy as we go away, as we go along. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Put that one down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4. And then our walls, again, building a little bit more fancy. I'd love it if they made the pipe walls like this, 1, 2, and 3. I don't know, it's such a great thing for conveyor belts. Why they don't do it for pipes, I have no idea. That would be amazing, because I would totally use them, just like everybody else. Instead of making my own kind of makeshift one here, I would totally use it on every single playthrough. Put all these in. Again, we can blueprint all of these. We'll get to it. We're still working on our blueprinter again. Right now, we're just gonna... I had a lot of power, but there's gonna be a tremendous amount of power. All right, same thing again. Make this nice and flat first for your pump. And then right up there. Then we'll put our pump right over here like this. Run this over to here. And I feel like we'll just go ahead and do some more double-sideds because those are fun. And I feel like putting it up on this corner this time. That's just me. We'll do all of our connectors first. This is usually faster, everybody. If you're doing something that's repetitive, is to do one of the repetitive thing over and over. And then do this thing over and over and over. Again, it's much more efficient time-wise. But it also can be dull. So if it bores you, then switch off one thing, then the next thing, the next thing, and try it a different way the next time, and then the next time, and the next time. You get the idea. It's just more enjoyable to vary what you're doing. Okay, so again, this is going to be 300 here. Let's go ahead and overclock the heck out of this. Boom, go baby. And again, it's going to fill up that pipe. It's going to fill up those backlogs. It's going to go into the train thing. It's going to fill up all the pipes so they're fully filled. And GG's. Okay, now same thing over here. We want to go ahead and dogleg this over that way. And we got some baddies we want to take out. But I'm going to just make this nice and straight. And again, we have a template here that we can use. Oh, we're out of shots. Okay, well, we got to go to this then. We are out of rebar thing, but not that like we couldn't go and build like 10,000 tons of them. Let's see, is this lined up? Yes, okay. Just making sure my foundations were lined up to each other right here. And right there, and then wall. Notice a lot of times I use my center mouse button so I can pick stuff up so I don't have to actually use my bar down below. I actually use my, it took me a long time when they added this to make it second nature. Where I just do it automatically without automatically pressing my hotkeys down here. I actually middle mouse button stuff. And man, I played a lot of playthroughs where I was just like, no, you're going to go and you're going to do, we got to connect that line too. You got to go and do it with the middle mouse button. And then I will stop what I'm doing, go back, middle mouse button until I have it where it's automatic. I'm automatically pressing the middle mouse button every time I do it. All right, now we got to go. And again, the chainsaw is not a weapon. And we got to take out some of these big baddies over here. Here we go. Hiya! Little suckers. I got some of them. I didn't get all of them, but I got some of them. All right, and we need our... Oh, wow, where do our barrels go? Right here. Use our barrels, and again, we can make some food. We're going to do all the processes in this playthrough. But you can see that barrels are just as good, everybody. Just use your barrels for now. Smack this until it goes away. I'm going to try to get some of these guys before they get me. Oh, and then the big guys. Come on, big boys. Oh, no, they're little guys. Little big boys. Jump, jump. Smack this guy. Get wrecked. Yeah. Kismet for the W again. As always. As in all things. Kismet brings the W. Let's get going. You saw that? You saw it. I didn't see nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. I don't know what you're talking about. Completely. I'll deny all issues. Deny. All right. And we'll go ahead and aim this in such a way that it is somewhat squared off to this. So we don't have to run as many foundations. Something like that. And then what I'm going to do is just run a pipe somewhat straight to give me an idea where that corner is. Let's say something like this. I'll take this pipe out here in a second. And wow, that was actually a really good guess. That was a really good guess, everybody. Look at that. Wow. Okay. Pretty good. So what I'm going to do is run these foundations. Pretty good guess. I could move it over, but give ourselves a little extra room here. Like that. We'll take that out. We'll have to hide that. And now this one, we want to turn the corner, so we're going to put one here. And again, this is so we can drive our vehicle in here as well. Everybody want to use our small vehicle, or even our somewhat larger vehicle. And then we're just going to turn this corner like this. And then same thing again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Easy. Again, I hope you don't mind me speeding up. See how much faster I go, everybody? That's when I feel like you guys got the gist of it. I actually play at like 10 times speed. You're watching me right now. I play really fast. 3, 4, 5, 6. So what I do purposely is I slow down on stream, because I've watched too many streams, everybody, where the person just and you missed everything they did, and then you say, hey, what did you just do? And they're like, Google it. And you're like, wow, that's rude. That's super rude, bro. You know, I was watching your stream to get hooked up with some cool stuff. I want to learn some cool stuff up in here. So yeah, I think that's super rude. So I slow down until I feel like you guys got the gist of it if I'm doing repetitive stuff. And then I speed up. I go way faster, as you can see. And again, we're going to go ahead and just use this cool little pipe thing that's going to help us direct that a little bit. And we're going to run that up there. And then again, we're just going to have this come out just a little bit nice and straight for our pumps. And then we'll connect that over there. Pump way back here. Remember, the pump is pushing it, not pulling it. And how do we do that power? I think we did the power on the outside, so we'll just do it right here. I don't know. I feel like doing it. Doesn't really matter in the long run. We'll just run all of our power first. Again, this would make a fantastic blueprint. And then, which side were we running it on? Did we even decide what side we were going to? I don't think we decided what side we were going to run here. Yeah, all the way back here. We haven't decided. Perfect. So, what we'll do... Ooh, uh-oh. Oh, fun detected! Come on! I almost had it done. Fun detected! Sending close. Man, having fun. Was having fun. Threw me off there. Having fun. We gotta have fun doing this, and then oh my God! Fun detected. Yeah, we gotta relaunch. We gotta get back in again. It happens. What's up, Smokey? Yeah, it's doing good, man. How you doing? Thanks for coming in and hanging out in the chat over there on Kick. I'll see you there. I'll see you there. Sometimes I do get focused, though, as you can see. And then we went and crashed OLUD. I think that was a local client, because you can see that the server's been running for 218 hours. It's been running for a while after we reset it, and we're doing a brand new playthrough, a mega playthrough of Satisfactory here. Very fun. All right, back to where I was at. So we got to connect that over there, and we got to connect these 3 connections here. Okay, let's take this out. We'll go ahead and now do our double wall outlet here. Let's just do these connections while we're thinking about it. We don't want to forget. And then we end up with no pumps working here. And then we can connect that across there. Now, one of the greatest things is that it has 4 more connections on this side, which is awesome. I can also middle mouse button to pick that up. Oh, if it wants to. Middle mouse button. There we go. And then I can run that incorrectly. Just to troll me. Okay, fine. Work with me here, mouse. And then just do this all the way down. See, that's what happens when you try to hurry. Luckily, we didn't lose too much, at least as far as I saw. And then this is going to end up right here. And you probably want to move this over just a little bit, because it's right next to where that other connector is. You'll see when we connect the rest of that in. We'll go back and just kind of bring this power forward right now. And as we run the power that way, we will go ahead and be able to start that up, and it will start running. You want to get this started up as quick as possible so it can start to backlog. And doing it fancier like this is, and it looks cool, that's the other part, is nice, but it does take longer. And again, it will be less efficient if it takes longer. Let's make sure we get this connector over here, because again, there's a little close, so I like them to be a little bit further away from each other. That's just my personal preference. And then we'll run this down here. Just keep running this power real nice. Now again, everybody, we could also run the power under the foundations or in between the foundations, and you would never even see it. I just think it looks pretty cool, kind of up there on the top. And you can also see where your power lines, and if you need to use those power lines, you totally can. Like a great example is you can go ahead and take this and run that right up there. And now that's going to go ahead and run that. Now this should have less than 20 meters of head lift. And it does. It has about 6 because it doesn't really have to push that much. It just pushes a bit up to this level, and this level's all flat until it gets to that other pump there, and that gets it about a quarter or 1/3 of the way, 1/3 of the way. You get the idea. It runs that all the way up there. Now we could also add a hypertube in here and use the hypertube back and forth. I rarely do. I don't mind walking, and this is the type of relaxing game where you don't have to be in a tremendous hurry, and you can just enjoy playing it. It's one of those few games that you're like, oh God, no, the clock's ticking down. I gotta hurry. I gotta go. Where this is just so enjoyable to just let it do its thing. Now we're going to get over here, and we're going to go ahead and take a look at all of our pumps and all of our stuff here and see how it's working. We've got a problem here. We got no power. We've got to reconnect this one into here. Apparently, we forgot that power line there. Not good. Not good. I know just how to fix it. Take this. Run it over here. We forgot. And again, this is when we troubleshoot. Make sure everything's working. There we go. All right. Now we got that. And, of course, that pipe's already full, so it's going to backlog real quickly. And run that up. Very nice. Over here, this looks good. I can see that the pipe is open and it's expanding and moving. That means that the fluid is pumping through it. We can also take a look at this because this is 15 here. Very nice. 14 there. And we're about 15, 17.5. And again, that's the distance of all the pipes that are up above. And they're going to vary a little bit. But as long as it's below 20, I don't care. And I've got extra room to expand there too. And I'll replace all of these with the higher end ones. The same thing with all the pipes. We'll replace all of those in just a few moments too. After we get our things unlocked, or actually we'll probably let it run while we're doing our computers and heavy modular frames, and then come back and have a bunch of it, and then we'll have our blueprinter next time. We'll be able to revamp all of our stuff. It's going to be awesome. Okay, so check all 3 of these, that those are all green right there, and then we can check all of these all the way up. We got green, and then up here all green. That means it has power and that it's working, and it's pumping that stuff up there. Over here, we're looking good. This is our initial one. We've got this one's a bit yellow, and that's probably because it is completely full. All the way up there. Let's go ahead and check our backlog. Backlog completely full. Very nice. Let's go up here at our hypertube. And then we're going to check each and every one of these. This one is full. Very nice. Okay, over here, how we look at this one. Still working on it. It's still on its way up, so we'll give that a minute. This one's filling up. Because this means that it's not only has it come from the extractor, it's gone down all the pipes, it's gone up, it's gone through the extra storage that I have, and then down into here. This means this is working. So you always check the end of the line to see that that's working. Over here, this one's completely full, so we're good on that one. And then the last one here. We want to see that. Now, again, if we don't see it start to fill, then that means there's something along the line that is not working correctly. So let's just go over here and see if we see our thing pumping. Yeah, okay, it's doing good. It's starting to backlog this first one until it gets to a certain height. And when it gets to that certain height, we can take a look at our pump. Does our pump got a light on? It's got the light on, which means the pump's good. And we can see that these things are facing downward, right? You wanted to face it like this. So it's going downward, so you know it's going the right direction. If it was going the other way, you know it would be reversed. So this needs a little bit of time for this to backlog first before this pump is going to open up and do it. So all we have to do is sit here and wait. We don't need to do anything else. We can't grab the oil and put it up in the upper one. We just needed to get to a point in which that pump kicks in. And once that pump kicks in, then we're golden. Like that. So just have patience. Let it fill up that bottom one. So again, that pump can start to pump that up. Because what's starting to do is starting to fill up the actual pipe. And once that pipe gets to the pump, boom, it'll kick in. Now it's going to go ahead and run to the top. Now, instantly goes to the top. It's automatically going to come back down. Because that's what we want to see. We want to see it go up there and start to open this up, And then as the bottom one completely fills, it'll then fill the top one. And then this down run here is going to completely open up and be going at full speed. And this allows us to backlog a crazy ton of oil, because guess what? We still got to take this oil and we got to transport it to the other side, which we're going to have even more storage for oil. So we have a lot of backlog of oil. And then what we're going to do is build out a massive factory that is basically going to build a lot of power. We're going to build a massive sum of power, and we're also going to set it up so that our turbo fuel can be added without having to take down all of our power. We can just easily add more things for turbo fuel. So we're going to think toward turbo fuel while we're making regular fuel first, because we need that regular fuel to make power. That power is going to give us manufacturers. The manufacturers are going to allow us to do upgrades. When we do upgrades, then we can do more power and more. We can run more oil and then transport more oil. We can add more trains to the track because we have more power. And again, scale up, scale up, scale up, all based on what we just did. And so this bit of work equals a massive scale up in everything that we're doing. You can see again, it's getting wider and wider. And just let it run. Just let it run for a bit. We don't need it right this second. We don't have all the other stuff set up and ready to rock. So we're going to go ahead and run along here. Where's my train at? Way over there. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and make ourselves another train, just so we don't have to walk. Because why? I mean, I enjoy walking, but sometimes I enjoy riding the train. Oh, it isn't overlooked. Yes. So again, watch that backseat game in there, Tab. I do appreciate you having my back. But any course of action that you tell me does affect my journey. And so if I make a mistake, if I forget something, if doing stuff, keep it to yourself. But I appreciate you. Because again, that's all part of the fun, is that, oh, wait, something's not working. Oh, I got to figure out what's wrong and whatnot. And I don't even need to overclock it at this point, by the way. That's a pure node. It is already running at 240. I don't need to do anything because I don't have pipes that can go fast enough to run it yet. So don't worry. It'll be fine. It'll be fine for now. Again, I have to get over here and basically make a bunch of storage and then, of course, build out my factory that we're going to be using. And, of course, we got to use all of our numbers. And I'm going to use the numbers that are the final numbers and not the numbers that are right now. Right now, I have 300 pipes, so I can only run 300, 300, 300, and 300, right? So basically, that's 600 and 600 if you combine the two together, and then you combine those two together, basically about 1,200 oil right now. But in a bit, I'm going to be able to do 600, 600, and then 300 and 300. So really, it's three 600s. Right? If you think about it, so it's 1,200 plus another 600, be 1,800 oil. And that's a lot of oil. And so we want to figure out what we want to do with all that oil. Are we going to make plastic? Or are we going to make rubber? Or are we going to make power? We're going to do all of that. We're going to do all of it, and we're going to do it right here. And again, now it's all going to come out of here, and it's going to go down into the ground again. So I'm going to get a natural flow, down flow, where I don't actually need to use any pumps. But when in doubt, add a pump anyway. Because you know what? Pumps are cheap, and they don't really take that much power. But if you do want to be super efficient, I love to run water downwards or fluids downwards. And it does cost you a little bit to get it up there. But again, when in an emergency, your power goes off or whatever, you're going to have a wonderful downflow that's really going to help you a lot. Again, these are the outputs. Yes, the little green arrows. There we go. Got all of our outputs ready to rock. And then we can go down here and say, where are those outputs? See, look at there they all are right there. Now, we're going to go for a little swim here. Now, if you're trying to get your presents that are way at the bottom, everybody, you got to get them way up high and then drop into the water, grab them, and then you'll start to come up to the surface. Oh, a totally normal Kismet gift. That looks like a bomb to me. They just blew me up. Did you see that? They didn't have that in there before. A bunch of trolls. Bunch of trolls. I love it, though. I love it. That's so awesome. So I tried to pick it up. I thought it was loot. I think it was Ada who sent me that one. Stop telling me to stop being inefficient and get back to work. All right, where was I? Oh, God, I hope it's not underwater. Or is it from way up there? My death crate underwater? No, it's up there, I think. I don't know. It's a dismantle crate. Huh. I don't know. I gotta take some of these out. She's such a troll. It should be right here where I died. It's kind of weird. My body was right here, so my death crate should not be over that way. It might be underwater. I might just have lost all that stuff. Let me first get rid of these dismantle crates. This stuff drives me crazy. Over here. I was dismantling something and these crates are over here. I got to find them. And I've got to get rid of them. Underwater? I don't know. Where are you, dismantle crates? Oh, I see him. Gotcha. Yay, okay. Take all. Any more? Ah, got him. Now this happens when your inventory's full. And they can be super annoying. Okay, so I got rid of those off the thing. So my death crate might be back where I just was, up there. So let's go look at that first, and if it's not the case, then I have to dive in the water, so I'm probably going to have to build some big, gigantic diving tower and do it. Sometimes it's a great clip. Oh, thank you for clipping that. I appreciate it. It's going to be something. You'll see. It'll either be up here where I jump down, or it'll be way deep in the water. Death crate this way. Wow. Is that like a death crate from another time? No, over here. Kind of a weird... Why is it so far over here? Kind of like it threw my body way over that way. Yes, I see it over there. What the heck are you... What the... What the... Get over there. Yeah, see, sometimes it puts it up on the cliff where you died. So... it put it up here instead of down there, which is still weird. I think it should have been right there, but because I was by the water, it put it up here so it didn't end up in the water, and I actually appreciate that. Another dismantle crate over here, too. Again, sometimes you don't know how far these dismantle crates are. I wish it told you, like, the distance. Oh, I see you there. Sploosh! Where'd it go? I did see you. Now you vanished. Ah. All that for 2 plates. Okay, now I got my jackpack fuel. You can see I've got my stuff going here. We're going to be able to replace the double lines and put it as a single line eventually. But now we want to get over here. We want to do some work. Now you can see that my foundations are just slightly under the water. And I love to do that. Everybody can see I've already ran some of this out because I knew I was going to bring this over here. And whatnot. So again, there's our lines coming down. We want to go ahead and just zoop in some foundations. Right underneath there. To start to work on our stacking. Now this is going to be kind of odd because I'm actually not going to use the bottom one. You'll see why here in just a second. But you're going to see also this one's up much further than the other one, but we can bring these straight down. Another trick to do too is if you want to make this a little easier on yourself is actually to put some walls down. So we'll go back to this one first. Just try to line up these walls. behind where you're trying to work right here. And then it just kind of shows you where the bottom of this is right here. And then I'm going to zoom this across. Now I'm not going to leave this wall. This wall is just a for lining up as well. Are trains faster for transporting materials or just running the pipes to your base? It takes less time to build a train and have the train go back and forth than to run all the lines. It is actually more effective overall to run the lines because the lines never stop running. So even if you run out of power, your conveyors will keep going, right? They don't use power. But the thing that is generating it will run out of power. So if you have an extractor and it's running along a conveyor, the thing will stop extracting, but all the resources on the actual conveyor belt will still keep going all the way until it runs out. But I like the trains because the trains are more effective use of my time. Your time is your most valuable asset and the ultimate power in the universe. So if you can use the power of time like I do, then you could do mega factories like we're doing easily. Easily get your mega factory on. Now, we're also going to go in here and we're going to take this. We're going to put this right here to make that a little easier. We're going to look at where that's lined up and then we're just going to go ahead and line it up something like this, just to give us eyeballs on the prize here. Something like that, and that's going to line that up again. Since we don't have it too far, we can easily line that up. Looks a little crooked to me. Don't like it. Got to go a little left, it feels like. And again, we just hit hologram and then just nudge it left. Click that. And then down. And again, we're using the wall as the line up. That's much nicer. There we go, coming down to here. Now, what I want to do, instead of having this pipe, everybody, is I want to have it actually backlogging all of those resources in a vertical way and then actually have them stop at that level so they're just slightly above the level of where I'm going to be running all my power. And I'm actually going to be running power in the water. That is not like real life, everybody. If you run power into water, it amplifies the potential damage of that electricity. That's why you don't bring your toaster into the bathtub. Don't do that, everybody. That's not good. Don't do anything with electricity near any bodies of water. All right, because it's not going to work out well. Water does not like electricity and will conduct it at an amplified amount. So you will very much die from that. So be careful. Be very careful. All right, so now that just gives me an idea of where that is. I'm going to take the pipe out, and I'm going to go ahead and just put my industrial thing here. Oh, I got to put more of these down. Oh, and I need more. Always something you need, everybody. Always something. I need more plates. No worries. We got this. We're going to need to make a hypertube eventually down here. Or we could use our ladder. Let's use our ladder. That'd be fun. Not as fast as a hypertube, but definitely fun. I was using a ladder, but I feel like the ladder is one of the most powerful things in the early game. It is so incredibly useful. And we have a lot of resources. We could just, oh boy, quite make it over, but we're close. And you can see we got tons of resources backlogging over here just for 80 seconds that we need to go grab some. Now it's actually also running it into, oh wait, what happened there? Oh, we took it out to run it over there at the last second, didn't we? We sure did. We sure did. Oh, we don't have to do that anymore though. We don't have to do that anymore. We have a bunch of merger spheres. That we could go ahead and get this going over here. So we just need to make a few of these. And again, this is why we're getting our power, so we can then make our SAM fluctuators in the thing, so we don't have to manually make them. Though it's so much easier for me just to manually make it right now, everybody, than to create all the things and run all the lines and do all the stuff. Absolutely way easier for me just to make them right here. I'll make like 20 of them, and then I can middle mouse button this and then run this back over here, because we took this out right at the end of the day last time so that we could use it for all that other stuff. But I want this to constantly be running my plates in here at all times. Oh, okay, no, we're not living with that. We want something sexy. Come on, give me the sexy. Oh, there's the sexy to 60, 90 degree. Now, again, first you play the game to learn the game, and then you play the game to make it sexy. Make them 90-degree angles, make those verticals all look 90s, make it do all that stuff, everybody, to just, make it look beautiful. Okay, so that should always be running in that, and we're going to be doing that with all of our resources eventually, but for right now, we'll get that going. All right, we needed some plates. We got some plates. Let's go back over here. We're flying. We're doing a little conducting with our hands. Down we go. Oh, and we didn't have enough jet fuel left. Or biofuel left. And we'll add some more over here. Again, this is all, mostly these foundations are temporary just to get me to line up this first one. So let's do it. And we're going to go organization. We're going to go fluids. Right there. Now, because I know it lines up there, I know it's also going to line up there at the top. And that's basically what we're doing. And we're going to go ahead and just stack and stack and stack those like that. Now, we got to have a little bit of a problem up on the top side. But one of the cool things that happens is you create a continuous ladder that you can go ahead and climb up on these. And we'll see how we look up here at the top. I bet you it's clipping. Oh, it's clipping up here at the top. But does it really matter if it's clipping? Not really. Because we could just take these foundations out and let this train station chill out here if we wanted to. So we could just take that out there and just run that directly down into there and then back and forth and see how that turns up at the end. Now, before you do a whole bunch of these, everybody, you want to figure out just one of them first. So if this goes down into there, then it will go back into this one and then back into that one and then back into the bottom one, which will end up going this way, which is actually not what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to have it go here, down another one, and then the bottom one is just there to hold up all the rest of them. So we're going to have a 3-stack backlog of that. And again, I can just leave the foundations there, or I can just have it stacked here. And one of the things that this allows me to do is to stand here on the edge and see this as well. But it doesn't really matter because you can just say that you went in and you cut it out. I'm not a big fan of clipping, but sometimes you just RP in, everybody. You just say, hey, I went in and I cut that out perfectly, so it just nudges up right there. It has a nice butt fit up to that. It looks pretty beautiful. Good. All right, it's good. Go with it. Don't be too crazy, everybody. It was like, they didn't do the thing. I wanted to be perfect and all that stuff. Well, you know what? They only got so much time in the day. All right, going down. All right, and we don't need this anymore. Okay, now from down here, we can go ahead and send it, hopefully in this first one, if it lets us. And then we want to get our noodle. Oh, nope, it's too close. We got to back it up just a little bit. Okay, so this is going to go ahead and help us align this. We're going to go ahead and put this down here. We're going to align this a little bit more. And again, using the one that we already have as a template. We'll bring that forward, try to figure out where it was before. There we go. And so it's just a little too close for that pipe to go there. So I'm just going to nudge it out just a little bit. And then take all these back out again. Right here and right here. Now, another thing that I could do is I could just forego the one on the top and just go down and back, and it comes out perfect. And that's actually what we're going to do. So there we go. Down. And then down again. And then on this side. And then it comes out perfect. So again, it stacks there perfectly. Now, did I know I was going to do that? No. But now I'm going to do it because I like that better. So there you go. And then if we need to go up and down here, we can go ahead and use this ladder to get up here at the top. And then we can always just jetpack our way up here. And we all good. And you can see that's already filling up, everybody. Again, you can see I have no pumps. Those are no pumps running that. And it's just going to be gravity pulling that down. I don't need any pumps. But I'm going to do it anyway. Because I don't trust it. I never have, and I never will. I'm going to put me a pump at least at the top. And then we're going to go ahead and run this down. And eventually we're going to connect all of this to some power. So let's run it to the side there. And then let's run. Actually, we can just run it up from there. I always put a pump anyway, because you're just going to end up putting a pump there, everybody. I just know you are. I know I am. Absolutely. Okay, so how are we doing this power here? So this power is coming down over there. Okay, I do not like how that power is. We are going to redo this power right here, which is going to turn all of our stuff off. We're going to go over here and make this power really nice. Yes, right here. Again, we're mega building, everybody. So we're thinking about the aesthetics of what we're doing as well. Let's do something like that. That looks good. And then we'll run this to here. And then that now is running those pumps there. Very nice. And that pump is aiming downward. Now we want to run this connection underneath here. And we want to end up way over here where we have some of our power going. Now, I'm going to revamp all of this eventually. So I'm just going to go ahead and run it, say, right to here for now. And we'll come back and we're going to really clean up all of this. So this all is going to be redone. I do it every single playthrough. And the reason why I redo it is because this is just temporary. You're just trying to get past the first stages. I'm already on tier 6, everybody. It's only like day 4 or 5. And I don't play for like 20 hours a day. I play sometimes between 4 and 6 hours, sometimes a bit longer when we get all wrapped up in it. But there we go. That's going to run that power back. And we want to look at our station, make sure that's green. So that's sending the power all the way to the other side. And now that's doing all of that oil. And again, we want that to just keep backlogging that oil. And you can see now that pump is pushing that down out of here into this pump. And we should get some momentum now where these things are going to start to open up. Yes, once we get that all down in there. And then this is going to fill at the bottom. We're going to let that run. And again, we want to see those things opening all the way up and pumping that down to the bottom. Okay, so now we got the general idea of what we want there. And again, we're going to have it up just a little bit so that when we're running our fuel and all of that, our fuel is going to be on the lower side. So we'll go ahead and do this. Like that. And more of this. Just to make this easier. And then same thing here, we'll eyeball. I like to put a wall here just so it visually makes it easier. All right, somewhere about there. This is a different looking foundation too. It's a little tougher when the foundations look different. See the lines underneath there are different from these lines. These are center lines, and then this is the offset center because it's turned the other way. Again, you can just turn the foundation and it would help you align those a little better, but I'm just going to eyeball it a bit. Is it back against the edge? Yes, it's back against the edge like this. And again, we'll just go ahead and run that. We'll look. Does it look straight to me? That looks pretty straight. Nice. Okay, next one. Another thing is also to use the backing wall like I did if you're having trouble. But I can pretty much eyeball it. This one's pretty much the same. This one's a little bit... Oh, that one's pretty much the same too. So, all right. Like this. Again, these are just to align these other things that we're going to use. Nope, that is definitely seems off to the side a little bit, but that's how it's supposed to be. Because what I'm doing is I'm looking at this gap here, and then looking at that gap at the top, and then this gap here, gap at the top. That is pretty straight. The best way to know is to back away and look at it. Beautiful. Beautiful. Chef's kiss there. Very nice. Okay, so all of our stuff is good. And now we have an alignment for our fluid buffers as well. So we want to go ahead and just hit H. And we'll align those fluid buffers that way. And then this way to our things. The best thing to do is just do all of the bottom ones first. And align them to each other. And then get over here and we'll nudge that over so it's aligned to the pipes. You get the idea, so I'm going to speed up. I hope you don't mind. If you do have any comments or questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. If I miss them for any reason, feel free to throw them in there again. Use my name, Kismet. It'll highlight in red, so I know you're talking directly to me. And there we go. Okay. And we are going to backlog a ton of oil. And up and up and 1 and 2. And I love the fact that they're all oriented correctly. Okay. Then we're going to start at the top just so we have our directions going the right way. We're using our horizontal vertical, so we're getting our nice 90 pipes up there. And it's looking beautiful. Yeah, we got that nice and aligned. Very nice. And then we're going to do all the same side here. Right to there. Down from here. Down from here. And then on the inside to here. And this is going to be a lot of sweet, sweet oil for us to use. Now, we don't need these anymore. These were just for alignment. I do build a lot of things that, you know, I'm just going to take out after. And there we go. Now, we want to get that backlogged as well. So we want to start back up our train. So let's get over here. Let's make it happen. What's up, sea fish? Marvin, whatever. I've never watched any of those Home Alones, and I refuse to watch them. I've never watched them once. Never going to watch them. If I see that kid, I just instantly change the channel. Because, you know, it's not the kid, it's the parents. How completely irresponsible those parents are to leave their kid and not realize their kid's not there. I mean, people have told me they eventually figure it out. But by the fact you're on, like, because I know enough about it, like they go on a trip or whatever, and then they don't know their kid is there, and then they think about it, oh, wait, we forgot so-and-so, we got to go back. But meanwhile, the kid's at home for a really long time. That's just a red flag for me as bad parents, everybody. I don't know about you, but the fact that you don't remember your kids, I don't care how many kids you got, everybody. You should be taking roll. I don't care if you got 15 kids, you should take a roll. Okay, Jenny and Susie and Fred and Wilbur or whatever, I'd be taking roll every single time I had that many kids, because you don't want to lose any of them. And then the one that is left behind will feel terrible, everybody. They'll feel like they're unimportant. And that's the worst part, everybody. The worst part is how that child will feel when you neglect that child, when you leave them behind and they're not valuable enough for you to remember their name and to remember that they're not around, which is pretty scary. That's pretty scary, but again, I don't blame the kids. I don't even blame the burglars, everybody. I blame the parents for putting that child in danger. Big time. Those parents were ultimate fail. Big time fail there. Oh, we got to put in our other pumps here too. Let's just take these out here. That's going to make doing these pumps nice and easy. Let's get these. We're going to put these up a little bit higher just to make those easier to run. Like this, and then we can jump down here and watch this great little thing we can do. We can just run this up to here. We can run this one to this one. We can run this in between here. Connect this one over, connect this one to that one. All those pumps are good. Nice. Nice. Look, it's already working. See, the ones that already have oil in them are good to go. Now, once we have all of that in place, it is time to get our train a rocking and a rolling. And we might get, we're just going to keep going, everybody. We'll just see how far this stream can go. We're going to turn on self-driving, and that should now go pick up a crazy ton of oil, because remember, we've been backlogging that oil this whole entire time. It should go pick up that oil and bring it back. Now, one of the things that it's probably going to do first, though, is you're going to come to us. And you can see that it doesn't have a lot of oil in there. By the way, you can stand on the track, by the way. You can stand there. I wouldn't stand there too long, though, or it'll glitch out. But you can see that it's going to take some of the oil and do it, because we stopped it before we got all the other ones running. Now, what we want to see, if it's working properly, is when it goes back, it should be completely full over there now. And it should pick up 4 canisters when it comes back. So when it comes back, we want to see it's got 4 canisters, and it's putting all 4 canisters in there. Now, the canister itself is, oh, look, it's even full, everybody. You can see it's full. And that's because it put it back. Otherwise, it would disappear if it fully put it in there. Now, what's going to happen is, again, it's going to fill those up, going to bring it back. We want to see all 4 of them ready to go. And look at that awesome train, everybody, just going around in a circle, just collecting us a bunch of power that we're going to use. But we want to now let it run while we're building. So you always want to let your stuff run, let your resources backlog, all of that stuff, keep that stuff going while you're building, because it is very, very efficient. And we'll go ahead and just bring this one over so we can cross there. We'll take this out. The reason why I take this out and leave this open is so that I can see down there and where I'm lining up and all of that right over here. So this is actually where we're going to do our production on this side. And then eventually we're going to extend this into turbo fuel way out there. But we're going to have it come down underneath here into our refineries. And our refineries are going to be down here at the water level. And we're basically just going to fill all this in. Now, again, later on, you'll see me just do these as blueprints. I think one of the first foundations you should do, both in the 4x4s and in the 5s, is foundations, because it is very, very useful to do those foundations. Okay, we're missing foundations right there. Let's go ahead and fill in the rest of those. And there we go. And you'll see the water goes up and down a little bit. But I like it to be slightly down. And the reason why is when you're doing your water extractors, they're automatically going to go down, meaning you have a positive downflow. See? Positive downflow if you set your foundations just a little bit in the water. Not too much. Too much in the water, you'll start to float. You don't want to do that. But you can see it's got a natural downflow. And that natural downflow means less pumps and less problems with your water. Which is awesome, unless you're pushing it up like I am right there. But eventually it's not going to do that. I'm going to combine both of these sides together. In fact, I could actually combine them both together and eliminate one of the water ones. So I could actually be more efficient and use 5 instead of 6. I would highly recommend using a fluid buffer to make that all balanced and pre-run your fluid first. Let it all backlog and fill up those fluid buffers first, and then kick it in. GG's, you're all good. How do I know it works? Because I did my last playthrough. And if you want to go see it, remember it's on YouTube. You can see all of that over there. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually be awesome. You want to see how you can be super awesome in this game, everybody? Watch this. You actually label your crap. That's right. Go up here and label your crap. So you don't come back later. Where's my 2 meters? Right here. You label all your crap so you don't forget. Now, oh, well, it'd be even helpful if I had some quartz crystal. Hold on. Let's make a little bit of quartz crystal right over here. And you label your crap. Let's do it. Now, do I remember which one's which? Absolutely not. Oh, we're all out of quartz crystal. Well, I can tell you, we got a crazy ton of it sitting right over there. Right up at the top of that thing right there. We should get to doing some quartz crystal after we get this power going. But you label your stuff, everybody. You put it on there and you say, this one is going at 600. And then this one's going at 300. And this one's going at whatever, right? So all of these are going at 300 except for the last one, which I forgot to overclock. That's okay. I'll go back later. That one's currently going at 240. But really how fast it's going is based on the train and how far the train is and how quickly the train can go over there and pick it up and bring it over here. And you can actually see it in your train overview of how quickly it's bringing those resources. Now, we're going to need multiple trains, and I'm going to do multiple trains just so you can see how I do track switching and how it automatically will detect whether there's a train on that track and whatnot. And you just need track blockers at this point. You don't need to do a lot of signaling. That's for like if you're crossing and doing all sorts of stuff. We'll get into that advanced stuff later. But we're just using the basics now. We're just using the basics. Get the oil over here, and we're going to go ahead and start to build out our oil. Now, we know in the long run, we're going to be using 600, 300, 300, and 600. Right? So we should build for the end result and not to the current thing, because otherwise we'll have to come back, rebuild it all again. And that is not cool. That's not cool. So we want to go ahead and see where our first pipe's going out here. And then we'll just say, okay, we're going to run our first pipe down, and we'll just call this one 600, all right? We don't really know because we have to go back and look at which pipe is going into what, and we'll label them all on that side, and then they will be the same direction this way, everybody. So the way we label it on there, because it's not a push-pull train, this is a circular train. So they're all going to be the same way that way, and they're all going to be the same way over here. And that's really going to help us keep everything straight. So we're going to go ahead and run this oil down. If we could go ahead and put this on noodle. There we go. We'll run that oil down, and now we got it running down here. So we're going to run this out, and we're actually going to try to keep these things a bit up off the ground. Now, one of the tricky parts of this, if I can get my button to press the right thing, is the fact that you want this to go into here, but you can see it's a little taller than a foundation. So if I run it down, it's actually detrimental than if I just run it to the actual lifter, because I do want to keep it up just a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this forward. I'm just using that to line up so I can see it under there and over here. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and just bring this forward and just run that down like that. A little bit of clipping there, but it's cool. Also, by the way, I could just take this out. I can also put a half thing there. I can put walkways. I can do all sorts of fancy stuff. But that's all we really need to do right over there. And if I don't need these foundations, I take them out. Because, again, everything you put in the game is frames per second, everybody. I can take out your frames. Now, I have a pretty nice machine, so I'm not going to have a problem. But look at this. We can even make this even nicer. We can now move this back and say, you know what? Let's go ahead and make this even nicer by putting that nice and close like that. And then we don't have such a long angle. We just have a shorter angle. And this will just come down. Again, see how it's dropping? So we got it all the way up to the top. We now put it up there. We're backlogging it. We're making it flow downward. And then now we have it at a higher level in which we can run it and then run it down. Also, it allows me to walk under it, because doing it this way allows it constantly to be in my way, right? If I could put it up high right now, then I wouldn't be walking into this pipe right now. I could just go ahead and run the thing up like I'm doing over here, which I might do, by the way. I might just take the bottom one out and run the top one down from the sides. And then I can just walk down the center. I can make adjustments. I can check on everything. I can scale everything up. I can upgrade all of the belts. I can upgrade all the pipes. You can see that we're using the fancy holiday pipes there. But I could just as easily run it from up there, just turn that thing sideways, and then run it down in a nice 90. And then I also have my belts up out of the way. And you can see we've upgraded our belts to 3s there, which is very important when you're running them in dual. When you have them back to back like this, and then you have 12 of them, we had to upgrade that, or we weren't going to have all of them running. So we worked on that last time. We got that awesome. But look how cool that looks, right? Doesn't that look cool? Let's see some ones in the chat if that doesn't look cool, everybody. I mean, if it does look cool, I think it looks awesome. Again, I like to change my designs. You'll never see the designs exactly the same every time. I suggest to try different things every time, and you'll learn something every new playthrough. If you do the same thing every time, and I see a lot of people fall into the same problem, where they're just doing the same thing and boring. Again, I like to make it look industrial strength. I think it looks amazing. Amazing. Now, we're going to be doing 2 giveaways, by the way. After I'm done here with Satisfactory, we're going to do a giveaway. We're running real long here, as we always do on Satisfactory, because I'm having so much fun. And then we're going to... then we're going to go ahead and do a giveaway, and then we're going to do some Fallout London, and then we're going to do another giveaway. So we've got 2 giveaways coming up very soon after we get this power going, all right? Now, one of the first things I want to do is say, wait a minute, some of this I want to be for my production of plastic and rubber and other stuff later. But for right now, plastic and rubber. So let's think the first one is going to be plastic and rubber. And I had some quartz, which I can go run and make and do all of that. I can label this coming in at 300, plastic, rubber, blah, 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 whatever it is, right? I could go ahead and label it all so I know what it is. And we'll do that eventually. But right now, we're going to say that this one is our plastic production. Right, so we're just going to call it 300, okay? Because that's as fast as we can go right now anyway. So 300 oil coming out of there. So now what we're going to do is we're going to use our refineries. Now I'm going to try to line it up. It's going to be a little tricky, but we'll get it going. We're going to get the back of this lined up. And there we go. Not bad. Okay, yes, it actually did the thing today because we used the lifter thing. And then we're going to use the hologram, and we're going to nudge it way back. Oh, so close. I probably want to move it forward so we have a little bit of space. Yes, let's do something nice like that. Let's give ourselves some space here. And then we're going to go as close as we can here to give ourselves a little bit of space. We'll say right there. And we're just going to have this drop down like that. Now, why are we going to do that? We're going to do that so we have this and we go under it. So it's not on the ground level. No more jumping over pipes. No more doing all that. We're not doing any more of that. We did that at the beginning of the game to show how terrible that is and how much that would torture yourself when you do that. But we are mega building, so we're thinking of how we get around here. I've actually never driven my little car around here where it's a water. I might have to try that later. So this is going to go to the first one. Now this is also going to chain its way down into the other one. So this one right here is going to be my plastic. Now just like we did before, everybody, we take that 300 and we divide it up into how much ever we want to make. Now in this case, instead of just doing like 2 plastic, 1 rubber, and then do the conversion and put it into the awesome sink, we're going to do it in sections. We're going to do, okay, we're going to use this much for plastic and this much for rubber. So let's say 150 for plastic and 150 for rubber, right? So it needs 30 going in. So we can just go like this and say N, which brings up our search, which we can do math in there. 150 divided by 30 is 5. That's a lot. That's a lot of plastic, everybody. So we can do 5 of these. So from the one thing, and we're only using half of it. Now, I highly recommend make more plastic than you're making rubber, because rubber coming out your ears, plastic starving for it all the time. So let's say we do even more, but we're going to do it a different way. If we did 10 of these, it'd be 10 times 300, which would make it 300, right? Or 10 times 30, which would make it 300. And that would use all of it if we wanted to. So we did 10, we know that's going to use all of it. Maybe we don't want to use all of it, or maybe we can use a 300 on plastic and then a 300 on rubber, but I wouldn't. I would just do, at this stage, I would do a good portion of it as plastic and the rest of it as rubber, all right? So, again, that gives us 10 in there. Now, the other thing I would do is also put the other one down, just as an example. Now, again, we just put it down in the same exact spot, and then temporarily put it to rubber so we know where we're at, right? So the rubber is also 30, so that we know that we have a complete balance now. We know no matter how many we do of each one, it's going to equal 10. See how that math just worked out? So 10 times 30 is 300. 300 is the amount of oil that we have coming in. And so the input of the crude oil for rubber is 30, and the input of the plastic is also 30. So we know we're going to have 10. That's a given. It's a given we're going to have 10. But how many are we going to do before we need to take care of the byproduct? That's the real important part, right? So if we do this, and say we do a number of these plastic ones, right? The byproduct is 10. And when you go ahead and you process the byproduct, right here, I processed the petroleum coke because it's so easy to do. You can do 40, so that means 4 of these. So 4 of these, for every 4 of these that I do that are plastic, I need to do 1 refinery, which is converting it into the rubber, right? And so on and so forth. And then we'll go ahead and do that, and then we'll do our rubber. But do you think we should do that right now, that we should make 10 of these refineries and turn the power on and do all of that? You don't want to do that. Why? Because you're going to run out of power. Because the number one thing you should be making right now is power. So again, I try to let you guys think the way through that I think. I think the way through is, wait a minute, what is the highest priority? Should I be making rubber and make 10 of these and build a thing? No. What we want to do is we want to tap the next node, and we want to go the other way and get that power in there and get that going. Now, again, we can always connect these together as well. Again, if we want to take the 2 300s, connect it into 600 and whatnot, we're going to use all the rest of this oil for power. So it'll be 600, 300, 300, I believe, and then this one will be 600 eventually, which we'll use for all of that. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and do the same thing, but we're going to go ahead and line this up like this. I'm going to hit H, and we're going to go ahead and line this up and see how this looks. That looks beautiful. Beautiful. And we know how to do this because we can just bring this forward. Right here, we already got it lined up over there. We can line it up off of this one to make it look nice. Like this. And then again, that quick drop, so we have the ability to run through here without it being in the way. And that's all going down. That doesn't need any pumps, everybody. I don't even need the pump at the top. I don't really need it. I'm going to use it because I don't trust it. But I can do this all via gravity fed. All right, look at it. Look at it widening out. This is all gravity fed here. Now, the thing that we want to do now is fuel. So we're going to do 40 fuel per minute is the output. The input is 60 per minute. So now it's double. So if we could do 10 before, now we can do 5. Right? On this one input. Now, of course, we have 3. So we have 300, 300, 300 right now, roughly, and I'll go overclock that other one later. But it doesn't really matter if it's overclocked right now because it's backlogging everybody. And it's going to have thousands and thousands of oil. It is not really a big deal for me to make sure that all that stuff is overclocked right now. I don't even have the belts for it. I don't have any of that. But I was just showing you guys to get you guys an idea of the whole thing. But this is using much more to produce fuel. And then the output is going to be fuel, but we're also outputting resin. Resin is the byproduct of what we're doing. Now, our belts, normally I call them 240s, but they're actually 270s. And that has to do with concrete or limestone, because concrete and limestone runs at 45, and then it's a multiple of 45. That's why they made it that faster belt speed. If you want to know your belt speed, you just go in here and you roll over it. And you can see it's 270. So if you take 270 and divide it by 45, 270 divided by 45, it becomes a whole number, 6. And that's because of that limestone. Normally, you would just double because the belt below it is 120. So it would be 120, 240, 480, whatever it is. It just keeps doubling it, but it doesn't do that. It actually is they're so smart, and they figured out all those numbers that they accommodate for that 45 that you're going to be using in the later game for your concrete and for other things that are coming up later too, including steel and all of that stuff. So very smart on their part, everybody. I give them huge credit for all of that. So we can have 270 of this resin on a belt, right? So that's really what we want to figure out. We want to figure out if we take 270 and we divide it by 30, how many can we run? We can run 9 of these. We can run 9 of these in succession and then run it all out on a belt into the awesome sink. Because guess what, everybody? I could take it, and I could take that resin, and I could turn it into something else, and I could put it back into the chain, and I could go through all of that. But you know what it cost me, everybody? It cost me my most precious resource, time. And I don't need to do that because I can just take it, run the awesome sink. It's getting me a bunch of tickets. I can unlock a bunch of stuff. Bada bing, bada boom. And I never have to worry about it stopping ever. I never have to worry about it. It'll be in perfect equilibrium, and it will never have to stop unless I lose power. But that's the whole point of what we're doing, is so we don't lose power. That's the whole point. So again, we're going to think of this in terms of the final amount. So 600, 600, we're going to count this as 1,200 oil. And then this one will be 600 over here. So we're going to make a little bit less power this time in oil than we did last time, because we didn't really need all that power, by the way. And we're going to go turbo fuel. So it's going to actually double, a little bit more than double our power over here as well. And then we'll do rocket fuel, and we'll do all that other stuff later. So let's just count this as 600, 300, and 300, or we'll just combine the two 300s together, and the 600 would be 1,200 total oil. So our 1,200 total oil needs to be divided by 60. Because we're just going to be producing fuel. So let's do it. 1,200. Again, normally I do this in the spreadsheet, but I'm just going to do it in game, just to give you guys a good overview. So we need 20 of these. 20. Now, should I run the pipe all the way down on 20 of these? Absolutely not. No, 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 no. You know why? Because your pipes can currently go at 300. So you want to break these up into segments. You want to do the 20. But you want to break them up into segments that are based on the maximum pipe speed, which is 300. So you really want to go in and divide 300 divided by 60, and that's 5. So you only want to put 5 of them together. Now, I highly recommend using a load balancer when you are doing your fuel. And I'm going to show you how to do a load balancer on these. And we're just going to do 5 of them to get started. And then I'll show you how to, run them into the thing, and we'll start up our power. And when we start up this power, it's going to be insane, everybody. So there's 1. And then this is going to be 2. Oh, we need some more materials. We're going to need to go do this. So what do we need? 3 more of these. So let's just tell it that we want to do 3 more of those. 1, 2, 3, right there. And that's going to tell us how many encased industrial beams we need over there. And we'll run over here and use our little track thing that we got going. Can't wait to put this on like ludicrous speed, everybody. Everyone's just going to shoot us out of there. Ludicrous speed! Ah! Until we make our turbo launchers as well. We got to get back to this. Got to get them computers. We got to get our railroad signals. We're working on it. That's what we're working toward. Again, normally I would just make the stuff and I just skip ahead. But I'm not going to do that in this build. We're going to build it as we go, everybody. We're going to build all of the little things as we go along. We still got a ton of stuff other to build as well. But again, it's all about that power. Oh, somebody earlier said, hey, Kismet, it's the next day. We already got the next day, by the way. We got number 6 already. Out of the advent calendar right there. We already got that out of there today. It's actually day 8 is the best day because that's going to take us to a next thing. But by the time I play, it's going to be like day 14 because, again, we're going to play tonight, Thursday, and then it will be Tuesday before we play again. So just keep that in mind. I'll just open a whole bunch of them in a row, which is fun. Again, then I just let it run. Now, but by the time we're done today, which we're running really long, we want to get our power going. We want to get our manufacturers going, and we want to get our 2 things up there, our phase 3 and our phase 3 items running so that they're running for 24/7 all the week, all weekend, because we have our power all squared away and it's working just fine. We got all our trains bringing in our power and letting that run. So when we come back, it'll be just like our versatile things there. Well, it was like at 500 when we left and we came back today, 2,500 done. Right, because we had balanced all that power and utilized that power, which is great. Okay, so we got that done. We did the oil thing. We need to get these resources. That's what we're doing. Get these resources and stick them in my pocket. Where is it at? Over here somewhere. Over here. Where did I put those? Right here. Oh, we're out. Where'd they all go? Oh, we're not out. There's a whole bunch up there. There's a whole bunch up there. All right, we'll run these over here. Stick them in this box. We don't need that many. But we need a bunch. And we need some. We know where they're at. Nice and close. All right, down we go. And again, we made room for where we're going to build all of our rubber and stuff. And then we have all this room, this direction, where we'll take care of that. And then this other direction is where we'll do all of these. Okay, so let's go in holding down control. And actually oriented it in the correct direction for once. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this will be number 5. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing we're doing here, except for we're going to tie these together. Now, very rarely do I go through the effort of making these all beautiful, but we're going to totally do it this time. And we're also going to do the reverse of what we normally do. And we're actually going to have the pipes up high, like this. Now, you're like, well, Kismet, that's not working. What the heck? What you got going on there? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to have it come out of this first one. And then we're going to have it come out of these and line up to these ones here. But they don't, all of these are not going to line up to the inputs of these, everybody. We're going to feed it in such a way that it's going to balance itself over time. But right now, we really just want to use the first one. And that first one is going to go to these 5, and then the second one's going to go to the next 5, and so on and so forth. Now, of course, I could have moved these down and moved all the trains and did all the things. It's either just to run the lines, everybody. It's either just to run the lines down, because we just got 2 other lines, and we'll take them, we'll turn them, run them down, and we'll run the next 5, and next 5, and we'll have a big, long thing of stuff. So, what we can do is, of course, do the front sides, because this will make this way easier. Now, on this particular one, in refineries, you can put stuff that goes into the refinery, items and fluids. But in this case, it's just a fluid in. So I don't really need to run the belts underneath here or anything like that, do mergers or splitters or any of that stuff. There's nothing going in there, everybody. It's just going to be, oop, not plastic. It's just going to be fuel. So only thing that's going in there is crude oil. So now another way to make this look really nice is to go ahead and put a splitter in. Now, see, I can go ahead and do this, but what I really want to do is something more like this, where I kind of line this up. Then when I put this up here, I can hold down control, and then sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. All right, let's go ahead and do this, and we'll add a pipe to just try to make this work a little bit. And then we hold down control. There we go. Now it's working because I added that pipe. And then now that has snapped to the pipe, which is perfectly aligned to this now. And then now that we have that aligned, we can go ahead and take these out. Again, you see how many workarounds I got to do in this game? I tell you. I still love the game. The game is incredibly great. And then we're just going to go all the way down to the end like this and just kind of get an idea where that's at right here. Oh, we're going to go for a swim, apparently. Try that again. Middle mouse button. There we go, right here. Doesn't matter where you put it, just as long as it's way at the end past the last pipe. Then we're going to take this and we're going to run this across here like this. And then same thing. Hold down Control, snap, 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 and snap. Okay, very nice. Now we can create a little pipe there, everybody, but you know what? This thing is now irrelevant. You don't need that anymore. That was just for lining it up. I know, I'm a tricky guy, everybody. I do things just to line that up, just so I could snap that in there and make that beautiful. Again, using the least amount of pieces is an elegant thing in itself. It's so elegant to reduce something down and use the minimum amount of steps, the minimum amount of belt runs, the minimum amount of pipes to make that gorgeous, like that. Beautiful. Look at how all of them are going down like that. Very nice. Now, of course, if I did it over here, I also want to do it here so it matches up and we don't have all these little tiny pipes in there. One nice fluid pipe right there. Very nice. And then, of course, connecting across. Now, we don't need this anymore. We're going to take this out and we're going to do this. Now, you're going to be like, Kismet, it's floating. That's right, it is. And I'm going to leave it floating because you know why? It's freaking beautiful. That's why. It is very much beautiful. Now, one of the problems of what I'm doing right now, everybody, is the fact that it's on the left side. And if I have put it in the middle, it's going to go in the middle and then split. But if I put it on the side, what it's going to do, it's going to fill this one up and then this one and this one. This is called a manifold when it's like that. But if you want to balance it, what you really want to do is split it and then split it basically as many times you need to split it, right? And 5 times. So you can go ahead and connect all these together again and then have it where it comes out and then it splits into 2 and then it splits into 4 and so on and so forth. Or you can split it in 3 and then you split it into 5. That's a little tricky because you're going to have to split one in half and merge it back in and do all of that. But you know what's even easier? Just doing it the way I did it. Because guess what, everybody? That's going to completely fill with oil and I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to worry about any of it. You know what else is cool? I'm going to make this power not suck. I'm going to make it not suck right now. Here we go. Let's make it all these power lines stop sucking like these over here suck because they are those stupid power poles. I'm going to actually run power underwater. And I'm going to make these line runs beautiful. That's nice. Oh, this one's off. Hold on. We got to fix that. We're going to make all these line runs be gorgeous. Right down the center. Of course, put a roof on there and connect it to the roof. Also awesome. We're going to just center each of those line runs. And we're going to run them underwater because, you know, space insulation. We're running stuff underwater. You know, there are cables that run underwater from North America all the way to Europe. Underwater. And there's a whole bunch of them. They ran them back and forth and back and forth, back and forth. Look it up on Google. Absolutely. That's how the internet works. That's how power works. You've got the whole grid that we've run stuff back and forth across the whole entire ocean, everybody. Humans did that. Imagine what we could do if we just worked together all the time, everybody. We could work together. Imagine the amazing things that we could do. If it wasn't so tied to everybody's darn ego, we could do some amazing things. Okay, so we tied all that power together, and then we're going to tie it into this power. I think I'm going to go down to this one here. And we're just going to go ahead and just bring this one, wrong button, this one down into here like this. And we're going to run that right across there, and we won't ever have to look at it again. Awesome. There we go. Now, that actually has power right now. It has power from the rest of my power grid. Now, you got to watch out, though, because sometimes that power grid is going to start to drop off because I'm using biofuel right now. I'm using all my biofuel, which I've had backlog. It's been running for days and days and days and days because I have so much backlog biofuel. And you can see, though, it's pretty rock solid. Our max cons just went up because now we have our processing. So what we're going to do is we're going to take all of this fuel and recombine it together. So we want to go ahead and now that we've got our power connected, we can go ahead and re-put this back together. Now we're going to have 2 things coming out of the output. So we want to think about that. What's coming out of this output? Well, the first thing, well, not this, over here. The first thing is going to be fuel, which we want to use. and then, of course, polymer resin. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do these in sections, and I'm going to leave a gap between the sections. And the reason why I'm going to leave a gap is because I want to create a backlog of that fuel while I'm doing other things, because right now it's going to make that fuel for me. And it's going to backlog that like we've been backlogging the oil. So we'll go ahead and create a little section here that is purely for us to gather it, combine it into a backlog, and then take that and use it like a fluid balancer. It's a fluid buffer, but I call it a balancer because that's really more effective of a thing that it does. It balances it when you are having issues with your fluids. So we've got to basically bring our fluids down the line, but we also need to bring our byproduct and eliminate that byproduct. So we're going to actually take our byproduct and transfer it from this group to the next group and to the next group and so on. But actually we'll be transferring it in the opposite direction because we want it to run down here so that we can see that it's actually working and be very, very important that you see that that's working as well. And we'll also be running all of our plastic and everything down that way, and we'll run it up to our base and whatnot. But I do want to put my awesome sink right here at the end to kind of set the precedent of, okay, this is where I'm going to be running all of my byproduct right over here. And I got to get this turned around. There we go. And we can just kind of nestle this right over here as the end of this particular line, right? Now, another thing that I would do is I always put a box here, everybody. And the reason why is if I got a bunch of junk I want to get rid of, I just throw it in that box and it runs it into the awesome sink. And the faster this belt is for the awesome sink, the faster it goes into the awesome sink. Is that not straight? I thought it was straight. There we go. Very straight. Now, we're going to go ahead and do our lifters. Again, we're going to ignore these ones here at the end. We should actually color these a different color, because you can go in and color those like blue for plastic if you want. And then now you can say, okay, those are plastic ones, and then these ones over here are fuel ones, which I'll just leave yellow because fuel is yellow. So there you go. But you can go in and colorize all of these, and I love to do it later when I'm doing my blueprinting. And again, we can blueprint all of this, but we're just going to go ahead and do our lifters. Now, my number one rule for lifters, don't trust them. They are not trustworthy. You're going to get screwed on these lifters. Now, I'm going to have it run toward me. And what we're going to do is we're going to change it to a merger. And we're going to try to line that up. And once we got that first one lined up like that, we all golden. Now, I would do these in a sequence. And I would stand about right here so you can see, look for those lines that are helping you line it up. I still mess it up even though they added these lines some time ago. Again, we want to run all the byproduct down this way so we can see, and we don't have to run all the way to the end to see if it's working, because that's lame. We want it to see if it's working right here. Okay, very nice. Now we got that going, and the number one next thing we do is we take out all the lifters, everybody. Take every last one of these suckers out of here. Do not trust them. They are very, very untrustworthy. They have always been, and I feel like they always will be. I hit G right here, so we're just taking out these bottom ones. Just aim really carefully. You don't hit the top ones. And then it doesn't matter which way I run the belt, but I run it in the direction it's going anyway. And I'm looking to see if that's a green arrow, and this is an orange arrow. Green arrow, orange arrow. Looks good. And then lifters back in again. Now, if you're doing your pipes, it's actually a little easier to leave these belts out here, but I've done it so many times now that I don't have to worry about it. But again, if you're struggling with your pipes, you want to do that. Now, all of this is going to run out the fuel. Now, I want the fuel to go over here, run all the way to the end, from this section alone by itself, run it into here, into this fluid buffer. It's going to fill up with fuel, and then I'm going to take that fuel. What are you doing, Foundation? I'm going to take that fuel, and I'm going to run it to where the actual things are going to be on this side, away from all of this. And I'll take all the rest of this out, and I'm going to build them out here, and I'm going to build them in that direction. And then when I come back later and I add turbo fuel, which is going to add even more to the process, it's going to go way out there, then I will go ahead and feed that over to more to these, and I don't have to remove all of these later. I did that on my last playthrough. We're not doing it on this one. We're not going to do those again. So now what we can do is just say, okay, where can we, where's our foundation good where we can take it out? Maybe right here. Let's take it out and see if I like it. Be a little bit hanging outside. Perfect. That is very nice. Let's go ahead and take all this out now. Again, all this stuff just temporary. There we go. And then we can go ahead and fill in some more zooping here. Oh, I think we might have... We overlap a little bit there. I think we did. Let's go fix that right away. No overlapping. I don't know if that's overlapping, but I'm going to take it out just in case. Looks good. Okay. I'll just fill that in a little bit. And we'll come out and take out all the excess. Okay, so again, we've got our input looking good. It's already running, by the way. It's already running. All I have to do is just click the thing. Let's get all this running so it's backlogging. So I go to the first one. I'll go copy settings down here beneath me here. Copy settings or Control C. And now I'm going to speed up because I'm just going to go Control V, Control V, Control V, Control V. And then I'm going to double check it because I never trust it. So here we go. This one has no power. For some reason, it did not connect underneath there. I missed the connection or something. Yes, I skipped the connection. That was my bad. Double check that they're all working. What I'm doing now. Again, make sure all those are green. Yes, except for the one down there, which we're not really worried about right now. Put that back in. Okay, and let's go find out why this one at the end is stopped. Most likely because it's filled up with the byproduct of polymer resin. So that was already ready. It's already got a bunch of fuel backlogged in there. GG's, all good. And we've got our top stuff up top that's going down the belts now. We can see it going down the belts. Now I'm going to go ahead and do this, which is one of my favorite new things they added to the game, everybody. If I do this, look at that. It does it weirdly that way. But if I go this way, sometimes it will do it better and sometimes not. But you can also just hit R to go out of straight mode and just have it do this, because I've already spaced it in such a way that it's already going to do some beautiful 90 work. I can make it even more perfect if I want, but now that is going into the awesome sync. And now that's going to start running the second I connect it to power. Well, let's go ahead and take this. Run it in here. Now, again, we're pushing our luck on our power now because we have now scaled up how much stuff we're producing. But we need to get our fuel going, and I'm not going to do a bunch of these first. I'm going to do one set, then get the actual power running. Then that power is going to perpetuate me doing all the rest of them, all right? Because we're going to massively scale up that power. So, again, I suggest not to do just an absolute ton of these. Do them in sections because otherwise you're just torturing yourself. But hey, if that's your jam, you just torture yourself all you want. All right, so we'll go out to about there, and then I'll go ahead and turn this corner, and I'm going to run this about this far, and we'll line this up nicely. I kind of feel like I wanted to back just a little bit more, so we're running right underneath these. Again, this is one of the few things I do run at the ground level. And again, we'll say here, and then 1, 2... Oh, we can only go one back. All right, we'll go one back. And then we'll get this nice corner in here. Again, you go forward by 1. Just running into something. 1, 2. Let's see how I like that. A little too far out. We'll just hit hologram to take a look at it. Yep. Back in. We have our 90. Good. Hologram is also another amazing thing they added to the game. And then so we'll run this right underneath these until we get as far as we can. Let's say right here. And then we'll back up by 1, 2. Can't wait for the straight function for these. And then we got our beautiful 90 at the end. Again, we're spending a lot more time making it look nice. That's not a perfect 90. It's a little bit because the way that it sits on the foundation. But I like it. I'm going to go with it. Now, we need to put in all of our cross pipes. Now, this is where this thing's going to be in your way up here. But I have the jetpack, so it doesn't really matter now. In the earlier game, it's more annoying. But now that I have the jetpack, I'm good. Now, one of the things that it does is, for some reason, when you have all these belts and all this stuff here, it will no longer snap to the back of this thing. If you want to just fix it, you can just run this out, then go ahead and snap that, then run this back, Or if you don't care, just throw the thing there and run it. For me, for this mega build, we're going to go the extra mile, even though it is very inefficient, and they should fix it. Funny double joke there. They should go in and fix it so that works, so I don't have to do that little mini pipe costing me extra efficiency. Fix It Corporate would not approve of this. They would not approve of going and doing these extra steps. In fact, some heads may roll over this for the fact that Coffee State has not fixed this problem. And they get on it. I'm not going to tell corporate, but better look out. That's all I'm saying. Okay, that's running. That's done. It's good to go. That's making a crazy ton of fuel right now. How much fuel are we making? Well, it's whatever it is times 5. So let's look. Right over here. We get close enough. There we go. So 40 fuel per minute. So we go in 40 times 5, 200 fuel per minute. Right over there, looking sexy. Let it backlog. Like I said, let it backlog. You want to see that going like that. You want to see it pulsing, doing the thing, running that out. Ooh, look, it's getting wider. It's getting wider. You want to see that going all the way out, filling up those pipes until they're completely filled. And then you want to fill up this massive buffer while you're working on your power on that side. So let's go ahead and get it going. Now, I'm not going to run that power on the ground. No. Or that pipe on the ground. I'm going to go ahead and take the extra little bit. Maybe right here. To go ahead and run this straight. Let's say to there. And put a pump on it just so I don't have to run over it and jump over it this whole entire time. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And then again, we'll go ahead and find... Where's our power sites? Right here. We'll go ahead and do this. Run that power underneath. Ugh. Let's say over there. And we'll cross this power here. Again, we'll get real deep into power grids in this one on how to really optimize your power grid, especially any hyper tubes or anything like that that you're using. We definitely want to get that going. So we're going to kind of line this up to where we already had. I just used that as a reference. Line this up to what we already have. Again, using this like that. And then we're going to take all of this out. Now that we have that pipe there, we can take all this other stuff out of there. And we make it one pipe. There we go. See, it's already pumping it out. And now it's up out of my way. Now, the biggest problem is going to be right here. Why is this a problem? Well, the problem is the fact that I'm going to have 2 other pipes coming down this way. So I need to think about that right now. I don't want to run all of this and then realize, oh, wait, I got to raise that up. So what we can do is just go ahead and put another one on top of this and then pre-think out how we're going to run our pipes down here just by simply doing that, right? And so we have our pipe that's way in the back, which will be this one. And again, you want to line that up and then go 1, 2. So you're going to have a nice 90 degrees right there. Look at this beautiful 90, very nice. And then the second one, because this is going to be the outside one and this will be the inside one, you need to think in those terms, inside and outside lines. And then right there, and then 1, 2. Oh, come on, you. Get in there. And you can see the little line is showing us when it's lined up. 1, 2 forward. And our beautiful 90 right there. Now, do we need 2 of these, everybody? We absolutely don't. Remember, this is all temporary until you get it the way you want it. Use the least amount of things to make this work. So we're going to take all of this back out, and you'll see I'm going to build it and take it out and build it and take it out until it is the most efficient building with the least amount of things that I need to build. Great example right here. We can go ahead and take these out now and run these straight over like this, because this is highly inefficient. And you're like, well, Kismet, it needs a support. Well, space metal. So there you go. Now you know the reason why it works, because space metal. There you go. And again, now we're going to go ahead and think of our logistics of going up and over. We're going to take this out here. Oh, actually, we could just leave this here for now so it looks nice. It looks like it's not floating. Get over here. Get over here. Oh, and again, we're going to long stream today, everybody. Up and over. And we're going to run that fuel up and over like that. Now, again, eventually, as we add more, we won't have that issue later. Now, the interesting thing we need to think about is the fact that this is 300. And then eventually this one is also going to need to go down the line. So I'm going to actually connect this pipe when we get 600 going. I'm going to connect this pipe to the next one down the line. So that's another thing that I need to watch out for right here, because I'm going to want to take this and run this that way, right? And so I need to say, okay, wait a minute. I need to back this up just a little bit. Maybe we need to go ahead and back this over here. Again, this is just thinking through all of the issues that you're going to end up with. Now, do I need these? No, I don't need these anymore. And again, pipes can go very, very harsh, straight up and down. Now, if you want this to really look awesome, everybody, just go like this and then change this to vertical and horizontal. Now, if you don't like it like that, where it's coming forward, you go ahead and go in the opposite direction, and then it goes that way. See how the bend starts earlier and then goes up? Or you can have it bend here, like I was talking about earlier, which I really like. And that just gives me the freedom to walk through there. See? Nice, right? Kismet showing you all my best tricks, everybody. All my best stuff in this playthrough. You're going to be styling and profiling, and all your stuff is going to look sexy. So we're going to take this out of here. Don't need that anymore. We're going to do this. We've got our 3 runs already lined up, ready to go down the line when we go ahead and put in the rest of our stuff. But right now, we've got a lot of fuel, and we can go ahead right over here and get this going. Again, we can take these out. Don't need all of that. And I'll leave these down here because I kind of like how they look, and I might even add some in the front just to give it a little bit of extra flair later on. Now, we're going to need a lot of things over here. And a lot of things over there. And more of our foundations over there. Because this sucker is huge, everybody. It is massive. So, ba-boom. That's a big boy right there. She's a very, very big boy. Or big girl, depending on how you look at it. Now, what I'm going to do is do something crazy. I'm going to make this beautiful. You know, I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to perfectly line that up right off of there, and I'm going to push it way back here like this. And I'm going to get an idea. It's going right down the center of this thing here, and I'm going to end it right there. Now, what I should do right now, when I know exactly where it's going to be, is put something down that's going to tell me where it is, or I could just go ahead and make myself a little pipe like this. And then when I go to line it up again, when I put it down again, I can hold down Control, or I can just do this, and now it's going to be beautifully lined up. Now, we got a bit of a problem. We don't have this thing called quick wire. Quick wire, we're making a ton of it and just burning it up in the awesome shop right now, the awesome sink as well. And by the way, we can go in here and come on, let's make this sexy. Let's make it sexy. Let's make it sexy in here. Oh, I think that's about as sexy as it's gonna get. Yes, it was already doing horizontal vertical, but you can see that it has a slight upbend at the beginning, a little bit more of an upbend, and then a squaring off at the top. I love it. I love every second of it. I love to just make it just nice, right? Just nice. The mega building, everybody. Again, straighter at the top, straighter at the bottom, and then has that straight edge. And again, it's a very subtle difference. But you also have your things here at the end that you can check while you're pumping that in. And I do a lot of that, everybody, where I'm like doing it and I redo it and I redo it and redo it until I get it the way I like it. Same thing here. Let's go and take this one out. And we'll go ahead and run it like this. Now, is there any difference in this one versus the other one? Well, a little bit. You can see that this one is a little bit straighter, but it still does curve there at the end. And this one, of course, is further back than these. But you get the idea. You can, again, if you want to just have it where it's less kind of curvy along the edge, you can make that vertical, horizontal, vertical, make it straighter. Okay, so we're going to push this up and over, and we're going to have it drop down. It's going to end up over here. We need some quick wire, though. And quick wire is one of those things, once you get that started, everybody, you're going to have a ton of it. Now, it's way over on the whole other side of the world here. Well, not on the whole side, but it's on the other side of the world over there where we're making that quick wire. But if you're forward thinking, like me, and you thought about it a long time ago when you were just making a bunch of this, how you're going to make that quick wire later on, you would have run your Caterium right here next to your base, so you could then just build out a whole little section over here for when you really needed it, because I haven't needed it until this point. for some massive amount of quick wire. Now, am I going to go in and figure out all the math of it? Absolutely not. I don't even need anywhere close to this much quick wire. But I am going to go ahead and we're just going to do it in thirds, everybody, because that's all we really need. It's going to be way more than what we need for sure. And again, we only want to make so much that we can use without tipping our power. See, the real problem I see most people do in this game is they just scale up their stuff a little bit too early. And they also scale it up to a level that's unnecessary. Again, unnecessary levels of production do not make an efficient pioneer out of you. It basically makes you less efficient. So if you're making 100,000 power and you don't need 100,000 power, why are you making 100,000 power? That's a fantastic question that you might get asked in an Inquisition before you get lasered from space. Now, again, I have nothing to do with that. That's another department. I'm here in the training department. So there you go. And in it goes. Now, one of the things that we need to go and do and say, wait a minute, that's not how you do it. Now, I've done this so many times, everybody, because the reason why is because if you go in and you do concrete, concrete does not need a smelter. And vice versa. Sometimes I will run the limestone into a smelter and go, wait a minute, I don't need a smelter. It goes right into the thing. So this is going to happen to you quite often where you do this. Now, I did this actually for a reason, so I will know exactly where to put my smelters because of the width of my constructors. So I'm thinking toward the next step and did it on purpose. Did you see that I didn't attach any power or do anything like that? I did it so I could offset where the belts are going to be, right? So now when I take this out, I've already set the offset, so it's going to perfectly line up to the constructor that I'm going to put in front of it. I told you I'm showing you my best stuff, everybody. If you haven't hit the follow button by now, you definitely want to hit it now, because I'm showing you amazing stuff right here. How to think so far ahead that you're like 20 or 30 steps ahead like I am right now. This is already built right here, everybody. The whole thing's already done. It's already done right here. But we're going to get it going. I'm going to show you guys how to do it step by step. All right, there we go. Now we know all of our offsets. I would not trust the belts, though. I would take out all those belts, rerun them again into your smelters. GG's, you're all good to go. Now we can go ahead and do one of my favorite things. Put that right on that right there because we're using our power line as opposed to our power pole. Our power pole will not let us put that in there. That is also not centered, so we got to fix that just a little bit. Make it look a little nicer. There we go. And that allows me to stack it on the splitter, which is awesome. And again, we're load balancing here where we're equally going into all three, but it won't matter, everybody, because that's coming out of there. I don't even know what it's coming out of there at. I think 300 or 600. I can't remember. I don't think I've overclocked it. So let's just call it 240. And that 240 is going in here, and I only need 45. So times 3. So, you know, you do 45 times 3. I only need 135, and it is producing basically 240. Now, another thing that I would normally do is to create a backlog of the Caterium. So I'll have extra Caterium ore, but this is only temporary, just so I can make a little bit of quick wire, and then come back later when I do my blueprinting, and you will see us scale this up to the degree, because blueprinting really makes scaling it up a lot easier. The same thing I do usually in between the smelters and the constructors is put boxes in between there. We're going to forego that because we just need a little bit of quick wire. In fact, we're going to have a lot of quick wire. Then if we want to really be into our load balancers, we could go ahead and also go ahead and do a merger. We're going to send it this way, and we're going to run that into there, this into here, and that like that. This is a load balancer, so it takes all of them from there, and it combines them into one and does that. And then on the other side, it takes the one input and splits it into 3. Manifolds would be like I would have a merger, a merger, a merger, a merger, a merger, 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 all the way down the line, which you'll see me do also. I prefer manifolds. Manifolds, less effort, less time, less space. And that's all about efficiency right there. Now, if you like load balancers, especially on your power, highly recommend load balancers on power, then I highly recommend you do it the way you think it's done right. I do like doing load balancers on power for sure. All right, speaking of power, we got power right there. And that's going to go do its job. all we got to do now is make sure that we tell all of these things what they're supposed to be doing. So first I'd start with your smelters so those can get going. Right over here. There it goes. Doing some Caterium ore. Then over here we want to do quick wire. And we've got to put some power in there eventually, but we're going to just go ahead and tell it to be quick wire. Nope. Okay. Why don't we try to copy? Oh, not going to copy? All right. Let me just press it 15 times. All right. There we go. Now it works. There we go. I don't know if that's Windows or if that's a game that does that. But it can be quite annoying. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and take this onto this one right here, and we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and then we're going to tie this back to here. But oh no, we're out of connections. How could this happen to such a good-looking dude? But that's okay. We can go right out here, and we can just run this out here, because again, it's just temporary, everybody. We'll take care of all of this and clean this up and do multiple factories in a row. It's going to be amazing. And there we go, quick wire underway, and you're going to see that quick wire coming out of there like nobody's business. Look at it go, coming out there so fast. It's hitting the middle part and it's slowing it down. Now I don't need a lot of quick wire, just a little bit of quick wire right over here. About 30 I got already, just in a few seconds there. Let's let that run. And that's why I ran that over here, everybody. So when I was ready for it, it'd be right there. Be right there when I needed it. And that's when you do a mega base, when you run the resources to you as opposed to you going to the resources or building factories at the nodes. And look at this, everybody. It's really shaping up out here. Shaping up in this sucker. Okay, so we want to go ahead and put our production in. So we're going to go ahead and say, how much do we need? Oh, we got some quick wire in the bank, too. We're going to need, how many of these? Okay, we need to do our calculation. I think it's 15 that this uses. We're doing 200. So 200 divided by 15 would be 13 and a little extra. I would just go down to 13 and let the surplus backlog. So we'll go down to 13 and we'll see how it ends up, but we're not going to do all 13 for right now. Remember, that is just from these 5. That's just from those 5. Again, because those 5 are producing, fuel-wise, 40. So 40 times 5 is 200. There you go. I think it is. Let's double check it. 40 times 5. It is getting late. Yep, 200. I was right. All right. And again, look at this. Woo, mama. A lot of fuel in there. And then over here, let's check these foundations. These foundations need to go way out more. We're going to be doing a lot of these suckers, so we're going to need a lot of space. And again, I'm going to leave that space close to the base open so I can put other stuff there later on, which you guys will see. And that's going to really help us a lot when we get to that. Let's go ahead and go over here just a little bit. We're going to need to widen this way out. And you'll see why here in just a moment. And we do something amazing. Amazing. Now, just like I did over here for my coal power, you can see it over there where I have the waters across from each other. You can actually run them together and then connect them in the center, which is super useful. I actually have them separate right now, but eventually I will connect them in the center, and I will basically run them from both sides and have them in a single line run. We'll do all that later when we have the pipes for it, when we have the level or the 600 pipes, the Mark IIs. But for right here, we want to do basically the same thing. And so what we're going to do is we're going to run this out like this and just kind of line this up. But it'd be smarter for us to actually balance this in such a way where we got this here, and then we could put other power things here, right? But we, because we have room, because we're not going to be using these over here. But the problem is if we get too close, we're going to be over here where all of our pipes are running for our additional fuel and turbo fuel and whatnot. Now, I also could be taking those and be backing them up to up, which I really like to do, because then you're feeding into 2 of them at the same time. So you have 2 and then 4 and then 1 extra. And then you have 1 and then you have 2 and 2. And that works. But you got to, figure out the line runs for that. I'm just going to put these all on the same side just to make it easier, especially when we go to do turbo fuel later on. So that's really going to go way out there. Now, once I get past my other stuff here, I'm going to go ahead and do a few of these in a sequence. And then once I get past this, then I will back them up. I call it back-to-back factories, back-to-back machines. So I want to do that over here, right? So let's go ahead and just put that one down there. We're going to need some more of our stuff. So we'll put that down there. We'll use it as a template. And we're going to slide over here, and then we're going to jump. Oh, slide and jump. Oh, we didn't get over. Slide jump. There we go. Now we got our momentum going. We're going to use our jetpack to get on our belt. Oh, we made it. Whoa, now we're going to go fast. And we're going to jump. Oh, it totally dogged me on that one. I tried to get the jump going, but it hit that lip and it slowed me down. All right, now we should have, 10 or 20 quick wire over here by now, so we should be good. Oh, wait a minute. No, we have 700. Quick wire. I told you it makes a lot. That's 700 quick wire, everybody. I can make a tremendous amount of these fuel generators. These fuel generators only use about 20 or 50 per fuel generator. So, again, very quickly, I can start that up and it's good to go. We got a little bit of power here. We're going to massively scale that up as well. All right, down we go. Back down here. Look at our coal power. Just so consistent and so perfect. Just running and running and running as our perpetual power over there. So screw-da-da. Wee-da. So we want to leave room over here for our expansion. And then over here, we want to think about not blocking all of this stuff that we have going on. So again, we're going to have those pipes running down here. We're going to start to back these when we get past this water here. Because we don't need any water for this over here. And we don't need any water for this power over here. Why? Because this power takes fuel. And if I actually let this fuel go in here, this would start up if I connect it to power. It absolutely would. But I want to think about how I have my foundations. Maybe add another row of foundations here for right now. Right there. How I have my foundations, and then leave room for me to get through. Because you can see that I'm doing this. Now I can still get through underneath here because I've made this now where I'm not blocked. But I'm going to leave this part right here as a kind of a road. And I usually go in and I color it, by the way, everybody. I go in and color the road yellow. So we can just color that in with the customizer and say, you know what? This is going to be a road. Don't build anything on it. That's what that reminds me to do. Do not build anything on these foundations. These are completely for a road, so I can get through there when I need to go A to Z. I can also put a nice hyper tube there where I can jump in it and take me where I want to go. It's basically for transport, right? For taking your vehicles back and forth. Now, of course, you got to watch out for the low bridge of your vehicles, especially if you're down on the first one here on the first row. That's not enough for your little truck. It'll hit that, and especially your bigger truck, which will definitely hit it. But that small truck will hit that. So you got to be up at least 2. So you're up at the way. One of the things that I suggest you use is your lifters for guidance. Your lifters here is up much higher than if you look at the lifter over here. If you look at where this is at versus how the lifters come out, the lifters are about that second area there. They're usually up a little bit higher. But you got to watch out for that too, because again, you run that across there, you can run right into that with your larger vehicles. So keep that in mind if you're going to be doing roads and things of that nature. Now we've got this down. We got an idea where we want this, but actually we want to take all this out. Let's do that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to offset it, bring it down, and run it down the way. So we're going to go ahead and get that going first. We're going to say, okay, well, how big is our machine? And this also allows us to come over here and get an idea. And I'm going to run it this way. This gets an idea of if there's a problem with our power, right? We can just run along the road and just go and look and say, okay, what's going on with our power? Why is our power having an issue? Right? A great way to do that. Now, I want to leave enough room to run that pipe, and that's about perfect. A little bit of an offset. I actually could run it in between there if I wanted to. I could line that up and offset it and run it in between those poles because you can do soft clipping now. But I don't like to do it, so I'm going to go ahead and offset it just enough where that pipe can run there. And then our goal is to get the pipe running in between the two things right here. So we're going to go ahead and do this. And then we're going to run the pipe just to give us an idea of how we're going to do that. Now, is that close enough to the pipe? Let's go say, can I move it closer and use less resources? I absolutely can. So I'm going to go ahead and take this out, and I'm going to do it again as many times as it takes to make it awesome. Let's go ahead and move this maybe a little closer. We hit H, and we'll nudge that in. Now, I don't like really small segments like that. That's a little too small for me, so maybe back like this. And then, again, we'll go look, and now we have a bit of an offset. So now we're not crowding the road, right? Not crowding the road. And then our connections are going to be fine. They're not going to be too small. And then we're going to forget to upgrade them later when we try to go to Mark IIs, right? Give yourself some room there to upgrade those nice and easy. Then we're going to make this super easy by taking one of those and just flipping it around to the other side. And now we just made our job even easier because now we're double feeding. This is what I call double feeding because this is really the back of these, everybody. And those are feeding in there. And we want to kind of look at it and say, okay, this was about that far back. This one's about that far back. That's beautiful. And now guess what? Now we have a template for everything else that we're doing. For all the rest of them down the road, we have a template to run those in there. And again, how many do we want to do? So 200 divided by how much ever we're outputting, which is, or how much is ever using, which is 15. So it's about 13. I would make it 6 and 6, everybody. But first, the first thing I would do before you go any further than this is I would go ahead and start these up. Why? Because you want to use this as power to facilitate the rest of the stuff that you're doing. So I'm going to go ahead now, take this pipe out to make this nice and clean here. I'm going to go ahead and get my lifter going here. There we go. And I'm going to look at this right here. I'm going to line it up. And then we're going to hit H and we're going to nudge back 2 like that. And then we got that lined up. Let's go ahead and do another one just so it's nice and straight when it's coming across. And then instead of running it across the ground and it's all in my way, I can just then run it down and we get this nice vertical horizontal. Again, if you want to go the other way, you go like this, which is super cool. I like it, but I really like this way better because that's lift up and I can get in between here if I want and I can go. And now we got power. And now we got some sexy power. And then we're going to take this power pole and we're going to go ahead and run it into the ground so we don't have to worry about it. And then we're going to take it from there and we're going to run it over here. Again, we'll centralize all this power later. And I'm just going to run it out here so it makes it easier for me to do what I'm doing. Right there. And now that power is into my central grid. Now our power should have just went like this. See? Boom. And that's only 2 of them. And we're going to do 12. We're going to do 12, or it was 13.333. So we're going to do 12. We're going to do 12 of these right now. So this has actually gone from around what is it? 1400 and 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. No, it went from 300. So from 1300 megawatts now to 1850 because each of these are 250. Okay, so let's just scale back down, right? Let's go over here to our coal plants and let's see how much one coal plant is putting out. Right there, 75. I mean, I could overclock it if I wanted to, but I'm not going to. Right here, this is outputting 75. So that is just now more than doubled, tripled. It's really gone a massive amount. So again, from 75 to 250 each. And we can do a tremendous amount of them. This is why I didn't need to build a lot of power, everybody. Again, if you're doing it efficiently and you're making just as much as you need to progress, that is the most efficient way to play. Now, if you would rather build big things, which you can do, you go right ahead. It's your game. You do what you want. For me, I always like to be efficient, but I do also love to mega build from time to time, and that's what we're doing in this one. So now, look how easy this is, everybody. Now, I'm going to do all on the same side. So this is 3. Oh, I need some more foundations or more material. So that's 3 right there. Now, again, your central pipe here, just run it as far as you can before it stops. Now, don't put it in front of the thing like this or you're going to screw yourself over, everybody. Don't do that. I'm going to go ahead and do it like kind of right in the center of where these 2 are going to meet right there. And then go back. Get this going. And again, we could be doing our larger connections on our power, but all that power is going to be underground eventually. But I'm just showing you cool ways of doing your power. And then these are going to run into here, and you know what's going to happen? That's right. These ones are going to start up. Second you connect them to a power pole, everybody, they start up. Because, again, this is full of resources. And, And so now that is backlogging with a massive amount of fuel because we backlogged it first. We filled up all of our stuff, and now it's just coming out of there like a fire hose, everybody. Look at that. Another jump. 2350 now. We just need some resources to get this going. So how many more do we need? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. And again, 200 divided by 5 is, no, 200 divided by 15. It's 13. Now, how do we know it's 15? Well, if we go, oh, it's actually 20. Oh, I'm glad I double checked. It's 15 is the coal plants. So it's 20. So again, it's going to be 10. So we'll do 5 and 5. Again, it's 20 per minute. So you need to double check it just like I just did because I got it mixed up with the coal plants. But that's okay. We'll figure it out eventually. Even if I do it wrong, I can always find out. You know how I'm going to find out? Because my power is going to go off. That's how I'm going to find out. But I always double check and I double check again. And I keep double checking because I catch mistakes that way. It's okay to make mistakes, but catch those mistakes and fix them. Don't go, oh, woe is me, and it wasn't me, it was the moons didn't align or whatever. Just fix the mistake and move on. It takes 10 times longer to make excuses for the mistake than it is to just fix the mistake. Just get in, fix it, move on with your life. Okay, so there we go. 200 divided by 10, we know what that is. Sorry, 20, that's 10. So we're going to make 10 of these down the line. We already have 4, which means we're going to make 6 more. We're going to go in, we're going to say, okay, we're going to make 6 more of these. Right here. We need about 90 motors. So let's run on back. Now again, we're only doing one section right now, right? We're doing just one tiny section of this fuel. Oil power is a massive jump up, everybody. It's a massive jump. Now the cool thing is I get nearly to the end of the game with just oil power. Nuclear power is just fun to do. It is less complex than it used to be, but that doesn't mean that it's not complex. I love to see all the belts running in the spaghetti in the beginning of the game. I do that to trigger my chat. It's funny every time. Okay, so we came back here to get motors. Now, where were we running motors and all of this mess over here? I think we were doing it over here because this is where we had our stators and stuff. Oh, I see some rotors going this way, so I think it's right here. Very nice. Oh my goodness. Looks like a big fat stack of those, so it goes makes a whole bunch more. And again, we'll just centralize these over here. Now again, every one of these resources will be in their own storages. In fact, this time I'm not just going to do one storage or do my stack storage. We're actually going to have each one have its own building to hold that backlog of storage. And we won't have to worry about, you know, a little bit of this and a little bit of that anymore. It'll be making crazy quantities 24/7 every day of the week. And then we'll end up with just so much we won't even know what to do with. All right, so we'll put these motors back in here. We don't need that many, but we'll get about 200 or so, and we'll get over here and we'll do our thing. We'll do a little slide and jump. Go a little faster. Go a little faster. Oh, how's our train doing? What's up, little train? Oh, here he comes. He's got all 4. I forgot to look, but he's got all 4. That's what we want to see. I bet you these are getting very full. Oh, that one's completely full. That one almost full. That one full. That one's full. Oh, this one right here, I can tell you already, this one's a 300. That one's a 300. Just by I can see how much is in there. Let's see. Let's make sure these are all unloading. Okay, it's going to do it now, but it's obviously unloading because there's some in there. Yeah, see, it knows now which one is full, which is cool. That's a change they did, everybody. It knows which one is full, and so it doesn't even bother to do the animation of the other ones now. It used to do them all, and then it would find out that it was full and then come back. I like that much better, that it automatically detects whether it's full or not and whether it should put the stuff in there. Okay, so we got that going. We went to get this so we can make more of these over here. Let's hope we have enough copper sheets and encased industrial beams. We'll find out here in a moment. And let's just finish out this side over here. And we're going to need... We're going to need a lot more of that. But we're going to have a lot of power going here. Again, now we're making this separate from where we're making our stuff. So again, we can expand it later. Make sure to leave yourself some room for expansion. And again, we're just trying to get these going. Just the first grid of these going. And I'm going to run this down to here like this. And then what I'm going to do is take this and this out. So this is all one pipe. I do like to simplify my pipes so they're all one continuous pipe and not have any little mini pipes if I can get away with it. All right. And then again, we'll just tie this one into here, and that'll get us at 3 of 4, and that one's just going to start right up. Very nice. And then over here, and again, we'll be able to double this up once we get our production going. We should just do all of these if we can. I think that was number 2. Yeah, number 2, number 3. And holding down control to just snap it in. Number 4. Right, that's not right. That should have been 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we didn't do 5 on that side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we need another one. We need another one. That's why I was extending these out here. And again, this is why, another reason why I like this location, everybody. It's just, look how much space you got. You got like massive space at the water level too, which is amazing. I'm not even utilizing the water, everybody. I'm just using it as foundations in the water right now. And why am I doing that? Because later on, I'm gonna need some water, and we're gonna grab it from right here. But for right now, we're gonna keep doing this and just go from like 1300 power to an obscene amount of power here in just a few seconds. We got 2 more of these to do. Snap those babies in like that. Take this out. Nice, clean, long line here. Gonna run that all the way to the end. We're gonna double check all that we made all of our connections down. Again, this makes this so easy to double these up. Back to back kind of thing. Make sure we got all of our connections in. Like this. And this would be a great time to use your quick wire to upgrade these, but I'm not going to bother because I've got to add all of these anyway. So I'm just going to add that one to this one to this one. That's going to put us at 3. And so we need to do this one here, and then this one. Very nice. Then now we're at 3 to 4. And then down here, this one, that one already has a power line. No empty power connections. Oh, I already ran that one. So I just need this. I think you should be pretty impressed by that, everybody, how quickly we just did that. Bam! We just made a tremendous amount of power. 250, 250, 250, 250. That's 1,000. That's almost 2,000 power that we just added right there. Look at that. Look at that chart. So we went from about 1,300 and we basically doubled our power on the first thing of oil. And we have 2 more. And so we can do this again and again. And then when we get our bigger pipes, we can do it again and again. So we're going to end up with a massive, massive amount of oil here as well. So pretty amazing, I think, how quickly you can go from, oh my God, I'm almost out of power, to basically being almost double your max cons right now. My max cons are about 2,000. You can see it right up here in the blue, roughly around 2,300. And my capacity is right around 4,000. Now, I want to go in and say, wait a minute, I'm burning up some excess fuel that I don't need to burn up, which is basically my biofuel now. I do not need to run my biofuel, which we use just to try to get through the gap because we're building more than we usually do. So what we're going to do is we're going to run back over here. And we're going to turn all that off. Now, it used to be where you could just disconnect the wire, but I find that that hasn't been working in 1.0. So what I do is I manually switch it off. And then we'll find out how much power we really have. because eventually this is a finite power. It'll eventually run out, but I can go collect so much stuff, everybody, that I could keep this running for the whole rest of the game if I really wanted to. I really could. We can use different types of fuel in here as well. Then just the biomass. Now we're using solid biofuel. And eventually we'll do other fuels as well, which are going to be awesome. Because we're going to do all the fuels. We're going to do everything. Everything under the sun. So I'm manually going to do it. Now, you can use a priority switch to try to turn it off. I find it still runs, even if you do have a priority switch. It does burn up your fuel. So just manually go in and turn it off. Or you can disconnect the power lines. That sometimes works as well. Like, I'll go ahead and turn this one on. And then go back here and just go ahead and disconnect the power line. And see if it stops running. Yeah, see, it actually does stop lining if it cuts the power line. Now, I don't know why the priority switch doesn't cut it off. Maybe it's just my game that causes that problem. But I also find it even better for me to do it. Now, you can see that my power dropped back down, but I just got rid of all that biofuel, and I lost about 400 power. And so I still have an overhead, or an extra amount of power, to the tune of 1,200 power. So I can build half of what I've already built again. All of it. All of it again. And that includes all of this. That includes all of this stuff up here. All of this, all of that running over there, and that over there, and that down there, and all of our power, and our train stations, and all of the other stuff. We could pretty much build the bulk of that again. And that is just the first node. Just the first node. Now, what we want to do is set it and forget it. Because we don't want to sit here and wait and just sit here and twiddle our thumbs. That's very inefficient. What we want to do is we want to set it running so when we come back, we got a bunch of computers. We got a bunch of heavy modular frames. We got all of that stuff set up and ready to rock. And when you're just doing it in the moment, everybody, this is what happens. When you're doing it in the moment, you're having a lot of what we call spaghetti, where you're just running lines all over. Now, mine's actually pretty clean, fairly clean spaghetti. But it's still spaghetti in the end, everybody. It still means that you're just running it when you need it, and you're not thinking through the end result. Like making a whole area that's just for belt runs, and making a whole area that's just for storage, and a whole area that's just for your production of your resources. So that's what this is going to transform into, that it's just a line of factories that is already pre-built using our blueprints. And we're going to do the same thing with our Fix-It, by the way. We're going to do that. Also, we're going to do a gigantic mega build just for Fix-It as well. It's going to be amazing. And of course, all of you have donated. That will go into that build. And I got to get cooking here too, because I'm running out of days. I'm 19 days out. So we got to get cooking, but we're almost to that next stage. So we want to get computers going. We want to get heavy modular frames, but we also have some stuff in the space elevator that we want to work on. So let's go look at that. We got modular engines right here. So let's go ahead and do modular engines. Let's put it on our to-do list as well. Let's go ahead and add this so we can edit our to-do list. More summer sloops, converting power shards, got that done. Oil power done. There we go. Heavy modular frames. We're going to put that in there. Let's see. Space. Elevator. I'm just going to truncate it. What was that? Motors. Some sort of motors. I already forgot by the time I got to there. And again, we're going to eventually come back and clean up our factory. Let's go look again. In here, in the space elevator. It is modular engine. Okay, modular engine adaptive control unit. I don't remember all the stuff, everybody. Modular engine and adaptive control unit. Actually, let's just move these down here. Like this. Modular adaptive control unit. We want to work on those. Okay, so now we just hit N, modular engine. What do we need for modular engines? We need motors, which we have. We have rubber. We have a little bit of backlog of smart plating somewhere that we could use to get this going pretty quickly. But we also already have the production for smart plating. All we have to do is just refix our lines. So we can definitely get that going. Now, the other one is our adaptive control units. There we go. And our adaptive control units are using automated wiring, circuit boards, heavy modular frames, and computers. Oh boy, we need these, right? We need these two things before we can do adaptive control units. But we can do the modular ones to get that started, and then we'll come back to the other ones. So we need to get motors, plastic, and smart plating. Now, we stopped our plastic production, so we're going to need to get that going a little bit. We don't need a lot. We just need it to run and do its thing. So right over here, what I'm going to do is just go ahead and disconnect the output of this like this. And actually, we could probably just go ahead and make another box here just to kind of clean out this line. Like this. Right here. Turn that off. There we go. So what we're going to do is just clean up this line, and then we're going to flip these so that it is going back to making smart plating. Over here. All right. How much smart plating do we really need? Probably not that much. But we'll go ahead and just put it in smart plating for now. And we're going to probably use some of these for other things. Right over here. You might notice that there's also automated wiring there for stators and for cables. We'll work on that later. But for right now, oh, actually, we just put these last two in automated wiring. And then we'll cut off the output there so it's not combined with these three. Okay, so it just so happens that we have reinforced plates and rotors being run back here, but there's a bunch of stuff already going into the thing here. So a great trick to this is to disconnect your lines first. So you want to disconnect this and disconnect this first. Oh, God, I'm dropping stuff on the ground. There I go. What can I put away? Oh, I have a bunch of those. Where I got those, I don't remember. Let's put a bunch of this stuff into the dimensional depot, including our chainsaw there. We won't end up with a bunch of these laying around. Okay, so now what we can do is just basically turn these back to what they were, versatile framework, and it will just run in the excess. That was just to stop it from processing for the moment. And again, just get the rest of those to go inside the machine. And then if I get them inside the machine, then what I can do is just take them out of the machine, put them in my inventory if I really want it to go faster. So that's just going to what's known as bleed the line. So it's going to get all that stuff out of the line, and then we can go ahead and replace it with the lines that we really want. In this case, the first three of these here, I want to do these rotors and frames here. So I'm just going to go ahead and run this into here like that. And then rotors again down here. Now, we did this earlier to get to where we are now. And so that's why we left it. So we can set this up to basically go back to what I was doing before. Now, if I go here and there's a bunch of stuff in here, everybody, if I switch this, it'll actually go back to the way it was before. And all of these resources will now drop into my inventory. So I've showed you some great tricks on how you don't have to redo all your lines and do all of that stuff. That sucks. Just make sure that it is going in there and that the stuff's moving forward and everything is cool. Now, one of the things I'd also do is definitely speed all this up because this is slow moving. I can see it right over here. Let's speed all this up. This is an extra box of rotors for me. We have this backlog way over here. And this lifter is slow, brother. All right, how about back here? We get all of these. Oh, we upgraded all of these. Just was a little slow there. Going down the line, we got Mark 3 there, Mark 3 there, slide under. Mark 3, Mark 3. 3, Mark 3. All right, did we miss any of these? Let's just take a quick look. We upgraded these last time. This is Mark 3. Those are Mark 3s. 3s. These 3s. These are 3s up here. Down here. 3. Very nice. Oh, I just noticed my little thing on my builder. Look at my little ornament. I just noticed it. This whole entire time I didn't notice it, everybody, until just now. Okay, so you can see also some of these extra rotors are also going that way to be used in other production. But there's something that's making this go slow. And I don't know what it is. It's a little weird. Right there. Ah, look, see one belt along the line. That's why I hate small belts, everybody, because there's always that one little belt. Let's hit it now. Boom. Ah, there it is, that one belt. And that should give you a warning that something is wrong along the way, everybody. That should be just cranking. That should be just jamming out of there and now flying into all of these machines that it needs to go. Now, also down here, I do need to cut this one and cut this one. I'll have to bleed those lines out now. I forgot to cut those earlier. So that I can use these last two for the other thing. So now I'm going to go here and I'm going to go smart plating, again, just to bleed those in. I should have cut those off before I ran those, but that's okay. We'll just run them in there, and it'll make a few of those, and we'll just get rid of them over the long run. So that's going to run to there, and then we're going to go ahead and take this, and we're going to make another one here, and we're going to run this out into this box, so it'll take anything that it's already built and just kind of run it out of there, out of the way. And then we can combine all that stuff, consolidate it. We've got a bunch of all of that extra stuff. And then when we need it for the next process, which is our modular engine here, we can go ahead and clear this now and put this in our to-do list for our rubber and for our motors. Now, we already have our motors running. We got to get the rubber running again. We got to get our plastic running again. So we can use it later. But right now, we need the rubber part for the modular engines. And it doesn't matter how fast it's going. You know why? Because I can let it run and run and run and run. So it's really irrelevant at the speeds. Now, I love to balance it and have it perfect, which we will do quite a bit of. And we have done a bit already in this past playthroughs and this playthrough. But we're going to go ahead and switch this over and have this going in right over there. And this will be the end result of what we're doing over here. So we want to go ahead and say it's time for the big boy. It's time for the biggin, the manufacturer right over here. And we're going to run some serious spaghetti around here in a minute, just for funsies. And again, we'll clean it all up later. Modular engine, we need motors, rubber, smart plating. Okay, smart plating, we know where that's coming from. It's coming right to this box right here. We can go ahead and just do something nice by putting in, for ourselves, by the way, by just putting in this lifter. I get it to rotate the way I want it to rotate. There we go. And just run that right into there. And now we've got the smart plating. Now, these suckers take a lot of power, but they really do. So you make sure you got enough power before you flip these things on, because they will instantly kill your power if you don't have enough. Again, we'll just run this back. And we know we're just going to get rid of all of this later anyway. So we'll just see if we can just run that up to there. Good enough for now. And then over here, modular engine. You can see the smart plating already go in there. I actually have some engines on me. I can throw some in there. Wouldn't happen to have any rubber on me, no. But I got boxes and boxes of it, by the way, already ready to use that rubber. And we'll run that right over there. And then once it runs into here, that motor is then going to run into the space elevator. Now in here, we've got a bunch of versatile framework, which we don't need right this second. But we also have a bunch in this box, apparently, because I can see it running into here. That's not good. Let's take all that out. And then rerun this, just to save us some time from, you know, going in and bleeding those lines. Oops, wait a minute. We can make that nicer. We can make that nicer with that nice straight. There we go. Now it's going to run those in there. Now, do we have any honest? No. Let's go over here. And let's see what extra stuff we got laying around. I probably don't have enough room in my inventory to grab it all. I know I got a bunch of these laying around somewhere. Apparently not there. Man, what did I do with those? Maybe I didn't make a bunch of extra. What did I do with those? Did I put it in one of these? That would be like me to put it in one of these and then suddenly realize, oh my god, I got a bunch of those in there. Nope. That's a good question. I didn't put in any of these, did I? It's sitting somewhere, but we'll find it later. Doesn't really matter anyway. Because in the long run, it's going to do it no matter what I tell it to do. Because I got a lot of resources, as you can see. Okay, so we got that. Now we need to do our next one. And man, we're going we're going to be running long right now, 8 hours into this stream. We've been doing some long streams. Some long ones. Okay, so what are we thinking about? We're thinking about this over here. We got to get rubber, smart plating, and motor. Okay, so we want to go ahead and route those to here. We'll put this one in this one. And then we'll use the outside one, because these can't go right next to each other and line up to these. We'll move this over. And we'll do this. And we'll do this. Now, to make this run even faster, everybody, is I can just go and take the resources and put them in these boxes. And I call that offline production, right? Where you just run it offline and just keep it running and running and running. But I want to really put all this stuff down before I do anything crazy like that. And yeah, we got a lot of stuff to clean up here too. It's going to be fun cleaning all this up. It's going to be real fun. Okay, so first thing we want to do is just kind of clean our inventory out. We got way too much stuff on us here. We could actually put this in the dimensional depot. Oh, there's already one in there. Okay, or not. Put all the rest of that in there. Wow, we got so much stuff. We don't even know what to do with it. Okay, so we got some of these we can take out of there that we can utilize later on. What else we got in here? We got some rubber we can take out. We can overclock. What else we got? More motors. Again, doesn't do me no good sitting in this box. Having your resources sit in a box, everybody, does you zero good. So there's some more motors there. Anything else? I think that's good. And then we'll put all of this in there. Okay, and then again, we need rubber and smart plating. Now we put a bunch of stuff around here. I don't think I put the plastic and rubber over here. It's over on the other side. So let's go over here and let's get to routing all of this. Okay, or we can just jump down and take damage. Because I gave out my, I put my biofuel back. It got me. Come on, run, slide. I put my biofuel back. That was the other thing I should have kept. Put that back. I really got to package some of that fuel later, too. So we don't have to use the biofuel anymore. Where did I put you? And I'll put you in one of these boxes. Right there. All right, there we go. Now we got our jetpack back. Okay, back over this way. Run, slide, jump. Okay, so we already have those going in. That's starting to backlog like crazy. Let's call the middle one motors. And that's going to start running right now. And then this, so we only got to do 500 of them, and then that's going to do that there. Now, here's another thing we can do. Let's go ahead and run this way. We're going to slide as we get to the spot. We're going to try to jump through here. We're going to try to navigate through this all the way to the other side, and we're going to land over here where it's making a bunch of motors, and we're going to grab all the motors. And we're going to run them back, because we are way faster than the belts are. Ooh, we're looking good. We're clear sailing all the way over, and motors in there. And I can tell you already, that's 500 worth of that. Absolutely. That's absolutely 500 worth of those suckers right there. And then rubber over here. Now, we've been bringing the rubber in via the train because we had made it way off by where the oil is. And then now we're going to move it over here, so we don't have to keep running over there every single time. And we have a little smidge of it. There's a little tiny big that I backlogged there for this very reason. That's right. Again, that's how far I think ahead. So let's go ahead and run it over here. And I can tell you, that's probably about 500 right there, too. So this needs to make about 500. Now, we had 4 summer sloops, which I highly recommend for all of your... go get your summer sloops for every single manufacturer that you have. Because you got to think that you are then doubling up all three of those resources. And some of those resources have sub-resources of sub-resources and so on. It's so incredibly effective, everybody. It's massively effective. Now, sadly, we only have 2 summer sloops right now, but it would be amazing if we had more. Now, another thing that we want to do is we also want to add some more manufacturers, and we're going to try to squeeze one in over here. And we're going to see what happens when we squeeze it in off the side here. Now, we actually need 2 of these, so we need one right here. And then another one next to it. You'll see me do change up the way I do my line runs. Oh, I need some more stuff. You'll see the way I change up my line runs where I'm running them underneath and not above and running them like this. They'll all be underneath where you can be, where it can be cleaned up. Or it's just out of the way and you don't see it. That's another way of doing it too. What do we need? We need to do, let's clear that. We need to do our manufacturer, which means we need some more cable. And where is our cable? Over here. And we got a lot of that. Again, I could have went and got it out of that box, but if I do that, it'll just make more. It'll just make more, and if I get too much, I'll throw it all in the awesome sink and start over. So it's not in my face. Okay, so this one is heavy modular frames, and this one is computers. So we're going to need to make circuit boards, cable, and plastic. We already got a whole bunch of plastic and cables that we can do, but heavy modular frames is really the one that we need. We need a lot of that, and we have a good backlog of all of these things. So let's go ahead and run our power, which we're going to just kind of dangle off the side here just a little bit, like this, and like that. We're getting it going on. Hey, Gia, what's up? Sorry, I'm totally focused here, everybody. We're trying to get this done. This always takes longer than I think it's going to take, and it's fun every single second, everybody. It's so enjoyable. So enjoyable every single time I play this game. Again, I've played it easily 50 times. And again, I played every update. I don't play it like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I feel like that's a quick way to burn yourself out on your favorite games. I don't do that. But I have played it a lot. Definitely, a lot. So we're going to go ahead and try to center this off one of these. Let's go ahead and nudge this one over. And then do this. And we'll just kind of back these up so we can run them, but they'll can just run like this. You get the idea. Not perfectly centered, but that's okay. It's only temporary. And again, heavy modular frames is what we're doing in here. Yes, okay. And then we're going to say in heavy, oh, we already had it. Heavy modular frames. We're going to tell it, yes, this is what we need. And then we're going to scroll down so we can see all of them. There we go. All right, let's start with some easy stuff. We have got some screws right over here that we can just make a whole bunch of mess out of it. And now again, we have boxes, we have a giant box of screws. Do I need to use all those screws for me? No. This is where I start using the front of the box. And I'm going to do this so I'm not blocking the top one. Like this, hopefully. I'm blocking a little bit of that one. So I'm not blocking the front one as much. I can actually do this even easier. Let's do... Take this out. And then do this. No, the other way. Like this. And then we'll bring this up and over. And again, this is what you, in the long run, you don't want to do this. This just creates a giant mess. But we're going to do what we got to do. By the way, if you want to put this down here, and it won't let you do it because it's trying to snap or whatever, hold down Control. And usually it'll let you do it. For me, I'm just going to go ahead and make a bit of a mess here. Just run it down there and run it up. And we're going to take all of these screws, and you're going to need a lot, everybody. You're going to need a lot. And we're just going to run them right over to here. Like this. And I think we're running this belt perfectly. There comes all those screws. At 270, by the way, because that box is backlogged in screws. So you're going to need a lot of screws, and you're going to need to have these all go somewhere. Now, I don't need them to go too much anywhere other than into a box for right now. And again, we're going to revamp all of this. And you'll see I'll have like a manufacturer row that I typically do. You can also see it in my last playthrough where I just make all the manufacturers together. And I typically only make one per item. Oh, I need some beams because I put all my stuff down. And that's just to be efficient. But we can scale it up to any degree that we really wanted to do. We could really scale it. Okay, we got some of these. We got some of these. Let's do the thing. Look at them screws. Again, they're going to transfer from that box into this box and be ready to go when we get that going. So what were we doing? We were running this over here, and we were doing something. Oh, I was running the boxes out. That's what I was doing. This one, actually, we're going to go, no. We're going to go the other way. We're going to go this way to here so that when we do our thing, it'll bring it out like that to bring the line run out. And then when we run to this one will run on the outside because we don't want it to run like this because it's going to hit that belt there. So again, we'll run it from this side and then run it like this. And then we'll have the nice 90s, but they won't overlap each other there. Which is nice. Okay, so encased industrial beams. Now, again, I got a bunch of these. I could just go and take them and throw them in there. But we're going to really make some spaghetti because right now we're making spaghetti on purpose so that eventually we're going to clean up all of this. And you're going to see the difference between this and when we make it amazing here in a bit. Okay, so we need our steel pipes, which are right here. Don't get too triggered, everybody. Know that we are going to clean it up, but feel free to get a little triggered because it's fun. Because it's fun sometimes and just go, God, Kismet, please don't. Please no. Please no. Not the spaghetti. Anything but the spaghetti, please. Please have mercy on our souls. I'm gonna use it right over here where I'm doing my Christmas stuff. We'll scale up all this Christmas stuff too. But again, if you want to put it on the top now, you have to hold down Control to put it up there. Now, what we should be doing is something more along these lines, where we're going in and we're putting in our lifters, and you can actually zoop these. Highly recommend zooping those babies. Let's do a little bit of management here, and we'll bring this down, and then we'll do some of these. I mean, a little bit of belt management there. Because this is going to get really out of control really quickly. And then over here, we'll just... I mean, we're not planning it, but at least we're doing some sort of belt control here. Over there, and then we'll run this, say, down to that one. And then we'll take these, and we'll run all of this stuff over here somewhere, like this. I like to run them one at a time so I can control. Are you kidding me? It just doesn't reach. Troll game. All right, back here. It just is too far. Hit G, so you just take these out. There we go, very nice. It's much easier when you have the jetpack too, because you can get up on top of this stuff and let it run. I kind of feel like I want to let this one run a little lower. Oh, it's right through that light, but we're going to live with it. All right, now we got our next thing that we can just take and run it in the next box, which is the massive amount of these that we have backlogged. Okay. We got our steel pipes, so we got our things, then modular frames, which is really easy because our modular frames are literally right there, which are coming out of this box. We're going to take these modular frames and we're going to run them up there. And then we're going to make ourselves some sweet spaghetti with extra pasta sauce. Right over here. Look at that, everybody. All right. Now, again, we already set up these processes, so all we have to do is get them where they need to be. Now here comes a bunch of those as well. All right. Now we got one more component of what we need, encased industrial beams. Let's go make some more lines and run across all of our stuff and make it look like, oh, God, Kismet, no, please. Yes, let's do it. Let's get it going. Ah. My headphones have gone out again. It must be like 8 or 9 hours. Yep. Headphones run out again. All right, we'll use that one there, so at least we're somewhat making that nicer. Then up here in this box, it's been making a whole bunch of these. I don't know why it stopped, though. Why is this stopped doing its thing? Because I think it's broken again. The concrete, really? Why is our concrete not coming in? What did we do to our concrete that it's not coming in anymore? We probably disconnected the line accidentally. We sure did. Right there. We accidentally disconnected our line. Right there. Hold on. We got to get this going like this. And then up to there. Oh, that was not good. That was awful. All right, let's try that again. Try to actually get it on the lifter this time and get it to go up there. All right, there we go. Concrete back in business. So glad I saw that, because that's something we're going to need to produce our encased industrial beams here. So we were kind of wasting our production on our encased industrial beams, but that's okay. It wasn't using the power for it, and we don't really need all of it right this second anyway. But we do definitely want to get that going if we want to keep our production running. We're trying to go over there. All right, well, I'm going to do this because I shouldn't, but I'm going to. Then we're going to run this. It's too far. What a mess. See, this even triggers me, everybody. I'm triggering myself. It happens quite often. But I do it every time. I do it on purpose, by the way. I do it on purpose to show you how to transform this mess into something beautiful. And again, the first time you play, don't worry about it, everybody. Play however you want. But I suggest to challenge yourself on your next playthrough to really clean this up and make it beautiful. Highly recommend. Okay, and then we're just going to run this on the top of these boxes. That's not going to reach there. Let's go ahead and go to here. And my headphones are dying. Click that. I'll just stand over here. Go there. And into that other bed. All right. So again, remember, we have a massive backlog of all of these resources, except for the encased industrial beams, but it'll make more. And so it's going to start to produce those now. The second those go in, the last line goes in, and I have a bunch of these too, everybody. I can go and bring those over just to speed that along a little bit as well. Now let's go back over here, find all the encased industrial beams, because I don't need to save them for a rainy day. Again, I can always get more, and I can also stop the production so I can get more encased industrial beams out of there. I would just keep maybe one stack for you if you're not building a massive amount of stuff. And again, just use this box as a insertion point for a massive amount of these encased industrial beams like that, and then just keep one for yourself. And then this is going to run at the speed at which the belt is. So it's going to run at 270 over here. So right now, if any of this is higher than 270, I'm in trouble. Right now, it's 240. So I'm going to go ahead and put one of these on here. And I'm going to say to do this at 3 per minute and see what it's at. Okay, now it's going to be 360. It's going to be faster than my belt. So in this case, it's not worth overclocking this. So I'm going to take it out. And now it'll go back to 240 once it's done doing those heavy modular frames. It'll go back to 240 and it will be perfect because it'll be running at 270 until I run out of screws, which I will eventually do. Now, how many of these heavily modular frames do I need? Not really that many right now, just to unlock the next tier and the next tier. But you can see that between this point in which we were last time and the point we were now, it literally is taking us 9 hours to get to this next stage because we had to stop and do our power. And so we only stop to do power when it's most efficient, when we have to do it. If you spend 20 hours or 100 hours on power, sure, it's going to help you out in the long run, but did you really need all that power? Did you need 500,000 gigawatts of power? Probably not, because I played through the entire game with only about 50 to 60 gigawatts of power, because I very much manage to produce only what I need. Not produced 100,000 steel plates, which I don't need. Obviously, because I played all the way through the game without alternate recipes as well. So we also need 50 computers in here, and that's going to get us our railroad signals. Also, we need heavy modular frames for this, and we already have enough of all of this. And then, again, computers and heavy modular frames. So our number one thing is to get that going, but we also want to get our space elevator going as well. So we're going to need to do a bit of that manufacturing, but let's go in here and let's go ahead and say edit to-do list, clear the to-do list. Let's tell it computers. And now that's going to be our next big goal. So let's go ahead and add that. And you have alternate recipes for those as well. But I'm just going to use the basic recipe. So everything that I'm doing, you guys can do as well. So now we need three things. We need circuit boards. And let's just line up this one here since we're really close to this one. And we need cable. And we need plastic. And at the rate of speed doesn't matter. Because again, we can let it run infinitely on the server 24/7, but it does matter later when you're trying to balance all of your stuff. Again, I have the ultimate power, which is the power of time. Okay, so the three things I need are cable, circuit board, cable, and plastic. Now, behind this production, I'm going to need more production as well. I have a ramp or something there. I'm going to need more production that's making those circuit boards. So we're going to need an assembler over here. And we're going to need to make it some circuit boards back here. Okay, circuit boards. Now we're going to need copper sheets and we're going to need plastic again. So two plastics are going to be needing to run at the same time over here. So over here and also for the circuit boards. So we're going to need to split up that plastic. So again, we're going to have two more back here. And this one on the left is going to be our plastic, so we can send it up and over. And that'll go into this one right over there. Oops, I ran it right through the middle of that. I don't like that at all. Let's go ahead and lift this up on that plastic over the top. Because we're also going to run that plastic right in there. And our plastic is back there. And I think we have enough room where we can just run back here and grab a bunch. Again, we can start our production up now. Wrong one. This one. We can start our production up now. We might as well just start it up while we're running all of our lines. And then by the time we get all of our lines going, we're going to be good. Okay, plastic here. There we go. And it's going to double feed the bottom and the top. And it's going to put most of it over here because there's a box there. So it's going to forward all of that over there. Cable... and then our circuit boards. So let's get our circuit boards going back here. Let's go ahead and put our power.
What's up, bro?
What's up, bro? What's up? Can you put signs on the storage? Yes, you can. We're going to do all of that in a future part of this build. Now, what we're doing is we're in the early stages of the game, or really the middle stages of the game. And what we're doing is we're just setting up stuff to be functional. So we're just setting it up to get it running and do all the things we needed to do. Where do we run that power? Thought I ran it in the front. I did, right there. Where'd you go, little power? Over this way. Well, I usually run my power under the road so I can find it. Yeah, right there. Oh, there's another one right there. We'll connect that over there. There we go. And we'll put these back in. Help us to run around. But you can absolutely put signs on everything. And I suggest not only putting your signs on there to show what's in the box or what it is, but especially when you're extracting stuff, like say you're extracting resources, that you put a sign on your inputs. So if you have a sign coming in, say you have a whole bunch of raw ore coming in, iron ore coming in, and you got your box near your base, on that box during your base where you're bringing in your raw ore, say 500, 200, 300 per minute, so you don't have to run all the way back to the original node to remember how much that's running. You can do that on your whole entire base. Okay, this needs 20 and this needs 100, this needs 50. And then when you're doing your load balancing or when you're doing your manifolds, you got a general idea of how much you send this way and how much you send that way and whatnot. I use a spreadsheet, which is really fun. They also have stuff online that you can use. I don't use them. I like to do my own spreadsheets, and I actually even illustrate the entire process for you all as well. And I put them up there for my patrons, as well as all my blueprints up there for my patrons as well, my Patreon supporters. I appreciate them big time. They're going to get all of these as well. And these are going to be some of my best ones ever, everybody. We got some cool ones coming down the line over here. Okay, so this is going to come out of here, and that's going to run right in there because we got a plastic in this one and this one. Put at the bottom one. There we go. It's going to be our circuit boards. So circuit boards, again, over here, we need to get our copper sheets going in here. So we'll go ahead and make some more spaghetti from our copper sheets, which are already running, by the way. Our copper sheets already got its own production line. Again, is it running at the fastest speed possible? Absolutely not. Why? Because we didn't have the power to do it. We didn't have the power until right now. And again, I could just keep scaling up the power now instead of doing this. But again, this is going to use the power of time, where I just let it run on our mega server from the awesome people at G Portal. That's only a couple bucks a month, everybody. I'm telling you, use their power. It costs you more to run it on your computer because of the power and the fact that it takes up your computer than it would to run it on theirs. And that's why I run it on theirs all the time, because I can run it 24/7 and I can then just play another game and it's not slowing down my frames or anything like that. It's just running all the time, which is amazing. Like my last playthrough, it had like 2,000 hours it ran on the server, which is amazing. Okay, actually, we're going over here with this one. Let's make some spaghetti over this way. Oh, it's so tasty. But that's extra spicy pasta sauce. That's spaghetti. Now again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, everybody, this is spaghetti, where you're just running it terribly. You're running it willy-nilly everywhere. Let's run this down here so we can put our plastic in that top one. All right. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Nope, not that one. This one. You go down here. You go down. You go down there. Bring those in. All right. Now we got everything online there, and now our circuit boards are going to be going. By the way, boom, 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 and overclock them suckers. Now right here, everybody, see we got our summer sloop right here. Now right now we're using our summer sloops for our doubling up all of our little slugs, so we can get double the slugs. But it's not really doing anything right this second. And you can see, actually, I can just show you the labels right here. I forgot. Yeah, I labeled all of these. You can see you can put labels on the boxes. But we've got in here, we've got those summer sloops. So what we can do is just take them summer sloops out, out of here and out of here. Where'd they go? Right here. There's one there. And we got one over here. Right there. And my headphones have died now. I'll fix that here in a second. Slide under. Nope, not enough room. Jump over. Oh, there's a whole bunch of that wire going that way. Where's that wire going? Oh, wait, that wire. Wait, that was the production we had over here. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Where's that coming from? And do we have a whole box of it somewhere? I think we do. Yeah, that was coming from this production, which we switched to motors. So somewhere over here, we might have a whole box of this. Where were we running this? We were merging that cable back. And we don't have a whole box of it, but we definitely have some on that belt. And we could take that and we could run that into a box. Whoa, boy. Ran out of fuel. Man, I really got to get used to running with biofuel and not solid fuel. We can see that this has a lot on the belt here. So we'll run that out and we'll take it and we'll bring it over here. But we're going to use it to make this production anyway. Okay, I forgot what the heck we were running now. We got our circuit boards going. Those are starting to run in. Oh, we're bringing our summer sloops for our circuit boards. Circuit boards run really, really slow, everybody. So I highly recommend doubling up this and then put your summer sloop in there to double it up even more. It's going to take a lot of power. But again, all of this production that we just added, you can see is not really going to make that big of a dent on our power. Look at that. That was it. And again, I'm down here right now. I got all this stuff running, and I'm only using, because I'm so efficient, everybody, I'm only using about 1,400 power. But it's definitely going to ramp up as it uses up those resources. It's going to start to ramp up a little bit. But I literally have 3,400 power, so I have 2,000 extra power right now. I can build everything that I've already built again, and then almost again. Right now, look, all this, and all of that, and all of this stuff, and all of that stuff, and all the stuff that's down below, that's underneath here, and all the stuff that's extracting, I can build it all again, and then almost all again in another time. Again, just from that little bit of fuel that we're doing, and we still going to scale it up to even bigger. So again, that's why I build only to the moment, and to the moment in which I need to build, because it takes me the least amount of time, and my time is my most valuable asset. So let's keep going, everybody. And again, just letting it run also helps you a lot. Okay, so we let that run. We got our circuit boards. We got our cable is the other thing. Okay, so we want to get over here. We want to tap into our cable, in which we already have a full production line going. And we're going to run this also this way. Right up into here. Oh, there's nothing on this belt. Okay, it's coming down. It's making some. Again, it doesn't matter what speed it's going. It only matters if it makes it to the end and gets it going. It's so cool how far you can do that, how precise you can be at that. It's cool every time. All right, this is what needed cable, right? Just double checking. Yes, okay. So all we need to do is get this into this last box right here. Oh, I didn't even recognize that my sound was off. But it is, because I can't hear it. You guys can hear it. But my headphones died. Okay. Now again, you can see that after we got the power going, now we don't have to worry about power. We can just get all these systems and get them running. And again, this is the most efficient way to do it. Not spend 4 hours going in, or 80 hours or 100 hours doing all that stuff. Now, of course, you can do a lot of power in the beginning, but the whole point of it is to progress. And then as you progress, you get more powerful items that you're going to need at the end anyway to do much more efficient production at the end. So I don't worry about so much of it, hey, I'm going to build a bunch of this big stuff all the time. I work more about it, okay, I got this done. How can I make a bunch of computers? How can I make a bunch of heavy modular frames? And how can I let it run so that while I'm not here, it'll just keep running infinitely. All of the resources into here and put enough of those engines in there, which we only need about 50 of those. By the way, probably by the time we're done doing the rubber and doing the plastic, it'll be a good portion of the way in there. But I'm just going to let it run anyway, and then it will backlog a bunch of that that we're going to need. Now, there is something else that we need, is we need those last things at the end there. And we are going to figure out how we're going to do those. We're going to put those at the last ones here, and then we're going to run them to this box, but we are running out of room as well. Absolutely. But let's take in a way that's vertical. Let's say there. That looks good to me. And then we're going to go like this. Make ourselves a little bit of room here. Up we go. Got a little candy cane. Oh, I forgot to switch my headphones. I got to switch my headphones. Now, again, I told you we're going to be doing some long streams, everybody. And again, I go as long as I can until I get too tired, and then I rest, and I come back and do it again. Over and over and over again. We're going all in for the kids, everybody. All in for the kids. Now, again, we're raising funds for St. Jude's. They call me Kids Kringle this time of year. My name is Kismet. You're welcome to come on in, relax, take it easy. Remember, there is a donate button right there. It goes directly to St. Jude's through Tiltify. We're trying to hit that goal, everybody. If you want to help somebody out this holiday season, that is an incredible, great way of making a difference in a child's life by showing that love. by donating. You donate 5, 10, 15, or more. If you donate $15, I'm going to put your name in the mega build or more. And of course, we ought to have other milestones, tons of giveaways. We got giveaways going here. We're just trying to finish Satisfactory so we can do the giveaway. Then we're going to play some Fallout London, and we're going to do another giveaway. So stick around for all of that. But we got to get another. We got to get another big boy up here where we can go ahead and run this in to the space elevator. We'll just put it up here. Again, we'll tear all this down, everybody. All this has got to go. It's triggering me, and I'm the one doing it. Okay, we got to make some more circuit boards, too. So heavy modular frames and computers. Okay, so we're making those right down here. Now, we have a boxes for them over here, and we're going to kind of back run them over here as well. So we're going to put this up here. Now what I'm going to do is offset this one a little further out and then automatically use the straight function, and you can see it'll curve that out, and then when you do the next one, because you brought out a little extra, it'll do that. So they won't touch each other. I mean, you can put them really close to each other too if you want, but you can see we've already got our computers and we've already got that going. This one just needs a bit of power. Again, every time I'm adding one of these, everybody's just scaling up the power more and more and more. It's going to be pretty crazy when we get this going. But again, we can do it with just 50,000. Imagine what we can do with 100,000 or 200,000 or 1,000,000. We're going to really go crazy too. Let's just go right there. Tap into that line there. Now we got our manufacturer. Now we have 2 of the 4 already ready to go right here. All we need is circuit boards and automated wiring. Now, automated wiring, we're going to need to set that back up over here. So let's go over here, say automated wiring. We need stators and cables over here. Automated wiring, stators and cables. And so we're going to have it come out of here. Again, I'm trying to set this up so it can just run up there nice and easily. You can see I have all my boxes coordinated in such a way. It's not totally just random, everybody. I am thinking it through as to how can I run that belt up to the top after this. So I am thinking that somewhat through. I'm not just randomly running it. But we're going to go ahead and run this down the line. Oh, that has a bunch of smart plating on it. Okay, no worries. I'll just pick that up. Now it goes in my inventory, and then I just run it again. There we go. Now, also what we can do is go over here where we had a bunch of extra of these that we were running into the thing over here. Man, we're going to have to run those stators a ways over. Now, usually I run everything underneath at about this point, but we're just going to have some fun and just run it all over the place and then get our blueprints on. Get our blueprints of fun on. Let's do this. So just take that and run that off the line. I could just go remove all the line, but I'll just run that off the line. Ugh. Not lined up. That's hard to eyeball. That's close enough. What are you doing to me here? Man, I didn't even think it was that high. All right, try it again. Let's get to a better position where we can see our height here. And it's kind of off. Okay, fine. It's going to make me take that out of there. I got a better idea. Better idea. Take this. Run that down. Easier. Much easier. Easier to take the belt out, but whatever. Just let that run. Oh, look at our little cars. I forgot. Look at them go. Always forget about them, and then they're just going back and forth. Why? I don't know, because it was fun. I was explaining how you can set up the cars and even the little ones. Now, those never run out of power. Those will run forever. They'll never stop running. For as long as I do this playthrough, those suckers are going to be running nonstop. Now, you can put a stack in there in case you know you need a stack of heavy modular frames or whatever. And that will just go back and forth until the moment in which you need those, and then it will be useful. You can also make a fleet of those, by the way. You can put 500 of those going back. I mean, it would probably lag your game pretty big, but say 100 of them with 100 different resources, and then just go back and forth with those resources. And of course, if any time you need those resources, you would have them. But once you have the dimensional depot, everybody, you don't need to do that. You got plenty to go. Look at this pitiful amount of stuff we're making over here. Okay, automated wiring. That's what we need to work on next. So let's go right here, automated wiring, and we'll put that in here. So we need wire and we need stators. Well, wire is easy. We already got wire over here. So we'll go ahead and split up this wire. Right there. Oh, almost made it on top. Ran out of jetpack. All right, we got to get it up there. Or no, we got to get it down back there. So we'll go over here. That is right in the way. Yep. I don't like it to clip. So we're going to change this to accommodate that. All right, nailed it that time. Okay, and then split. Run that down into there. And that'll start to feed that cable in there. Yeah, there we go, cable. And cable. Now, again, I'm making the cable on the other side. Here's a great trick, by the way. Just put these in here. And those automated wirings will run out where they're supposed to run out to. You don't have to worry about it. Same thing over here. Instead of you manually running it to the box, you can just put it in the output. Also, I can just do this to supercharge these with... it doesn't have to wait to run down the belt. I can just throw them in there. And the other thing is stators, which stators is on the other side of the whole entire base over there. Now, again, we're going to be centralizing all of this, so we could be running them out of the boxes like I did in my previous one. But again, we're going to wait a little bit longer before we do that centralizing. Of it. All right, and we got stators running back here, and so we can kind of tap into some of these stators. How's that? Ugh. I don't like that. What am I doing? Oh, it's running the stuff out of here. I don't think there's anything in that anymore. Anyway, okay. So where can we run this? Where do we run those? Let's say somewhere that way. Now these stators are actually being produced. Yes, here comes the stators very, very slowly. I know just what to do. Now that is some sweet spaghetti. All right, right up there. Can we make it? Nope. All right, right to this box here. Oops, wrong button. Come on, right there. And then we'll lift it up. Trying to run it over to there. All right, now we're getting somewhere. And now we're going up here. We'll get up on top of this. Oh, get up there. And then we're going to run them stators from over there. And again, we have a lot of extra stators laying around. We got to get out the way. Get out the way. How do we get from here to there? Oh, we were just going on top of the boxes. Okay. Okay, I got to get off of that. I got to get off of that so I can go ahead and run it like this. To the top of these boxes. Oh, can't wait to go in and just delete all of this. Oh, we are so going to delete all of this, everybody. We are going to delete all of this stuff. All right, and then we want this to go way over here. That up on the top. Get over that thing. And then where are we going with this? I can't even remember where we're going. Oh, up here. Up here is where we're going. Those. Oh, no. We got to do down here. Down here where we're making these control units or automated wiring. Okay, so we need the input of these two. So we have the bottom one, and then we'll just run this out. What we got going here? What do we got? All right, so run that out. Perfect. All right. I wouldn't say perfect, but it's better than clipping it. Now the fun thing is to try to run it without it clipping. So that's typically what I do. All right, take that line out and bring them stators right to there. And there we go. And that's going to feed that into these two. And these two are going to start making that automated wire. All right, let's see them stators. There they go. And now it's going to start up. Okay, nice. We have everything going. The only thing that we don't have running right now is plastic and rubber. But I'm going to tell you that's probably going to get that going. But let's go take care of it. Over here, we have plenty of power. We can just build this whole thing. If we need more power, we can just add on more. But we had already started down here. You can see we've started our plastic. So again, we're going to do 4 of these plastics. Did we already do all of our power runs? I don't think we did. Let's go ahead and do our power runs. Let's say right there. Nothing like running power in the water, everybody. I'm sure there's not going to be 0 adverse effects of running heavy power lines under the water. None at all, everybody. It'll be fine. All right, so 4 of these are going to be plastic. Oh, we need more stuff here. And we need more materials. What do we need? We need copper sheets. Okay, let's go get them. Now, again, we're going to be burning up all of our resources, so we want to get this stuff built before all of those resources get burned up on unlocking these different phases. Now, what we want to see up there in the upper corner is we want to see that one of those other ones is going, the adaptive control units. Look at this little boy. Up here at the top, that adaptive control unit is running. And did we already put that in there? We did. Okay, so yes. We got that in. And so what it's waiting on is, oh, we got to do the circuit boards. Oh, we didn't do the circuit boards. Okay, we better get some circuit boards going back here too. Okay, so this is our circuit boards here. Okay, and then we'll make another one over here. Okay, so we'll use this one to get the plastic there. We'll run this one down. Maybe this way. Nope. All right. I don't like it, but that's what we'll do. And then this right here is going to be split from our plastic here. It's going to run down there. This one needs some power. And then we'll just copy from this one. Oh, great. Okay, well, I copied it and pasted it at the same time. There we go. All right, and we can just throw some plastic in there that we got as well. So we got to get our plastic going, and that's going to keep our circuit boards going, which is going to increase the speed of everything else that we're doing. Okay. And where are we running our plastic from? We're not running it from anywhere right now. Okay. Maybe we'll do a little underrunning. No, it still was up too high. It's funny. Let's fix it. We know how to do it. You just put it right on those little lines. Oh boy, okay. How many lines up? 1, 2 lines, not 3 lines. Stop doing 3 lines. 2 lines. 1, And then 2. There we go. All right, we're going to run that plastic from underneath there. Oh man, almost out of biofuel too. Color those all blue for plastic. Take care of our power lines. Tie them into the rest of the power. I sometimes like to run them like this. I really especially like to run them up above and then run them along the ceiling, which is also very awesome. Let's make sure we tie these two together so we at least see what's going on there. They look tied together. Let's go ahead and copy the first one, which is our plastic. We're going to copy that, and we're going to paste it. Paste it, and then we're going to paste it, and then we need one more here at the end. And this one is going to do our stuff, and it's going to go reverse. More motors. All right, let's go get some more motors. Always one more thing to grab, and that's why I have this thing here. It makes me go faster. This belt. Whee! There we go. We'll put all them motors around here somewhere. Way over on this side. Again, you want to grab them before they get burned up. Otherwise, you're going to be waiting for some motors to go. So again, where are we running those motors? Not there. Not here. Oh, that's a good question. Where am I running those motors? Up here? No, but this is working. This is doing its job. Yeah, I just need some circuit boards. Running those computers and stuff in there. All right, now, because we made such a mess, we got to find them. Find them motors. What a mess. It's cool, though. And that's what's important. The cool factor. Do we even run those motors? I think we just took the motors and put them over there. I don't see my motors coming out of that box. Get some more there. Okay. Down we go. We'll get this. Again, the whole point is to let this run, everybody. And we're going to turn this around the other way because this is the one that's going to be processing our stuff to run in the awesome sink here. Right here. Okay, and then we're going to go back here to the back and we're going to set up all this thing that we did before. In this case, again, all you have to do is put in the crude oil. And then it's going to produce a bunch of plastic. So we don't really need to do too much other than just to kind of line this all up and make it look nice. We're going to do this. And we're going to do this. Have this oil just run out of here. I'm all speed up. Now, again, if you do have a comment or question, feel free to throw it in the chat. If I miss it for any reason, throw it in there again. That's okay. I never mind. What's up, Wist? We're trying to finish up this thing here. Okay, now this one right here is going to be petroleum coke. It's going to take all the heavy oil residue from our plastic and convert it into petroleum coke, which we're then going to run into the awesome sink. We absolutely are, and we forgot to connect the power. Let's do it, but this time we're going to do it from the back here. We're going to run that right into there, and that is ready to go. All right, now we just got to do all of our line runs, and we're going to be looking good. Now, somewhere way over there, there is the ability for us to run underneath here and run it up. Where's it at? Yeah, way over there. Way over there. So we'll go ahead and run it out this way. We'll put a box here at the end. This is the goal of our sub goal for our plastic, right into that box. So let's go ahead and start doing our lifters. Right here. Get my thing to cooperate. All right, lifters. And then we're going to go ahead and do merger. And we're going to put this nice and close. And we're going to do the first two. I don't care about those because those are going to go away anyway. And just do the top one. Now, I don't actually have to put the lifters in there if I want to save myself some time. I just go ahead and line them off the one I've already got and then off of the machine. But it doesn't always work. Sometimes it trolls you and it goes the wrong way. Just be aware. It says it's lined up, but then it's not. Okay, so there we go. We're going to hit G to just take out these. Right here, and there we go. Take out your lifter. Put that lifter back in again. Again, everybody, this just saves you time from taking those lifters out and putting them back in again. So you just put them in one time for all the rest of these. And then we'll go ahead and run our pipes. So we'll go to our pipes here. And this is all easy stuff. You guys saw me do this already. So I'm just going to kind of run this out, get an eyeball of where I want that to be, and then run it down the end here, like so. Something like that. A little bit further. We're going to hit H, line that up. Move that to the center, and then 1, 2 to move it back. That's going to give us a nice 90, and that's going to start to put the excess into... Oh, wrong one. No, we don't want to do that. That's going to make that come out. Didn't quite make it. We want to put this one into this one. Let's go a little further. See if we can make it all the way to the last one. Again, hitting H. Move that forward. Move it back by 2. Check and see if it's kind of centered under there because I want it to be centered. There we go. Much better. It's going to end up in the last one. The last one is the one that's going to be doing petrol and coke. And you see it's already going in there. Because that one already has its resource in the back. So let's go ahead. I hate it when it doesn't snap, but we're going to just make it snap by adding that little segment. Can't wait till they fix that. We slid under, again, not snapping, do a little segment, snap it, take this out, redo it again, slide under, little segment. You can see this is very repetitive, but it is awesome once you have it down. And you can see you can go very, very fast. All right, very nice. And then we want to do our outputs. So we want to connect all of our outputs together. Through our belts here, and just run this down the line. This ends up in that box. There we go. Maybe we could do something a little nicer at the end there, though. Maybe a nice little 90 using our straight function. There we go. Very nice. All right, so that's all going in there. All the byproduct going over there. And we need to go and we need to get all of our oil running down the line here. So we're going to go ahead and do the same thing we did before, and we're basically going to end up taking all this other stuff out again. But again, it's used just for a template, so I can get an idea of what I want to do. So we're going to say, we should have ran that straight. We should have done some nice straight line there, so we have a nice split. That's nice and straight like this. Come on, you. There we go. And then we could go ahead. We could have just done this first. We could have just done this first and then split it the other way. But what this does, it allows me to connect it like that. See, I got these little line runs just to snap that in. And then I can take all of this out. Again, just hit G as well, and you can just take it out without accidentally taking out your things. Same thing with this. You hit G, and then you'll just take out all these ports. And so on. You get the idea. Now, this one right here, it doesn't connect. That one's actually coming out of there. Oops. Oopsie. That one's actually coming out of there. So, We don't need to worry about it. Now we got that nice and straight. I got that small segment. And all those are going to start up. Second we run our oil back in there. There we go. It's going to produce a tremendous amount of plastic. All right, so that's going to do that. Now the output of this is petroleum coke. And eventually we'll use that, but we're going to go ahead and take this petroleum coke. And we're going to run it in this direction. And we're just going to lift this up. Again, might as well get it up off the ground so it's not in my way. Like this. Always puts it in the wrong way. I think once it would put it in the right way that it would help me out, but whatever. All right, we're going to go that way, and then what we want to do is cut across because we can see that we have our awesome sink right there. And we can go ahead and do this and do a merger right there. And then do this. Say right through there. And then this to this. And now we're using the same awesome sink for both sides, for both the fuel and for the other stuff. Because this is 270 that's coming out, and you can see that that stuff is out of there. It's going to run all that out, and so you're going to suddenly see that there's not that much coming out of the line. The same thing here. You need to know how much is coming out of each line so that it doesn't get to the point where it massively backlogs. Another thing that we could do is we could create a merger where you're merging it back here instead of right here. So we can just go like this and say put a merger here, and I'd bring this way up. Yeah, that might have trouble turning there, but let's get our merger. Those other ones just serve for I can stack it. Yeah, it might be a little close. Oh, I ran out of fuel. Ran out of fuel. Yeah, that's a bit too close. Oh, I got an idea. Better idea. Like this. Go up here. Then bring this down. Oh, it's not clipping. Bring that up to about there, and then bring that around to this side. Because there's already a merger there. Oh, don't like how it's clipping though. See if we can get it to kind of go out a little bit more. There we go. So now they're both merging at the end here. And then this output is going to go, all of it's going to go into the box so it can backlog. It can backlog in the box if it needs to. Yeah, there it goes. Now it's going to have some issues in the beginning because it did backlog a little bit. But again, if we go in and we figure out the math of how much is outputting, so this is 30 per minute times 5. So 30 times 5, 150. Then we go over here to this petroleum coke. And we say, how much is this? 120. So that's 80, 90, 200. So it's about 200 waste products that are coming out. And there's a bit of a backlog right now, so it's going to run at 270. But eventually, it's going to catch up because it has 70 extra speed that it's running, where both of those lines will run perfectly. And we'll come back and we'll look at it in a minute. We'll just let it run for now. All we got to do is get this plastic over here. We're getting to the end of this epic journey that we're on today. And again, we do need to put some rubber in there, though. All right, so now we want this to end up way over there. Let's run over this way and try to eyeball right here. This one. Okay. And we're just going to take this and we're going to run it. We're not going to use our stackers because we just need the one for right now. Oh, wait, we'll probably need the plastic too. All right, so we will use our stackers. Let's go ahead and use our stackers. Did I take my stacker out? Yeah, it was on 5. Let's take stackers, and then we'll stack. Or I'm going to stack it 2 high, but I'm going to stack it 3 high so it's up a little bit higher. And we'll put our plastic there. Counting to 6. I think that might have been 7, but we'll see. Oh, that was 6. Getting there. And then we're going to go ahead and bring this down. It's already going in the direction it needs to go. If I get it to turn the direction I want it to be. And then take that plastic. Why do you do that? Why do you do weird things like that? Don't do weird belts. Don't do that. Go straight. There we go. All right, that we should see that plastic going up that thing. And that's going to go directly to all the things that need plastic up there. There we go. It's off and running. It's doing its thing. All right, that's all online. Now, we don't need that much rubber, so we'll just make a little bit of rubber over here. And we'll be good to go. Like so. All right, we're going to make these go out. What are we doing over here? Is there any more? No. It's kind of hard to see sometimes under the water whether you already have your foundations there. Because I have it slightly under the water. Slightly under the water. All right, again. Now we'll go ahead and take one of these. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to tap into that oil over there. Now we might have a problem with having not enough oil, but you'll know that the whole entire thing is backlogged. So again, 4 of these is 30 times 4, which is like 120. We have 300 going there. In fact, eventually that'll be 600. So this is more than enough for just doing what we're doing. And then same thing here. We're going to just do 1 of these doing rubber because it's going to be more than enough for now. Just so we don't run out. And same thing here. We're just going to align these. Starting to run in. Okay. Let's get over here, tie in some power. Those are all in. Put that power in there now. This one's going to be real easy. It's just going to come out of here and go right into there. Easy. Out of here, it's going to go into another box. It's going to be up here on the top. We're going to go ahead and... We could make 2 of these, by the way. It'd be perfectly fine. We could process it, but again, I don't think we're going to need it. Because we're just going to let this run. Oh boy, really? Gonna make it tough on me. All right, no worries. We got this. We got this. I got your number. 867-5309. Exactly. Rubber. Go do your thing. And then over here, petroleum coke. Okay, this is going to run out petroleum coke, and then we need to tie into these other ones that are running out of here into this box. You know what? We're just going to do this. And there we go. And now the petroleum coke we're going to output is another 120 over here, but not really, because this is going at 40 per minute. So this means that this output of petroleum coke is going to be at half the normal rate because it's coming in at 20 instead of 40. So it's going to be 60. So, and we already have 200, so it's 260, which is perfect because our belts are 270. So that is perfect, everybody. Again, it gives us a little bit of a leeway there, which we can throw all this petroleum coke and other random stuff away, including resin. Now, again, I also a lot of times will backlog that petroleum coke because I use that in other processes as well. But one of the things you want to do is definitely, if you want to keep your stuff running, you want to use overflows later on when you're using your smart splitters and stuff. But you can see that, again, that's going to be 60. So 260 total waste products running back here. We have all of our stuff that we need. Now, we need to get this turned around, run back the other way, and we need to figure out where this needs to end up on top. And that is the last piece of our puzzle. We need to go figure out what we were using our motors for, too. I can't remember. It's something. I thought we were running our motors. What we need to do is get some more fuel. Oh, wait, over here. Jump. I know right where to grab it from. Give me that. Yeah, now we got our jetpack back again. All right, bird up our jetpack. All right, where are we running the rubber? Let's go, let's go. Let's all have inputs. Where's the rubber? Raban. Circuit boards. We've got that going. Oh, we got to get this output over here. Now, again, we'll see that plastic start to show up. Yeah, I see it down there, but I don't see it going up. For some reason lately, it's not going on both outputs. I don't know. That's a problem, because I need to use it like a splitter. And if it's not using it like a splitter, then we got problems. Okay, we got all those going. Oh, look at all the circuit boards. Go, bro. Get them circuit boards going on. Again, it's not doing both. So let's take this out. Put this lifter back in again and see if we can get it to go. Otherwise, we'll split it ahead of time. Okay, yeah, there it goes. Should be splitting to both. Okay. Sometimes I just run some through to make sure that it's working. It's obviously working because that had a whole bunch of circuit boards on it. Again, I don't remember where motors were. I don't see any motors. Let's just look up motors. Like this. Great reverse engineering here, everybody. You can go look up what uses motors. Oh, the modular engine. The modular engine is using motors. And rubber and smart plating. So we have that down here. That's where that was. We see we have a lot of motors there. This is where our rubber was. Oh, we're finding all the things we need right now. All right, good, good. Reverse engineer that stuff. And run this into there. And then this is where we need our motors. All righty. Let's get these high poles going. So cool to watch it, though. Even when you do this, everybody, I find it's very enjoyable to just say, wow, that's a lot of cool stuff running at the same time. Ah, amount of poles. Now, I always keep extra loot for me, everybody. It's very valuable to do that because you'll get to a point where, oh, God, I need some rods, and then you're always out of rods, and you have to wait for those rods to go. But you can see that I'm actually running the stuff directly out of my backlog boxes, and that you got to be careful for because you will run out. And I have a whole bunch more in those other boxes back there, too, but I just grabbed those rods. Because we want to go ahead and run this along here. So we got that going. We can connect it here. Through this one. Back over this way. What a mess. What a mess we are making. Oh my God. I can't handle it anymore, chat. I'm doing it on purpose. Because, you know, this is usually like your first playthrough. But you're like, oh, I got to get this thing over to the other side. So I'm just going to randomly put it on top of this box right here. And then I'm going to run it onto one of these that I have available. Say the top one. There we go. By the way, you can slow yourself down on the belt by holding backwards. And that helps you, unless you fall off. By holding backwards... or running against the belt like this, and it will slow you down enough so you can attempt to do this. Oh, there we go. Almost there. Come on with them motors. All right, motors. And then motors are down underneath here. And that one's going to be rubber. Okay, so motors here. Oh, a little bit further back. We're going to take a shot of this, everybody, how this looks now, and then how it looks after, the before and after, for sure. All right, now we got the motors coming in. Not that it already doesn't have 10,000 tons of motors in there. And this thing goes crazy slow, everybody. It just goes incredibly, incredibly slow. And what it's going to do is it's going to make a bunch of motors and a bunch of stuff and throw it in here, and then it's going to backlog all the way to all the other boxes that we just used up. But look how many motors I have on me. I got a crazy ton of them on me, too. So I can just throw some in there just to get them out of my inventory. And that's definitely not going to use all those motors. Now, one of the things I would love to do is tell it to make this many. Right? Oh, I want you to make, if there was another option, like right here, right above here, and you could say make 35 and then turn yourself off, that would be incredible, everybody. That would be amazing. Imagine that in this game, everybody. Oh, I want you to make, like right now, I need about 425 more. So I say make 425. And then shut yourself off. So I just put the word, the number 425, and then it will count how many it's done, and then it would turn itself off. Now, that'd make a great mod. I bet you the mod already exists. I bet you there's already a mod that does that, where you have a little bit of a counter that will just count and do as many as you need to do, and then turn itself off. So it's not just doing an endless amount. Okay, so now, again, we need that rubber over here. And again, what are we waiting on? Over here. Oh, that's got 5 adapted units. Oh, we're just waiting on it to go in the thing. Okay. So we'll just go here. And we'll turn this way. And we'll run this up. All right. Now we got our other 2 things running into there. And you'll see it show up there in the upper right corner. You'll see it run those in. We can actually watch them go down. And in they go. All right, we're 5 of 100, 73 of 500. And again, it's got enough rubber now that it'll just run and run and run under here. But we do want to have it all online so it's so it doesn't end up where it's stopping while we're not around. Okay, we'll go ahead and just pull this down. Oh, we got rid of we don't have enough beams. It's always something. Can't slide going up. All right, our candy cane. Now, there's nothing we can do on the rest of our kind of Kismet stuff. All of that stuff, we have to actually physically wait the time. And we got some here. Again, leave yourself a little bit extra in case you need it. Over here, you see, got a bunch of other random goodies in there. Oh, there's some smart plating we can take out of there. Don't need that. I bet you I'm going to find a whole stack of smart. Oh, it's in the... Oh, I know right where it is. Oh, it's in one of these boxes. Oh, we got a bunch of good stuff in there, too, including some of our guys. Where are you? Yeah, it's the one inside. In here. Ah, ha, ha! I knew I had some. Again, having it organized would have been easier. But yeah, let's just run over here, and we just saved ourselves a lot of smart plating making over here. So that's running along there. And yeah, we can see that that is just waiting on the thing. But yeah, now we have a place to put the smart plating. So it doesn't have to get behind on that. Again, if I had enough of these summer sloops to go get it, I would get this, and then I'd get this going. Now, this can be overclocked, everybody, because this has plenty of resources. So instead of 1 per minute, we're going to do 2.5, and that's going to smoke through those resources like crazy. But we're still going to go down here and get our plastic in here, or rubber in here, because that's what we do. And again, normally I just manually figure out how much of each thing that I need, and then manually put it in the box without having to run any lines or anything like that. And it would just be so much easier because you wouldn't have to run all these lines and have them all connected together. You would just have this. You know what? I should just run this way. Why am I going to run that way when I could just run it this way? I already have that established, though. Yeah, I might just run it that way because I already have the lifters and everything in there. It's just less work. Let's just do it. It's less line runs I gotta do. So I already have the thing there. And then we'll just take this. We're gonna make it. Oh yeah. That's it. If we see rubber coming down the line, then we did it right. So if you just stand on the side, it won't slide you along. I think we got this, everybody. I think we got this going. Again, we're gonna let this run for like a week until next Tuesday, for 3 or 4 days. It's working. I see that plastic running. I see the rubber going. Again, this is all the new stuff that we just made. And so if it does run out for whatever reason, it now has every single resource that it needs. Even if the resource is running slow, it will eventually get it done. It just needs time. That's all it needs now. It's just time to run and run. Oh, there was another one in there. It's at 10. I actually feel like it's going to get the other one done faster than it's going to actually get the modular engines. Because the modular engines require all of this stuff that's being produced over here, which is all of this. Now, again, this is another thing I would just overclock. If you have a lot of these resources, just overclock the heck out of it and let it run. Over here, same thing. Computers, do we have plenty? Yes. Okay, overclock. I have plenty of power. That's why I made all that power, so I can overclock this stuff. Over here, how we doing? Got that already overclocked. Nice. Up here. Up here, not so much because of those circuit boards, but how many we got in here? And you know what? Go, bro. Because at some point, what's going to happen is we're going to end up with too many circuit boards because one of these things are going to fill up over here. And see, this is going to end up, look, that's got 200 circuit boards in it. Which is awesome, but I can take it out, split it in half, put 100 here, and then take the other 100 and throw it over here. No, up here. To just supercharge this one to go a little faster. Boom. I call it supercharging when you just put it directly in there. Put it directly in there. Boom. Now it's just going to crank those out. And it's got a lot of computers and a lot of automated wiring. Now we can scale up our circuit boards, which I highly recommend, so that you are getting more, whatever the lowest thing is that's causing you to get slowed down. I would do it, but then just overclock it. Just split those among a thing, overclock it, and then just let it run. And eventually it'll do its thing. Over here, plenty of these. Not enough cable, really. Why is there not enough cable going in here? And more coming down the line. Did we burn up all the cable in the box? Wow, we must have burned all that cable up. We sure did. All right, well, let's put all our cable back. I mean, again, it's not doing us any good sitting in our inventory. And sitting in these boxes over here. right here. Again, we could up our cable production, or we could just use up what we got and we need more. We just block off the production, because here's what's going to happen. It's going to use all this up. It's going to finish what it's doing, and then it's going to start to backlog all of this, and we'll have extra cable and extra everything as it backlogs, because each of these things has a box where it can backlog into. Pretty much, except for this one that's running out. I want that to specifically not make 1,000 of those things. And I should probably do the same thing on my stuff here. I should take this out just so it doesn't make a bunch of extra of these, so that it gets to the point where it is backlogging into the machine, and then the machine stops. Because you don't want to make, I don't want to make 50,000 of these modular engines. I want it to stop and start to backlog those motors and backlog that rubber and the smart plating, and just do all of that, backlog that back. Now, I'm probably going to need more smart plating and other stuff, if I remember correctly. Again, this way it's going to have boxes and boxes of all of this stuff when I come back. We can just throw that into the trash too. Okay. So that's going to do its thing. And it's also going to backlog computers eventually, too. So, when this... Oh, it already is. It's already got 50 of them in there. So, it's really was waiting on those circuit boards. But it's already backlogged computers. It's got 50 computers on there, and you can see we got a whole belt full of computers here. Now, computers I want to backlog, and same thing with heavy modular frames. When they get too many, I want this to fill all the way up. And then over here, oh, that's already doing it. That already has a backlog. And then that'll backlog, fill all that up, backlog into here. All of these will fill up, that'll backlog that. All of these will fill up, that'll backlog that. And so on and so forth, all the way back to the original resources that we just pulled to use this. And we're in no big, gigantic hurry. One of the things we could do, though, is do some railway signaling by grabbing some of those computers right now, because there's 50 in there, and do that. So let's grab it. And let's do that. Poof. That worked out amazing. That turned out amazing. All right, some railway signaling, finally. Let's go. And again, I told you we're going to run long, everybody. What are we at? We're at almost 10 hours. Ada, tell us all about railway signaling.
Train signals placed on train rails can control and improve train behavior. This helps to avoid events where multiple trains attempt to occupy the same physical location. For information related to earlier train events, please refer to your employee non-disclosure agreement.
Sure. Okay, now we just made a huge mess, but it is cool looking, so we'll let it roll for now. We're going to make it beautiful later. We'll let that rock and roll. Again, this is how I get between all the stages, everybody. I just minimum amount that I need to do. All right, here's our trains. Now we're going to have some fun with our trains. I'm going to tell you a bit about transport, everybody. We got a block signal and a path signal. Now, the block signal here is to avoid collisions and bottlenecks. And then the other one here, path signals, are advanced signals that are especially useful in bi-directional railway for complex interactions. If you have like crossings and going multiple directions down the same railway, that's where you can set all that up. Now, the path signal, I find I don't really use. The one you want to do is the block signal. The block signal when you're going out and when you're going in. So you're going to go right across the side of your track here, and you're going to go ahead and do it. Now, the biggest problem is that I need computers. So I'm going to have to go over here and scalp some more off of this production. Now, again, this is just going to keep producing computers forever over here. So it's okay if we take it for what we need right now when we're actively playing. And then when we're just letting it run, we can go ahead and then come back, and that'll have a crazy ton of them for sure. All right. Because what we want to do is we want to up the speed of our train delivery. So we want to have more trains on the same track, basically, multiple trains on the same track. Let me go up to my train set here. There we are. And then we're going to go ahead and put our block signal. All right, we'll put it on 0. And so what we want to do is put the block signal out where it's blocking the outside, the exit here. Now, a lot of people put it right here. And that's perfectly acceptable. I don't like to do that. I like to put it a little bit beyond the edge here. just so this part of the track is also part of that. And most people put it on the way in and the way out if your train perfectly fits to the thing. So if it does, well, then what you want to do is put that block signal right here if your train fits perfectly, which mine does. So we're going to go ahead and do it like we traditionally it's done. And then up here, we'll take another block signal and we'll run it back here so that we can basically block the back of this. And you want to do this right at the beginning of your station. I don't like to do it that close, but at least it's going to block it. And what's going to happen now is the fact that you're going to see two separate colors. So this is one color, and then you can see that this changes from like this orange and black to red and black, and this is now its own segment. And so that its own segment is going to allow it to basically be protected. Any other trains that come up behind it are going to stop. They're going to come up, stop here, wait for this train to load or unload, and then it'll take its turn to load and unload while this train is then going and using the rest. I need to get up on top of here. Oh, I just made it. And then what it's going to do is take those resources and run there. So all you really need is a block system in the stations going in and going out. That's it. That's all you need. Now, you can put them in between to try to space out your trains to keep them from getting right up on top of each other. But I find that that naturally happens anyway, that you're going to have that. Now, again, if you have 4 trains, you should have 4 segments on your track. Why? Because then each train can be on its own segment of the track without running into the other ones. If you put 20 trains and you have 4 segments, you're probably going to have some problems. I'm just saying. So we're going to go ahead and do that very thing. We're going to create multiple segments here while we're here. So we'll go ahead and do this one, same thing, going in, and this is going to do its loading while I'm doing this. And then again, you're aiming at the track itself, and then I can get it to go. Come on. This side, brother. What are we doing? Why are we not? Because the train's probably in the way. Train's in my way. Oh, no, there it goes. Okay, so in and out. Good to go. So you can see that it says that this part of the track is totally clear. So it has filled this up. And so now we have multiple segments. If we go back and we look back here. Oh, I missed the train. We go back here and we look. We can see that now there's a green section. So there's a orange section in between. There's a green section, and then there's a yellow section, and then there's an orange section and a red section. And so these are now different sections. So this would be 1. The train station over there would be 2. This would be 3. And then this would be 4. So there's 4 separate segments of the thing. So basically what we can do is build 4 trains. And that's what we're going to do. So we're going to go ahead and actually we'll do it on this side so that before that one gets out of there. We'll build a locomotive. We'll go ahead and build a thing and thing and thing. And then we're going to get in this train and we're going to tell it to basically go from the pickup to the drop off. We're going to save those changes. We're going to turn it on automatically and it's going to start going right now. We can also call this oil train 2. There we go. And again, you're going to see it's going to pull in. Now, the second it pulls in here, you can see that it does that stop function in the back. And then up here, you can see that it's green because there's no other trains that are ahead of it, right? There's no other trains on this big, long length of track over here that's going to block it. And you can see our other train is coming in. And if we turn this off, by the way, we can see that it's turned red in the back there. It has a little red signal that says, hey, you can't come in here. Uh-oh. Are we missing one? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, we're missing one. My bad. We missed one. But we got it. All right. It'll get it the next time it comes through. Now, again, this next part of the track is red. But that train is now, and again, you don't have to do that much. Just put in your block signals. And then it's off and running. Now this train is coming into the station. So while that train is coming into the station, I shall put another train down, and this time try to remember to do 4 of them instead of just 3. 2, 3, and 4. And same thing here. We go to this train. We say menu. We're going to say oil train. We're going to call this oil train 3. We're going to say from the pickup to the drop off, save that, turn it on self-driving, and away it goes. And we can see when it comes in, well, it just lucked out, but you can see it's already stopping and waiting for that train to exit. It'll exit the entire track first, then it's green, then it will let the next one go. Right? Now, one of the problems is when this other train comes back, if I put one on the track right now, it will be on the same track and they'll collide with each other. So what I need to do is wait till the next train comes back, wait for it to go by, and then once it's gone by, I can put a train behind it. So while it's in the station, the other train will be behind it and ready to pick up some more. And after a while, these will start to space out. And the reason why they'll space out from each other is because they have these long distances that they need to travel. So while this one's pulling in, this one will get about halfway down that track, and then this one will finish picking up the stuff, and it will start to space out automatically. But I also recommend that you cut these long segments in half so that it does run its way up a little bit, so it's not just sitting here the whole time. And you'll see me do that on the way back. Let's go ahead and put one more train in it. Look at that sucker's jamming, man. That thing's kicking butt. And then coming through, and again, we're going to remember to do 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Again, trying to get this one on the track before that next one pulls out of the station. And this is oil train 4. Good. And then timetable, pick up, drop off, save, turn on self-driving. And now we have 4 trains running. Just like that. All through 4 block signals, everybody. But again, I highly recommend that you do cut up these long segments, which I will do. Now, again, you see this one's pulling in. It's waiting for this thing. We'll see if it collides. Nope. So we roll back just a little bit. And so this one, oh, see, this one is waiting because you can see up there, see the signal up in the front that it's blocked because there's another one on the thing. But this one could fully pull out of here and be going had I cut that track in smaller segments, because it could be now transporting its way back, and this one could be loading right now. So it's actually slowing down the process and making it where they're not as spaced out as they should be. So again, we'll wait till that track clears, and then it'll automatically do all this, but I'm not doing anything. I've just put down the things. It figures all this out on its own based on how you get it going. Going for the dentist, though. I hope it goes well there, Raz. Hey, good morning, Wombat. What's up, man? How you guys doing? I appreciate you all coming in and hanging out. We're playing with trains. We're in the final stages here, though, everybody. We got so much stuff done today. Holy mackerel. What an amazing day. We got all of our oil going. Now we got all of our trains going. We got our power upgraded. We did so much today. We overclocked all of our stuff. We went on a grand adventure and found a bunch of Mercer spheres and a little bit of summer sloops and a bunch of our little slug friends that we converted into power shards and all of that. So again, we'll wait for these trains to go. Now again, this is a pretty long distance. So we want to see where our trains are. Yes, this train right here, oil train 3, is waiting for oil train number 1 to pull out of the station because it's dropping off its loot right now. I can tell you right now just by looking at the thing. So it's waiting to drop off its loot, and then once it does, it'll then get on those tracks. Now, the problem is that it actually has stopped because I don't have multiple segments. You know why? Because it needs to pull out of this station, and there's one run entire long thing of track. And this one is on that track. So this cannot pull out of that station until we get that going. So we actually need to stop what we're doing. Or what we could do is we could just have 3 trains. So that never happens. So I can go ahead and take this train off of the track here. So it's no longer occupying the track. Like this. And then we have no other train there, so that will open that up. And if we look on the map now, we'll see that that train is now going. So again, if we have too many trains, they're going to block those segments. But I usually make, again, cuts in those segments. And now look, all three of them are working. So you need to have an open segment for all the trains to do what they need to do. This train now, see, green, because the other one pulled into the station. And so this one's off. And I usually do 3 to 4 trains. And so we'll let this other train come up, and then we'll ride this train about halfway. We'll cut those segments in half, and we'll do a 4th train. Now, the real trick is it using up all of this oil right now, which it totally is not anywhere close, everybody. Look at that. It's already halfway and whatnot. But, again, it is now bringing that oil at its maximum capacity because it's just going to grab all of it and keep putting it on the train. Now, the train is already full of oil as well. So, again, that oil has nowhere to go right now. I have a lot of excess. And that's okay. That's what we want to see. We wanted to get it going. I love the fact that it also figures out the ones that need it and the ones that don't. That used to do all of them every single time, but now it figures out, oh, wait, that's full. I don't need to put stuff in there. I like that a lot better. And we can see that the track is clear right here. We can see it's green. And away it goes. And we can see the other one's coming in right as this one's pulling out, so that's really good. The other one's at the other station, most likely, offloading and then coming out of that station. Yeah, right now, Oil Train 2 is offloading its oil while this one goes ahead. And again, the more you let this run, the more spaced out these trains will become because of the way that you set up your trains. So again, this is about, let's call this halfway. All right, so now we can cut this into a smaller segment by just going over here and saying, okay, we're going to put a block signal if it wants to. On this side. Come on, block signal. Now, it's really tough when you have 2 trains close to each other like this. There we go. And now you can see, look, you got the green and the red separate. And then on this side, same thing. Oh, man, it does not want to do it. There we go. Okay, so now we have a bunch of different segments in there. Now, the second that one crosses into the thing, we'll be ready to go ahead and do our 4th train. Again, you got to have a lot of segments so you can have your trains on there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And see, that one's blocking that segment. I got to get this one off of that segment before that one comes in and crashes because it's sticking beyond those block signals. See, now I can move it forward. And now this is blocked, and it should basically stop at that block signal back there. We'll find out here in a second. And again, this is Oil Train. And I like about 4 trains, usually. I feel like that's more than enough. Oil pickup, oil drop off. Again, very important that order, and then turn it on. And you can see, look, that one is stopped right there. And again, this will cause them to spread out a bit and balance themselves. So they're not waiting at the station. The station is always clear. There's always a segment for the train to come out and sit while the other ones are going in and out of the stations. You'll see that this one will start up here in a second. The second that this other one goes into the station, it's going around the station now. And then we'll see that block signal go off. It'll turn green. And this is cool, everybody. Again, you don't need to know that much. Just the block signals are more than enough. Yes, and so it turned green. Now, it shows red this way, everybody. But on the other side of it, you'll see, well, it was green. Now it's orange because that one's on the track. And you get the general idea. Now, that's just going to run and run and run 24/7, 7 days a week, grabbing me oil, bringing it back over there, and it doesn't even need to bring all that oil over there right now. I got more than enough for the amount of fuel that I'm using. But again, we'll just let it run, and we'll come back, and we'll have crazy tons of backlog. Again, look at that, stopping because it's still on the segment right now. Let's get over here so we can see it turn to green. Whoa, how about we fall off the side there? Whoa, that was scary. Again, once it goes in the station, turns green. Now again, you have that. Now it's starting to spread out all of these trains. You can see that they're not right up on top of each other. Look at that, perfect. Where one's going one way, one's going the other way now. And again, you want to get them spread out so they're not right behind each other. Otherwise, it defeats the purpose of having multiple trains. You want to have the trains running and collecting by the time the other train gets to the station. And that's really the perfect thing. So that train should be pulling out of there about now. And then that other train should be coming up behind. Yep, there it goes. Again, if you balance the distances, here comes the train. This train's waiting. This other train's coming the other way. And again, these will automatically bounce each other over because I went to the center of the segment. And now this has like 6 segments or something like that. I don't know how many now. I could count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 segments. Yeah, 6 segments. And again, if those are passing at the same exact time, that's awesome. And then again, by the time this one gets over there, that one should be loaded. It should be ready to pull out of the station. Let's see how close. Again, it'll get more and more close as we start to space them out. And if we had them timed too, where I'd say, oh, well, you know what? I need to move this back just a little bit further so that it stops and waits until it's done. And then by the time it gets from where it is and it takes that journey over there, the other one is already pulled out of there, right? And it's about the same, and it will get that way. I kind of feel like if I move this back, say to about here, that would give it a few extra seconds for it to pull out of the station before it gets there. And it doesn't have to slow down. So that it will basically open up, it won't slow down, go right into the station, load, and go to the next one. And you can do all of that logistics, everybody. You can do a massive amount of logistics in this game. It's just super cool, don't you think? Don't you think, chat? Isn't that super cool? I think it is as well. Big time. I think that's super cool. So again, everybody, that's why I wanted to show you guys a bit of that. And again, this isn't my first time playing, everybody. Hold on a second. I see a bot over here that's going to need to get banned. Now remember, everybody, no backseat gaming. Don't tell me anything. Don't say do this or do that other thing, because that's what it says right under the stream down there. It says no backseat gaming. All right, that's where if you tell me to do anything of any type, you say, Kismet, do this, click this. This is how you fix this problem or do this thing. That's backseat gaming. I'll give you the first one for free because I know you're just trying to back me up. I appreciate it. Again, watch that backseat gaming. Just let it happen naturally here on the stream. Right there. Okay, ban that person. All right, so there we go. So I talked to you about segments and how to set up segments and what can go wrong. Now, a lot of times I will do things on purpose so that they'll have an issue, and then I can show you how to solve that issue. Like when I had all 4 trains on the track, you can see that the trains came to a complete halt because the 4th train could not get into the station because the other one was waiting for the other train to get out of this section, and the other one was trying to get out of the train station, but it can't because the other one's on the first segment, and that they're all blocking each other, which is why I say go to the center and add a couple if you're going to have 4 trains. This way you have 6 segments, more than enough. Whoa, look out, train coming. Dodge the train. You have more than enough segments for all of your trains to be running just fine. Now, I could run 5 trains if I wanted to because I would have an extra segment for them to be on, and then they would keep going. But you don't want to run 6 trains on 6 segments, so you get the idea. Or 4 trains on 4 segments, or 2 trains on 2 segments. You get the idea. Because that's going to be an issue. You always want to have that extra segment for transition from one to the next to the next. So there you go. Let me catch up on the chat because I was getting in deep there. Hey, Wombat. Yeah, going to the dentist. Lyric, backseat gaming, brother. But thanks for coming in and hanging out. Yeah, I love it how it just sits and waits. That's just cool. That's just cool. And then when it gets in the station, off it goes. Watch this. We're gonna train hop. Boom. Go, baby. And here we go again. Now, again, this one's perfect timing. Look at it. It's coming out of the station. It's going to get on that other segment. It's going to free up this segment. See that? Showing you all my best tricks, everybody. Look at that timing. Beautiful timing. And again, it will start to get in that rhythm, in that equilibrium, because I didn't go and figure it out how far I should put the train or whatever. I just did it by doing the segments, and it will space itself out over time. And you want it to constantly be putting oil in there because remember, we're not running belts or pipes, so we're not just running. I've done it before, by the way. I've run pipes all the way from over there, all the way along here, way over to the far side of the forest over there before. I've done a lot of that. And it's very, very fun. Again, this is like my 50th playthrough of this game, everybody. I don't even remember how many times. It's a lot. I've played since the game first came out in the Epic Game Store like 5 years ago. I played every single update along the way, including 1.0, and have finished both the early access version and the 1.0 version. And now we're doing a mega run where we are doing every node, every process to the nth degree. We're going to check out every single location in the game. We're going to check out everything, everybody. And hopefully by then they come through with that, you know, straight pipes. Get them straight pipes in there. All right, so now there's nothing else we need to do, everybody. We're just going to go ahead and let this rock and roll. Look at that other one coming back. This one's finishing up. I've been playing more than 4 hours. I've been playing for 10 hours. I got DC. So that one's going in. The other one's coming back. And by the time that one's done loading. And of course, if it could just drop it in there, we'll use up all of that oil eventually. And then it's pulling out of there. Here comes the other train. Beautiful. Now it'll slow down a little bit because it needs to anyway when it comes into the station. But that one's now out of there. Next one coming in. Other one's totally spaced out. That's almost to the other station. The other one on the other station is going to be pulling out of there in a minute. And again, this will cause that constant flow of oil coming in. Yep, pulling out of there. The other one just pulled in behind it. This one's now waiting for that one to pull into the station, and then that one will cut up to that one. You get the idea. I probably could have moved those back a little bit further to get it exactly in the middle to space them out perfect. But as long as it's producing oil and it's producing power, and I'm also doing my plastic and rubber and all of that, I can tell you it's working because you can look up there in the corner. You can see it's got up to 153 already and 34 of the other ones. And we'll have all those done by the time we come back on Tuesday because we're going to let this run. This is on a server, so it'll run 24/7. Thanks, of course, the awesome people at G-Portal. I'll go ahead and throw that link in there again, everybody. I can't say enough good things about them, everybody. They do an awesome job over there. Again, that'll get you 10% off. Go get your own G-Portal server. It's only a couple bucks a month, everybody. You can be letting this run 24/7. Use their power. Use their computing power. Their actual electricity bill. I can tell you it's probably going to cost more than $3 a month. It would cost you more than $3 a month to pay the electricity to let your computer run for the entire month. Absolutely. So that alone is saving you money. Just not running your computer 24/7 to run Satisfactory. Let them pay for it because they're probably getting a massive discount, I would imagine. And again, these will just keep running and running and running now. Even if they're running at a slower rate, they'll just keep going. My biggest problem is I'm a little afraid that this plastic is not running to everywhere. It is. Okay, that's good. Oh, look, and you can see this one's using the alien technology because there's that purple in there. That's why this one's producing twice as much as this one over here. And again, this one's really struggling for plastic. And this one over here has got plenty. Let's just cut it in half. Have it out in there. Have it out in there. Now again, this is eventually going to stop. This is going to make a whole bunch of these because this one's not going to a box on purpose. So this one's going to stop making circuit boards. It's going to get all the way back to here, and then the entire amount of plastic is going to automatically balance back over to that one, and then that one is going to go ahead and do the rest. And I'm purposely not putting boxes in there, so it'll automatically eventually balance it itself. See, that's the real thing. You make it do the work, everybody, not you. Don't go in there and spend 50 hours doing balancing when it will auto balance itself. It will automatically fill that up, back that up that line, back it into the machine, back it down all of those lines, and then it will automatically divert the rest of it, the rest of that plastic into the other one, speeding up those other processes until those are done, and those will then backlog, and then you'll end up with a ton of everything. We'll absolutely end up with a ton of computers and all sorts of things, boxes full of them, of all of these resources, including these circuit boards as well. As they backlog across there. Now, my circuit boards are going to end up right down here. I can tell you, they're going to end up in this box right down here. Look at that. See? I told you already. Let's go ahead and grab some of these circuit boards out of here. And again, we could just manually transcribe it over here or move it over here and run that in there. Now, actually, we could make a box here just so we can kind of manually feed it in. And then we don't have to, we can balance those out a little bit. Because it'll backlog in there, and it's okay if it backlogs a bunch of those, because I could definitely use those. But I don't need a tremendous, at least right this second, a tremendous amount of this other stuff. And this will all be replaced when we do our blueprints, for sure. Let's run that in there. This whole entire factory will be replaced, every single thing. There we go. Now we can put it in there, and we can put more than just 200 in there. It's also waiting on something over here. What else is it waiting on? Automated wiring. That's definitely what that is. All right, we got to reconnect this. So let's run a few extra of those down the line. There we go. Again, now we put some circuit boards in here. We did some circuit boards in there. We definitely have enough automated wiring, so in the next couple, it's going to get that done. It's already done. Again, the automated wiring probably will get done before the other one, and this is actually the more difficult one because you're making computers and heavy modular frames. But the other one, you just have so many of them that it does take a lot longer. And I find it's funny when I get what's supposedly the higher end one done first than the other one. And again, what are we waiting on over here? And again, just kind of backlog and figure out what it is it's waiting on. It's waiting on cable. Yeah, we got to make more cable. And we can just keep troubleshooting this and just follow the cable back to the box, and then from the box, all of that cable all the way back over here. I had a bunch of extra cable too. We burned all that up. That's good. Burn it up. Doesn't do me good sitting in that box. All right, let's go see our cable over here and see what's up. I don't think we were making that much. Yeah, what do I got? A lot of wire. I got a lot of wire. Not so much cable. Yeah, and this wire is not... And it's diverting all the wire over there. And that wire doesn't seem to be going in there fast enough. We gotta go, because we have the overflow. Right, because we made the overflow over here of the extra that we had that we just ran out. But we're not really using that at the end. Oh, I forgot. I forgot we did that. This is something I was explaining earlier where you can make an overflow and just get rid of the extra stuff. But hey, we got a ton of this. Let's just run that in there. That should split that way. It's not doing it. Take that belt out. That should then run that into there. And then now we got 2 more of those running. Because those should be running and making more of those things. God, look how slow those belts are. Those belts are so slow. Again, when you do a playthrough, everybody, and then you come back, like this whole box is probably full of copper, yeah. When you come back and you play the game after you played it earlier, all the belts just seem so slow. It's somewhat painful, but we can go ahead and speed it up here. Now that we have the higher belts, we're going to make this really smoke in there. Why is that not splitting that? Get in there. Oh, because that's a merger. Oh, no, it's working. No, it is a splitter. I thought it was a splitter. Yeah, it's a splitter. Okay, so there we go. Something was wrong with that belt. We took care of it. And now this one will go back to working. I always like to track down those kind of issues It just happens, everybody. No game is perfect. Well, that's not a thing. It's going there. We got those. All right, now on the outside here, faster. More faster, more faster, more faster. Coming out of here, faster, 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 faster. Must go faster, faster. Again, these are going from 60 to 270 now. All right, and that's going to burn up all that extra resources now and massively scale up what we're doing out here and get more of this wire in there so it can make more cable. Its real problem was it just not enough wire. That it just wasn't using enough wire. It was diverting some of the wire this way. But if we go ahead and make more wire over there and just make it speed up that wire, and that wire is mainly for going in here, it's actually going to start to fill this box back up again because it's going to be making so much over here at 30 per minute. So 60, it's got to go 60 in at that. And we're just going to speed all this up. And then we'll speed up that lifter. Or this I already sped up all of this other end here. Now we can really get that going because this actually needs to go 60 times 2. So this needs to go at 120 coming out of there and get down that belt at 120. So it's going in there fast enough to keep that at full production. And then we're producing 120 of our stuff here. And look at this. This probably has a whole extra box of these. And that's what I was doing. I was using up these extra boxes. Oh, yeah. Let's just do this. Boom. Now we just massively infuse that with a whole bunch of those extra. What's this? This is a merger. Why do we have a... Oh, because we were going to merge down that line. I see. And this is a splitter. I don't think we can get that in there. We have to put it in there so that we could get any of this excess into here. I know exactly what to do. We can go ahead. This is a merger. We could replace this box with a double box. Right here. Ah, out of beams. Not really out of beams. Got a bunch of them there, as you can see. But we need to go ahead and upgrade these boxes. Let's go. So we can cross-run these. And this is going to increase the speed of our wire. Take these out because I never trust it. Like this. That into there. Very nice. And now we can go ahead and put all of these back in here. And that's going to superinfuse all of that. And then take all of this out of here, which is doing a whole lot of nothing right now. Put all those in there. Kind of feel like we could go ahead and upgrade definitely all these belts. Well, number one thing we could do. Run those out of there faster. We could actually combine these together now. So we can take this out and just combine these two into that box. And then this one is going to just replace this. And then this is just going to run around and run this side. And these are called manifolds. See how they're all in a row? And then we'll just go ahead and feed that in there. We can definitely speed up all of these belts as well. Just makes it get there. So if your factory goes off, it just makes it get there faster. It can't go any faster than it can actually produce here at 20 per minute. But it definitely gets down the line faster. And now we combine both production units into one because we can, because we have the faster belts. And you can see that those are running way faster now and getting that going. Let's slowing this down. Just the pure speed. Yes, that's completely full of that extra resources, and we have a backlog of it. And that's why we increased that production, and now we're running out all of that as much fast as we can across those manifolds. So across all of that, it's going where it is. Now, what I really need to do is to just run this splitter into this splitter, if I could, but this splitter is turned. So we could eliminate some of this if we just take this splitter and we turn it this way, and we eliminate this extra thing here and just run it out to here into here. And then I rarely ever trust these because you got to rerun these. I just rerun them anyway, everybody, just to make sure. You don't want to have to come back and realize that that stuff's been sitting there doing nothing the whole time. All right, that's much cleaner. There we go. And I feel like, again, we can go in, double this up. But what we really want to do is burn up this excess. We want to see this number go down. And just burn up all the excess. And if we end up with too much, that's fine. And we have plenty of wire. Wire is not a problem. Cable is our issue. And so we want our cable to go faster. And there we go. You can see it's starting to backlog in there. So that's now going to non-stop run at like 60 cable per minute, which is probably not enough, but that's okay. We'll throw some cable in there. Let's go. Get in there. Run it down the line. Again, check these lines. 3, 3. 3 there. 3 on the lifter. Oh yeah, those are smoking. Those are smoking down the line. Okay, now it's got a lot more resources it can use. And all the belts are going faster now, so they can get in there faster. And these are just going at 30 per minute. And these are going to start to backlog. I probably have a huge backlog over here. I do. So, take these. Oh, wait. Better idea. Put these back. Take these, just to make this go a little better. Take this out. Take one of those. Hit H. Back that up just a little bit. Take out those belts. Connect them. Those in there. Take a bunch of this extra wire that we don't really need over here. And then this is going to run at 270 now. Boom. You watch it go. That's running out at 270. Of course, it's splitting one into the other, which we don't really need to do anymore. Because if we want this to go faster, because this is coming in at 60, we can just take out the splitter. Because we can use the box as a splitter. And the box will run 270 on this one, and then it will run 270 on that one. So now it's basically 270 times 2. So you're running that at 500 per minute now, because that's what's so great about the box, is if you do have a backlog, you can run that backlog out at a massive speed, everybody, instead of being bottlenecked by a splitter or a merger. It's really awesome. And again, you can see that this one just has a massive amount. So I'm just going to go ahead and move a bulk of this over here. In fact, I could probably cut off my wire there. But I'm going to move the bulk of this over here so this can just keep running pretty much non-stop. And that will help us a bit on getting our stuff done a bit faster. So again, finding ways of being creative there. Now, another thing that we can also do to make this go faster, because this is coming out so fast, is just add a few more. If I had some cable. That's funny, everybody. I need some cable. Now, here's a great thing to do. Watch this. You just cut this right here. Oh, look, I bet you there's a small segment right there I didn't do. Oh, I did do it. Look at me go. Look at me go with my bad self. Just cut that off, and then now you can get some for you to make more of these to do this faster. We need more cable, and we need it now. And then, again, I'm going to do load balancing. I need more cable. All right, I'm on it. I'm on it. That's what happens if you use up all your resources, everybody. You're hurting for it, but that's okay. Load balancers, when you put it in the center like this, or at least this is how I like to do it, you only need the one splitter. Oh, God. Come on, scroll wheel. You're killing me here. There we go. And then we run it equally into this one and equally into that one. And then we can go ahead and take, say, this one and run this one into here. And then go back to running this one in a splitter. This box is way too close for that. That is way too close for that. So I have to go over here and try to split it back the other way. We're going to do this, and then this is going to end up touching a little bit. No, actually, it turned out awesome. Okay. So now one level is going 270 and then splitting in half, which would be, you know, so much and so much. But it doesn't matter because this is only going at 60. So all I need is a 120 belt. Or really, the 270 belt is great because if I do half of 270, because I have so much extra resources right now, half of that is 135. So it's actually going faster than the 60 I need in each of them, or the 60 I'm going there. And then the same thing on the other side, that those are going faster as well. I do need to put in some power. Let's do that. We'll connect it to this power. That'll turn those on because we're going to tell it to do some cable. Again, very easy to scale this up, especially when you already have a backlog. And I love to have extra backlogs of stuff. And then we're going to take this out and we're going to redo this as well with the bigger box. So that's going to have an even bigger backlog once it's done using it in the thing. Like this. And then where were we running that to? Oh, good question. Down here on this bottom level. Right there. Okay. And see, now it can run that out much faster and better. And then again here, merger. I like to put it right in the center because it makes it real easy to just do that. And then this one can go up. And now we just doubled our production. And burn up all that extra stuff that we have a ton of that we're not really using. I bet you I could go to the other box over there too, and it would have a ton of that wire. Because you can see the wire is moving very slowly. But the wire is being used for something because you can see that it's going a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. I can see it's being used over here. Over here, probably for our encased industrial beams or motors. Yeah, stators is actually what it's being used for. Stators, and it's not using that much. And we got a ton of it backlogged, and it's going to backlog even more coming out of here. And again, I've got it here, but I also have it all the way at the end of my base over here. That's so awesome, everybody. Look at all the different processes going on at the same time. I love to see it, but I also love to organize it better than that. We'll get into it. I'll show you how to turn your giant spaghetti into a beautiful, what do you call it? Utopia of organization. We'll get to it. Again, I'm just going to grab this, going to bring it over here, and just kind of manually insert this in here. This is going to smoke through this. Oh, man, so much you can't even put it in that box. All right, here's what we'll do. We'll put this up here. We're going to turn it backwards like that. And then we're really going to supercharge it in there, and that's going to make a tremendous amount of wire. Normally, I end up with so much wire, everybody, that I don't even need it. But this stuff was running pretty slow, and half of our production we turned off because I was showing about just using overflows as well. And again, why are we doing this? All of this can now be removed like this, and we can just run that directly like that now. There we go. We don't need all that other stuff in there. It's just slowing the process down. We can just make that nice and clean now. Yeah, much nicer. Much nicer. And again, it's just burning up all of this backlog. And again, I want this to go down. I don't need a whole box of copper ignites just sitting around. I want to burn that up. So even if I have more constructors than actually what I'm producing or extracting, which I can also do, I can also crank up the extraction too. If this is not extracting enough, which I seriously doubt, look at all the ones we put on the node too. I seriously doubt that this is not extracting at a higher amount. Look at that, 92, 92, 92. Guess what? Watch this. Go, baby. Boom. How we do it at 300 per minute? We definitely need to upgrade this belt, though. Let's go, baby. Let's get this belt on. That's running into that box. 300 per minute. Again, that's now scaled up. We're easily doing all of that, everybody. Let's see. This is 30. That's 10 we can do. We're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 because we put an extra one in. So we could double this whole thing up. We could add, 4 more. Be doing it 4 more. Then we could double up the next part of the process and so on. But I don't do that at this stage. I just build as much as I need at this stage to get to the next stages, and then I scale up when I'm doing my blueprints. So pretty awesome. So speaking of blueprints, let's see. I'm trying to unlock the rest of these tiers. God, we are really running long. But that's okay, everybody. We might do a little bit of a bonus stream on Friday. Probably not as crazy as we're doing today. What can we do? Okay, we need some heavy modular frames. Let's go. First, we'll put what we got in there. We need some plastic. Let's go check these heavy modular frames and see if we've done 50 of them yet. See if they're backlogging over here. Oh, yeah. Oh, how about almost 100? Okay, we'll take 50. Our biggest problem is going to be plastic, I think. Let's go see about the rubber, though. How's our rubber doing? Where do we run that rubber? Where are you at, little rubber? Over here? No, it's plastic. That's 1,000 plastic. That's a lot of plastic. And we're burning up that plastic like nobody's business. I don't know where the heck that rubber went. Over here. Yes, right here. Yeah, 1,000 rubber. Or am I going that way? This way. Okay. And put our things in. And you're like, well, Kismet, man, you shouldn't have burned up all of your plastic. But I got a little secret, everybody. I got a little secret. Kismet always thinks ahead toward the future of what I'm doing. I'm about to blow your mind, and I'm sure some of you already thought of it. Don't say what it is yet. Wait for it. Wait for it. We're going to try to go over here and hop the train. You just wait for it. Oh, we should leave our stuff right here before the train leaves. Throw it in there. Come back for it. We're going to get on the train, everybody. Because Kismet always thinks ahead. I think we got a box of it out here, too. Let's go check this box first. Sure do. But there's another box of this on the other side. And I also have a bunch in the dimensional depot. So there's another box like this on the other side going into the dimensional depot. So every time I use it up, it automatically runs it in there. So I don't have to run all the way out there and get it. But I was like, did I use all this up? I don't think I did. Oh, let's take it all. Again, it ain't doing us no good sitting in that box. I think we probably have some more rubber in there, too. That rubber at? Bottom one. Oh, yeah. Tons more in there. So I always backlog a bunch, and I don't use it all up. I usually have it for emergencies where I need it, like, say, in the hub. And that's typically why I have all the boxes by my hub. Whoa, okay, we ran out of fuel there. All right, we saved ourselves. Let's run along the bottom part here. I was just lucky I hit that ledge. But as long as you're full health, by the way, as long as you're full health, you won't actually die, even if you fall from the highest heights. But if you're a little bit damaged, well, then you're probably going to die. So look out. Okay, where the heck is it? Over this way. Just finding my hub is really tough in this mess. All right, we're going to get this next one done. Now, again, these are our big goals, everybody. Our big goal is get these done. All right, pipeline engineer. We're going to get our Mark II pipelines. We're not going to do it this time, but we can do it next time. Ada, tell us all about it.
Milestone reached. Pipelines and pipeline pumps can now be upgraded to Mark II. They are like Mark I, but better. Pipes seem to be objects of fascination to humans. In fact, there are recorded instances of humans doing nothing but thinking about pipes for hours.
Yep. We've done that in here in the stream many times. Okay, that's going to be back in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Now, we could really knock it out of the park, everybody. We get this last milestone, which is 100 of the modular frames, 100 computers, 400 rubber, and a lot of concrete. Let's see how our concrete is doing here. Oh, we burned up all of our concrete. Interesting, interesting. That means we need to scale that up big time. Now, we do have some concrete in the dimensional depot, and we left some in here. Look at us go. Let's put some of this plastic. Actually, let's take all. No. Store all. Take all the plastic. Take a bunch of this plastic and put it over here because this is going to speed up this process as well. Let's run over here. And again, this is why I always like to have boxes that I can just infuse resources in. Boom, like that. And now that's going to run out of there like crazy. Because I just infused it with some massive amount of resources. So now it's just going to run and run and run and run. It's going to increase the speed of those circuit boards, which is going to increase the speed at which it gets phase 3 done. And again, we just had backlogged all those resources while we were building stuff before. But again, keep some for yourself in case in the moment you need some. Like right now, I need some stuff for my jetpack. And we just go over here. Speaking of a whole bunch of backlog right there, I think we'll grab 2 of these because we're burning up some serious jetpack fuel today. And we'll get to our packaged fuel and up our power and all of that later on. So we need computers. Let's go over here and see how we're doing on all of this. That's just smoking through that like crazy. This over here. All that's looking good. Look at it go now with the screws. Yeah, it's cranking out them screws. Plastic. Let's just supercharge that by throwing that in there. Pumping out those computers. Computers are backlogging over here. Computers and heavy modular frames are going to be the 2 toughest things. Ooh, we're really close there. Not so close on the modular frames. We just used up a bunch of them. But we're just going to go scalp them. Again, it'll make more of them. Over time, but our time is the most important time as well. So there's 100 of those, 100 of those. We do got it. We do got it. Wow, that worked out perfect. How much time we got left? 1 minute, 56 seconds. So 100, 100. We need 400 rubber. We can grab that while we're waiting. Best thing to do while you're waiting for that thing, go grab the resources you need to put in there. This saves you some time. Right over here. 400. And then we need to get all that concrete that we saved in a box because we were very, very smart. And we also have some in the dimensional depot. Right there. So that should be plenty. And we have gotten all of it done today. Now, it did take a little while. It's almost 11 hours in. We're just waiting for that to come back another minute. While we're waiting, let's go up here and check out our bazillion processes that we ran all across willy-nilly everywhere. Such a mess. Such a mess. Get up here on top of this. Look at this, everybody. Ha ha! That's some spaghetti right there. It's okay to be triggered by my spaghetti, everybody. We're going to make it nice. We're going to make it beautiful. Now, I'll show you how to do endless expansion with your stuff as well. Endless expansion. Come on, that's some good spaghetti, chat. Let's see some GGs in the chat. I worked hard on that spaghetti for you. Again, I slaved over a hot builder all day, getting you some serious spaghetti together. Right over. See, I still have to use the lifters and all that stuff. I do a little bit of this, but it still triggers me. Now, again, we could really make that nice. Oh, here comes the thing. He's coming back. If you ride that thing, you're going to lose your stuff way off in the middle of nowhere. But I've done it before. I should have took all my stuff off. I don't know why I didn't think of it ahead of time. Think of it now. Yeah. Yeah, this is making a bunch of that stuff. I feel like those Screws really need some love over there. It would be awesome if we had some summer sloops and we could double up those screws, because then it would have enough for that, and then it would also have a lot of extra screws over here. But we're ready. Let's do it. We're going to finish up our final one here on this playthrough on day 5, everybody. I feel like I'm playing through this faster than any other playthrough I've ever done. Let's go. And that's it. We're going to do some blueprints. We're going to clean up this spaghetti. Tell us all about it, Ada.
Milestone reached. The Blueprint Mark II improves upon the Mark I in every dimension, except for the metaphysical ones. This improvement was made available due to complaints from pioneers about other pioneers not being capable of managing their space efficiently. You listen to pioneers, always.
I wonder who they're talking about right now, chat. I wonder who she's talking about. And now you're hungry. Sorry, Gavin. Sorry, brother. But that's how you do a giant, messy factory. But it feels so good, everybody. It feels so good when you build a factory like this and you come back and you just popping them down. They're all blueprinted and you got them all down there and you're building your roads and you're building out all your stuff and your trains are coming through, dropping off stuff and picking stuff up and delivering it. It's just such a wonderful thing when you clean all that up and you really get it down. Now, again, you can just pre-plan it. And I've done that on many playthroughs of games where I pre-plan the entire base like we're doing for 7 Days to Die. The modular base where we built it in sections as we went along, and then we had the finished product, which is incredibly awesome. Of course, my awesome team working together on that one. But this right here is always fascinating to me. I could watch belts run endlessly. I could watch it for days and days and days. This is the part I love the most. It's just to watch all the things, all the stuff you spend all that time getting working, running into the different directions in which it needs to go. And the fact that we didn't really have to worry about the numbers is also awesome. We don't have to worry about the numbers. We have the power of time. Yeah, look, it's 52. It's already more than halfway on that other one, and it's almost halfway on the second one. And once we do that, everybody, boom, we're in some of the highest tiers in the game, 7 and 8. And we're going to be able to do like nuclear power and crazy things like that. But what I really wanted was the blueprinter. The blueprinter is going to clean up all this mess. We're going to automate all of our processes. And we're going to try to use blueprints on every single thing that we do build from here forward. So that when we put it down, it'll already be organized. It'll already be where you can run the resources in there. Really, the main thing that we need to do is take all of this out of the way. And then take our hub and build a central storage management, right? Where it'll bring in your raw resources and distribute them where they need to go. It'll bring in all of your finished resources, well, you know, to a certain degree, and then you could manage those, or you could run those out and run those to various processes. And a lot of figuring out the logistics of running your lines, especially when you have multiple lines running, of how to run those lines well. Now, I like to basically build my base up higher after this point, and the reason why is because then I have all that space in between for all my logistics of all the stuff that's on the upper level. And then I just build out my stuff on the upper level very easy, and then my logistics works out great. You should go look at my logistics from the last playthrough, everybody. It was awesome. We just kept going down and down and down, adding more and more because we can just hang out underneath there and run all the stuff. It was a lot of fun, but it did look like this toward the end. And then this one, we're going to be massively cleaning this up, everybody. We'll have a central input and output area for everything, and so on. We'll have it all labeled. We'll even color it in. We'll maybe embellish some stuff. Especially our big mega build for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. You can find that link right there in the chat, everybody. Click that link. Go show some love to St. Jude's. Let's see if we can get a donation for St. Jude's here for a, this is an 11-hour stream, everybody. Come on, let's get a $15 donation going for St. Jude's. For Kismet streaming way too long. way too long. That's it. We don't have anything else to do there. But when we come back, again on Tuesday, we're going to use our level 2 blueprinter. We'll have more Fixmas stuff to do, which will be really fun. And what else? We can do more manufacturers. We're going to do a lot more power storage. We could definitely blueprint our power storage. And then our pipelines right over here. We got our next level pipeline so we can boost our oil power. We can double a couple of those to 600 instead of 300. And then we can even combine that other one if we want to and combine it into one 600 line. So we'll have three 600 lines. Or we could divert those 300 lines and just use those, use a 300 line for our plastic and rubber, and then use the other two 600 lines just for pure power, which is normally what I do. But we'll see. We'll figure it out when it comes in. When we come back on Tuesday. That's going to be super fun. What else do we get? Do we get anything else? I think we already have all of our other stuff. We just go down the hub and look. Let's just go down the hub and check it out. Let's see. We unlocked the, oh yeah, next our railway ticket, our pipes, and our blueprinter. That's what we did. And so do we have anything else we need to do? Nope. We have all the stuff automated. We had done a lot of this. I don't think of anything else. Oh, fuel packaging. Maybe we should do a little bit of fuel packaging while we're at it. We never did get back to our sulfur and to our quartz. We need to do that too. Let's go in here. Look, we did all of this stuff, everybody. We did all of this stuff. We take this out. So we also need to put sulfur. I'll just put the word sulfur and crystal. Was it quartz? Sulfur quartz. We need to work on that. Fix entire base with blueprinting. There we go. And what else? Let's see. Send send phase 3. Send phase 3, which basically means we got to pull the lever and it sends it up. And then what else? I think that's it for now. MAM, upgrade gear and ammo, weapons. There we go. What else we want to do? Oh, fix it. Fixmas. Do latest. Automate. Blueprint and automate. Right there for sure. Let's see. What else? I think that's probably good. I think that's a lot to do next time. We got to upgrade our expand our fuel power. And then we'll do that as well. All right, that's a lot of stuff to do next time. We'll probably get all that done the next week. Oh my God, it's so fun. This game is so incredibly addicting, everybody. It is so fun because you just want to do that one more thing so you can let it run. In my case, I just want to let it run the whole time. Now, there's nothing else for me to unlock or really to do right now other than to do blueprinting, but we'll do that all next time. I'll show you how to split it up into different sections. All right, now I gotta know. See, my brain, the later it gets, also my sleep apnea doesn't help either. I'm gonna type it over here. Hold on. Actually, I type it over here. Even easier. While we're waiting here. Compartmentalize. There we go.
Compartmentalize.
Compartmentalize. There we go. I just had to see the word for my brain to actually be able to say it properly. So we're going to basically break up the different processes into smaller segments, which will make the overall processes easier as well. So there we go. Again, rocking and rolling here, everybody. We're got it going. It's a matter of time now. Just a matter of time before this all runs. I like how it just drops me on the ground when you run out. Okay, and this one's still cranking. Yeah, it's got plenty. Man. 3.5 per minute. 250 minutes. Cut in half. 125. Hey, Siri, what's 125 divided by 60? About 2 hours. 2 hours and those motors are going to be done. Roughly. And then this advanced wiring is what it's waiting on. Maybe we should have made more advanced wiring. Still that cable? Yeah, still waiting on that cable. And it just goes so slow. Oh, hold on. We upgraded the cable. The cable's going faster. That means that we can overclock that a bit. Hold on. And see, you'll see me just go crazy with overclocking, everybody. And then what happens later... Oh, I put it way out here. What happens later is, well, okay, we're going to run out of power. But I never seem to run out of power, do I? That's because I've already thought it through and said, look, I got plenty of power over here. My capacity is going a little crazy right now. Up and down. You can see it's actually using my battery, but I try to aim it right about that point where that capacity is going to go up and down. Now, what's causing that is most likely my fuel is running out, or my oil is not being consistently run in. So we probably should look at that before we go. But our batteries are making up for it right now, for sure. Oh, we're getting our loot over here to try to even boost it even more. Oh, right here. Again, right now it's using a lot of power and it's using those batteries, but eventually what it will do, again, is fill up and then it'll be done. This one's not going to fill up. This one's not going to fill up right away. It's going to take a little while. Look at that. We got a bunch of computers already on us. But this one is. This one will definitely fill up. Be good to go. And again, that automated wiring is the thing that is slowing us down here. Now, throw some wire in there. Overclock that sucker. Make it go faster. I only got one. And it's burning up every bit of cable that I have. I don't think we have any extra stock of cable just laying around. I think we used it all up. Yeah. What about these? Can we put these back in the box to be used? Is it really hurting for those? Oh, it is. Okay, yeah. Let's put those back in the box. We got a bunch of extra plastic, which I think it has more than enough plastic, but I'm running anyway. Again, just feed all these resources in here. Let it make it go a little faster. And if we see any of these that are slow, we can go grab a bunch of it from over here. I don't think there's any excess screws. Screws is always one of those things, everybody. You can't seem to make enough screws. But again, we can maybe empty out some of our boxes here and utilize it somewhere else. Let's take all that out. Over here. Stators. I know we're using stators for something. And beams. Let's try to optimize this a little bit. More plastic. Eventually, we have to reconsolidate all this loot back where it was. Or back where we want it to be. Our plating. That's where that smart plating is going over here. Yeah. There's our stators. Stators look very, very full. You And the thing that's slowing this down is that cable. If we up that, that should be going at like 200 right now. There's always one more thing to figure out. Okay, why is that not doing that at like a super fast speed? Do we got room here in the stators? Yeah, we'll put those back in there. Nice, and then we can put these back in here with those. There we go. And that'll run those where those need to go. You'll see it'll run those out to be used. I love to have a place for everything, to put stuff. That makes it really easy to just go in, and I usually have it auto sort too. So it'll go in, you put it in a box, it sorts it into the various boxes, and then those boxes take it and distribute it where it needs to go. Very, very useful, I find. And you want to siphon off a box for you. And then when it fills up that box, it then does the full amount of production down the line. Yeah, I feel like we're doing pretty good over here. I think we might need more of these. God, we got so much in there. All right, let's do another round. Yeah, I don't have any cable. Too funny. All right, let's we want to cut this. We'll cut this here. And we need a bunch of cable. Not like we don't have enough of this wire. We just don't have enough of the cable. We should be burning up all of this thing. Burning it up. Let's take half of this one. All right, let's split it before we split it. Oh, we need more cable. Oh, I got these backwards. I got that one backwards. More cable. You must have more cable. Cable. Copy. Pasta. Make the power. Go. More cables. Merge. Merger. Merge those out of there. I don't care how it gets done, as long as it does get done. How to steal beams. Alright. I put all my stuff down, and that's how come every now and again I run out of stuff. Over here, those are pipes. There's them beams. Oof, a lot of those. Certainly got a lot of beams there. Alright. Again, you see that wire now being used up. I pull that wire out of there. Put it over here instead. Use it up. I mean, again, it's not doing us any good as wire. It'd be doing much better job as cable. And there we go. Another 60 per minute there. So 60, 120, 180 per minute there. until this burns up all of this. That's got a lot in there. We got a lot. Yeah, let's go back to our base here and see. I can do this for the next 12 hours, everybody. Just troubleshooting, speeding up a little bit of this, speeding up a little bit of that. What we really need to do is revamp it all and scale it. And that's what our blueprinter is going to do. Let's go over here and see if this is actually being used and being run out somewhere. No, it's just going into this box. Let's take it all out and burn it up for cable. Burn it up. Well, we might play just a little bit of Fallout London. It looked like we're going crazy long here, but man, this is fun. All right, we should actually cut on this side. We have this cutting on those two, and then we should cut here if we have enough room. How much room do we got? One there. Can we squeak another one in here? Oh, I think we can. Perfect. It was almost like a fate thing. All right, and then we'll double these like this, and we'll just go out of this one into the center of this one. Like this. Paste, paste. Take this. It does not have enough lines. On top of it. There we go. What do we got? Over there? Over there. This one. Nope. No power lines anywhere that has an extra line. One way at the end. Oh, yeah. All right, there they go. And again, another merger. And then merger, which is not going to make it. Let's put this over here so that we can run that way. Merge this here, merge that there. Take this, merge it back that way. Wow, what a bunch of serious spaghetti. Okay, and then over there. Look at how much we got in there now. Oh man, it's gonna crank out of there now. Put all that I've got in there. And now we scaled up. Again, with blueprints, that would have been way easier. We could have definitely done that incredibly easier. And we can do faster belts too. When we get our encased industrial beams going, everybody. We're getting a massive amount of encased industrial beams going. And then we can massively scale that up and make all these belts faster, because we have already unlocked the belt. We already have the faster belt, the level 4 belt. But I'm using those encased industrial beams in that stuff up there. So really our biggest problem was our wire. And it looks like it's going out at the same rate it's coming in now. Nice. So what is this times all of those? This is 30. 8. 30 times 8. Let's hope it's not faster in our belt. 240. No, okay, so it's not faster in our belt. So that total amount we can merge together and then just completely run to the end. It does look like it's emptying. Good. You don't want it to start to backlog in that box instead of it being used. I just run another line or use the faster belts. What's going on over here? What's making that go slow? It's just inherently slow. I think we're out of boosters. Let's go check. Thought I saw some in a box. One in a box. We got these guys. Oh, I got a bunch of these things on me. I should have dropped those off. And we got one thing. I don't know if I put the rest of these somewhere or I actually used like 30 of these. I made like 30 of them earlier. Not there. Not there. Go check this box over here. Again, I got multiple boxes with a bunch of stuff in it. We'll organize all of that as well. Nothing in this one. All right, we'll take this one out, so we don't have to look at that one anymore. Over here, this one also empty. Nice. All right, well, we'll use the one booster. Power shard. Man, so cool with the jetpack. You just get over a lot of this stuff. All right, you're going too slow, bro. Speed up the process. All right, let's check our power and see if it's going to kick off. All right, why is our power going up and down? Let's go look. Should be producing more than enough. Crude oil's not coming in fast enough. 60 per minute. Oh, because we're not, because that's right. This is only coming out at 300. Oh, my bad. Oh, I just realized why that's having a problem. Yeah, because we haven't done the 600 yet, so we can't run it like that. We've got to put more oil in there because the ones at the end aren't getting enough oil. And so this should be 300 here, and then this one cut off. Oh, I forgot to come back and do that. So I built it for when we get 600, but we want to run this into here. And then take this off. And we'll take this out. For now, we'll come back and redo this. And run that into there. Now, that's going to have more than enough oil. We're starving for oil. That's why it's not doing it. And so that's only 120 oil here, and this is 300 coming out of there. And this one over here, same thing. Yeah. Okay, that should get our power back up and running. I came back and looked at that. And it was probably running low on fuel in here. Yep, it had burned through all the fuel. But it had backlogged. But now it's going to start cranking it out. So this is, yeah, look at it all green now. Output is 40. And then we go in and we say 40 times 5 is 200. And 200 is as much as this needs over here. Now, one of the things you can do instead of doing this from the end, everybody, and then just going one machine after another, is that you infuse it from the other side over there so that it doesn't have to kind of like play catch up now. Because that's what it's going to do. It's going to fill those first two. It's going to fill those second two. And you're going to see that these start getting a little bit wider and a little bit wider. One of the things that I like to do to help it out a little bit if I'm having an issue is just go in and put another pump in. Everybody, just pump it down to the end. We don't have any other lines. I wonder if we have we didn't unlock our level 2s. No. But that's okay. We'll just this. And we'll see where we can find another line. Oh, right there. All right, and that's going to help it a little bit to push it down the line. And we're going to see these come back on again. It's going to struggle a little bit because, again, it's got to catch up. But we should see our line starting to go up. Yeah, there we go. And try to get that. So now it's very consistently running that that gray line. Working on it. I'm going to do something I like to do at this particular segment. I had more copper sheets. I could run another line that ends up at the end, so it's splitting half this way and half the other way. And it would feed these ones that are starving at the end. Yeah, see, because stopping and starting. Best thing to do is turn these off. If you're having a problem with stopping and starting, turn those ones off. And then this one over here, this is perfect amount of fuel. And what that will do is it'll start to backlog the extra in the pipes. And then this way the pipes will start to expand over time and it will have extra. And that's what you want to do. You want to have those pipes completely full and then more of it's coming down the line. So again, this is using 20. We should have a total of 10. Down here right now we're using 4 and 4, which is actually more than enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It should be more than enough for all of this, but again, you want to just let that fill up, let this stuff start to backlog where it ends up with more than it's using. 24, 25. Yeah, see, it's gaining. 26. It's gaining and trying to be very consistent. One of these is starting up and stopping. But again, eventually this one's going to fill, and then the next one will have plenty to run. And that's why we have our battery power. Our battery power is keeping us going right now. But again, eventually all of these processes that we have overclocked and we're running, a lot of these are going to start to fall off. So we don't even need this much power over time. Over time, it'll just tear off. And then we'll start using like 1,000 megawatts because all of the stuff that we were running has run out, especially those things up there in phase 3. Those will finish, and then boom, that will balance that power back out again as well. And we just added a bunch of stuff too with our thing. So turn the last 2 off just so you can get this up above the consuming. And we actually have it perfect right now. If we can just get that consistently running on all of these, especially these ones over here, which right now are just waiting. These ones just keep kicking off. I could probably kick one of these off to make this a little easier as well. This is just going to keep going up and down. Yeah, see this one now not kicking off anymore. That's to 2. See, it's gaining. 2. Now it should get up to 3. That's 2.6. 2.8. About to cross the 3. See, it's gaining momentum. And again, the way you do that is it's working on a manifold. So it's filling the first one, then the next one, then the next one. And we had a problem there where where it dipped off because we didn't give it enough oil power. Because I forgot that we didn't have the 600 belts, we had the 300 belts, so we had to do it via the 300s as well. And we'll come back and do our 600s next time. But look at that solid line now. And again, this one's starting to fill. And you want this to not start and stop all the time because that just keeps causing that perpetual problem where it just starts and stops and starts and stops. You want to get it to the point where it's not doing that anymore. And then you put the other one on and then it would be balanced where it's not constantly turning off. Especially once this one fills, because this one's going to fill and have extra. All of these over here are now filling. And you can see they're at 50 now. This one over here is probably same thing. Yes, 50. And really, we only probably need one more to get us out of the cons there, and eventually it'll drop off. Anyway, but our battery power is always very useful. You definitely want to put at least some battery in so that it can run if you do go across that. And that's how I did this whole entire game, everybody, for like 50,000, 60,000 power. And I didn't even need all that power, but I didn't even need it. I still finished the game. with less power than it really needed. So I'd say we wait till this one fills up to 50. It's getting there. You know, it'd also be awesome right now, some summer sloops, everybody. Some summer sloops to throw it in there and double up our fuel output. And that would really push that over the edge. How's our fuel output now? Yes, okay, it's doing good. We can see it's got max in. And it just fills right back up. That's all good. This is a lot of oil I'm running in here right now. A massive amount. There we go. Plenty. Plenty in there. Let's run these things back. This wire. For our automated wiring. We're trying to get enough cable for that. Going. Again, eventually those boxes, those excess boxes will run out. But until they do, let's burn it up. I don't need 5 boxes of wire right now. Don't need it. And a little wire for this. You see, that's just working on it. But God, we have so many stators. No, that's not a big deal. We have a tremendous amount of those. What else we got over here? We took out our pipes. Took out a little bit of that in case we need it for belts. Modular frames, which I don't think we have an issue. Rotors were fine. But we'll take some modular frames over here. I don't think that's an issue. I think we have a big backlog of that. I think it's just a matter of time before it gets it done. And again, we got that overclocked. I think screws is the thing that's slowing us down the most. We need to keep those reinforced iron plates going so that we can keep our we can keep these going, making smart platings. And those smart platings going out of here, ending up into this. And this is our modular engine. And once the modular engine does, it'll backlog that. It'll backlog the smart plating. The smart plating will go back to the point at which it's too full. And then what we'll end up with is extra screws. And then those screws will then be diverted over here, and all of that will be using less power because it will no longer be making smart platings. And then the power consumption will go down. Big top. All right, I think we got that underway and working well. It just makes me want to make more screws and scale all that up and do separate nodes for all of those and whatnot. We can fix it all, everybody, but we have to use our most valuable thing, which is time. That's for sure. What's up, kids in chat? Dang, 11 hours. Yes, 11 and a half hours right now. All right, this is 50 fuel. Right over here. So that one's now filled that in. This one's at 50. All right, we should see that thing full. Yes, okay, that's what we want to see. We'll turn this one on. We'll see how this one does. Does this one go down? Nah, this one's at 50 now. We got this nicely balanced. Yeah, and so these other ones over here are probably at 50 now. Yep, 50 now. Okay, more of those. And then over here, turn that one back on. And then we should start seeing a backlog of fuel over here. Got a little bit of a backlog. How's our backlog looking? Going up or going down? $187, $188, $193. Okay, starting to fill up now. $197. 0.6. There's a little bit extra so that all the pipes are full. And it makes it a bit easier to manage when you have that extra kind of buffer in there to keep all that going. Yep, now it's up to 200. So this will eventually most likely backlog way back up again. Now that we have everything pumping. And we should have a nice consistent power again. Way above, yep. See, way above our max cons. And again, that's how you fix that problem, everybody. Again, you go and say, wait a minute, there's something going on with our power. Why is it not a just straight gray line? Why is it going up and down and up and down and up and down? You definitely want to check that out for sure. For sure. That's looking good. Again, the one at the end is always the one that's the starved one. These two at the end. Filling up with 50 each time. 50 each time. All right, that's all good. We fixed it. Dropping loot down here. Let's get back up here. Okay, so we'll come back right here. Okay, you know what? We're going to have to forego some Fallout London because, man, we went way too long there, 11.5 hours. I am going to try to sneak on later tonight, Friday night. There's no guarantee what time I'm going to be on, but probably pretty late, around 11 or so. Probably an hour after I normally do. But again, we're going to stream every single day for St. Jude's. I'm going to try to get that thing going today, but if I don't get some rest now, I'm going to not have time to do it again and get it finished up. So that's it, everybody. We got everything rocking and rolling. Again, it only has like 100 left on those things and only 30 left on the other ones, on those engines and those units there. So definitely by the time we come back next time, this is all going to be filled with resources. It's going to be absolutely jamming. And again, the reason why I was struggling, because we're using the resources, right? We're trying to burn up all these extra resources that we have. And that's why we backlog them. We backlog them in the stages in which we are making them. And then the second we need them, boom, we burn them all up. Why? Because we can make more. That's why. And we burn those up to get the phases done. And that makes it super efficient. I think I want to get back up here. This would be good to log in right here. And then, again, all of this stuff is being used up. So we don't have to save it for a rainy day. We don't need it on a rainy day. We need it right now. We need it for all these different processes that we're trying to do. And again, when that one finishes at the top, it'll backlog, and then it will backlog the computers and the heavy modular frames. It'll backlog all of that. It'll stop using plastic, and that plastic will then be diverted to the other one. And then when that one's done, all that plastic will backlog all the way back. And the same thing with all the rubber and all of these belts. When we come back next time, everybody, they'll all be full of resources. And all of the boxes behind these as well will be full. And it's all about balancing your power and then balancing the ability to let it run. And I think that's just super cool. Super cool. All right, we're just gonna run out of here, everybody. I think 11.5 hours is probably good enough. I definitely want to rest up and come back and do another bonus stream for you guys on Friday night. So we're gonna roll on out of here. Let's go. All right, hope you guys enjoyed that. I had a great time. Again, time just flies by. Always seems like less time if you're going to go and do it. But I think that's one of the fastest progressions we've done in the game, especially since we had made a lot of the processes along the way, and it's just been diligently running. But one of the things we definitely want to do is scale up our power. So we'll scale up our power massively. And then once we do that, we can just tear everything down and remake it nicely. And I'll probably coming in and out, bringing resources back and forth, because that'll be the next stage that I will do. Before I do stage 9 and try to finish the game, I'm going to spend 7 and 8 just unlocking all of that and then tapping every node that I can find, because that's when you're now to your faster belt speeds, you're to your faster items, your things that are going to really help you make the stuff go. Or maybe I'll just unlock tier 9 and we'll just do it anyway. We'll scale it up all in tier 9. With those super fast belts and super fast extractors and all sorts of other cool stuff that we'll unlock when we get there. But yes, very fun, because again, this is not going to be enough production for tier 7 and 8. We're definitely going to need to scale up a lot of what we're doing, for sure. So yes, I'm going to go ahead and head on out of here, everybody. And again, thanks for all those retweets. Thanks for all the love tonight. We're going to make sure that we do this giveaway before I forget. Let's go ahead and close that giveaway. All right, let's go ahead and draw a winner. Now, again, everybody, Toxic Tech, are you in the chat? You got 2 minutes in the chat to say something. Everybody give them some GGs in the chat. The more GGs I see in the chat, the more Kiz Caps I'm going to give to you guys for the next giveaway. So let's see if Toxic Tech is still in the chat. And he had 53% chance to win, too. 53% chance. There we go. Come on, Toxic Tech. Where you at, brother? Now, again, don't go anywhere, because you might get a second chance at a reroll over here in a bit. I hate rerolling, but if he doesn't show up in the chat, we'll find out. So pay attention, everybody. Must be present to win. I might call out your name next. So get ready. We'll see. Again, I give everybody 2 minutes to be in the chat. So Toxic Tech, it's all you, brother. You are a winner. All you gotta do is say something in the Twitch chat, and I'll know that you are there. And again, that ran way longer than I thought it was going to, everybody. Man, that is fun, though, man. We really crushed it. I just love watching it run, too. It's just running and running and running right now. Very cool. All right, while we're waiting for that, though, I can go ahead and talk about my schedule. Right over here, everybody. Again, I'm going to do a bonus stream on Friday, and then we have 2 scheduled streams on Saturday at 10 p.m. We're going to do some guild raids and Throne in Liberty, then some Fallout London. Then we'll come back on Sunday, play some 7 Days to Die with my team, and then we'll just repeat this again next week, as well as I continue to try to raise some funds for St. Jude's. Again, I appreciate everybody coming in, showing so much love, coming in, hitting that follow button, and just chilling out in the channel. I appreciate it big time. All right, how we doing on this thing? Oh, 15 seconds left. We're going to re-roll. Over here, we can hide that schedule. Thanks all the peeps also scrolling up there, and thanks all my Patreon supporters down there as well. Oh, there we go. Time to re-roll. Toxic Tech, one last call, brother. One last call. Okay, here we go. In 3, 2, 1, boom! Unforgiven is the winner. Unforgiven, are you in the chat? This time sometimes takes, a long time. It takes 10, 20 minutes for somebody to win because they went off to bed. Okay, Unforgiven is a winner. All right, that's a confirmed win. All right, Unforgiven, here's what I want you to do. You know the drill. But I'm going to put it in there anyway. I always explain it every time just to make sure. You want to go ahead and take a moment right now, click my name and say, Kismet, I won the random game giveaway. And this way, it'll remind me in a day, 2 days, or 5 days, or later today, if I have enough time, even though I made this really, really long stream. If I have enough time, I will give out those game codes to you guys right away so you can try them out and play them over the holidays as well. But again, you don't need to keep reminding me and say, Kismet, do the thing. Remember, I'm a busy guy. I got a lot of things going on. That's for sure. Now, also, you guys can help out the stream by just taking a quick moment, following those links right there. Pop on over to youtube.com, unless you're already there, even easier. But definitely go over there, hit that subscribe button, hit the bell, leave a comment. All that stuff does help out. Check out twitter.com/KismetBP. Hit the follow button over there. Check out the Discord. Check out the website. Especially check out patreon.com/Kismet. A bunch of exclusive stuff over there for my patrons, including guides, highlights, of course, blueprints, and all other kind of cool stuff like that. Exclusive just for paid patrons over there who do help out the stream. I appreciate you. And again, I appreciate you guys all being a good sport there in the giveaway. So I'm going to go ahead and shower you guys with a bunch of Kiz Caps. And then on top of that, we're going to go ahead and give you a bunch more for hanging out all the way to the end of the stream, because that's always a smart thing to do. So there you go. All right, you guys are rocking those kids caps big time. That's it for me, everybody. That was 11 and a half hour stream. So I think we went way above and beyond on this one. And we'll see you guys around 10, 11 o'clock. We'll see how it works out Friday night. We'll see you all then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.